This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Nanchin was awakened by a sharp knock on the door. She reached for the energy knife under her pillow, but found nothing. She sat up in shock. What appeared before her eyes was a strange yet familiar house. A cramped space, a washed-bleached bed, and a few scattered ornaments. This was the cheapest house in the city, so shabby and run-down that even a thief wouldn't dare break in through the window. But this scene sent a turbulent wave through Nanchin's heart. Nanchin remembered that she had been battling those S-level pollutants until a light energy bomb dropped, exploded, and turned to dust. How did she open her eyes, and was she back? Back to 10 years ago. Nanchin opened the door. The landlord knocked for a long time without a response, muttering, "Could that girl be dead in there? Then the money she owes me must be a huge loss." Before the landlord finished speaking, the door creaked open, revealing a slender figure inside. "You idiot girl, are you trying to play dead to avoid paying the rent? I'm telling you, no way," the landlord angrily shouted. Nanchin was stunned by the face before her, which matched the one she remembered. She opened her mouth and called out her name, "Sister Lin." Lin said angrily, "I've been knocking for almost 10 minutes. I was almost about to come in to collect your body." She was just as sharp-tongued as she remembered, but Nanchin didn't get angry. The complexity of the situation kept her emotionally turbulent and unable to focus on anything else. "What's up?" Lin remembered something important and pulled out a card, mumbling, "I really owe you. I was passing by today and saw the base was hiring for a research assistant." She casually picked up a registration card. "Haven't you been worried about your sister's medical expenses? This reward is quite generous, and you just happen to meet the requirements." Nanchin took it and looked down. It was a white card with the title A Flame. "I tell you not to think about joining the expedition all the time. Just find a stable job like this. Rent is paid, and debts are paid." Lin was still mumbling. But Nanchin frowned slightly. She had already remembered. It was on this day that she received an invitation from the laboratory with the flames painted on it. She signed up with great anticipation, thinking that this would change the lives of herself and the seriously ill Nanchin. But it was all a scam. Nanchin only found out after signing up. The experiment wasn't recruiting assistants at all. They were just white mice selected through genetic screening. She had been chosen because of some talent. This entrapment lasted a year. She was tortured in the dark laboratory, her life in danger. By chance, Nanchin persevered. She escaped back to Area 319, hoping to find her sister. However, everything had changed, and her former home was reduced to rubble. Her sister, Nanchin, had also disappeared. After that, Nanchin wandered for several years, becoming a mercenary on the brink of death. She was in a daze, thinking her life had come to an end. Unexpectedly, she opened her eyes again, and found herself at the same crossroads 10 years earlier. "Hey, are you listening?" Lin was a little annoyed when she didn't respond. Nanchin regained her composure, holding the white card in her hand. After a moment's thought, she replied, "Thank you, Sister Lin. I pay back the loan and rent in a few days when I get the money." Lin had expected the girl to be stubborn, but she was surprisingly easygoing. She was immediately relieved and gave him some advice. "I've watched you grow up too. You and Nanchin are both orphans, and she's sick and a burden. Don't dwell on going out and exploring the world. Just live a peaceful life." Nanchin just smiled at this, thinking, if only she could stay in Area 319 and be an ordinary person. It's a pity that humans, living in a wasteland, are destined to struggle with the world, and no one can be immune. After seeing the landlord off, Nanchin tossed the invitation card into the trash, without even glancing at it, and walked into the bathroom. The mirror inside was gray, reflecting an 18-year-old face, immature and indifferent. Nanchin washed her face with cold water, patted it to make sure it felt real, and her memory gradually became clearer. She had truly returned to 10 years ago. She murmured to herself. Everything hadn't started yet. The pollutants hadn't hit yet, Area 319 hadn't been destroyed, and Nanchin hadn't disappeared. Oh, and Nanchin was still in the hospital. Since she'd been reborn, she could choose her fate again this time. Nanchin suppressed her turbulent emotions, tied her hair neatly, changed into short-sleeved shirts and long pants, and rushed out the door. When she was 18, she still lived in Area 319, the most remote and impoverished area of the post-apocalyptic Federation base. The surrounding residential buildings were old, and the most ordinary reinforced concrete buildings formed a gray landscape, seemingly covered in dust. The streets were winding, and pedestrians came and went. Nanchin, relying on her memory, turned a few corners and found the residence hospital. Climbing to the top floor and walking through the corridor, she finally saw someone in a ward after not seeing her for several years. Nanchin was now 13 years old, her face pale. She had been lying in the ward for a long time, and she was thin due to her illness. She was lying quietly on the hospital bed, flipping through the pages of a book, looking well-behaved and attentive, just as she remembered. Nanchin's eyes welled up at the sight. Xiaochen. The girl on the bed looked up at the voice, and upon seeing who was outside, she exclaimed in surprise. Sister, didn't you go to work part-time? Why are you back? Facing her sister's joyful expression, Nanchin was overwhelmed with emotions. She walked into the room and finally spoke. I'm back. These words marked a reunion after 10 years. Nanchin walked over to the bedside, pulled her confused sister into his arms, and held her tightly, caressing her hair. What's wrong with you today? So cheesy? Hey, sister, loosen up a bit. You're holding me too tight. Nanchin was not used to it. Nanchin usually looked aloof, and it was rare for her to be so intimate. Nanchin felt a little breathless under the embrace. Nanchin applied a little more force, but she still held her arms tightly. It's nothing serious. I just suddenly wanted to hug you. Feeling if everything before you was real, or if it was just a dream. When Nanchin felt the reality of the body warmth she was touching, her heart grew stronger than ever. After Nanchin caught his breath, he realized something was wrong with Nanchin. Sister, why do you look like you're about to cry? Did someone bully you at your part-time job? Don't hold it in. Just fight back. Nanchin laughed. If your sister hits you, we'd both be in trouble. Don't worry, I'm fine. You really haven't had any problems? Your eyes are red. You act like you haven't seen me in ages. Nanchin didn't quite believe it. She had been hospitalized for illness since she was young, so she was much more attentive than her peers. Not to mention, the person in front of her was her older sister, the one she had grown up with. Rebirth was too complicated to explain right now, so Nanchin didn't tell her directly. She had more pressing matters at hand. Nanchin, we talk about this later. First, pack up and complete the discharge procedures today. I can be discharged. Nanchin was pleasantly surprised. Since she fell ill, Nanchin had kept her hospitalized for observation. At 13 years old, she was bored from being cooped up in her room all day. Nanchin laughed and nodded her head. You can be discharged, but don't slack off on your medicine. Don't worry. I promise. Nanchin wanted to jump for joy, but her lower limbs were so weak that she nearly fell off the bed. Nanchin quickly grabbed her. Don't worry, I carry you to the wheelchair. Nanchin said obediently. While settling the hospital's paperwork, Nanchin checked her account balance. She just about wiped out her loan, leaving her penniless. She still had to find some income to pay it back. Sister, where are we going now? Isn't this the way home? Nanchin looked around. The crowds were thinning out, the buildings were gradually becoming flatter, and the walls of Area 319 were faintly visible ahead. Nanchin, to the south gate. Nanchin blinked. Why go there? That's where the mercenaries are. I heard they're brutal and dangerous. Something to do. Nanchin, The answer was like nothing. Nanchin gazed at the slightly dilapidated streets and the city gate, slowly reminiscing. If the events of her previous life were to happen again, Base 319 would be destroyed in a few months by an attack by a swarm of pollutants. The only way for her to escape this crisis was to take her sister and flee. But before that, Nanchin still had a challenge, strength. Unlike her previous life, when she had awakened superpowers, navigating the wasteland without superior strength would undoubtedly be a prey for monsters. What Nanchin needed now was to find a way out. Get out of the way! The mercenaries are back. As they reached the city gate, a distant blare of loudspeakers echoed. The crowd on the main street dispersed, revealing the street. The tall city gates opened and closed, and an armored vehicle sped in. It braked suddenly, and several people jumped out. They supported a limp figure and shouted, "Call the paramedics. Someone's injured." Hearing this, mercenaries with cross-shaped stars on their shoulder sleeves gathered around and lifted the man onto a stretcher, blood dripping from their shoulders. One of the mercenaries frowned and asked, "Captain Chen, what's going on? Why is Ah Dai so badly injured?" Chen Chi jumped out of the car, ruffling his messy hair and cursing. What could it be? Of course, those beasts in the Yulin Mountains are just unlucky to have taken on this mission. Did you find that thing? The subordinate asked cautiously, seeing their boss's rage. Chen Chi waved his hands in frustration. Another member who had returned with him replied, "The Yulin Mountains have complex terrain and a lot of contamination. Forget finding it. It's highly unlikely we even make it back alive this time. As they discussed this for a while, something unexpected happened. The injured man, being carried on a stretcher, suddenly roared. With a grim expression, he rolled to the ground, like a corpse, and lunged at the crowd. Chen-Chi cursed, "Damn it! He's infected? Stop him! Don't let him hurt anyone! Everyone disperse! Get out of the way! Don't gather in one place!" The onlookers fled in panic. Seeing this, the cross-star mercenary rushed to intervene, but due to his immense strength, he knocked the man to the ground. "Captain Chen, his limbs have already begun to mutate. We can't stop him," the subordinate reported with a cold sweat. "If this continues, the law enforcement team will be here. If the law enforcement team arrives, not only will the infected be killed, but they, the mercenaries, will also be punished." Frustrated, Chen-Chi shouted, "Get out of the way." Then he pulled out his energy gun and charged forward. He wanted to eliminate the infected before they could harm anyone. At this moment, the infected had already pounced into the crowd like a hungry wolf. As the crowd screamed in fear and dispersed, a girl with a high ponytail was revealed. The girl stood there motionless, as if stunned. Seeing this, Chen-Chi cursed again, "What are you doing? Run!" But the girl remained motionless, watching the infected approach. Chen-Chi cursed inwardly, "You're sick." He wasn't the only one who felt this way. The crowd watching also thought the girl was doomed. The infected person was significantly larger than the other one, and a single punch could have flattened the frail girl. Some had already closed their eyes, anticipating a splattering of blood and flesh. However, the imagined bloodbath didn't occur. The girl with the high ponytail leaned back and effortlessly dodged the attack. Those who witnessed this opened their mouths in surprise, some even cursed. How dare she? How dare the girl get so close to the infected person and even dodge? Not only did she dodge, she even kicked back. A normal person would have peed their pants in fear. Nanchin ignored the other's thoughts and focused her attention on the other person. The infected was still humanoid, with a pair of dark, lifeless eyes, looking like a corpse. Bloody scratches could be seen on his abdomen and arms, oozing black fluid, likely from attacks by the infected beast. Thankfully, his limbs lacked scales, his transformation was minimal, and he possessed many human features, making him easy to deal with. Nanchin gathered his thoughts and began to move. The infected lay on the ground, staring at his prey, a low growl emanating from his throat. "Look this way." Nanchin called out to attract attention, deliberately moving farther away from his sister. The movement was slow, and the infected, pressing against the ground, also shifted direction. The two of them faced off, and the onlookers watched with intense tension. Chen-Chi, now at a suitable distance, aimed his energy gun at the infected. The cross-star mercenaries quickly advanced and surrounded him. All this happened in a matter of moments, and while everyone was still on edge, Nanchin and the infected moved again. Roar! The infected man roared like an animal, his hind legs blasting out with all their might. Nanchin dodged in advance, nimbly maneuvering behind him. The infected man missed his attack and immediately turned to attack again. Nanchin blocked a few blows with his sidearm, deftly twisting his arm. Then, with the force of his downward thrust, he spun around and struck the back of his head with his elbow. Roar! The infected man cried out in pain, falling backward, his claws bared, attempting to bite the woman's leg. But Nanchin's fighting instincts kicked him down, twisting his body to push him to the ground. Not wanting to resist, he struck the nerve just below his neck. Bang! The infected man fell to the ground instantly, sending dust billowing down the road. These exchanges unfolded so seamlessly that Chen-Chi hadn't even pulled the trigger, the mercenaries hadn't surrounded him, and the crowd hadn't seen clearly. The woman's neat ponytail blew in the wind, and one foot planted on the back of the infected man's neck, like a fish just landed. It was all over. Chen-Chi murmured, "It's amazing." Chapter 2. Silence. The streets, inside and outside, were as still as death. The onlookers were in disbelief. The infected person, who had knocked everyone to their knees, was simply kicked to the ground by a girl. Over a dozen people failed to stop him, and he was just kicked by her. The crowd was astonished, and so were the cross-star mercenaries. Until she was in the center of the crowd, Nanchin slowly retracted her legs, rubbed her numb arms, and exhaled. The fight just now had been driven entirely by instinct from a past life. My physical condition was still too weak now. If I wasn't careful, I could dislocate my arm if I fought with my bare hands. Nanchin thought, I'd better get my powers quickly. She looked at the infected person at her feet, taking in his appearance. She pondered. This person's skin was scaly, and his limbs touched the ground like a reptile. His abdomen was severely wounded, and the wound was black and pus-filled. He must have been attacked by a monster outside the city. His wounds weren't treated promptly, leading to a worsening infection and a mental disorder that led to his maddened attacks. Nanchin then looked up and glanced around. The people around him stared at the scene with panicked eyes, expressions of disgust and curiosity, clearly mistaking the previous danger for a spectacle. The city and the outside world were two separate worlds. The residents inside lived peacefully, while the outside world was a world of polluted monsters. Area 319 was sealed off by a towering defensive wall. After decades of isolation, ordinary residents rarely explored the dangers outside. The occasional information brought back by the mercenary explorers was little more than anecdotes. And for the ordinary residents, the polluter before them was already a major incident. But they were completely unprepared for the subsequent disaster in Area 319. As Nanchin pondered this, he heard his sister's worried voice. "Sister, are you okay?" Nanchin watched the entire scene with trepidation. At this moment, she recovered from her sister's surprise at defeating the enemy with a few moves and hurriedly moved her wheelchair closer. Nanchin stopped her. "Don't move. He's covered in blood. Be careful not to get any on you." After this reminder, Nanchin realized that the person lying on the ground had a hideous face, his eyes were white, and red blood was slowly flowing from his abdomen. The appearance was grotesque and disgusting, truly horrifying. Nanchin paled after just one glance, feeling nauseous and almost vomiting. Nanchin quickly stood up and turned, blocking her view. She walked over to her sister's wheelchair and patted her sister's back to comfort her. "It's okay, it's just disgusting. He's not dead yet." Nanchin shook her head and said she could accept it. She knew there were monsters in this world and had read books about them, but after all her years living in the safe zone, this was the first time she had seen one in the flesh, and she was deeply shocked. As the two of them were talking, Chin-Chi, not far away, had already reacted. He immediately rushed to the limp-infected person with his subordinates. Chin-Chi squatted down and felt the pulse of the person on the ground, confirming that he was still alive. He felt reassured. He turned and directed, "What are you standing there for? Quickly tie this guy up and carry him back. The Moji enforcement squad will be here soon." The Cross-Star mercenaries hurried forward to carry the person. The situation was under control, and Chin-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the ordinary people still watching, and suddenly felt annoyed. He shouted, "Disperse, disperse. There's nothing to see. Go home." The ordinary people were also frightened by the commotion. At the shouting, they came to their senses and scattered like birds and beasts. The chaotic streets were suddenly mostly empty. Only a few people remained. Chin-Chi scratched his hair and returned his attention to the protagonist, who had just been attacked. The girl hadn't left yet, now talking to a young woman in a wheelchair. She looked young, with a neat ponytail, neat clothes, and a thin build. She looked rather youthful, like a recent graduate from the 319th District Joint School. It was hard to imagine that her ferocity in her initial attack rivaled that of a seasoned mercenary. As Chin-Chi surveyed her, Nanchin sensed something. She shifted her gaze to meet his, her dark pupils tinged with coldness, a chilling look. Chin-Chi, unfazed by his presence, greeted him openly. "Thank you for your help. If the enforcement team had been dragged over, my brother would have been dead. The enforcement team would deal with any heretics who threatened human safety within District 319. This included teammates who had been briefly infected and driven mad. Chin-Chi didn't want his teammates to die immediately, so he anxiously sent someone to stop them from escalating the situation." Nanchin glanced him up and down upon hearing this. In front of him was a young man with a tan complexion and messy hair. He spoke in a casual, slanting voice. He wore a silver star on his shoulder, a symbol that distinguished him from the other mercenaries. His star contained a sapphire, suggesting he was of high rank. Judging from the mercenaries' commanding attitude during the recent incident, this man held considerable power within the mercenary group. Perhaps he could achieve Nanchin's purpose in coming here. Nanchin's thoughts raced, his expression shifting, like a naive student. "It all happened so quickly just now. I was scared, but I didn't think twice to protect my family." Chin-Chi waved his hands repeatedly. "We're the ones causing the trouble, but we still have to thank you for your help. We remember this favor and treat you to dinner sometime." He turned and glanced at Nanchin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, without saying a word. The girl's pale face looked unwell. When she saw Chin-Chi, she nervously tugged at her sister. Chin-Chi immediately understood, thinking that the girl before him, despite her impressive skills, was indeed so vulnerable when out and about. He relaxed even more, grinning and trying to get closer. Meet me, Deputy Captain Chin-Chi of the Cross Star. You look unfamiliar. Are you from the South City? Are you here to visit a relative? The other person was adept at using rhetoric. Nanchin, also a seasoned veteran, was adept at answering questions. She matched her surprise and told her name. I graduated from the 319th District Joint School and came here to find some work. Chin-Chi raised an eyebrow. As a joint school graduate, with your skills, you could have joined the district's expedition team. Why are you still looking for work? Nanchin narrowed her eyes slightly at this, lowering her head to look at her sister in the wheelchair. She said softly, my parents passed away early, so it's just me and my sister. Tuition at the joint school. We've always been short on money, so... As she spoke, Nanchin submissively responded by calling her sister, making her words seem more believable. Chin-Chi was stunned. He hadn't expected his words to hit a nerve, and he cursed softly. These vampires at the joint school can't even see any good talent. If they were part of a mercenary group, they could at least be trained as a key player. Chin-Chi changed the subject and asked a few more questions. He was sure the girl before him was truly inexperienced. Her clear and foolish appearance contrasted sharply with her fierce fighting prowess. After completely relaxing his guard, his mind raced with the thought of cherishing talent. Chin-Chi, hey, you need money urgently? Nanchin nodded in response. Chin-Chi, working alone doesn't make any money. Join me as a mercenary. Nanchin's lips curled up, then fell back. She'd been waiting for that very sentence. She asked, can I? Of course. Chin-Chi patted his chest and made promises. You're quite skilled. Doing some illegal labor would be a waste of your talent. Join the mercenary group, and the money you earn from completing a single mission will cover your debts. Nanchin didn't answer for a moment, seemingly hesitant. Seeing this, Chin-Chi pulled her aside and whispered, this line of work is risky, but it's rewarding. As long as you're brave enough. He glanced at Nanchin subtly and added, earn more money, and you can buy some genetic medicine for your sister. It cure her. The other person's words hit the nail on the head. Nanchin smiled at this. She had brought Nanchin all the way to the South City gate for two reasons. First, she needed to obtain her own supernatural powers outside the city. She needed external help to leave. Second, she needed to find a way to cure Nanchin's illness. Outside District 319 was a horrific pollutant, and ordinary people seeking death would be courting death. The law enforcement team in District 319 strictly controlled the city gates, requiring a permit to enter and exit freely. The mercenaries in the south of the city, who lived on the edge of their swords, happened to be able to enter and exit freely. Even more importantly, their missions were highly rewarding. After a few missions, they could fully heal Nanchin's legs. Joining the mercenary group was her best option right now. Nanchin asked the question that concerned her most. If I join, can I go out of the city and carry out missions with you directly? Chin-Chi, as long as you're not afraid of death, don't be afraid of those guys. Cross Star is a small mercenary group, with only a few dozen members, most of whom are vagrants who want to stay in the city to do odd jobs. In other words, they're in need of teammates to join the vanguard and form the main force. People like Nanchin, who have natural talents, are either absorbed into the Federation or picked up by other forces. It's rare to see such people, and Chin-Chi was eager to extend an olive branch, fearing they might run away. After Nanchin received the information she wanted, a smile flickered in her eyes. She added, one last question. Chin-Chi, tell me. Nanchin asked seriously, are food and lodging provided? If not, I still have to pay rent, and my sister needs. Chin-Chi was at a loss for words. Yes, and we take care of your family's welfare. I guarantee you be satisfied. The two reached a consensus, and Chin-Chi immediately took Nanchin and Nanchin back to their camp. The Cross Star gathering point was a small building. The main entrance led to a clean, medium-sized hall. The hall also had signage clearly explaining the building's layout. Chin-Chi explained, basement parking, conference rooms on the first floor, training rooms and medical rooms on the second floor. Above that are the members' dormitories, with separate rooms for men and women. But they just got back from a mission today, and those bastards didn't want to stay in the dorms. They insisted on hanging out outside, where it's relatively quiet. After the recent commotion, the hall was deserted. The few who saw Nanchin and Nanchin duo were surprised. Chin-Chi briefly introduced them as new teammates and sent them away. As for the other mercenaries, they had seen Nanchin in action outside. They stared at each other, muttering to themselves, this time, the deputy captain has brought back a tough guy. Chin-Chi pulled a handful of his messy hair. He rummaged through the front desk storeroom and pulled out a square, silver-glowing cross emblem. Qin tossed it to Nanchin and said, "This cross-shaped emblem. Enter your fingerprint. Once I've reviewed it, you can use it for communications. It also records your personal information and points you can redeem for items. Take good care of it. If you lose it, it'd be very troublesome to get a replacement." Nanchin caught the square emblem in one hand, rubbing it with her palm. The metal felt cool to the touch. Qin waved his hand. "Your dormitories are on the 3rd floor. There's an elevator right there. Oh, and our group has a personal assistant. You can ask them to order meals to your room." The rest of his sentence was about how to arrange for Nanchin while Nanchin was away. "Thank you," Nanchin said, understanding the offer. "Qin, you're welcome. We be teammates from now on. Meet in the basement garage at 9 a.m. tomorrow for the mission. Come early so you're not late." After completing the simple formalities, Nanchin finally brought Nanchin to their room on the 3rd floor. It was approximately 100 square meters, with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, a private bathroom, and all the necessary furnishings. It was clean and tidy. It was infinitely better than the shabby rental apartment Nanchin had woken up in that morning. She was very satisfied and said to Nanchin, "We stay here for now." Nanchin had been silent the entire way. Now that they were alone in the room, he finally spoke with a complicated tone. "Sister." Nanchin, Nanchin looked up at her and asked, "Are you really my sister?" Today had been a day filled with events for Nanchin, and much of this had been due to her sister. In her memory, her sister was a poor student worried about money yesterday, but today, she was swift and decisive, having obtained her discharge from the hospital. After arriving at the city gate, they encountered the monster again. It was a chaotic and frightening scene, but Nanchin defeated the monster with her bare hands, and then, naturally, joined the mercenary group. All of this surprised Nanchin. She had been holding it in while outside, but now, alone with the two of them, her accumulated emotions burst forth like a floodgate. Nanchin's eyes were complicated. "Have you been possessed by some contaminant?" Nanchin paused for a moment. After being bitten by contaminants, you could only become infected, like the one today. Nanchin, having lost her mind and become a monster, said, "But you were very powerful today." Not only was she skilled, but she also bluffed along the way, with all the talk of finding work at the city gate and setting up a character, and all the talk of a pearl covered in dust. Although Nanchin played along with some of the realness, her sister's acting was incredibly controlled. Nanchin knew she was already suspicious. After all, they were so familiar with each other that even the slightest change would be noticeable, let alone her rebirth. But Nanchin didn't intend to tell her. She didn't want the present Nanchin to face future worries, didn't want the fear of the future to overwhelm a 13-year-old girl prematurely. She replied calmly, "This is a result of regular practice at the joint school. Once Xiaochen recovers, you can practice like me." Nanchin hesitated. "Really? You're not." Nanchin patted her head. "Silly, how can you ask that? Bad people don't admit their problems." Nanchin, Nanchin sighed and added, "And I remember when you were little, you fell into a pit in the bathroom, and I pulled you." Nanchin's face changed drastically, and she immediately covered her ears, unwilling to listen. "I believe you. Stop talking." Nanchin was at a loss for words. Finally, she leaned over and hugged her sister, saying, "Xiaochen, no matter what the future holds, I'll always be your sister. Forever, dear. There are some things I can't tell you now. I tell you when everything is over, okay?" Nanchin felt the warmth in her embrace, a familiar, reassuring feeling. She muttered, "You only know how to say these things to comfort me." Nanchin smiled and ruffled her hair. "Xiaochen, sweet girl. Xiaochen is the best. Xiaochen is your sweetheart." Nanchin covered her ears. So corny. Nanchin thought, though she wanted to be honest with Nanchin forever, the world was not peaceful. If the memories were all true and the trajectory remained unchanged, disaster would sooner or later strike Area 319. Before then, she had to become strong enough to protect Nanchin and face whatever the future held. Nanchin looked out the window, where a high wall had stood, guarding Area 319 for decades. The high wall isolates the monsters in the wasteland world, and the seeds that awakened her superpowers. Chapter 3. The next morning, after Nanchin arranged Nanchin's daily needs, she went down to the basement. Qin had told her to arrive at 9 a.m., so Nanchin had arrived early. Several armored vehicles were parked at the underground assembly point, and a few people were standing there donning protective gear. They were both men and women, their movements quick and deft, some even reaching inside to retrieve energy guns and assemble them. Nanchin caught their attention as she approached. You look unfamiliar or new here? The question came from a burly man. Nanchin noticed he was wearing a cross-shaped star emblem and an armband underneath, numbered 11. Nanchin nodded, but before she could respond, someone nearby chimed in. She's the one Captain Chen brought back yesterday. She's the one who knocked Dai unconscious. She's still in the medical ward. This was somewhat ambiguous. Number 11's eyes grew strange, and he looked Nanchin up and down. Oh! It was you? Nanchin raised an eyebrow. Number 11, they say a student with a family arrived in our group yesterday, boasting all sorts of impressive stuff. I don't think they're superhuman, so how could they have sent Dai to the ICU? The atmosphere around them chilled. The remaining people poked their heads out at the sound, exchanging glances, their expressions intriguing. Although Nanchin had intervened yesterday to resolve the situation, the only people who witnessed her prowess were the remaining mercenaries and Chen Qi, who had returned to base. These people only returned to Cross Star after resting. I only heard stories about Nanchin from hearsay. My only recollection was that she had sent Dai to the ICU. She was a tough person, who wasn't to be trifled with. Nanchin faced some hostility from the burly man. She was unfazed and answered seriously, if you're talking about me helping Captain Chen yesterday, and controlling the infected, then I'm definitely not superhuman. Number 11 hadn't expected the short girl to admit it so openly. He immediately raised his eyebrows. Oh? You really did it. You're so skilled? Let's have a fight. I see how you fight. The burly man grinned, revealing his large white teeth. He pressed his lower knuckles, making a crackling sound with terrifying force. Without waiting for the man's consent, he raised his hand and launched a punch, striking straight at him. Thankfully, Nanchin's sixth senses were well developed, and she nimbly deflected. She easily dodged the attack. Number 11 saw this and raised an eyebrow. Something's up to you. He threw another punch. This one was much more powerful than the last, and the wind it brought with it made a rapid, humming sound. This wasn't the speed of a normal person. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to avoid such an attack. But Nanchin's combat instincts had become a conditioned reflex. She ducked to avoid the blow and simultaneously swept across Number 11's lower limbs. Number 11, also experienced in combat, dodged sideways. The two exchanged blows, leaving the onlookers in awe. Who would have thought this newly recruited girl was as skilled as the rumors said? Number 11 threw several punches, but the opponent was too agile, and she still missed, becoming increasingly frustrated. Why do you only know how to dodge? Why can't you just fight head-on? Nanchin ducked her head again to avoid the attack, taking advantage of the opportunity to slip behind the opponent. She whispered, then don't dodge either. Number 11 only realized she was being attacked when she heard the sound. Before he could even turn over, he was struck hard on the back of the head. The blow hit his central nervous system with incredible force. The pain made the sturdy man dizzy and dazed. If it weren't for Number 11's tough skin, this single blow would have knocked him to the ground. The other onlookers gasped and murmured, "This new guy is so ruthless. I think Number 11 is about to collapse." Hiss! Hit him from the back of the neck. Who can withstand that? It hurt so much. It really hurt. Number 11 covered the back of his head and shook it a few times, pointing at the girl in front of him, but no sound came out. Look, she's mute from the pain. Nanchin didn't continue his attack, keeping a distance from him. She stood neither too close nor too far away, her voice steady and steady. Attack the nerves at the back of the neck, and you feel dizzy. If you want to incapacitate someone, you need to hit them twice as hard. That's what I did yesterday. Number 11 was stunned by this. It took a moment for him to realize she was answering him. Why did she send someone to the intensive care unit? Everyone else reacted, momentarily finding this woman arrogant and provocative. And yet, she was being asked to prove her ability. It was quite infuriating. Number 11 was also infuriated. You're quite smug. Nanchin stated the facts. Yesterday, the infected person was delirious and had strong offensive intent. Many citizens of South City were attacked and nearly injured. Of course, he also attacked me and my family. If we hadn't used force to subdue him, I think the law enforcement team would have arrived yesterday and dealt with him right there. District 319 has a clear rule against people driven mad by contaminants outside the city attacking or injuring residents. Regardless of whether or not this infected person can be cured by medication, they will lose their human rights, be classified as a serious criminal, and be executed immediately. Nanchin's voice was clear and powerful. Everyone at the Cross Star heard it clearly, and the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Everyone knew Nanchin was absolutely right. To be honest, this new girl is truly helpful. After a few breaths of silence, the person who had spoken first stepped forward to smooth things over. All right, 11, you're such a fool. I just helped our brothers, and now you're picking on the newbies. You might have thought we at the Cross Star were bullying the newbies out of our seniority. The sturdy man known as 11 finally felt his headache ease, and could clearly hear his companion's words. He was impulsive, but not foolish. He knew how to take matters into his own hands. I was just sparring, not looking for trouble. Besides, Dai is our brother. Someone beat my brother up when you started talking. How could I not be upset? Yes, my fault. I didn't say it all. The mercenaries were not only ruthless, but also cunning. The two of them, singing in unison, quickly dispelled the tension. Number 11, who had been hostile just now, turned around and offered a friendly gesture to the new member. I was impulsive just now. No one knows each other without fighting. Meet number 11. He pointed at his armband. At any time, those with strength are respected. Nanchin knew that if she hadn't demonstrated her ability just now, the other party might not even give her a chance to look her in the face and speak to her. This world is a world of the jungle, and she was used to it. After all, she had joined Cross Star to leverage its influence, so maintaining a good relationship with them was fine. She introduced herself as Nanchin. Number 11, remembering the girl's name, laughed and said, "We're teammates from now on. If anyone picks on you, just say I'm number 11. He boasted that he would protect Nanchin from now on, and that Nanchin's family would be his family as well. With all his boasting, the tension from earlier was completely gone. As number 11 continued chatting, the topic shifted to the recent situation of his brother, Dai. Nanchin listened in, only to hear them talking about how wicked the law enforcement team was, and how the infected brother, even though the infection was under control, still came to our door and tried to drag him to the lab. If it weren't for Chin-Chi's financial support, these law enforcement teams would be as relentless as flies. Number 11 sneered, "They should be thankful I came back late. If I'd caught them, I'd have kicked their asses." Someone nearby said, "No, Captain Chin will have to deduct your bounty." Number 11 waved his hand, "Deduct it, I take it. I'm happy to have the money deducted from them if I can give them a good beating." Still talking? Captain Chin will be here soon, and we be leaving. Have you got your gear on? Just then, a woman in her 20s, with short, sharp hair, jumped out of the car. She was neatly dressed in protective gear, a submachine gun strapped to her waist, and a gleaming machete. She looked incredibly sharp. The people around her naturally lowered their voices as she emerged. Number 11 grinned, "Adwa, we're talking about your brother." Adwa grumbled, "What's there to talk about? Just get on with your business. This mission is to the Louu Mountains to prospect for mineral deposits. Be careful, or I won't have to clean up your mess later. The Louu Mountains are the most heavily polluted area near Area 319. Radiation is intense, and pollutants are mutated and mixed. Furthermore, the closer you get to the inner reaches, the richer the mineral resources, meaning higher bounties. The mercenary group's operation is a life-or-death struggle, requiring extreme vigilance." Everyone immediately dispersed, losing interest in idle chat. Nanchin, lost in thought, followed him inside the train, and found a set of protective clothing to put on. "Can you use weapons?" The woman named the duo followed in. Nanchin looked up, and saw her handing him an energy gun. The energy gun was lightweight, only the size of a palm, but it released energy at a much faster rate. "Thank you," Nanchin said, skillfully adjusting the gun's energy bar, closing the caliber, and slinging it to her waist. A duo was slightly surprised. "Your joint school also teaches weaponry?" Although she had been inside the train, she had seen everything that was happening outside. She knew this new member, Nanchin, was a skilled fighter, but she hadn't expected her to be so proficient with weapons. You have to know that weapons are a scarce resource in Area 319, strictly controlled and virtually inaccessible to ordinary citizens. Even the mercenary group's equipment can only be stockpiled with special permission. Just preparing so many weapons costs a fortune. Nanchin paused, then replied calmly, "I'm preparing to join Area 319's expeditionary team. I used connections to find a teacher to teach me." This was, of course, a lie. Nanchin's skills were all instincts honed in a previous life. A duo was even more surprised. "You're so good at fighting and mechanics. Why didn't you apply for the expeditionary team?" "He came here to be an extra staff mercenary." Nanchin knew the question would come, so she feigned a sigh. "Because they're poor." Adwa. It was a very real reason. Due to the high tuition, some citizens of District 319 dropped out after just a few years to work. Nanchin, with excellent grades, received tuition waivers throughout her studies. Luckily, She graduated from the joint school at 18, with a diploma that allowed her to work in specialized jobs. For example, the white card inlaid with flames in her previous life, and the lab assistant position she was hired for. Of course, she wasn't very lucky. After excitedly applying for the job, she took the plunge and fell flat on her face. Nanchin's thoughts turned, and after donning her weapon, she turned to see the short-haired woman still beside her, looking at her as if she had something to say. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "Anything else?" "You just heard, this mission is extremely risky, with a 50% mortality rate." A duo, a straightforward person, responded bluntly, "I heard you have a younger sister to take care of. It's not too late to quit now." Nanchin knew her intentions were good, and if possible, she wouldn't want to take risks. But for her right now, the world was anything but peaceful and smooth. Rather than waiting for disaster to strike, it was better to take the initiative and control her fate. She smiled and replied, "Thank you for the reminder. Before entering the Cross Star, Captain Chen told me that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. I want something that can only be exchanged for something. Those who join the mercenary group are ruthless and risk their lives. If they could be persuaded, they would have quit long ago. Why wait until now?" A duo understood this logic, and after the other party's affirmative attitude, she changed the subject, suggesting that Nanchin join her team. Nanchin had only taken the opportunity to leave the city, so it didn't matter who she joined. With the other party's invitation, she naturally nodded and agreed. "We form a team of 4, each taking a separate vehicle. You should come with me on your first mission. Remember, don't be impulsive when we leave the city. Follow instructions." A duo gave detailed instructions, and even gave Nanchin a sharp dagger. Nanchin took it and examined it, noticing an energy bar on the dagger, which could be charged like a firearm. It was a rare and valuable item. She was quite surprised. "Sister A duo, are you so generous on our first meeting?" A duo admitted, "The guy named Adai you helped yesterday is my brother. I remember this favor. Consider it a newbie gift." Nanchin hadn't expected such generosity, so she accepted it without hesitation, saying, "Thank you, Sister A duo." The two girls briefly discussed the details of forming a team for the trip out of the city, and Chinchi finally arrived with his men. He glanced at everyone and saw that new member Nanchin had already teamed up with Adwa. He joked, "I haven't even said anything yet, Adwa, and you've already taken down the new member." Adwa folded her arms and smiled, "Well, I was already equipped while you were sleeping in." Chinchi scratched his head and sighed, "I didn't want to. I'm busy dealing with group matters. You kept me awake until midnight yesterday." Adwa shook her head, "So you still have to be the deputy team leader. Who could stand this bald guy's suffering?" Their conversation drew laughter from the members, and it was clear they had a good relationship. Chinchi was used to it. After chatting with everyone for a few minutes, he solemnly directed everyone to the car. Everyone was fully equipped and ready to depart. There were 4 groups on this cross-star trip, each with a maximum of 4 to 6 people, each driving a small modified car. Nanchin and Adwa were in the 3rd group. Their teammates were the strongman number 11 and a boy wearing dust goggles, nicknamed Glasses. He remained silent after boarding the bus, his eyes closed, resting. A duo introduced him, "He's our eyes. While he's not good at fighting, our safety along the way still depends on him." Nanchin pondered for a moment, suspecting this man possessed some special ability. Since the apocalypse, increased pollution and species mutations have threatened human survival. Humans have also mutated, with some, like the insane infected yesterday, and others, those with superpowers. Of course, the probability of a superpower emerging in the population is still small, and whether or not such abilities can be used is another matter. Currently, superpowers are a precious resource, difficult to reproduce in large numbers with current technology. Many have lost their lives in the pursuit of superpowers, seeking evolutionary madness. She was no exception. Chapter 4. The modified cross-star car drove all the way to the city gate. Overhead, it was covered in ultraviolet cameras. Sensing the approach of the vehicle, it mechanically swerved and scanned the group of mercenaries leaving the city. Number 11, sitting up front, steering the wheel, observed this and grumbled, "These infrared sensors detect people like thieves. If they detect any abnormality in us, they immediately activate their highest defense mechanism and bombard us." A duo shook her head. This system is designed to prevent external attacks. It exploded just a year ago, and that was because the contaminant was a burrowing device. And we've been in and out so many times without incident. Number 11 tooted. "Anyway, it's uncomfortable to have a nuclear bomb on your head. It feels like someone's holding your life in their hands." Nanchin listened quietly to their conversation, her eyes fixed on the city gate. It was a massive iron gate, densely packed with metal gears. If you looked closely, you could even see the energy tubes hidden within. They glowed faintly, storing energy for the gate. This was Area 319's barrier, its strongest defensive support. The former Federation had also determined the gate's strength, nearly impervious to high-level contaminants. But in her memories of her previous life, this gate had been broken into a cork. Nanchin couldn't imagine what powerful monster could have pierced this defense. What kind of disaster could have reduced Area 319 to ruins? As she pondered, the massive iron gate before her creaked. The gate slowly rose, revealing the gray wilderness outside. The city gate opened, and the cross-star-shaped convoy raced out. Nanchin's view began to shift, from neat, orderly human streets to a deserted forest. Dust tinted the horizon, and dilapidated buildings lay crumbling here and there. Vines tangled sparsely, intersecting in eerie arcs. In the shadows of these abandoned areas, rustling black shadows surged. The movement of vehicles revealed the pollutants' cold, fierce eyes, gazing bloodthirstily at the alien lifeforms. These pollutants were of various shapes and forms, like a patchwork of various creatures. Some had horns on their heads, some were half-human-height crustaceans, some were square, some were round, some had sharp teeth and claws, some were flying, and some were crawling. Nanchin's gaze passed through the car window, observing these restless creatures, his hands already skillfully charging his energy gun. A duo noticed the new member tensing up, thinking they were a little scared, so she soothed them, "Don't be nervous. These are just low-level pollutants. With the ultrasound from the modified car, they won't dare come over yet." Nanchin knew she was trying to comfort him, so she nodded in agreement. But her body didn't completely relax. This was an instinct ingrained in her bones after 10 years of living outside. A duo continued, "I was also surprised the first time I left the city. I thought, how could the place we live outside be so shabby? It's hard to believe that this wasteland of over 10 kilometers was inhabited by humans 100 years ago." Nanchin feigned surprise. How many humans could live in such a vast wasteland? Number 11 chuckled. "I heard that before the catastrophe, humans were at the top of the food chain. Back then, there were billions of humans. Unlike now. But that was 100 years ago, so I don't know if it's true. I suspect it's a rumor. If there were truly so many of us, we could drown these pollutants with a single spit. How could these monsters get away with running amok?" Nanchin smiled. "Who knows? The human wasteland is precarious these days. Surviving outside is a struggle for ordinary people, so how could we possibly be at the top of the world?" After driving for a while, the car was completely engulfed by the wasteland and yellow sand. Glasses, who had been silent the entire way, suddenly spoke up. "There's pollutants appearing on the left. They haven't been repelled by the ultrasound. They're crawling at a very high speed. They collide with us in 2 minutes." Nanchin glanced at him. The boy's eyes beneath his goggles were completely white, his pupils a startling black, with faint golden lines flowing across them. It looked eerie. This is his alienated state. He's using his supernatural powers. A duo was the most responsive. She immediately commanded, "Glasses detected an anomaly. Report to Captain Chen on the communicator. Prepare for battle." After she finished her instructions, she turned to Nanchin and asked, "How's your shooting?" Nanchin, "Not bad." A duo patted her shoulder, "Aim at the left window, and prepare to fire. Don't let them get close." "Understood." As she spoke, Nanchin had already pointed the energy gun out the window. The dust shrouded the outside world in a gray haze, and a few black shadows darted from far to near. With each breath, the black specks in her vision grew clearer, revealing their true form. It was a short, twisted, elongated creature with centipede-like legs. It had an arthropod-like body, about 4 or 5 meters long, with dark red scales gleaming coldly, long whiskers, fangs, and a terrifying pattern on its back resembling a human face. As the black specks appeared on the hillside, they became more and more numerous, forming swarms. "Densely packed," a duo exclaimed after seeing clearly, "Centipede." "Number 11, hurry!" Number 11 cursed, and stepped on the accelerator. Chin Chi's stern voice came from the car's communicator. "Everyone, high alert. Accelerate. Don't fall behind." At this moment, everyone in the cross-star Mang was on edge, as if facing a formidable enemy. But Nanchin aimed at the monster, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. What she was looking for had arrived. Bang! The energy gun fired from the muzzle, a streak of white light striking the centipede's head accurately, sending sparks flying. The centipede hissed, swaying back and forth, not landing directly, and charging towards the convoy with even greater rage. A duo warned, their shells are hard and thick. A single energy bullet won't rip them apart. Nanchin let out a TSK and fired her energy gun continuously, meticulously scanning the injured centipede with each burst. Bang! Bang! The intense heat from the energy bullets gathered on its head, causing friction and scorching flames. It instantly exploded, releasing green liquid, and it rolled into a ball, completely limp. Number 11 whistled and praised, good marksmanship. An outstanding graduate of the joint school. A duo laughed and said, well done. She pulled a large submachine gun from the back seat. This model is powerful, but has a strong recoil. Keep a steady hand when using it. Nanchin quickly took the submachine gun, focused the energy, and fired at the incoming insects. His arm was numb from the recoil of the machine gun. Insects rushed in swarms, their long bodies slamming into the modified car with a loud bang, shaking it violently. This beast. Number 11 cursed, tugging at the steering wheel to steady the car. Luckily, the car is reinforced, otherwise we'd be gone. A duo immediately fired another shot at the insect, killing it. Hearing this, he continued, drive faster. It's getting dark, and they become more active. We have to shake off these insects quickly. Number 11, we're going as fast as we can. Don't rush. Glasses, keep your eyes on the road and don't lose track of the convoy. Glasses' eyes gleamed dimly beneath his goggles, circles of mysterious patterns swirling within them. He pointed at the chaotic vision ahead and uttered a short, sharp syllable. Turn right. Number 11 decisively reversed course. Nanchin quickly grabbed the handlebars to prevent inertia from knocking her out. At the same time, she gathered her submachine gun's charge and expertly fired out the window. Each shot accurately destroyed the pollutants, preventing them from approaching within 10 meters of their car. Outside, a fierce wind roared, and the insects, under the intense attack of the artillery fire, naturally burst into flames. Their bodies huddled close together, the flames quickly reaching their own kind. Hiss! They cried, their path temporarily blocked by the pile of corpses ahead. What had been a swarming formation suddenly collapsed, leaving a large empty space. The Cross Stars modified car took this opportunity to weave through the wasteland, changing lanes several times. The insects dwindled. Slowly, their pressure eased. A duo breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to see Nanchin, still firing, and expressed her amazement. While responding with follow-up fire, she asked, are all the students from the joint school so formidable? Not only were their combat skills exceptional, but they also appeared seasoned in actual combat. You have to remember that the first time a duo encountered these creatures, she was completely flustered and received a lecture from her team leader. Nanchin remained calm upon hearing this. Maybe I've learned well. 10 years of experience in life and death struggles, even if one is clueless, has learned it. A duo, unaware of the inside story, marveled at the new team member's reliability and smiled, giving him a thumbs up. Good student. She had hesitated before bringing Nanchin aboard. After all, a novice couldn't compare to a seasoned mercenary in field combat. In the high-pressure environment outside the city, a novice's chance of mental breakdown was as high as 50%. But this battle proved Nanchin's fighting ability, which pleased a duo. Nanchin smiled at her teammates' praise, then turned her gaze to the relentless pursuit of the creatures. These insects were coming from the same direction, charging relentlessly, crushing everything in their path. Among them were also fleeing pollutants, but due to individual factors, they were quickly entangled by the insects. Layer after layer, tearing blood. The scene was violent and bloody. This was the norm in the wasteland outside. Nanchin scanned the swarm of insects, searching back and forth among them. Her brows furrowed. How could there not be any? With so many insects, why haven't we seen any strange beasts? Adwa, standing nearby, wondered. Number 11 was delighted. No, that's the best. We'd be in big trouble if that thing showed up. He caught Nanchin's slightly bewildered expression in the rearview mirror and explained, Xiaoxing, you still don't know what a strange beast is, do you? That thing is the leader of a group of similar pollutants. Strange beasts are smarter than these crawling insects. They possess strange powers. Some are as fast as lightning, some are as sharp as blades, and some can control magical elements like wind, fire, and thunder. It's just like us humans with superpowers. Number 11 gestured to the man with glasses beside him. It's troublesome to meet it anyway. It's really bad luck to run into that thing. The reason they were initially so nervous was because they were afraid there might be some strange beast among the centipedes. Nanchin was slightly disappointed when he heard this. His energy gun was still propped up against the window, the concentrated energy barrel emitting white smoke from overheating. She asked, Are there many alien beasts in this area? Adwa shook her head. Not often. The Federal Army cleared this area a few years ago, and almost all the high-level alien beasts were killed, leaving only a few small minions. We have enough to take on those small minions. Number 11 responded, and a lot of them you, me, and Deputy Captain Chin. But while the alien beasts are formidable, they can't kill us. Number 11 hummed again. Back then, your brothers and I were working alone with Captain Chen, and we encountered an alien beast. It looked like a rotten fruit that had been hammered into shape. It was enormous, as big as 2 of our armored vehicles combined. It looked quite intimidating. Number 1 muttered, back then, there were no psychics on the team. We were just ordinary guys, and our equipment wasn't as high-tech as it is now. When we encountered this thing, we couldn't run away, so we had to fight. Captain Chen said we couldn't give up, or we'd be done for. None of us wanted to die, so we banded together and fought tooth and nail, fighting for 300 rounds. Hey, that beast was strong, but its intelligence was far inferior to humans. In the end, we still defeated it. Though everyone was injured in this battle, we gained a lot. It helped build up the Cross Star's current wealth. By the way, Duo, you were still a tiny kid back then. Number 11 gestured with one hand. I could lift you up and swing you on a swing. Seeing Number 11, despite himself still driving, even turning his head to chat, Duo was speechless. Look ahead, drive carefully, and don't drive us into the ditch. The atmosphere in the car was relaxed, and Nanchin smiled along. She then looked out at the swarm of insects receding in the dust. His thoughts drifted away. In her previous life, when Nanchin awakened her superpowers, she had a deep connection with alien beasts. She was fleeing from a laboratory and, in a panic, ran into a deeply contaminated area. She was covered in blood, and a lot of pollutants attacked her, following the scent. Nanchin fought them as she fled, and finally, by chance, she escaped into a cave. There, she encountered an alien beast, licking its wounds. Humans and alien beasts are mortal enemies, and when they meet, they fight for their lives. Nanchin didn't want to die, so she fought the creature with all her might. Fiercely, she fought naked, slash after slash, slicing through the beast's flesh. Its blood, mingling with her own, covered her body. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the beast collapsed, and Nanchin was dying. She lay atop the beast's corpse, gasping for air, the stench overwhelming her. Nanchin still refused to die. Her special gift made her extremely resistant to contamination. Even enveloped in the beast's highly contaminated blood, her mind remained clear, her body unaffected. She was as stubborn as a weed. She began to search for a way to save herself, consuming the beast's flesh, swallowing its energy core. The consequence of forcibly consuming this energy was a genetic alteration, a tearing pain that assaulted every nerve in her body, a life worse than death. She didn't know how long she had been in pain, or how long she had been unconscious. After enduring the ordeal of life and death, she woke up again, feeling like a new life. Nanchin thought, if only we could find the crystal core of the strange beast, everything would be fine. Chapter 5. The Cross Star convoy traversed the yellow sand, leaping over several hills at top speed. The centipedes, unable to catch up, shrank into black dots and gradually disappeared. Jin Chi's calm voice came over the communicator. Out of danger for now. We're currently 5 kilometers off course. Everyone, move right and rest at the foot of the hillside. Number 11 whistled, goodbye, bugs. We be having dinner soon. The sun's setting soon. Looks like we be spending the night on the hillside. A duo glanced out the window and came to a conclusion. A duo then instructed the team members in the car, don't take off your protective suits when you get off. Keep your masks on. The pollution outside is very serious. Don't get infected. Number 11 waved his hand. It's not that serious. As long as you don't get bit by the pollutants. Ouch. Before Number 11 could finish his sentence, a duo punched him in the head. A duo grumbled, I wonder if you get infected one day and get dragged away by law enforcement and die. Then you know what a mild case is. Number 11, feeling rather wronged, muttered, I'm not like your brother, and he was trying to save people. He stopped mid-sentence when he noticed a duo clenching her fists. Okay, Captain. I understand, Captain. As they were joking, the convoy had already reached the foot of the hillside. From a distance, it looked like a hillside, but closer inspection revealed an abandoned high-rise leaning against the ruins, forming a triangular slope. The hollowed-out area in the middle created a sheltered bay from the wind and sand. When the car stopped, Number 11 was the first to jump out, stretching and groaning like a giant bear monster. A duo, rather disgusted, turned and got out from the other side. Finally, she suddenly turned back to warn him. Be careful. Nanchin heard this, feeling slightly confused. As soon as one foot touched the ground, a strange hissing sound reached her ears. Almost instinctively, she drew the energy gun from her waist, squeezed the trigger, and fired a shot. A light bullet formed in her hand, sweeping past with a wave of heat. With a swish, the approaching shadow was sent flying. Then number 11 screamed, "Ouch! What the hell?" Everyone looked over and saw a charred, soft mass, half of number 11's mask stained. White smoke was still rising from the object, and a burning smell was emanating. A duo couldn't help but laugh at number 11's madness. You said you weren't wearing any protection, but now you're covered in contaminants. Number 11 had already torn the thing off and thrown it at his feet. This creeper is disgusting. It sticks to me when it burns, and it's so hard to tear off. He turned to Nanchin with a melancholy look. Good student, there's contaminants all over the floor here. Next time, don't shoot. Can you just chop it with a knife? You're covering me like that. Nanchin knew she had been on edge, so she retracted her energy gun and spread her hands to indicate it wasn't intentional. Newbie, be careful next time. Number 11 gestured and was about to say something. A duo interrupted. All right, let's gather. We can finish work and have dinner early. She reached for Nanchin's hand and teased, good reaction. Xiaoxing, tell me honestly, have you really never left the city before? Nanchin blinked at her and said sincerely, really? I was also startled by those bugs. She wasn't lying. This was indeed her first time out of town in this life. His physical fitness was not as good as in his previous life, and his arms would become numb from the recoil when he held a gun. This resulted in a mere 80% accuracy rate. A duo praised, you're talented. Captain Chen has truly found a gem. This was their first encounter with such a large-scale pollution attack. They showed no fear and coordinated well. You know, many new mercenaries who don't get scared by such a scene are considered quite capable. Qin Chi, who had just gotten out of another car, overheard this and laughed heartily. Of course, I've always had good judgment. Seeing that a duo didn't want to talk, Qin Chi turned to Nanchin and gave her a thumbs up. Well done. I told you have a future. Nanchin found the praise amusing and only politely responded. After a few moments of chatting and laughing with the others, Qin Chi gave the order, everyone, clean up the pollution in this area. We set up camp here tonight. The members of the Cross Star Main were in perfect harmony, and upon hearing this, they formed teams to clean up the area. A duo led Nanchin around, clearing out small contaminants lurking in the shadows. These creatures were bizarre. Some resembled soft-bodied insects, some crawled on all fours, with horns on their heads and bone spurs on their underbodies. Their appearance was indescribable. The only thing they had in common was their exceptional ferocity. They would attack humans immediately, and if they encountered their own kind, they would bite and devour each other. Nanchin happened to witness a serpentine creature swallowing a spiky reptile after a successful battle. It swallowed with incredible speed, and its scales formed strange curves after the engulfment. There were several crackling sounds. The serpentine monster then erupted with bone spurs, piercing its internal organs and leaking a murky fluid. In the blink of an eye, its half-meter-long body swelled to become a hedgehog. A duo, without blinking, pulled the trigger of her energy gun. With a snap, the mutating monster instantly died, transforming into a pool of black water. A duo pointed at it and explained, these pollutants mostly evolve by devouring their own kind. But devouring their own kind also has risks. Most of them, due to genetic defects, cannot break free from their genetic shackles and often explode and die. Those pollutants that ultimately successfully absorb countless prey will evolve, and after repeated attempts, they will become extraordinary beasts. A duo shrugged and said, monsters that evolve by devouring other species are brutal and bloodthirsty, and extremely destructive. So, when you see one like this, you must kill it immediately to eliminate future trouble. Nanchin stared at the pool of black water, and simply nodded, Then her sixth sense triggered, and she raised her gun, firing 2 light bullets. Snap. Snap sounded, and 2 slender monsters fell from above their heads. Nanchin waved the energy gun, still emitting white smoke, and smiled, 50 now. As promised, Sister Otto will treat you to some dried meat tonight. They had previously made a bet. If Nanchin cleared 50 first, Otto would treat them. But while she was explaining, Nanchin had already achieved her goal. Otto smiled at this. You're so greedy. When Captain Chen recruited me, he said our food was incredible. Nanchin raised an eyebrow. Seeing is believing. Only after tasting it do you know it's not just a lie. Adwa, taking advantage of her height, patted the girl's head. Okay, let's go back and have dinner. Nanchin felt a little uncomfortable being patted on the head. She hadn't interacted with anyone besides Nanchin in a long time. And she was being treated like a junior. She tilted her head to avoid him, feeling uncomfortable. Adwa dismissed her as shy and casually pulled the girl towards the campsite. Nanchin couldn't refuse immediately, so she allowed him to take them. At the campsite, there were several large tents made of deformed metal. These tents were made of special materials, providing a temporary barrier against external pollution. Once inside, people could relax and remove their masks and dust-proof clothing. The tents also served meals. Nanchin changed into her dust-proof clothing in the cubicle and entered their group tent, where she saw a small pot set up. The water inside was bubbling, and a few lush green vegetable leaves were thrown in, creating a fragrant soup. Chin-Chi, number 11, and glasses were already sitting around, staring eagerly. A duo was surprised to see this. You guys prepared such a good meal? You even brought the vegetable leaves? Green vegetables were a rare commodity in the wasteland. Not only were they difficult to grow, but they also had to be contaminated and edible. A duo hadn't expected such extravagance on their first stop. Number 11 shook his head. Don't look at me. Captain Chen brought it himself. He heard you were cooking dried meat today, so he came over to help out. A duo looked at Chin-Chi again. Captain Chen, are you so generous today? Chin-Chi scratched his messy hair and sighed. Do you think I want to? I was planning to save some for the trip, but the plastic container is broken. These leaves will get moldy if left out any longer. Chin-Chi changed the subject. Well, consider it my treat for the new member. Nanchin, you're in for a treat today. Don't just stand there. A duo put the meat in. A duo found it amusing, but who could refuse a free meal of vegetable soup? She asked Nanchin to sit down first, then unpacked the dried meat from her bag and put it in. After a while, the fragrant vegetable soup was filled with a rich aroma of meat. The smell made the stomachs of those who had been traveling all day growl. The white dried meat was tossed into a minced meat in the soup, and the minced meat looked incredibly tempting when scooped into the bowl. When the soup was ready, everyone bustled about, eager to share. Number 11 and Chin-Chi were the fastest, their earlier unity and love gone, like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Glasses found a gap with his bowl, quickly scooping up a bit of mincemeat. A duo had known this would happen, and had already scooped up 2 bowls before they started fighting. She took one for herself and handed one to Nanchin. Nanchin stared at the steaming green soup being handed to her, paused for a moment before accepting it, and said, "Thank you, Sister A Duo." A Duo looked at the girl, dazed and stunned, completely lacking the decisiveness she had shown earlier. She found the contrast quite striking, and pointed her index finger at her head in amusement. You, weren't you clamoring for meat just now? Why aren't you so enthusiastic now? Nanchin didn't avoid him this time. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her lips, but she didn't answer. In her previous life, she'd been constantly on the move, driven by pursuits and disasters. Her teammates were constantly changing, dying one after another, and she rarely sat down to chat or eat peacefully. Due to her circumstances and her own personal circumstances, Nanchin often wandered the world as a lone wolf. She wasn't used to being treated so kindly by a duo. A duo, seeing Nanchin's silence, assumed she was young and had never seen such good treatment. After a day of interacting with her, a duo realized that Nanchin was reliable, competent, and calm, but at times, she could be a bit dazed, seeming inexperienced. She wondered if this was due to the hardships she'd endured since childhood. A duo felt a little soft-hearted, sitting down beside Nanchin, putting her arm around her shoulder and patting her. Don't worry, follow your sister A Duo, and you never have to worry about food and drink. Nanchin couldn't help but laugh. Sister Adwa, why are you talking to Captain Chen the same way? Adwa, really? Nanchin nodded. Adwa, whatever. As long as there's money to be made, that's all. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they took a nap. Chin-Chi lay in the tent, took out his communicator, and arranged for his teammates to keep watch. Number 11 was still bragging to Glasses. Adwa and Nanchin were about to pack up and move to the next tent for the night. Everyone was busy with their own things, and the atmosphere was relaxed. Just then, a voice came from the communicator. Captain Chen, the detector has detected a highly contaminated energy source a few kilometers from our camp. It's moving towards us. When the people in the tent heard the message, they paused and turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Chin-Chi grabbed a handful of hair and answered the communicator, asking, "How high is the high pollution energy? Can light energy shells resolve it?" "The pollution energy is over 90. exceeding the energy of ordinary pollutants. The probability of it being a strange beast is over 80%. The light energy shell just aimed and fired, but it dissipated before hitting the target. It's speculated that the creature has special abilities. The voice on the other end of the communicator explained in great detail. Just from the description, it was clear that the creature coming was no ordinary creature and posed an extremely dangerous threat to them. Everyone in the room frowned as they listened. Nanchin's eyes lit up at the word strange beast. She was just wondering where to find it, and then it just landed right there. Chapter 6. Captain Chen, should we take the initiative? The member on the other end of the communication line asked. Number 11 then complained, these beasts. Why are they so restless every day? Chen-Chi said, this isn't Area 319. We're just outside the city, right at their doorstep. It's normal to encounter a few. Let's get back to work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we call it a day. Besides, it's a beast. Selling its flesh and bones to the Federation wouldn't be a bad deal. He smoothed his messy hair, revealing sharp eyes, as he gave orders to the person on the other end of the communication line. Gather all the psychics on the team, open the weapons depot, and prepare for battle. A duo asked, there are only 4 psychics on the team, including you in glasses. One of them needs to stay behind to watch over the camp. Isn't that too few? Chen-Chi nodded. We also need to bring 2 or 3 gunners for cover. Okay, add number 11 and me. A duo immediately made the decision and charged the energy gun. Seeing this, Nanchin quickly said, I go too. Ottawa shook her head. Xiaoxing, stay and watch over the camp. The alien beasts are different from the pollutants. These are extremely vicious, and Ottawa can't guarantee that she can take care of her new teammates during the battle. Nanchin, of course, wouldn't listen to the advice and stay. She came here for this very reason, and there was no way she was going to retreat. Her eyes were dark and bright, and she was determined. Sister Ottawa, you told me before that there would be a lucrative future if you followed me. We're teammates in the 3 groups, and we share the good and the bad. You can't abandon me. Ottawa was amused. You remember what I said so clearly, but why don't you remember my advice to obey orders when you're out in the field? Yes, I remember. Nanchin replied, but she moved quickly, slinging her weapon over her shoulder and rushing outside to put on her protective suit. A duo was stunned by her actions. It's a good thing the new teammate is motivated. We can go together. Chen-Chi tried to smooth things over. Let's take the new teammate with us to see the world. After all, once we enter the Cross Star, we have to deal with alien beasts sooner or later. A duo hesitated, but it's just an alien beast. No big deal. Didn't you get through it the same way when you first entered the Cross Star? Chen-Chi relaxed, and with a wave of his hand, pack up and get ready to go. A duo had no choice but to follow Nanchin outside to put on her equipment. The 6 people who were going out to search for alien beasts were traveling in a modified car. Among them were Chen-Chi, Glasses, and a woman named Wenya. 3 of them were psychics. Nanchin, a duo, and number 11 were the gunners operating the equipment and providing cover. Nanchin glanced at Wenya. She was wearing a protective suit, her hair and face covered tightly. Through the transparent eye mask, all she could see was a pair of warm eyes, appearing very kind. As she studied the other person, Wenya seemed to sense something and shifted her gaze. When she met Nanchin's gaze, her eyes curved into a beautiful arc. Hello, Xiaoxing. Wenya's voice was pleasant, evoking a sense of familiarity. Nanchin paused for a moment before realizing she was being addressed. She replied, Sister Wenya. Then, without saying anything, her eyes curved even further, forming a crescent shape, as if she were smiling. Nanchin was puzzled, wondering why this person kept smiling at her. A duo smiled and explained, Sister Wenya really likes girls. She's the only one on the team who cares most about the younger members. Nanchin understood, but then she listened to the nagging voice of number 11. What's the matter? Captain Chen and I haven't been kind to you, the younger generation. We can't even call ourselves the most caring. Chen-Chi, driving ahead, hastily distanced himself. Don't take me with you. I'm a boy still young. Number 11, Chen-Chi, you're still shameless. Since you say you're young, respect the elderly and call me Grandpa. Chen-Chi, your uncle. Their conversation was amusing, and the atmosphere in the car lightened considerably. Nanchin smiled, habitually cradling her weapon in her arms, and gazing out the window. This ensured she could assess the outside world at the first moment. As the car drove for a distance, it drifted further and further away from the camp, and the light outside dimmed. The dark dust of the wasteland night subsided a little. Nanchin looked up at the sky and could see the crimson moon hanging like a crescent. The sky was starless, only the moon's crimson glow, eerie and captivating. After a while, about a kilometer into the distance, Nanchin heard Qin ask Eyes to investigate. Eyes closed his eyelids, and then opened them again. The whites of his eyes had been swallowed by black, and dense lines were faintly flowing. He was using his supernatural power. After a while, he reported, the highly polluted energy is now only 2 kilometers away from us. It's estimated to be 3 meters tall and a reptile. A 3-meter tall reptile, Nanchin thought, must be quite large. That's good. A large target is easier to locate. It's better than those elusive shadows. Qin asked, what exactly does it look like? Eyes looked ahead, investigated for a moment, and replied, it's large, crawling on 8 legs like an insect. An 8-legged insect? Isn't that a spider mutant? Number 11 slapped his thigh and said, later, we attacked that creature's legs and turned the 8-legged spider into a bare-legged reptile. Number 11 was just starting to brag when Glasses added, besides the exotic beasts, there's also a lot of contaminants. Number 11, what? Everyone, Glasses said, reptiles. They're very fast, similar to the insect swarm we encountered during the day. Bang! He had barely finished speaking when the car made a loud crash, as if it had hit something hard. Nanchin was on full alert the moment she heard the sound. She tightened her grip on the handlebars to prevent the impact from sending her careening headfirst. The others in the car were no exception, thrown forward by the jolt. Number 11 cursed, what's going on? Qin quickly adjusted the car's stance to prevent it from flying away. Nanchin steadied herself, glanced forward, and said, centipede. Everyone's eyes followed. In the dark night, illuminated by car lights, several long, crustacean creatures lay sprawled against the window. Their delicate centipedes wiggled, slowly crawling, clattering against the modified car, creating a clanging metallic sound. Clearly, this was the creature that had just struck their car. Number 11 grumbled, Glasses, why didn't you tell me earlier? Glasses replied, it's common sense that pollutants gather around alien beasts. Furthermore, its energy is so strong that it overwhelms the energy of other pollutants, making it undetectable. It's not surprising that even the equipment at camp couldn't detect it. Number 11, you're a mutant. How can you compete with instruments? Go back and drink 2 bottles of genetic medicine to evolve. Glasses pursed his lips, That's enough, when are you going to stop talking nonsense? A duo interrupted the two, focus and prepare for battle. Qin, sitting in the front seat, didn't interrupt, but instead started the car again, intending to knock the insect out of the way. But he found the car wouldn't move forward. He glanced at the monitor and said, the right wheel's stuck. Nanchin happened to be sitting on the right side. Upon hearing this, she opened the window and looked out. Sure enough, she saw a centipede coiled under the wheel. The insect's long tentacles, sensing human body heat, made a rustling sound and flew straight towards her face. Nanchin, expressionless, drew her gun and aimed. With a few swishes, the insect was blasted apart by the light bullet, tumbling several times and dying. White smoke from the muzzle dissipated. Done! Nanchin returned to the car. Qin gestured and started the car again. This time, the car moved smoothly. Nanchin's car window was still open. As the car moved, more and more black objects came into view. A closer look revealed long, slender centipedes, migrating in swarms toward the modified car. Just like the wave of attacks during the day, they seemed to be fleeing from some danger. She saw it, and naturally the others in the car saw it too. Without Qin's command, Number 11 shouldered his energy cannon, and A-Duo raised his energy gun, working in perfect harmony, to clear the pollutants attacking from both sides. Nanchin followed suit, raising her gun. The further the car moved, the more insects swarmed towards them. One after another, one stepping on the other. They were so dense, their fangs bared. Nanchin could even see the insects tearing the shells of their own species to pieces, leaving them in a bloody mess. If she were caught in this swarm of insects, she would probably be gnawed to the bone. Nanchin took a breath and calmly fired at one centipede after another, like a machine with ruthless aim. With unerring precision, she struck the centipede's head. After the energy bullet struck, the burning flame shone brightly in the darkness, and the insect's brain splattered onto her sleeves and mask, forming dark and green spots. A strange, fishy smell emanated, making her feel sick. Otto warned, don't let the insect blood get on your skin, it's contaminated. Nanchin understood. She continued, firing at the incoming insects. The splashing liquid seeped into her clothes, but Nanchin paid no attention. These contaminants had little effect on her. Her blood was naturally resistant to contamination, and her tolerance for contamination was far greater than that of ordinary people. This was one of the reasons she had been imprisoned as a guinea pig in a laboratory in her previous life. A few minutes passed. The number of insects around her had dwindled slightly. Nanchin reached out to wipe the liquid from her mask. Her vision cleared, and she looked forward. Nanchin was stunned for a moment, then his eyes flickered with joy. In the dark night, illuminated by the blood-red moonlight, the silhouette of a creature about 3 or 4 meters tall loomed. It had long arms and legs, and its body moved limply, as if dancing on tiptoe. It was a strange, deformed form. The tentacles waved, and the sight was inexplicably horrifying. "Strange beast!" Number 11 shouted first, aiming his light cannon at the creature. "Glasses, you said that's an 8-legged crawling insect?" "That's not a spider, it's clearly an octopus." Glasses ignored him. Chin-Chi judged, "This strange beast must have just evolved. It doesn't even appear to be at level B yet. Its state is unstable. It's driven all the pollutants around it together. It's planning to eat it all to replenish its energy." Number 11, "If it eats so much, won't it end up with a head full of worms?" "It's normal for pollutants to devour and evolve, so it's hard to say what kind of bizarre shape they eventually develop into." Number 11 knows that the Federation recently organized a clearance operation for an S-level pollutant. It had all the organs of heaven and earth, fully developed, like a giant visceral swamp. Number 11 saw the news photos of it, and was so disgusted by its appearance that he almost lost his meal. Chin-Chi shook his head. "I just know it'd be killed soon. Wenya and I got out of the car for close combat. Yin-Jing left a contact information, and a duo commanded to cover our passage." "A duo? I understand." After Chin-Chi finished his instructions, he maneuvered the car out and onto a slope. The modified car came to a complete stop, and he and Wenya quickly opened the door and jumped out. A duo immediately commanded, "We're only 500 meters away from the alien beasts. Captain Chen and his men's battle will spread to the surrounding area. We must be fully armed and on high alert. Number 11, go to the higher part of the hillside and set up a turret. I clear the way with long-range weapons. Nanchin, you provide support. Glasses, you stay in the car and report the situation via the communicator." The other 3 said in unison, "Understood." In a matter of moments, their battle plan was finalized. Nanchin leaped onto the roof of the car and began firing at the centipedes that were swarming around them, while clearing the way for Chin-Chi and Wenya, who had already covered 100 meters. The 2 psychics were hindered by the swarm of insects, slowing their progress. A few minutes later, Nanchin heard a roar. Roar! A humanoid roar emanated from Chin-Chi. Nanchin looked over and saw Chin-Chi's entire body crackling with joints, his entire body bursting through his protective suit. He had grown 3 or 4 meters taller, transformed into a burly giant. The ferocious insects around him now looked dwarfed by Chin-Chi. Nanchin, Captain Chen's ability. Frenzy. A duo, thinking the new member beside her was startled, explained, "It's a power-enhancing ability. In its full form, it looks terrifying and monstrous. Captain Chen is afraid of causing trouble, so he usually keeps a low profile. Using this ability, the form is so different from a human's. Some extremists in the city consider them heretics. They even label them as spies of the outside world, and use various means to spread persecution." In Nanchin's memories before his rebirth, disagreements between extremists and those with abilities were commonplace. "So what's Sister Wenya's special ability?" Nanchin asked again. A duo killed a bug and pointed ahead. "Look." Nanchin looked over and saw Wenya, still standing next to the giant Chin-Chi. Several strands of red silk appeared on her body, swirling around her like some kind of plankton. Wenya wrapped the red silk in her hand around several centipedes nearby and gently twisted them, snapping them in half. "So sharp," Nanchin exclaimed. "You know, the shells of these bugs are incredibly hard. You have to use an energy gun, hitting them head-on, to kill them. But Wenya's red silk could cut through them directly." A duo replied, "Sister Wenya was originally a vanguard for the Federation expedition team. She met Captain Chen through some collaboration, and after some back and forth, she joined the Cross Star." Number 11, firing his cannon nearby, interjected, "That's right. Captain Chen is so charming." A duo, due to their location, didn't bother to hit number 11 on the head. "Stop talking nonsense and get back to work." Nanchin looked back at the pollutant, only to see its long beard already engaged in a fight with Chin-Chi and Wenya. Chapter 7. Bugs occasionally crawled up around them, and Nanchin and the other 2 cleared a space. Chin-Chi and Wenya were already engaged in a battle with the octopus. Chin-Chi, leveraging his size, suppressed the main body of the octopus, while Wenya's red silk slashed through the beast's tentacles. They worked in perfect harmony, quickly gaining an overwhelming advantage. The octopus was trapped and huddled together. Nanchin watched all this from the hillside. She pointed her gun at a spot on the beast's head, suspecting it might contain a crystal core. The crystal core was the beast's energy source and heart. As long as the crystal core was extinguished, the beast would survive. And it was the beast's crystal core that Nanchin was looking for. She mentally calculated the distance between the beast and herself, less than 500 meters. If she rushed forward, it would take about a minute, and during that time, she would also have to ensure that the surrounding pollutants would not attack her. Besides, Chen-Chi and Wenya were engaged in a supernatural battle ahead. If I rushed in rashly, I'd be hard-pressed to avoid being hurt. I'd better wait until they were done, then I'd see what happened next. While Nanchin was pondering this, Number 11's light energy cannon had already trained on the monster, focusing its energy and blasting it. Boom! The 8-clawed monster was dented by the energy wave, but quickly recovered, incredibly weak. Number 11 frowned. This thing looks big, but it's a soft-bodied monster. Even the light energy cannon couldn't hit it. But Captain Chen and Sister One, they're almost done with. We can finish off the attack sooner. Before he finished his words, something unexpected happened. Roar! A howl came from behind. The monster, suppressed by Chen-Chi and Wenya, suddenly changed its dejected state. The curled-up body suddenly opened, 8 black tentacles enveloping the 2 trapped within it. Sap gushed from its interior. Chen-Chi couldn't dodge, and the black liquid splashed onto him. Hissing. White smoke rose from his skin. Its liquid is corrosive. Though enduring the burning sensation, he shouted, Wenya, be careful to dodge. However, Wenya was now caught in a dilemma. The beast's tentacles encircled her, and she used the red silk threads on her body to leap for cover, unable to escape. The 2 psychics engaged the beast in a fierce battle. The men providing cover fire on the hillside were also attacked. Roar! The howl came from behind, from far away to near. Nanchin felt the hairs on her back stand on end, and she instinctively rolled away. Pa! A gust of wind slammed down quickly and fiercely onto the ground where Nanchin had been standing. The entire hillside shook. Nanchin rolled down the hillside due to the violent tremor. Her ears buzzed as she heard the screams of the 2 people above her. Number 11 screamed, what the hell? Adwa raised her voice, retreat. There are 2 monsters. Monsters? Nanchin immediately looked up, but her visor had cracked from the impact, blurring her vision. She had no choice but to lift it up, finally getting a clear look at the creature. It was still soft and shapeless, eerie, black, and soft. Tentacles. It was shaped like an octopus. This time, closer to the monster, she could even make out the irregular eyes on its head, and the gaping maw that flared its tentacles. Nanchin stared at the circle of deformed monsters, her heart trembling with a faint excitement, as if her blood was boiling, her belligerence aroused. Strange beast. Number 11 was nauseated upon seeing the beast and cursed, damn it. How could there be 2 more of them? Glasses. What's wrong with your third eye? While cursing, he nimbly dodged, gathering the energy cannon on his shoulder for an impact. A duo said, Nanchin just fell down the slope, and the modified car flipped over with it. Glasses is still inside, pinned by its tentacles. Just as the beast's tentacles slammed down, their parked car was knocked down the slope, flipping with a loud bang. Number 11 muttered beast. He shouldered his energy cannon and strode forward, firing. A duo followed suit, attacking the tentacles with his light energy gun. Though the tentacles looked soft, the energy bullets only left a faint white mark. It was like tickling the 8-clawed beast. Number 11's energy cannon fired, the light forming into a flame, then a sphere that struck its eye. A puff of white smoke erupted with a creaking sound. This finally caused damage to the monster, but it also enraged it. Its tentacles, as thick as a human body, swept across with such force that Number 11 was sent flying several meters away. With a crack, Number 11 fell motionless down the slope. A duo saw this and panicked, Number 11. She wanted to run to check on the situation, but was met head-on by the 8-clawed monster's tentacles. The creature swept through with such speed and ferocity that the strong wind from the light streaks stung her face. A duo couldn't dodge, and just as she was about to throw her head in the air, a force surged through her arms. This force pulled the duo to the ground, tumbling several times before she was nimbly carried to the other side of the slope. Snap! The tentacle slammed the rock, shattering it. Thunder crashed down, striking the centipedes crawling around. With a few hisses, the rock crushed its limbs, and it lay wailing on the ground. Ottawa was pulled to a depression in the mountain wall, just out of the way of the rubble. She gasped in shock. This is the gap on the back of the slope. We can temporarily avoid the wind. A calm girl's voice came to her ears. Ottawa turned her head, and was surprised when she saw the other person's appearance. Nanchin, you. At this moment, Nanchin's dust mask had disappeared, and her slightly youthful face was exposed under the crimson moonlight. Her ponytail had been completely untied, leaving her dark hair disheveled and draped over her shoulders. Her black eyes were clear, and seemed to gleam with a cold light. Ottawa felt for a moment that Nanchin looked a little unfamiliar, but she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she focused her attention elsewhere. Where's your mask? Nanchin's face was directly exposed to the air, which was very dangerous. In areas with abundant pollutants, ordinary people are exposed to the air and are extremely susceptible to the impact of pollution. This impact is not superficial corrosion, but a spiritual infection. The mildest cases can cause fainting, while the most severe ones lose their minds and become assimilated by the contamination. Ottawa's brother had been infected before, and it was after being attacked by pollutants that his wounds were exposed to the polluted environment, which eroded his mind and turned him insane. Faced with her anxiety, Nanchin remained remarkably calm. She explained, my mask got damaged while I was dodging just now. You can't throw it away, Ottawa said, even more anxiously. She wanted to take off her inner mask and give it to the other person. While the mask wasn't as effective as a pristine one, it at least prevented direct contact with the air. I'm fine. Nanchin held her down. Ottawa was a little annoyed. It's such a time, and you're still trying to be brave. Nanchin shook her head and didn't explain. She changed the subject. Sister Ottawa, did you bring any light bullets? Light bomb? Yes. Ottawa was slightly puzzled. Nanchin, lend it to me. What are you going to do? Ottawa had a bad feeling and looked at her with wide eyes. But Nanchin didn't say anything else. She leaned forward and, with one swift movement, pulled a palm-sized white ball from the man's back pocket. She held it in her hand and examined it. The button clearly stated, detonate after 10 seconds. By the time Ottawa realized what was happening, Nanchin had already pocketed the light bomb and recharged his submachine gun. The man was ready for battle. Ottawa suddenly sensed something was wrong and quickly grabbed the woman's arm, saying, don't be impulsive. Wait a moment. Captain Chen and Sister Wen will be here soon after they finish dealing with the monster. Nanchin turned to look at her. Her face was calm, her face even paler from the contaminated mucus. Ottawa met her gaze, catching a faint spark in the woman's dark eyes, a burning sensation that made her heart skip a beat. She was actually a little scared. Nanchin whispered softly, Sister Ottawa, stay here and don't leave. I'll be back soon. She then pushed forward with her hind legs, using the rocks at the bottom of the hillside to scale it. Before Ottawa could catch up and stop it, the monster above her furiously pounded the hillside, sending chunks of it crashing down, hindering her pursuit. Ottawa could only watch as Nanchin vanished into the darkness. The 8-clawed monster remained on the hillside. Nanchin used her strength to position herself in a crevice where small pollutants had been swept away by the sudden appearance of the monster. Nanchin took advantage of this opening to stand briefly, observing the monster. It was several times smaller than the one Qin and Wenya had dealt with. The 8 blood-red, vertical pupils on its head moved slowly, as if scanning the surrounding area for any edible food. Nanchin suspected this small alien beast might be related to the large octopus. It roared, and the monster Qin she was dealing with began to resist fiercely. While she pondered, her movements didn't stop. First, a burst of energy gunfire struck the alien beast's eye, then she rolled to avoid the attack of its tentacles. Nanchin's rhythm was steady, as she engaged the alien beast in a steady back and forth, each dodge bringing her closer and closer to the main body of the octopus. The alien beast, unable to strike its prey, its blood-red pupils betrayed annoyance. Snap! The tentacles struck down fiercely, and Nanchin, who had rolled over, was nearly swept away. Snap! 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 The attacks grew more and more intense, and Nanchin's leaps grew faster and faster. She rolled directly beneath the main body of the octopus. The alien beast relied on its soft tentacles for support. Its main body, like a giant mushroom cap, opened and closed, exerting a powerful suction force. As Nanchin approached, the monster, seeing its prey fall into its trap, became excited. It opened its massive, black maw, covered in fangs, and bit the human standing there. The tentacles on its limbs also waved, wrapping around her, while densely packed together, blocking all human escape routes. This prey would be sucked into its mouth, like the reptile before, and chewed into pieces. Roar! The monster sound was both terrifying and exciting. Nanchin, about to be devoured, remained calm. She pulled a light bullet from her pocket and expertly pressed the button. The light bullet trembled in her hand, the vibration of the timer before the explosion. Nanchin stared at the mouth, which was half a meter wide. Counting silently, 10, 9, 8, 7. The light bullet was thrown, aiming for the monster's mouth. 6. The light bullet landed accurately. Nanchin dodged. 5. 4. The tentacle swept across her legs. 3, 2, 1. She fell. Explosion. Boom. Nanchin was engulfed in flames. The explosion of the light bullet illuminated half the night. A raging heat wave burned half the monster's body. Followed by the aftermath of the bomb, the powerful impact shaking the entire hillside to the point of collapse. Burning, shaking. It was as violent as a painting in the darkness. Adwa, who had followed Nanchin out, happened to see the scene. She screamed, but her voice was drowned out by the explosion. Adwa, eyes wide open, watched the girl's figure dissolve into a pool of flames. A duo was terribly anxious. With a light bomb exploding at such close range, the shockwave could have taken a toll on anyone. She tried to run, but the octopus tentacles twitched and slammed against the surroundings, crackling with a clatter. A duo was stopped, unable to move forward. She could only watch as the flames burned and the figure inside vanished. Nanchin. A duo's lips trembled, and she covered her face with her hands as she muttered, "Are you stupid?" Though they had only known each other for a short time, they had experienced life and death in that brief time. A duo had come to regard Nanchin as half a sister, but she hadn't expected. Number 11 and Glasses had finally managed to support each other and climb out of the rubble. They happened to witness the blaze and a duo's stunned figure. Number 11 ran over and hurriedly asked, "What's going on? Is the top student in there?" A duo nodded. Number 11 was dumbfounded. She created such a huge fire all by herself? That's incredible. Is there any hope of saving her? A duo glared at him, feeling for the first time that his teammate was being reckless. Number 11 realized he'd said the wrong thing, and cautiously asked, "So what do we do now? Jump into the fire to rescue it? Or wait for Captain Chin and the others?" After a period of turmoil, Chin Chi and Wenya had recaptured the alien beast. Now, all they needed to do was strike Wenya's red silk at the alien beast's core, and the battle would be over. A duo watched the flames gradually die down, the alien beast's limbs slowly drooping. She said, "Wait a moment, let's go in and look for her. Cross Star, bring her out. We have to bring her back. She has a sister waiting for her." Number 11 sighed. Those in their line of work knew the unpredictable nature of fate. Who knew where someone would end up? They should be used to it by now. Number 11 said, "Then wait a little longer." Adwa was speechless, staring at the flames motionless. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. "She's still alive." A voice came from the side. Adwa, Number 11 turned. "What?" Glasses wiped his dirty goggles, raised his head, and revealed his wrinkled eyes. He spoke word by word, "Nanchin. Not dead." Chapter 8. At the moment of the violent explosion, Nanchin hid beneath the alien beast's tentacles. The tentacles were slimy and oozing with black pus. Her clothing squeaked as she approached them. It was the sound of clothing corroding. Fortunately, her Cross Star's dustproof suit was special and wouldn't break down anytime soon. Although the alien beast had a smooth, slick surface and formidable defenses, it was vulnerable within. Nanchin knew that if she wanted to defeat it single-handedly, she would have to strike a fatal blow at its weak spot. So, regardless of the danger, she forcibly leaped beneath the beast's main body and unleashed a life-or-death volley of light bullets. The effect was remarkable. The beast was completely paralyzed, but Nanchin was inevitably affected as well. The aftermath of the explosion left her dizzy and dazed, and she lay under the tentacles for a while to recover. Nanchin's discomfort subsided, and she slowly stood up. She looked up. The main body of the alien beast was now ablaze, its body motionless. "Is it dead?" Nanchin stared at it for a moment, not daring to let go. Until the alien beast's crystal core was revealed, there was no proof of its death. Perhaps it could strike back. She had to be on guard against it. Thinking of this, Nanchin began to search for a weapon. Her gun had been knocked out of her hand by the previous collision, and she didn't know where it had fallen. She only found an energy dagger. This dagger was given to her by a duo before Cross Star Meng set out. She had been carrying it with her all the time, and she hadn't expected it to come in handy now. Nanchin pulled out the dagger, pressing the handle to charge it. A layer of light appeared on the metal blade, making it incredibly hard, capable of cutting through contaminated surfaces. She held the dagger and limped towards the burning main body. The alien beast's tentacles had stopped twitching, the flames gradually dimmed, and its eyes opened and closed. Its blood-red eyes were vacant, staring blankly at the crimson moon in the sky, like a fish with its eyes wide open. As Nanchin approached, she examined the eight-clawed beast. Its bloody mouth had been blasted into a black paste, and half the flesh and blood in its head had collapsed. Nanchin focused her attention on the gaping hole in its brain, on the sticky brain matter. If she was right, the crystal core was within the pulp. The pungent smell of the dead beast was extremely pungent, making Nanchin feel a little sick. She held her breath, then steadily inserted the dagger and cut around. Puff! A thick liquid spurted out, splashing all over her. Nanchin quickly moved aside and waited cautiously for a moment. No movement from the beast was seen. She breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like it's truly dead. As she thought, a hint of excitement flickered in Nanchin's eyes. Nanchin dug through the beast's brain once more, ignoring the liquid and the stain on her dust-proof suit. She searched relentlessly. A moment later, a transparent crystal emerged from the flesh and blood. The crystal was the size of a fist, even larger than the one Nanchin had first seen in her previous life. The crystal core also looked different from those of other beasts. This transparent crystal had a ring of red lines around its surface, unlike the other beast cores. She held it in her palm and examined it carefully. The red lines grew from the inside out, slowly swirling around the crystal, representing the active energy. This was the beast core. Nanchin was certain this was what she had desperately sought after since leaving the city. With the crystal core, she could awaken her superpowers, just as she had before her rebirth. With superpowers, she would have the confidence to lead Nanchin out of disaster. At least half of my destiny is in my hands. Nanchin's eyes flashed with excitement and enthusiasm. She eagerly drew her dagger and slashed her wrist. Blood flowed out, and she reverently placed the crystal core on the wound. The crystal and her blood came into contact. A strange transformation occurred. The transparent crystal core glowed white, and the red thread surrounding it suddenly seemed to come alive, extending and piercing her wound, connecting with her blood. Nanchin uttered a hymn, and her body suddenly went limp, half kneeling on the ground. At this moment, the crystal core's light, following the red thread, slowly moved into her body. She felt a powerful energy rushing wildly through her, coursing through her limbs like flames. Her joints ached, her muscles ached, and her genes were frantically reorganizing. Nanchin gritted her teeth and persevered, thinking, if I can just get through this, I'd be fine. Nanchin kept repeating this to herself. After an unknown amount of time, she felt a slight pain in her left eye and a warm current running down her face. She touched it with a trembling hand. It was blood flowing from her eye. Is he blind? She wondered, but her consciousness was assaulted by a barrage of noise. It was the roar of a monster, asserting its sovereignty in a cryptic language. Even ants deserve his power. The weak should go to the abyss and serve. Strange whispers lingered, barely making out a few syllables before returning to chaos. Jiang Nanchin was getting a headache from the noise. She wondered why there was still noise. Could it be the spirit of the beast at work? You are guilty. You? Nanchin felt quite annoyed by this thing. She covered her head with her hands, and a roar erupted from her mind. Are you done yet? Shut up. I don't care if you're a god, a ghost, or a tortoise chanting sutras. Get out of here. Get out. A duo saw the firelight dim, and the octopus tentacles had completely stopped moving. She immediately led number 11 and glasses closer to the mountain. The beast's limbs had collapsed into a heap, becoming incredibly swollen. They stumbled as they entered, and moving the surrounding polluted bodies proved difficult. A duo scanned the area for a long time, but saw no sign of anyone, and a wave of worry washed over her. She grabbed Glasses again and asked, You said Nanchin is still alive? Where is she? Glasses stumbled a bit, and shook his head. I just sensed her life force hasn't dissipated, but it's very weak, largely masked by the lingering polluted energy. I don't know exactly where. A duo, unable to find an answer, frowned, her face inexplicably anxious. Seeing this, number 11 quipped, Hey, bro, you really should buy a couple of bottles of evolution potion. You've gotten much better at these tasks. Glasses, having experienced a life or death experience, was already in a bad mood, and hearing number 11's words, he couldn't help but retort. It's better than you, a man with no special abilities and only good mouths. Number 11 grunted and argued, At least I'm a better fighter than you. I saved your life, even though you were so small. Glasses, I didn't save you, someone who was being sent flying. Number 11 said angrily, Who was sent flying? Seeing the two of them about to fight like children, a duo exploded in anger and hit each of them on the head with a hammer. Stop arguing. If you keep arguing, I deduct your salary. Number 11 tried to express her dissatisfaction, but received a glare from a duo. Especially you. When Captain Chen arrives, I report to him. You should reflect on your actions. A duo's words were quite intimidating. She held the position of team leader within the Cross Star, and those who achieved this position had earned it through hard work. It was simply that her professional skills were significantly superior to those of the average member, and her brother, Adai, was number 11's older brother. So, after being yelled at by a duo, number 11 and Glasses instantly became quiet and silent. After a duo dealt with the two, she continued directing the group toward the main body of the alien beast. After they had scrambled past several tentacles, they finally spotted a figure, their sleeves stained entirely by the alien beast's fluid. Nanchin. A duo, seeing this, ran over with a mixture of surprise and worry. At this moment, Nanchin was half leaning against the alien beast's head, her entire body covered in the polluting black fluid, looking utterly miserable. Her eyes were tightly closed, blood smeared on one cheek, and there were scars on her wrist, with a few broken crystals beside them. That must be the alien beast's crystal core. Nanchin had actually shattered the alien beast's crystal core all by herself. Adwa watched this scene with inexplicable heartache. The one who finally dealt with the alien beast was a young girl who had just reached adulthood. She couldn't imagine how much suffering Nanchin had endured in this battle. Adwa thought, no longer caring how much contaminated liquid Nanchin had on her body, or whether it had gotten on her. She immediately walked over, half embraced the girl, and checked her breath. It was so faint, almost imperceptible, that Adwa's brows furrowed even more. She was worried. Nanchin wasn't wearing a mask, and she had been so close to the source of the contamination during the previous battle. Don't let her get infected. If the infection spreads wildly, without immediate medical care here, it could be fatal. Thinking of this, she patted the girl's cheek and called out, Xiaoxing, wake up. Xiaoxing. Nanchin, wake up. Thankfully, after Adwa called out a few times, the girl's eyelids fluttered and slowly opened. The girl's eyes focused for a moment, and she spoke in a hoarse voice, Sister Adwa. Adwa's face lit up with surprise. Xiaoxing, how are you feeling? Are you feeling any discomfort? Are you still conscious? Do you feel a buzzing in your ears? Nanchin's eyes rolled. Her awakening powers were causing her genetic reorganization, and she was mentally exhausted. After hearing Adwa's repeated questions, it took a while for her to answer, it's over. The ghostly voice, after being subjected to a mental attack that included a complete ancestry, was completely silenced. She hadn't anticipated the far more powerful crystal core of this beast, compared to the one she had picked up in her previous life. The awakening process not only destroyed her body, but also attacked her spirit. Fortunately, Nanchin had retained memories from another life, and the hardships of her past life had tempered her spirit, making it incredibly resilient and difficult for external attacks to shake her. Adwa didn't hear clearly. What? Nanchin shook her head, unwilling to say more. I'm fine, just sleepy. Number 11 and Glasses had also arrived, and were equally astonished by the scene. Excellent student, you be mine from now on. Number 11 gestured to the girl, expressing his admiration. With the strength of an ordinary person, taking on a monster, it's not enough, even winning. That's a worthy boast, impressive. You have to remember that when number 11 and his brothers first encountered a monster, they were badly wounded and nearly wiped out. In his opinion, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person without superpowers to take on a monster and kill it. And yet, this very thing had been accomplished by an 18-year-old girl. This reminded number 11 of the first time they met Nanchin, when she had nearly knocked him unconscious by her brutal tactics. He smacked his lips in amazement, thinking to himself, this new teammate is incredibly skilled and clear-headed. Captain Chen has truly found a gem this time. Nanchin's lips curled up in a gesture of acknowledgement, but her eyes nearly closed again. Adwa cupped her face and urged, don't sleep. I take you back to camp for treatment right away. Hang in there. Number 11 also said, yes, if you fall asleep, waking up won't be easy. Nanchin grumbled, but the drowsiness that washed over her was completely uncontrollable. She could only vaguely hear Adwa's cries. Number 11 shouts. And the inquiring voices of Chin-Chi and Wen-Ya. Nanchin figured the two psychics should have dealt with the other beast. Then it should be safe now. She could sleep peacefully for a while. Thinking of this, Nanchin's consciousness completely faded, and she fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 9. While Nanchin was asleep, her consciousness entered a strange dimension. There was a black fog. She stood above it, looking around, but could see nothing but herself. Nanchin felt her body, feeling light, and her steps felt airy. Looking down, she realized her figure was faint as a dispersing cloud. Where is this? She muttered to herself, is this a dream? Nanchin was confused for a moment, and began to explore again. She walked forward for a while, following her instincts, and suddenly, as if sensing something, she looked up. Two enormous tentacles emerged from the black fog. One red, the other black, translucent. They seemed like energy bodies entangled in the fog. Gradually, the energy transformed into black and red, merging into a single mass. Nanchin walked over to get a better look. The black and red energy above the fog suddenly shifted, forming a gigantic, ghostly face. Twisted and deformed, its form indistinguishable. A faint, strange whisper entered her consciousness, as if coming from a distant abyss, mysterious and solemn. Nanchin instinctively sensed something important, and she listened carefully. Devour. Devour. The sound gradually became clearer, each one awe-inspiring. Nanchin took a deep breath, feeling that this thing was uncanny, like a strange beast. Perhaps she had been dragged into this dimension by this strange thing. What was it trying to do? Could it be a pollution invasion? She was wary. The most dangerous thing to humans in this world wasn't monsters, but the polluting energy that infiltrated the human mind without anyone noticing. Pollution energy that could enter the mind was poison. It could cause them to lose their sanity, becoming something neither human nor ghost. Nanchin had seen many such cases. The mildest symptoms were merely infection and madness, while the most severe cases could turn the victim into a contaminant, forever leaving the human form. Nanchin had survived the wasteland for 10 years because her blood was highly resistant to contaminants. Otherwise, she would have been dead long ago. No matter what, she couldn't stay in this place. She had to leave quickly. Nanchin was about to turn and leave when something unexpected happened. The black-red energy suddenly rushed towards her, swift and fierce. Nanchin couldn't dodge it, so she could only raise her hands to block it. But it was no use. The black-red energy, formless and intangible, penetrated her body directly. The intense heat surged in, but it didn't cause the expected pain. It felt surprisingly comfortable. Nanchin spent some time with the energy, and then she felt something strange in her left eye. A blood-red hue appeared in her vision. Strange whispers echoed in her ears again. This time, it wasn't harsh, but rather intimate. Nanchin was puzzled for a moment, then the black and red energy completely merged with her. She breathed a sigh of relief and looked up again. A slow, bright light shone through the dark fog. Nanchin opened her eyes. The tent ceiling, painted with a cross and stars, caught her eye. Then a white light shone through the cracks in the tent, heralding the end of night and the beginning of day. Was that just a dream? Nanchin muttered, covering her eyes. She slowly sat up and looked around. This was the tent set up by the cross and stars. She was alone. She stripped off her filthy dust jacket, and the cut on her hand was bandaged. Nanchin's memory slowly rekindled. She remembered falling unconscious in a field littered with polluted bodies. Before she lost consciousness, she had vaguely seen a duo. If her memory served her right, she had killed a beast, fused its core, and been brought back to camp by a duo and the others. Oh, that's right, she's awakened her superpowers. At this thought, Nanchin suddenly perked up. She raised her hand and pressed it against her forehead, sensing their power. According to experience, superpowers require triggering and channeling one's spiritual medium before they can be used. Nanchin tried to explore further. After a while, she felt a warm current flowing through a certain part of her body. Then she sensed something breaking free from its shell on her arm. Whoosh! A shadow shot out. Nanchin looked down. What had grown out was a black-red tentacle, as thick as a wrist. It was liquid, somewhat like the octopus's tentacles. But it was smoother and more delicate, faintly transparent, and rather beautiful. Nanchin, She was stunned. Is this her own superpower? A tentacle? This wasn't what Nanchin had expected. The superpower she'd awakened before her rebirth was a boost in strength. It wasn't useless, but it wasn't rare either. She'd been ranked in the lower middle tier among superpowered individuals, relying solely on her blood resistance and combat skills to survive for over a decade in the mercenary group. The beast core she'd been searching for this time was larger than the one in her previous life, and its power seemed much stronger. But what had awakened was this strange tentacle. External mutation? Seems reasonable, yet a little strange. Nanchin used her consciousness to try to control the tentacle's movement. With a snap, the tentacle suddenly extended and shot out. Fast and hard, it struck the rock holding down the tent. There was a crackling sound. The rock instantly shattered. The force was astonishing, at least greater than the impact of a light energy gun. Nanchin sighed at the sight, then tried to retract her tentacle. The long, smooth tendril obediently returned, transforming into a small, several centimeter-long segment. The small segment twisted and turned, as if alive, as it extended to Nanchin's cheek, gently rubbing against it, as if to take credit for its previous performance. Nanchin had never seen such a supernatural power before. She felt as if it could communicate. She tried to say, "Go back." The black and red tentacle obediently retreated beneath her skin. Nanchin raised an eyebrow. This thing truly had self-awareness. It was powerful, able to shrink and expand. But she wondered how effective this supernatural power would be against pollutants and exotic beasts. Before Nanchin could investigate further, someone who had heard her movement had already lifted the curtain and entered to investigate. Shishing? It was a duo who entered, clutching an energy gun. Seeing the shattered stone inside the tent and the girl sitting up, she was instantly alarmed and worried. What happened? Did contaminants get in? Nanchin shook her head, expressionless. It's nothing. I was just testing the feel of the energy gun. She pulled the gun from her side and waved it, indicating that it had caused the noise. A duo scanned the tent again, confirming that nothing was amiss. Then she relaxed. She returned her attention to the only injured person here. After a fierce battle, the other party, despite a slightly paler complexion, appeared in good spirits. His dark eyes were bright and luminous, illuminating everyone. A duo couldn't help but sigh again at the remarkable quality of this new team member. Other members arrived one after another to check on the situation. A duo, fearing to disturb Nanchin, went out to explain and dismiss the cross star. She turned and scolded Nanchin. You just woke up, and you made such a commotion. I was scared, thinking something had happened to you. Nanchin apologized. I'm sorry to bother you. It was indeed her own ability that had caused the noise. A duo shook her head, squatted down to where she was sitting, and reached out to touch her forehead. No fever, it seems to have subsided. After confirming this, she asked Nanchin a few more questions, asking if there was anything unusual in her body, or if her consciousness was making any strange noises, or if it was being eroded by the contamination. Nanchin, not wanting to reveal her ability, shook her head at all the questions. A duo was finally relieved. You're lucky. You were injured and unconscious in such a densely polluted area, without even a mask. When we came back for examination, it turned out to be only slightly contaminated. Luckily, you weren't infected. Otherwise, my life would be in jeopardy. A duo didn't say anything else, and Nanchin knew what she meant. If it weren't for Nanchin's confidence, she wouldn't have taken such a risk. Nanchin listened to a duo's rant for a while, then changed the subject. How are the others? A duo replied, Number 11 and glasses, some minor injuries, nothing serious. But Captain Chen was exposed to corrosive fluid while dealing with another alien beast, suffering burns. Sister when you brought him back. Fortunately, aliens have special physiques, so they'd be fine after some recuperation. Nanchin then inquired about the two alien beasts. A duo explained that the two alien beasts were rare symbiotic beings. A symbiotic beast refers to two bodies with one core, or a life that is differentiated and shared. The two beasts have their own sense of connection, and if one is attacked, the other will also be affected. This situation is rare, typically requiring pollution concentrations of 90% to occur. They are like certain cells, capable of differentiation and aggregation, and once mature, they can fuse into a more powerful force. Unfortunately, these two creatures were encountered by their mercenaries before they had even reached maturity. Chen Qi, and when he had dealt with the larger one, a differentiated feeding beast, which was highly aggressive and capable of erupting strong sulfuric acid. The eight-clawed beast that roared later was smaller than the differentiated one and represented the main brain. After Nanchin attacked the smaller one and destroyed its spiritual core, the larger one collapsed in half, its energy weakening, and it was quickly killed by Chen Qi and Wenya. Although this battle was quite eventful, fortunately, nothing happened. I also managed to obtain two exotic beast corpses. Bringing them back to Area 319 should fetch a good price, making my investment back. A duo sighed, you woke up just in time. Rest for a day, then come back to the city with us. Back to the city? Nanchin was surprised. Aren't we going to the Yulin Mountains? She remembered that Cross Star's original mission was to explore the Yulin Mountains for energy deposits. This journey would take another day. A duo smiled. Do you know how long you've been unconscious? Nanchin was stunned. How long? A duo gestured. 3 days. Nanchin was speechless. She hadn't expected to be unconscious for so long. The fusion of superpowers was extremely energy-consuming. Her dreams were filled with a black fog, a blur of confusion, and she couldn't tell how much time had passed. Fortunately, Nanchin was teamed up with the Cross-Star mercenaries. If she had been alone, unconscious in the wilderness, who knows what she'd look like when she woke up. A duo said, the team has spent the past 3 days exploring the mineral resources in the Yulin Mountains, and will be preparing to return tomorrow. It's lucky, the appearance of those 2 strange beasts cleared the path ahead. When we go back, the journey will be smooth. Those 2 strange beasts had been consuming pollutants along the way, so naturally, their numbers were much smaller by now. But at this moment, Nanchin was more concerned about another issue. She called out, Sister A duo. A duo, Nanchin asked softly, will I still be paid for 3 days of unconsciousness? She had actually slept through all the subsequent Cross-Star missions. She didn't know if these mercenaries paid on time. Nanchin was very short of money right now. Nanchin's illness required expensive medication, and she still owed a large sum of money from her previous tuition. A duo hadn't expected her to worry about this, and rubbed the girl's head with amusement. Don't worry, the hiring fee will be exactly the same. Besides, you've been a huge help to us, and contributed greatly to this operation. You also get a share of the subsequent sales revenue from those 2 exotic beasts. Nanchin heard this, did some calculations, and concluded, wouldn't that make me incredibly rich? Chapter 10. Powers and coins were in hand. This Cross-Star mission was quite fruitful. Nanchin's mood brightened slightly. The only strange thing was, she had been in a coma for 3 days, and she was still hungry. After a duo left, Nanchin found nutrient solution and downed several bottles, but still felt unsatisfied. It was a hunger from the depths of her soul, like an unsatisfied beast. Nanchin suppressed the strange feeling, attributing it to the consumption of awakened powers. After resting for a while, she tied her loose hair into a neat ponytail, put on a dust jacket and a mask, and opened the tent to go out. After 3 days of sleep, the Cross-Star camp was no longer in its original location, but beneath several unfamiliar ruins. The mercenary group had completed their mission exploring the mines in the Yulin Mountains, and were slowly packing their belongings. They were slightly surprised to see Nanchin emerge, but then greeted her with friendly expressions. Apparently, word of the new member's solo battle against the monster had spread, and the mercenary group respected those with exceptional abilities. Nanchin nodded in response, but without further conversation, she determined her direction and headed for the ruins outside the camp. She had come here to test the effectiveness of her supernatural powers against the enemy. There was still some contamination left, and the ruins were a collapsed building. As soon as she entered, she felt her hearing and sense of smell were incredibly sharp, about 3 times stronger than before her powers awakened. As a dark shadow flashed past, Nanchin's mind moved. Snap! Sleek black and red tentacles burst from her arms, like lightning, swiftly and accurately striking the shadow away. Nanchin looked closely. Lying on the ground was a dark figure, a rodent-like contaminant, about half a meter long, with gray, prickly fur and long, sharp fangs. It looked incredibly ferocious. However, the contaminant had been knocked unconscious by the tentacles, its hind legs still twitching, and it was practically dazed beyond belief. The black and red tentacle moved swiftly. It wrapped around the contaminant, its tail tip swaying back and forth, like a spoiled puppy. Nanchin laughed and praised it. Well done. The tentacle's tail tip swung in a fan-like shape after being praised. Nanchin commanded it to return, but the tentacle didn't move. And yet, a surge of emotion entered her consciousness. Hungry? Nanchin was startled. I want to eat. The voice in her mind continued to echo. Nanchin saw the tentacles tightening their grip on the rodent-like contaminant, expressing their possessiveness. The voice in her mind grew clearer. I want to eat it. Hungry. Is this the tentacle speaking? You're talking? Nanchin tested it in her mind. You want to eat it? The tentacle, hearing its master's conscious call, swung its tail wildly up and down. Nanchin was now certain she could resonate with the tentacle's consciousness. This feeling of her own special ability was truly amazing. She asked, with a touch of interest, how do you eat it when it's so big? The tentacle only reached as far as her wrist, far smaller than a mouse. This way. The tentacle sensed Nanchin's thoughts, and immediately declared its intention. The entire slender, smooth shaft began to transform into a liquid state, widening horizontally until it was large enough to envelop its prey. Eat this way, hungry. As the tentacle declared its intention in her mind, Nanchin felt the hunger in her soul grow stronger. She thought to herself, it wasn't her own hunger, but her own supernatural powers that hadn't yet been satiated. Eat. The black and red tentacle eagerly waited for Nanchin to speak. Nanchin could clearly sense its eagerness. She pondered for a moment, then nodded, "Go ahead." The black and red tentacle was incredibly happy, immediately enveloping the half-meter-long contaminant. With a few movements, it digested it, starting with the largest and ending with the smallest. As it devoured its prey, Nanchin's inner hunger subsided, and her body gained strength. Nanchin waved her arms, seemingly a bit more powerful than before, confirming that her power was being fed back. She was amazed, recalling Adwa had said that the two beasts shared life. One's growth fed back to the other. This was very similar to Nanchin's current relationship with the tentacle. Nanchin guessed that her supernatural powers must be shared with the tentacle. After a day of rest at the Cross Star, they prepared to break camp and return. Nanchin was still in a group with A2O, number 11, and Glasses, all riding in the same modified car. Number 11 saw Nanchin and immediately approached to chat. "Excellent student, you look so rosy in a few days." Nanchin looked at him in surprise, wondering how he could tell since she was wearing a mask. Then number 11 said, "You don't know, when we were looking for you at the alien beast, your sister A2O was so anxious she almost came out and hit both me and Glasses with a club." A2O, having her shortcomings exposed, couldn't help but raise her hand and slap him. "I can hit you too now. Watch the road and drive carefully." Number 11 covered his bald head with his hands and cried out in pain, not daring to complain. He turned back to the steering wheel. Nanchin couldn't help but laugh at this. Adwa heard the laughter and turned around, annoyed. "Xiaoxing, you too. If you're so impulsive again, I won't care about you anymore." Nanchin nodded and raised 3 fingers. "Okay, Sister Adwa. I promise to be self-reliant and won't cause any trouble." Adwa laughed angrily and gently pinched her head, complaining, "No one is worry-free." The 4 people in the carriage chatted for a while, and then burst into laughter. The Cross Star's return journey was also unusually smooth, with only a few occasional encounters with pollutants, which they dealt with a few energy bombs. The convoy sped without stopping, reaching the wall of Area 319 in a day. Nanchin looked over. From the outside, the wall was a gray-brown expanse, majestic, and weathered against the wind-blown sand outside. The outer wall still had surveillance cameras, but the difference was that it was equipped with light energy cannons. The defense level was also increased. Because they had brought back a carriage containing 2 exotic beasts, the city's law enforcement officers didn't let them pass. Instead, they led a team of stern, orderly soldiers out to negotiate with Cross Star. Chen Qi dismounted from the carriage to negotiate with them. "You guys again? What are you bringing back?" The leading law enforcement officer, noticing they were from Cross Star, sized them up with a critical gaze. Chen Qi immediately approached them. "Brother, don't you know me yet? They must be good stuff. We've brought back 2 giants this time. Come take a look." The leading law enforcement officer followed and took a look at the carriage containing the exotic beasts. The carriage door opened, revealing the sticky flesh inside. To facilitate transport, the 2 monsters had been cut into several pieces, filling the entire carriage. The overwhelming stench made the law enforcement officer's face turn slightly sour. Chen Qi said, "The price for recycling this stuff is quite good." The law enforcer's tone was harsh. "You mercenaries keep bringing back all that messy pollution. Don't you realize you're increasing our workload?" Chen Qi feigned confusion, scratching his head. "Isn't this a federal requirement to recycle exotic beast samples? We're actively complying with that." "Complying with that requirement? I remember a few days ago, one of your group became infected, causing chaos in the city." "Oh, that was an accident. Brother, look, I've already paid the fine, haven't I?" Chen Qi continued to put on a smile. The law enforcer, however, was unsympathetic, snorting, "Don't try to be so flattering. According to city regulations, people entering and leaving must be strictly screened. To maintain public order, you have to check the pollution indicators before entering, at your own expense." The law enforcer's mood was volatile, having a negative impression of Cross Star's last encounter with the infected. This time, they were singled out for a thorough investigation. There was really no point in refuting this. It was well-founded and well-founded. The enforcer waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him quickly surrounded them. A murderous aura emanated from them, making it clear they couldn't leave without undergoing the inspection. Chen Qi cursed the black-skinned thieves, swindling even a little profit from them even after entering the city. The pollution index inspection was only a one-time check. The instruments at the city gate were simply set to their highest sensitivity, conducting a comprehensive scan. This inspection cost 10,000 coins per person, and with their entire convoy of 20 or 30 people, it would cost hundreds of thousands. The entrance fee was a real rip-off. But they were the city gate enforcers, regular members of the Federal Army, in charge of District 319 city operations. This mercenary group was difficult to tamper with, so they could only conduct the inspection as required. Seeing this, Number 11 complained, "Why is he covered in black, just like a miner?" A duo warned, "Keep your voice down, don't let them hear." Number 11 was speechless. The people across Star Mang filed through the equipment one after another. With each person passing, the surveillance camera on the city gate would emit a ding scan. If the test showed that the pollution index was below 60%, another electronic ding sounded, "Please pass." Because of their recent close contact with pollutants and strange beasts, their pollution levels were relatively high. Some reached 40, others 50, and the fluctuating values were frightening to watch. Nanchin also lined up to pass through the equipment and looked up. The instrument was spherical and hung on the city gate. As people passed, the sphere slowly rotated, like some kind of giant eye. It locked onto passers-by, its reddish light casting a scrutinizing gaze. The light swept over the members across Star Mang, giving them a nauseating feeling of being penetrated. Nanchin followed, and the closer she got, the more she felt a surge of excitement rising within her. This emotion wasn't her own, but that of the tentacle within her. It seemed to have seen some delicious food, and became unusually excited. If it weren't for Nanchin's constant suppression, the tentacle might have leaped forth eagerly. The people ahead finished their inspections one by one and walked into the city gate. Nanchin's turn was about to arrive. The tentacle also became active, swirling impatiently within her consciousness. Nanchin took a deep breath and said to the creature within her, "Be quiet, don't make trouble." Sounding its master's anger, the tentacle withered within her consciousness for a moment. Nanchin sensed its composure before she stepped under the instrument. As she stepped inside, the scanner sphere above slowly rotated, its red laser sweeping across her body. Nanchin distinctly felt a sense of being watched, as if some living being were rigorously analyzing her. As time passed, she felt the bead above her head tightening its grip on her. The pollution level on the screen slowly climbed. 10, 20, 30, 40, 41, 42, 49. The level increased rapidly. The law enforcer, who had been squinting, perked up, his hawk-like gaze scrutinizing the unfamiliar girl. The Cross-Star members also focused their attention, their faces tense. However, the level had reached 49 and didn't stop. It continued to rise, 50, 51, 52, 56, 58. The onlookers held their breath. It's almost approaching 60. This is a very dangerous number, only seen in infected individuals on the verge of going berserk and losing control. Nanchin's number is already on the verge of exceeding the limit. The observing law enforcer has already reached for the energy gun at his waist, silently waiting. If it exceeds 60, he will enforce the law impartially and kill the woman in front of him. Chin-Chi, Winya, a duo, and the others are also nervous. They even quietly approach, getting closer to Nanchin, ready to guard against any attack. Everyone is on edge, the atmosphere heavy. Nanchin's eyes flickered as she scanned the number. She could sense the tentacle's excitement within her, an uncontrollable excitement. Nanchin's pores contracted and expanded, her emotions infected with an unusual excitement. She knew all this was due to the unique nature of her superpower. It itself was derived from contaminants and coexisted with her, so it made sense for the instrument to classify her as a contaminant. If the tentacle's agitation continued, the situation would inevitably get out of control. The law enforcement team wouldn't listen to her explanations, even if they didn't kill Nanchin with a headshot. The dense array of missiles overhead would instantly blast her to smithereens. Nanchin didn't want to die. She had just gained her superpower, and everything was just beginning to change. She still had to get Nanchin out of here. She couldn't die. Nanchin's mind was now intensely focused. She calmly controlled her inner self, using her mental power to firmly wrap the tentacle's energy into a ball. She shouted coldly with her consciousness, "Go back." Hiss! The tentacle cried unwillingly. Nanchin's attitude was remarkably resolute. "Quiet! Woo, woo!" The tentacle cried in grievance, thrashing its body in its consciousness. But Nanchin's blockade of consciousness was so strong that the tentacle was suppressed, unable to escape, and could only curl itself up into a ball. 58, 59. The ever-changing pollution value stopped. It was stuck at 59 motionless. The law enforcement team and the Cross-Star mercenaries stared intently at the screen. Under the gate's maintenance instruments, the silence was so quiet that you could hear the sound of a pin. Nanchin's forehead was covered in sweat, her mind and body on high alert. She was ready at any moment, ready to fight. Chapter 11. Nanchin had a complete escape plan. The current value was 59. If she still couldn't control herself, she would have no choice but to rebel. First, she would seize the nearest law enforcer, then charge into the city. With luck, the light cannon wouldn't hit her. Nanchin would then return to the Cross Star Guild, find Nanchin, and take her away. But Nanchin didn't want to take this step unless it was absolutely necessary. First, her success rate was only 50%. Even if she managed to get her out, she would become a citywide wanted person, making it even harder to leave Area 319. Second, Nanchin's life was uncertain amidst the hail of bullets, and she didn't want her sister to come to any harm. Nanchin's thoughts raced as the sphere above her head slowly stopped spinning. She sensed a look of doubt in its eyes. The sphere, uncertain, spun a few more times, scanning Nanchin from the inside out, before finally coming to a complete stop. Then the value on the panel gradually dropped from 59, 58, 56, 40, 30, 20. The value stopped at 20, then paused. Ding. Pass. The moment the electronic voice sounded, it was like a hammer hammering down on everyone's heart. The heartbeat stopped. Confusion flashed in the eyes of the law enforcer. Chin-Chi, Winya, a duo, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing happened. Nanchin's back was covered in sweat. Her spirit wavered slightly at the sound of the electronic voice, but she couldn't relax yet. She raised her foot and stepped forward, attempting to step over the device. Stop! A cold shout suddenly rang out. The law enforcer called out to the girl, who was about to leave. Nanchin paused, her mind wrapped around the tentacles, her nerves tense, taking a heavy toll on her. She was already forcing herself to hold on. Having been stopped by the law enforcer, Nanchin couldn't show any sign of abnormality. She could only slowly turn around, a look of confusion on her face. What's going on, sir? The atmosphere inexplicably grew tense again. A duo couldn't help but say, it's all scanned through. The law enforcer glanced over coldly, stopping a duo's words before she could even speak. His leather boots kicked up dust as he approached Nanchin, slowly examining her. The law enforcer's eyes were sharp. Due to his special ability, any suspect he glanced at would tremble. He could keenly detect the subtlest details of a suspect's emotions and movements. But the young woman before him remained expressionless, even her emotional fluctuations being extremely subtle. The law enforcer's confusion grew even more pronounced. He had guarded the city for so many years, and had seen countless psychics and mercenaries. It was rare for him to fail to detect someone's emotions. Even Chin-Chi's silent complaints about him were clearly palpable to him. But the girl before her seemed to be blocked by some kind of barrier, hindering the investigation. Or perhaps this girl was truly mentally strong, devoid of emotion. Nanchin saw the enforcer staring at her, silent, his tense mind producing fatigue that made her pores shrink even faster. She asked again, anything else? The enforcer then regained consciousness and said in a stern voice, one more test. Nanchin frowned, but remained silent. Chin-Chi, standing by, had already spoken. The instrument has already been tested and cleared. Running it back and forth again is a waste of public resources, isn't it? The enforcer glanced at him coldly. The instrument readings are fluctuating abnormally. What if a strange beast transforms into a human and sneaks into the city? For the safety of Area 319, every citizen has the obligation to cooperate with the inspection. The law enforcer narrowed his eyes and questioned threateningly. Or do you intend to cover up? A high-level alien beast transformed into a human and infiltrated the city-state many years ago. It was an unprecedented disaster. The alien beast, like a wolf in sheep's clothing, entered the sheepfold and slaughtered countless people, almost destroying half of the city. Since this incident, the city-state has installed high-precision scanners to prevent such mutations. The law enforcer's words were undoubtedly a slap on Chin-Chi's shoulders, leaving him at a loss for words. It's okay, just test it again. Nanchin shook her head at a duo, Chin-Chi, and the others, indicating that she was fine. Xiaoxing. A duo called out, but she couldn't say anything else and could only stamp her foot. She thought about how Nanchin had shed so much blood in her previous battle with the alien beast, so it was understandable that the readings were abnormal. But she was afraid Nanchin's stats would truly exceed hers, and she'd be shot in the head by the enforcer without even a chance to explain. Nanchin turned back to a duo and nodded comfortingly. Then, she resolutely stepped back into the scanning range. For her, the best solution in the current situation was to dispel the enforcer's suspicions. Otherwise, if she got away with it this time, they would keep their attention on her. This would be very detrimental to Nanchin's subsequent escape plan. Nanchin didn't want to leave any hidden dangers. The enforcer quietly watched the girl walk back to her original position, pleased with her tact. The orb hanging on the city gate was working again with Nanchin's return, its red light scanning the bodies below. The results came out quickly, in 2 breaths. The value is fixed at 20. Ding. Pass. Nothing unusual. Nanchin passed the instrument successfully once again. The enforcer's eyes flashed upon seeing this, a glint of disappointment or something else entirely. There was indeed no point in finding fault. He released his finger from the trigger of the energy gun and said with a vexed hand, "Next one, hurry up." The teammates of Cross Star were completely relieved. A duo also smiled. Seeing Nanchin approach, she grabbed her arm. "Your physique is truly bloody and violent. I was so nervous just now," a duo said, trying to touch Nanchin's head. Nanchin was prepared, tilting her head, deflecting the other's hand. A duo was stunned. Nanchin said, "Sister A duo, you won't grow taller if you keep getting patted on the head." "I'm still growing." A duo scoffed, "You little girl." Number 11 also joined in. "Yeah, team leader, don't hit me on the head. I'm still growing." Glasses nodded in agreement. A duo rolled her eyes at them. "If you're not worried, would I do anything?" Chin-Chi and Winya added, "You must obey the team leader's instructions. Don't be rebellious or act like children." Number 11 yelled, "Who's the child?" Everyone burst into laughter, instantly dispelling the tense atmosphere. Nanchin laughed along, but didn't stop. She walked slowly away from the city gate, only to relax when she was more than 10 meters away. Nanchin bent slightly, took a breath, and a few beads of sweat dripped from her forehead. She wiped them gently with her hand, slowly recovering. To others, those few minutes had seemed like just 2 rounds of instrument testing. But Nanchin remained tense, suppressing the raging supernatural energy within her. She exerted almost all her energy to completely envelop the tentacle, preventing it from leaking energy and allowing the instrument to detect it. This made Nanchin very tired. After she completely relaxed, she felt a wave of exhaustion. She hadn't expected her newfound superpowers to not only be unusual in appearance, but also possess a powerful contaminating energy. This was completely unexpected for Nanchin. According to existing city-state regulations, anyone with a contamination reading of 60 or above is classified as a high-risk individual. This is because those with a reading above 60 have unstable resistance and are at risk of being eroded by contamination at any moment. This could lead to them becoming infected, or even transforming directly into contaminants or alien beasts, losing their minds and becoming obsessed with killing and devouring. After this incident, Nanchin realized that her contamination readings were seriously exceeding the standard due to her superpowers. This meant that the Federation's leaders might view her as an anomaly. She would have to keep a low profile when visiting other city-states or conducting activities in the future to avoid being exposed and wanted. The Federation's people were all ruthless superiors, who would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. In other words, Nanchin's superpowers must not be exposed now. After completing the Cross Star's inspection without incident, they drove directly back to their base camp. They had gained a great deal from this mission. Chin-Chi distributed points to the members' Cross Stars on the spot. Nanchin glanced at the stats. A total of 200,000 points. This included several thousand points for the mission out of the city, and the remaining 100,000 or so was the share of the 2 exotic beasts. Within the Cross Star, 1 point could be exchanged for 10 currency. Nanchin calculated that she had suddenly accumulated a fortune of 2 million. This undoubtedly transformed her from a pauper into a wealthy woman. With the money, Nanchin's genetic medicine would also be secured. The rest can also be used to pay off my debts. Nanchin thought of this, and the thrill of her experience at the city gate suddenly vanished. She felt elated. After Chin-Chi distributed the points, he organized a celebration banquet for everyone. Nanchin, exhausted and missing Nanchin, said hello and made her way out. She went upstairs to her room and swiped her card to open the door. "Are you here for the meal?" "I leave the food on the table, thank you." As Nanchin entered the room, she heard a girl's cold and indifferent voice. She looked over and saw Nanchin sitting on the balcony, reading a book intently. Nanchin was engrossed in her reading. Only when Nanchin approached her did her sister, realizing the light was blocked, react. "Anything else?" Nanchin's expression was initially cold, but when she looked up and saw the familiar face before her, she froze. Then a glint of joy shone in her eyes. "Sister, when did you get back?" Nanchin's happiness was palpable, a stark contrast to her earlier indifference. Seeing her sister's happy smile, Nanchin's tense nerves relaxed. She felt a warm glow. She half knelt and gave Nanchin a big hug. Nanchin asked with a smile. Have you been eating well lately? Why? Yes, sister, the food here is really good. Every meal is delivered with it. Vegetables and meats are delicious. Nanchin shared happily. It's much more generous than the hospital cafeteria. There's also vegetable soup, stewed meat, braised meats. Hearing her sister's joyful voice, Nanchin's mood brightened. She pinched Nanchin's face and chuckled. No wonder you feel like you've gained weight. Nanchin's eyes widened. I'm fat? Nanchin nodded. She's chubby, getting cuter and cuter, and she looks much healthier. Sister, Nanchin muttered. Nanchin laughed out loud. The two hadn't seen each other for a week, and now they were together. They talked a lot. Most of the time, Nanchin asked questions, and Nanchin answered. Nanchin told him about the outside world, the forms of pollutants, and how to deal with them. She also mentioned Qin and Wenya's abilities when dealing with the monsters. Nanchin was amazed. Although she had read about it, she had never imagined the dangers outside the city were so severe. There were ferocious insect swarms, giant rats, and disgusting monsters. And the mercenaries faced not only monsters, but also desolate ruins, and pollution that could erode the human body at any time. Nanchin felt terrified just by listening. She grabbed Nanchin's hand and asked, Sister, are you hurt? She saw that her sister didn't answer. Nanchin realized something and said with concern, Sis, being a mercenary is so dangerous. Let's finish this job, get paid, and go back. I don't want you to be in trouble. Nanchin's expression grew serious upon hearing this. She looked at her sister and said gently, Xiaochun, there's no place in this world that's absolutely safe, whether inside Area 319, outside, or in other refuge areas. No matter where we go, we face the cruelty of the world. All I can do is protect ourselves as best I can from danger. Nanchin was a little dazed. She hadn't realized how strangely familiar Nanchin felt to her at this moment. She saw a spark of determination, perseverance, and something else in Nanchin's eyes. Nanchin said, when Xiaochun recovers, I take you out of the city and teach you fighting and firearms. You also have to learn how to survive outside. Nanchin was surprised. She hadn't expected her sister, who always coaxed her, to actually ask such a thing of her. Really? Nanchin blinked. She had always admired her sister and longed to be as powerful as her. But due to health reasons, she had to be protected and bettered. Hearing her sister's words, Nanchin felt inexplicably excited. Really? Nanchin nodded. She protected Nanchin, but she didn't want her sister to be like a greenhouse flower, easily blown down by the wind. Nanchin wanted her sister to become strong too, to have the right to be unbearable and unyielding. In this world, learning how to survive is the best way to protect yourself. Chapter 12. It was nearly night when she returned to Cross Star, and the sky had grown gloomy without her knowing. The yellow sand outside the city seemed to be blown inward, tinting the sky yellow. A storm was brewing. The rainy season in District 319 was approaching. After chatting with her sister, Nanchin got down to business. She followed the mercenaries along the way. First they encountered a swarm of insects, then two strange beasts. In a fierce battle, she finally gained superpowers. Due to the unique nature of her superpowers, she encountered a city gate inspection, nearly causing the situation to spiral out of control. She had been on edge, and this should have been a chance to relax. But Nanchin couldn't wait. She turned on the mercenary group's computer, which was connected to the District 319 network, and could perform simple information searches. Nanchin found the District 319 online store, and searched for genetic medicine. Soon, an option appeared. Product name, Primary Genetic Medicine. Effect, provides preliminary optimization of human genes and strengthens the physique. Price, 100,000 coins per tube. Available, 3 tubes. Nanchin frowned upon seeing the product information. The genetic medicine supplied in Area 319 was surprisingly low grade, and the quantity was pitifully small. Nanchin had originally considered buying an intermediate-grade genetic medicine so that Nanchin could get everything done right away. But reality didn't allow that. The primary genetic medicine's effect could only provide a minor improvement. Whether it could cure the underlying condition was another matter. Whatever. A lower grade is better than nothing. Nanchin muttered to herself. She clicked shop and entered a quantity of 3. A pop-up window appeared on the screen for a 100,000 yuan payment. As she paid, Nanchin paused and chose to remain anonymous on the external network. She hid her purchase record and paid under the name Cross Star Meng. System notification. Transaction successful. Item will be shipped soon. With this, her account balance shrank to 1.7 million. Great, one step closer to poverty. The genetic medicine she bought for her sister arrived faster than Nanchin had expected. She only rested for one night, and the next day, she received a notification from the Cross-Star front desk. The package she ordered online has arrived. Nanchin got up early and went down to check. She saw a metal safe at the front desk. It was engraved with a triangular medicine bottle pattern, gleaming with a delicate sheen, revealing its extraordinary quality. It was indeed the genetic medicine she ordered yesterday. She walked over and picked it up. It was light, almost unsubstantial. A nearby mercenary member sighed, "What the heck? The packaging looks expensive." Nanchin said, "Good stuff." The man smiled and snorted. "Receive the genetic potion." Nanchin, feeling elated, hurried back to her dorm room, carrying her suitcase. When she returned, her sister was still studying a book titled Wild Plant Atlas. Nanchin heard footsteps and turned, a hint of surprise on her face. "Sister, what are you carrying?" "A gift." Nanchin shook the suitcase. Nanchin was slightly surprised. "What gift?" Nanchin didn't answer, but took the suitcase, spread it on the table, and unlocked it. The box opened, and a frozen white mist drifted out, revealing 3 bottles of lush green potion. "A potion to improve your physical condition," Nanchin explained. "After drinking it, your leg should be half healed." "Really?" Nanchin was surprised. "I can stand?" Nanchin asked tentatively, her eyes filled with anticipation. Her long-cherished wish was to have a healthy body and be able to run. Now that the opportunity was right before her, how could she not be delighted? "Yes," Nanchin affirmed, taking out the potion from inside and unscrewing the cap. "Drink this first. You might feel a little uncomfortable, but you'll be fine after a while." Nanchin obediently took it and sipped it. Nanchin watched her sister swallow until she finished the potion. She asked, "How do you feel?" Nanchin blinked. "My body is warm all over." Nanchin reached out to touch her sister's forehead, and sure enough, she was feeling hot. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Nanchin shook his head. "Just a little sleepy." She looked at her leg, trying to sense it, but still couldn't move. She felt a little lost and confused. Nanchin looked up and called out, "Sister, will I?" "My leg can't be cured." "No," Nanchin said confidently. "Nanchin." She didn't say anything. "Nanchin, don't overthink it. The genetic drug is reacting normally. Get some sleep and see what happens." Nanchin, "Okay." Seeing her sister looking a little down, Nanchin stroked her hair and soothed her softly, "It's okay." As if the soothing had worked, Nanchin clung to her sister, her body relaxing a little. Nanchin then asked her to finish the remaining 2 bottles. The genetic drug tasted bland, like drinking water. After Nanchin drank 2 bottles, the effects finally took effect. She was too sleepy to open her eyes. Nanchin carried her sister to bed to rest. The little girl slept soundly, eyes closed, peacefully. The tissues were rebuilding, making her feel uncomfortable, and she held onto Nanchin's hand tightly. Nanchin softly stayed with her in the room. Feeling her sister's rising temperature, she grew slightly worried. "Stick! Stick!" The room fell silent, and a voice echoed through Nanchin's consciousness. It was the tentacle within her body calling out. Nanchin sensed something, and with a simple thought, a long, black and red tentacle, like a long snake, slowly emerged from her arm. The tentacle, imprisoned by its owner for a day, now emerged happily, wagging its tail, exploring here and there, like a curious baby. Nanchin observed it, only to see it reach out to the sleeping Nanchin, affectionately tapping her forehead with its tail. "I like it." Nanchin could sense its joy. As a symbiotic power, the tentacle's love for her extended family was truly universal. Nanchin called out, "Don't disturb Shuchen's sleep. Play by yourself." The tentacle whimpered and reluctantly moved away from Nanchin. It then spontaneously entwined itself with the bedside decorations, gently tangling and caressing them, feeling curious and delighted. Sometimes it even extended several meters, just to touch the bathroom doorknob. Nanchin shook her head at this, wondering how her ability felt like raising a child. The tentacles beeped. Nanchin finished drinking the genetic medicine and slept all day. When she woke up again, the first thing she did was touch her legs. "I feel it," Nanchin exclaimed in surprise, her eyes bright as she stared at her sister beside her. This was the first time in a long time she had felt touch in her lower body. It was wonderful, a thrill. Nanchin raised an eyebrow slightly. "Try it, can you move it?" Nanchin tried to push down, and her calf moved slightly further away. "Yes. I can lift my leg." Nanchin was sweating slightly, and it was obvious that she was struggling to control the force in her legs. "Slow down, take your time." Nanchin supported her sister. Nanchin, using his strength, moved slightly, the nerves in her toes responding one after another, until her feet touched the ground. Nanchin excitedly pulled her sister closer. I feel it, I can stand. Ah! Her legs softened in excitement, and she slumped over. Nanchin quickly grasped her. Be careful, you just recovered. Don't use too much force. Yeah, okay. Nanchin's eyes lit up. Seeing her sister's spirits and physical condition improve, Nanchin breathed a sigh of relief. After drinking 3 bottles of genetic medicine, her sister's pale face finally regained color. She regained feeling in her legs and managed to get up. But having not walked for so long, she was still a bit unaccustomed. She needed more training before she could fully function normally. As Nanchin's condition improved, Nanchin began to consider another matter. That was to successfully leave Area 319 and avoid the next wave of contaminants. She needed to prepare several things right away. First, a permit to enter and exit the city freely, which the Cross-Star mercenaries could handle. Second, she needed to prepare travel tools, vehicles, food, medicine, weapons, equipment, maps, and so on. These would cost nearly 1.5 million coins, but the mercenary group offered discounts, which made it more cost-effective. Third, she needed to pay off her debts, which would also be considered a favor to those who had lent her money. Nanchin arranged her funds and deposited the remaining 200,000 coins directly into her Federation General card. She put on her windbreaker and headed out. The sky was still dark, with dark clouds looming, making one feel gloomy. West of District 319 was a cluster of dilapidated buildings with peeling walls. The building was dark and damp, and rats occasionally roamed the streets. This area is full of low-rent housing, where low-income people in the city make a living. It's also the shabby little building where Nanchin used to live. Nanchin returned to her rental apartment. That day, after waking up, she rushed to find Nanchin, ran out, and never returned. Now, she found a sign on her door advertising new tenants. It seemed the landlord, Lin, had already conceded to her debt and evasion. Nanchin thought for a moment, then went upstairs and knocked on the landlord's door. Who is it? It's the middle of the day. Who are you trying to wake up by knocking so loudly? Lin's impatient voice came from the other side of the door. Nanchin saw her pull the door open and greeted her with a smile. Sister Lin. Lin was visibly startled upon seeing her. She looked her up and down, uncertain. Nanchin? Nanchin said, and Lin's eyes widened slightly. It's really you. Where have you been these past few days? How did you become like this? The landlord wasn't surprised. Nanchin's demeanor had completely changed after not seeing her for a week. Before, Nanchin had seemed a little timid, malnourished, and living in this shabby house. But after her rebirth, her soul had gradually adapted to her current body. The murderous aura of her past life had slowly merged, and she had awakened her supernatural powers. Her aura had become even stronger, her posture erect, her eyes calm and steady. At first glance, she looked like a battle-hardened warrior. If her face hadn't been so familiar, Lin probably wouldn't have recognized her. I recently moved to a new place. I'm back to cancel my lease. Nanchin explained her purpose. She took out the chip card that held her currency from her pocket and handed it to the landlord. A total of 200,000 yuan. The password is my rental address. Add the previous rent and the mortgage. Sister Lin, keep the extra money. It's my token of gratitude for your years of care. Lin took the card and examined it carefully to confirm it was a federal currency card. Lin's face was filled with shock. She remembered that just a week ago, Nanchin was a poor girl, even behind on her rent. It had only been a few days since they last met, and she'd changed. She'd even paid her debts. Lin muttered, Did she go on a robbery? So rich. Did you get rich, girl? Where did you get all that money? Nanchin shook her head, saying she found a suitable job. Unable to find further information, Lin gave up and thought of something else. Hey, why didn't you go to the lab assistant position I signed you up for? Lab assistant? Nanchin was stunned, then remembered the flame-shaped card Lin had handed her that day, asking her to sign up. She asked, a little subtly, what's wrong? Someone from the joint school asked about you. Lin said angrily. They're so annoying. They came to my house every other day and asked, where are you? How would I know? I said I didn't know, but they kept asking. They looked so threatening. I was annoyed and scared, so I just told them you moved out and had put up the for rent sign. So that was the reason I had put my own place up for rent. Nanchin hadn't expected that even though she hadn't taken the initiative to trick the lab this time, they'd actually come to her. She got to the point. Sister Lin, you said the lab recruits were from the joint school? Lin said, of course. Where do you think such a great job comes from? How did you even sign up? Of course, it was campus recruitment. I was passing by your joint school when those people stopped me. They said they wanted a job. I thought you were so lazy, you didn't even see the recruiting staff at your own school and just brought me the registration card. But you didn't go, and those people kept haunting me. They even said they went to the hospital looking for your sister, but couldn't find her. Nanchin listened quietly, a chill growing in her heart. She had originally thought her fall into the lab's trap was just a coincidence of bad luck, but she hadn't expected the joint school to be behind it. So, Nanchin had actually been targeted for a long time. They knew her home address and Nanchin's existence. Not only that, but those people in the lab were incredibly persistent, repeatedly confirming whether Nanchin had registered. Nanchin wondered if this obsession was due to a desire for her blood resistance. Perhaps, after all, just the month before, she had taken the physical exam for her joint school graduation, intending to join the Federation expedition team. If the joint school and the lab were collaborating, that made sense. That's how they got their data. That's how she was stabbed. Nanchin, in a flash of lightning, figured it all out. The clearer the events became, the colder her blood ran. As an ordinary person, her life was so easily controlled. If she hadn't been reborn, she wouldn't have escaped this fate. Nanchin closed her eyes, suppressing her complex emotions. She asked calmly, "Did anyone from the joint school come today?" "Not yet." Lin, seeing the girl staring at her silently, felt a strange tingling on her scalp. Lin added, "They came to ask yesterday, and I guess they come again later." Nanchin received the news and nodded, "Thank you." Then she turned and prepared to leave. Lin, seeing this, shouted, "Hey, they're coming again." "What am I saying? Leave me your contact information." "Nanchin, please tell me I can't come back." She took a few steps and turned back, her gaze shimmering with a coldness that was strangely captivating. Nanchin said, "Area 319 has been quite unsettled lately. I hear there's a contaminated monster lurking in. Sister Lin, now that you've got the money, you should move uptown quickly." Lin was stunned, then slowly realized it was the girl's reminder. She was about to ask more, but she had vanished. Like a ghost, she had evaporated. Lin rubbed the goosebumps on her arms and muttered, "Why is she so mysterious, like a ghost? This girl is trouble." Lin looked down, the 200,000 yuan card in her hand, and her face suddenly beamed. "I was just thinking about going on a trip. The money's coming. Oh my good fortune." Nanchin turned and left the landlord's sight. Instead of rushing to leave, she turned a corner and walked into the shadows of an alley. From here, she could just see Lin in her rented apartment. Nanchin planned to wait for someone here. The sudden news about her past life made her feel uneasy. This uneasiness was the result of years of vigilance. She had a hunch that her information was connected to that laboratory, which was not a good thing. Especially now, at the critical moment of her escape. Nanchin pressed her temples, a dark light flashing in her eyes. "We still have to deal with them." Chapter 13. Nanchin stood in the alley, waiting for about 2 hours. The light in the sky gradually dimmed, and suspicious figures appeared on this stretch of street. There were 2 people. One wore a white robe, his face unclear, but a distinct flame flickered from his sleeves. The other, a middle-aged man in a bachelor's robe, stood in the shadows, staring at them. He overheard a conversation 100 meters away. The man in the bachelor's robe, his face full of flattery, said to the white-robed man, "Sir, the classmate named Nanchin lives here. She disappeared a week ago. We've been here several times and haven't seen her. Have you checked the nearby surveillance cameras?" One of the white-robed men asked coldly. "We checked. The surveillance footage shows she rushed out last week and hasn't been seen since. She didn't even have her luggage. We also went to the hospital where her sister is staying and found that Nanchin had been discharged that same day." The man in the bachelor's robe said this, cautiously checking the white-robed man's expression. Seeing he remained silent, the man in the bachelor's robe added, feeling pressured, "District 319 is a small place, and many of the surveillance equipment is incomplete. We only saw her leave." The white-robed man said, "Small places are indeed backward. None of the necessary facilities and equipment are complete." "Oh yes," the man in the bachelor's robe rubbed his hands, his expression ingratiating. "That's right. Staying here is suffering. Look, sir, I've introduced so many students to join Holy Light. I'm not asking for any bonus. I just want to ask for your support and transfer me to the Upper District Joint School." The white-robed man smiled. "The Union School is so lucky to have a teacher like you. Lucky indeed. They're selling student information and sucking blood from people. After hearing this, Nanchin retracted her fingers and slowly clenched them into fists. If she was wrong, the man in the bachelor's gown before her was a teacher at the union school, most likely related to the student information. Because her memory was so distant, Nanchin couldn't recall whether he had ever taught her. Of course, for a poor student like her who relied on her parents' unexpected pension to attend school, they wouldn't have a deep memory of her. In their eyes, whatever happened to the betrayed student was of no concern to them. She was just a tool they used to climb up the ladder, stepping on her flesh and blood. A better resource for him was a blood bag. Nanchin felt sick, the sickness of being targeted. Let's go check her house. Her genetic information is unique, and the higher-ups value her very much. If we can't find her, we just have to trace her life back through time, the white-robed man said. The joint school teacher immediately nodded. The keys are with the landlord in this building. We go get them. With that, the two of them quickened their pace and headed for Linlin's door. Nanchin frowned at this, and she quietly followed. They knocked on Linlin's door, and again inquired about Nanchin's situation. Linlin began to get impatient, but due to the other man's burly stature and intimidating presence, she had to be honest and say, I really don't know what's going on with her. Maybe she got into trouble outside or something. If you want the keys, just take them. Don't come to me. I really don't know. Although the landlord was afraid, he didn't reveal Nanchin's whereabouts because of their long-standing friendship. After obtaining the keys, the white-robed man and the joint school teacher went to Nanchin's residence. Nanchin glanced at the surveillance camera overhead and knew she couldn't just go directly under it, or she would be exposed. She followed her example and went around to the back of the house. The buildings here were haphazard, debris piled high, and people moving through them made it difficult to capture their tracks. Using the cover of her room, Nanchin climbed up to the back window of her apartment. As she climbed, she controlled the tentacles within her body to extend, clinging to the wall for support. Nanchin ascended silently. She stuck to the side of her own window, only a wall separating her from the person inside. This position was dangerous. Anyone inside could see her if they poked their head out. Nanchin maintained her position, listening carefully. The sound of two people talking came from inside. Sir, the house is covered in dust. She certainly hasn't been back. It was the voice of the teacher from the joint school. The white-robed figure hummed, and footsteps echoed. Nanchin concluded that the person had turned a corner and entered the bathroom. What was he doing in the bathroom? Nanchin wondered. The tentacle shifted slightly, carrying her to another window. She raised her gaze and, through the crack in the window, caught sight of the figure in a white robe. The figure reached out and groped on the sink, twirling a strand of hair between his fingers. It was the hair Nanchin had left behind before she left. He twisted the hair, holding it to her forehead for a moment. A shimmering white light emanated from his fingertips. This was a superpower. Eat. Delicious. Nanchin's consciousness immediately registered a response, and the tentacle became agitated. It seemed her superpower was also interested in other superpowers. Nanchin soothed him with her mind. Don't worry. The tentacle said aggrievedly in her consciousness. Seeing it quiet, Nanchin turned her attention back to the room. She watched the light from the white-robed figure holding the hair fade, her heartbeat gradually slowing. After a moment, the white-robed figure muttered, Why can't I see? The teacher from the joint school asked, What? Strange, my supernatural powers can't detect her. Her memory is broken. The white-robed figure said, placing the strand of hair in a vacuum bottle. Take it back and submit her genetic information for the system to check. As long as she's still alive and exercising her civil rights, we find her quickly. The teacher from the joint school clicked her tongue. The adults, you value Nanchin very much. This operation was equivalent to mobilizing high-level federal resources, a considerable expense. The teacher from the joint school was extremely curious about what was so special about Nanchin that this mysterious organization was so involved. The white-robed figure said, she'd better have the ability to use these resources. The conversation between the two men reached Nanchin's ears. When she heard that she would submit her genetic information to the system, murderous intent gradually appeared in her eyes. Nanchin clearly remembered the disgusting way this laboratory organization hunted her. Anywhere her genetic information was used would be traced. This forced her to live outside the city for a long time. The wilds were highly polluted, and her survival depended entirely on her blood's resistance. But if she were to stay out there with Nanchin couldn't take any chances. She had to eliminate these dangers. Emotion surged, and even the tentacle's tail lifted. Eat. Eat them. The tentacle spoke again in her mind, urging Nanchin to act. Nanchin shook her head, Not now. The white-robed man and the teacher from the joint school were still in their old house. If anything happened to them there, it would only draw the attention of the mysterious organization. They would immediately suspect her. The risk was too great. Wait a little longer, not here. The white-robed man and the teacher from the joint school left the apartment. They walked for a while before getting into a modified car. The car started and headed out onto the street. Nanchin frowned and quickly followed. She ran between the buildings, her black and red tentacles swung, hooking onto the scattered telephone poles. Nanchin used the force to leap. After gaining her superpowers, her stamina and speed increased significantly. She followed the car at a leisurely pace. As she ran, she observed her surroundings. The other car was traveling on a main road, well equipped with road surveillance equipment, and a law enforcement team was passing along the way. This wasn't a good place to act. There were too many people. If Nanchin took action, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the law enforcement team. And the law enforcement team also had superpowers, so she would have a hard time escaping unscathed on her own. She needed a confined space. Nanchin thought calmly, the car following her, not slowing down. After rounding a few bends, the car stopped in front of a circular building. Compared to the mostly faded houses in 319, this building was much cleaner, pure white, with a flaming flag hanging in front of the door. The words Holy Light came into view clearly. That was the name of the Human Experimentation Organization. An organization with vast scientific resources and a religious name. Nanchin stood in the shadow of the building opposite the Holy Light building. She watched as the white-robed man and the teachers from the joint school got out of the car. Standing in front of the door were neatly armed guards. Seeing the white-robed man approach, they clenched their right fists and pressed them to their hearts. Holy Light's blessing. The white-robed figure returned the greeting. Holy Light's blessing. And so, the two of them entered the building. Nanchin watched this scene, her brows furrowed slightly. Inside, this should be their temporary base. The surveillance cameras on the roof were on, and guards stood around the back window, armed with heavy-duty blaster rifles. If they forced their way in, the artillery fire would blast them to smithereens. Even the ashes couldn't be found. Just giving up like that? No way. The other party had her genetic information. Not just her hair, but even her earliest genetic records from the joint school, which had been submitted to Holy Light. If she didn't look for them now, they would sooner or later target her. Nanchin knew all too well the allure of her blood resistance. Those in power will do anything for better resources and a healthier life. Even if there's even the slightest chance, they seize it. Hence, human experiments. As for who dies and who suffers, it's none of their business. They won't even bow their heads or show any sympathy. That's human nature. Nanchin exhaled, suppressing her emotions. She glanced around, her sharp eyes catching sight of a ventilation vent connecting a building. Inside the Holy Light, in the second-floor study, the white-robed figure and the contact teachers stood respectfully by, reporting on their progress. So you found nothing? The voice of the person in the main seat rose, sending a chill through the ears of the two opposite. Yes, messenger, we went to her room and used our supernatural powers to trace back, but found nothing unusual. Her memory is like a disconnected fragment, completely undetectable. So I brought her hair back, intending to register her genes into the system. After the white-robed man finished his statement, the room fell silent. After a moment's silence, the man cautiously looked up. Seated at the main seat was a man also clad in a flaming white robe. He had blue eyes, a high-nosed bridge, thin lips, and a face that held a watery, cool air. This was the distinctive look of the Roland family in Upper City, signifying his high position and the fact that he was not someone ordinary people could offend. The man in white glanced at him, and before he could look away, he saw those blue eyes fixed on him. Waste, the Roland messenger said. The man in white felt a chill run down his spine, and a stream of water slapped his face. Pa! The man's face twisted as he was slapped. We've given you all this time, and this is all you've found? You're wasting resources just to enter data for a piece of shoddy material? The man's cheek burned, and a trickle of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he dared not complain. He lowered his head and said, But you said Nanchin's blood is very rare. If we find her, headquarters will give her a promotion. A promotion when we haven't even seen her? If you were in charge of headquarters, would those guys really give us a chance to get these resources? What if she dies? Who will bear the responsibility for the losses? You too? As Roland Messenger spoke, a stream of liquid water appeared again. It was about to hit the teacher from the joint school. The teacher immediately fell to the ground spinelessly. Please spare me, Messenger. We have found others. Pa! Before he could finish his words, the stream of water hit the man's buttocks, causing him to scream. Roland Messenger asked, "Oh? What else did you find?" The teacher from the joint school grimaced in pain, but dared not answer. "There is another student who looks like Nanchin. Her blood. Her blood also has resistance factors," the white-robed man added immediately. Roland asked, "Where's she?" "She's been detained." Roland piqued his interest. "Really? Bring her here so I can see her." Chapter 14. Nanchin was clinging to the ventilation duct. When she reached the fork in the duct, she caught a whiff of water. She could hear the faint sound of conversation between the white-robed man and the teacher from the joint school. Nanchin was certain she was not far from them. Following her sense of smell and hearing, she turned left. After crawling for a distance, Nanchin found a gap in the ventilation duct. Nanchin looked down and frowned. This was a study. There were 4 people inside: the white-robed man, the teacher from the joint school, the blue-eyed man, and a bound girl. The blue-eyed man, before approaching, transformed one arm into a stream of water and lifted the girl's chin, revealing her pale face. "TSK, why are there so many bruises? Look, her face is swollen. She was caught by guards while escaping yesterday and sustained minor injuries. We injected her with a potion, and this is a side effect." The white-robed figure lowered his head and said, "The potion contains the latest contaminant, which will cause the body to reject it. Her blood has good resistance, so the rejection is mild, and her vital signs have not been interrupted after 24 hours. We can confirm that she is a good raw material. Emissary, take her back to the upper city. That will give us something to say to headquarters." Emissary Roland controlled the water jet in a circular motion, dragging the girl closer. He patted her cheek. Her eyes were half open, a lifeless look in them. "Run! Run!" Her lips moved, uttering meaningless syllables. "Like a puppet, soulless. Have you tested her already? She looks half dead. You expect those old men to accept this shoddy product?" The two shuddered as Roland's blue eyes swept over them. "She just fainted. She wake up after the drug wears off." The white-robed man quickly explained, "Compared to the other selected test subjects, her performance is already the best. Of course, inferior products can't compare to the genuine ones. Sir Envoy, why don't we send her up first, and then apply to have Nanchin's information entered into the system? I believe the higher-ups, given their appreciation for raw materials and their respect for your Roland family, will definitely support it." Roland chuckled. "So you know how to do it." The 3 men below smiled meaningfully, discussing how to sell the unconscious girl for a good price. Like piglets waiting to be butchered on a chopping board. Nanchin crouched in the vent, taking it all in. The tentacles on her body, agitated by her emotional fluctuations, rubbed back and forth in the metal pipes. "Should we kill them now? These 4 are in a confined space." The combat effectiveness of the white-robed man and the teachers from the joint school is negligible. And that messenger was a psychic. His body transformed into water, a special ability possessed by the Roland family of Upper City. Nanchin had dealt with them in her previous life, and they were both formidable opponents. "Send the inferior product back. It looks rather unpleasant." "Okay, Your Excellency." Satisfied, Messenger Roland transformed back into water and sat back in the main seat. "Where's the genetic data of Nanchin?" The teacher from the joint school and the white-robed figure smirked. "We brought it. We also collected her hair. This is the CD containing the experimental materials and data collected over the past few days. Please take a look." They pulled a palm-sized round piece of hardware from their pockets. Messenger Roland controlled the water jet, attempting to catch it. He loved to flaunt his abilities, no matter how small or large, as long as they could be seen by these idiots. The ability to transform water was a symbol of the Roland family and a symbol of status. As long as they knew the meaning of the word Roland, people would express awe and reverence. Such glances greatly satisfied Roland's vanity, clearly distinguishing him from the scraps he had been sent to Area 319 by the Holy Lights higher-ups. Roland Messenger smiled, bending the water stream, about to roll it onto the data storage disk. He was delighted, thinking that with this batch of materials, his family's status would rise, his heir position would be recognized, and his grand ambitions would be realized. An unexpected event occurred. Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of a light bullet piercing the air resonated in his ears. The storage disk was struck by white light and instantly exploded into shards. "Who is it?" Roland Messenger looked up in fear. All he could see was the ventilation duct above, a small opening revealing a hollow, pitch-black metal sheet. "Someone's coming in." The white-robed man and the teacher from the joint school were also startled by the sudden change. At Roland's shout, The two men reacted instantly and ran towards the study door. "Come on, enemy attack!" The white-robed man yelled even louder. Swish, swish. 2 more times, light bullets flew out, accurately hitting both heads. Neither the white-robed man nor the teacher from the joint school made a sound. Blood spilled on the spot. Roland's messenger realized with a start that he had already locked onto the attacker. The water surged upward, forming a curtain of water, blocking the incoming light bullet. "Who are you? Who sent you?" He waved the light bullet away, unleashing a stream of water to lock onto the enemy. The attacker was now directly in front of him, half his face obscured by the shadows. As the water swirled around, the attacker, having anticipated the situation, dove sideways. She was catapulted into the opposite wall. The water jet hit nothing. Roland Messenger then realized there was something else on the attacker. Black and red, slender and smooth. Tentacles? How could there be tentacles? She had the same form as the alien beast. "You're a heretic infected," Roland Messenger shouted, confirming his identity. Clearly, he had classified the attacker as an infiltrated contaminant. Who else would have a strange tentacle growing out of nowhere? Nanchin heard her cry and knew something was amiss. If the guards outside heard the noise, they would rush in, trapping her inside and preventing her from escaping. Nanchin couldn't hesitate. She leaped up as the attacker concentrated the water stream again. Her leaping ability was incredible, and her dodging movements were agile. Roland Messenger blinked, and Nanchin had leaped in front of him. A punch! Bang! The man's head deformed, turning into water and falling to the side. Nanchin had anticipated this, lashing out with black and red tentacles, severing the man's waist. Roland's body was about to completely dissolve into water, when Nanchin's dagger pierced his chest. It pierced through his chest and stabbed into the ground. Roland the envoy spat out blood, and the transformation ceased. With only half his head and one eye remaining, he stared in disbelief at the unfamiliar woman before him. How is this possible? I clearly turned into water. He had clearly melted completely into water. Invisible water shouldn't be something anyone could grasp. Nanchin looked down at him condescendingly. Arrogance and showing off will cost you your chance at life. Can you feel the drain on your mental energy from using your supernatural powers so many times? Superpowers are linked to the spirit. Excessive energy consumption can diminish the quality of superpowers. The less Roland has, the more he loves to show off. Even before he fought her, his defeat was already decided. You? Roland's eyes widened as he watched the opponent's tentacle pierce through his lower body, its sharp tip bared, aiming for his brow. A cold light pierced his soul, threatening to pierce his soul. Roland screamed, I'm from the Roland family. If I die, you have no good life. Holy light, even the Roland family will not let you go. Nanchin's face was expressionless, and she showed no sign of retracting the tentacle. Roland struggled and continued, I can give you anything you want. You're a heretic, right? You want human flesh and blood. We can provide them. We also have genetic medicine. We guarantee you become stronger as you level up. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Nanchin's lips curled up. You said the same thing in your last life. The tentacle pierced through his head. Roland's expression froze, his eyes still filled with fear and confusion. Nanchin looked at him coldly. It's a shame you didn't survive. He still died tragically at her hands. Finally, these 3 bastards were dealt with. Nanchin tried to stand up and retract the tentacles. But she felt a jolt of energy, a strange chill running back to her brow. Nanchin looked down and saw the black and red tentacles piercing Roland's messenger's brain, twisting her body. Streams of blue energy flowed through the tentacles and into her body. Nanchin felt 2 words appear in her mind. Water type. Nanchin, ? Tentacle, hiccup. It murmured contentedly in her mind. Nanchin realized that the tentacles were feeding her energy back, similar to the way she had ingested pollutants before, yet with subtle differences. But she didn't have time to investigate now. It would take her only 5 minutes to deal with the 3 men, and the commotion had already attracted the attention of the guards on the first floor. The hallway was filled with the sound of footsteps. Nanchin had to leave. She took a step forward and glanced at the dying girl lying on the ground. A poor experiment targeted by the Holy Light organization. The girl had been unconscious and out of shape throughout the fight. She lay quietly on the ground, watching their blood splatter. She didn't react. When the group came up to investigate, they would see that she was definitely dead. Nanchin squatted down and felt her pulse. It was steady. Aside from some confusion from the injection, there were no broken bones. She gently patted her cheek and whispered, Can you hear me? The girl's eyes widened, then focused, staring at Nanchin's face. Run! Run. She sounded anxious, as if telling her to get out of danger quickly. Nanchin, yeah. It's okay. I take you away. The Holy Light guards rushed up to the second floor and broke open the door. The stench of blood filled the air. All three men lay dead on the ground, especially Messenger Roland. His waist was severed, his lower body reduced to a pool of pus, and his chest and head were pierced with holes. Those usually proud blue eyes were filled with terror. It couldn't be more tragic. Messenger Roland. The guard leader's eyes widened as he shouted, he killed Lord Roland. Seal off the space. Quick! Quick! Notify the entire city. Don't let the murderer escape. Yes! The subordinate responded immediately. The guard leader's lips trembled. The moment he saw the body, he could fully imagine the rage of the Roland family in the upper district. None of them will survive then. We must catch the murderer, we must catch him. The guard leader remained steadfast in his resolve, ready to lead his men inside to investigate. But then, he heard the beeping of some digital timer. Beep! Beep! The guard frowned, his expression changing drastically as he retreated. He shouted, it's a light energy bomb. Get down. Boom! The Holy Light gathering building exploded, and the circular structure collapsed with a crashing crash. A loud noise echoed. People poked their heads out. Flames blazed, and thick black smoke rose into the sky. What's going on? Someone exclaimed, why is it collapsing? Was it an enemy attack? It's heretics. Heresies? Monsters from outside are lurking in the city and attacking. They become heretics. How can there be heretics? Weren't we dealt with them 2 years ago? Run! Monsters are breaking in. Run! The people were panicked, afraid to look any further. They retreated back to their homes amidst the chatter. The explosion of the Holy Light building instantly alarmed District 319, plunging it into chaos. The law enforcement team, upon hearing the news, arrived and joined forces with the Holy Light guards to apprehend the assassins responsible for the assassination of the Holy Light messenger and a member of the Roland family. The atmosphere throughout the city was as high as a cauldron. They attacked with heavy armor, their armored vehicles roaring raspily, as they quickly blocked off all streets. They pursued the attackers, intent on executing them on the spot. However, the sky was not kind. The dark clouds that had been pressing down on them collapsed completely at that moment. The wind and rain descended. The rain pounded on the ground, creating a dense clamor. It washed away any trace of the murderer and muffled the murmurs of human voices. Chapter 15. The heavy rain fell, accompanied by violent thunder. Nanchin, reading by the window, felt her ears hurt from the noise. She leaned on the table and chair, stood up, and reached out to grab the windowsill, trying to close the glass. It's raining so hard. Why hasn't my sister come back yet? Nanchin muttered. The raindrops pattered against the glass, threatening to invade the room. Nanchin grabbed the window handle and exerted force. Before she could completely close the window, she heard a snap. A splash of water hit the window. Nanchin jumped in shock. What the hell? Then the splashing water took on a strange appearance. The water didn't flow downward by inertia. Instead, as if alive, ripples surged upward, slowly swirling, gradually transforming from a transparent liquid into a solid. An arm. A human arm. Water monster. Nanchin exclaimed. She had never seen supernatural powers before, only hearing from her sister about strange beasts that could change form and hunt. Her sister had warned her not to be curious when encountering such mysterious things, but to run. Now! Nanchin instinctively retreated, drawing the energy gun her sister had given her as she retreated. She pressed the button to charge. However, her legs had only recently recovered, and doing so many movements at once was uncoordinated. She hurried and fell to the ground. Nanchin struggled to stand, but her lower limbs wouldn't move. She could only watch as the hand, condensed from the water, slowly flowed in through the window. The water shape transformed into a human form. Sister, I'm embarrassed. Nanchin felt deeply clumsy. Tears welled up in her eyes. Despite her fear, she continued to raise her arm. Even with trembling, she aimed the energy gun at the water-shaped monster. Don't come any closer. Come any closer, and I shoot. Nanchin gritted his teeth and squeezed the trigger. The light bullet, focused energy, launched with a whoosh. The light bullet made contact with the water-shaped figure's body, but was instantly annihilated in the splash of water. It vanished without a sound. Nanchin's eyes widened. She thought, this is the end for her. The water-shaped figure uttered a familiar, cold voice. Xiaochun, it's me. Nanchin was in disbelief. She watched the water-shaped figure's transparent body gradually solidify, revealing her own familiar face. Sister? The water-shaped figure, yes. Nanchin, you've turned into a monster. No. As Nanchin answered, her body had already transformed from a completely transparent state. She pinched her hand, adjusting to the transformation from water-shaped to human. Nanchin, however, was in shock. Sister, how did you turn into water? Could it be? Really? Possessed by a monster? This was completely beyond Nanchin's normal understanding. It's a superpower. Nanchin, seeing her sister's fright, squatted down and explained softly, I've awakened the superpower of water. Superpower? Nanchin blinked, feeling bewildered. Sister had just said 2 days ago that superpowered people were so rare they were hard to find. So how could they awaken today? Nanchin stroked Nanchin's hair, wiping away her tears. Nanchin confirmed yes. Water elemental power. She raised her hand to demonstrate, and it instantly transformed into the shape of water, curling like a puppy, wagging its tail at Nanchin. Surprise flashed in Nanchin's eyes. She breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared just now. I thought some monster was afraid to come in. I was ready to die together. Seeing her sister complain, Nanchin patted her head with amusement. Thinking about dying together before the fight even begins. That's just how pathetic you are. Nanchin grumbled, looking aggrieved. It was impressive that she could wield a gun, someone who had just recovered her legs. She'd be even more powerful after she recovered. Sis, when did you awaken? What was it like to awaken your superpower? Nanchin asked curiously. Nanchin replied, a while ago, it was very subtle. Now I don't feel anything. Nanchin was telling the truth. Her superpower, water form, had indeed awakened not long ago. Just after she killed Roland and her tentacles absorbed his energy, a mysterious reaction occurred in her body. At first, Nanchin was in a hurry to escape, and the Holy Light guards and enforcers were chasing her, so she didn't have time to study it carefully. Faced with the encirclement, she had hoped to fight off her pursuers. But a heavy rain fell over the city. Nanchin's body also transformed into water. She discovered she had actually acquired the Roland family's water-bending ability. Using this newfound ability, Nanchin transformed into a stream of water, hiding in the rain and successfully breaking through. The guards and law enforcers still searching the city likely had no idea the attacker had slipped away in the form of water. They were still desperately searching along the route. Nanchin helped Nanchin to her feet. She steadied herself, her gaze raised, and the object hidden behind her was revealed. It was a figure lying horizontally. Why say one? Because the figure was wrapped in black cloth like a dumpling, long and motionless. The bare skin exposed a pale face. She looked like a cold, dead fish. Sister, who is she? Nanchin asked, stammering. Hearing this, Nanchin turned back and dragged the figure to her feet. We found her on the street. Let's raise her here. Keep this a secret for now. Don't let anyone else know. Nanchin, find someone on the street? Still can't let anyone know. Nanchin felt that this statement was a bit overwhelming. Nanchin placed the girl she had brought back from Xingguan on the bed. She felt the side of her neck again. The meridians were still beating, albeit very slowly. The girl hadn't regained consciousness yet. Her eyes were closed, her lips were purple, and her condition was extremely poor. Nanchin asked, why is she like this? She's covered in bruises. Who hit her? Can she wake up? Nanchin shook her head. Someone injected her with a drug. She's having a reaction. I guess she'd be a while before she wakes up. What drug is so toxic? Nanchin was shocked. The thought of who injected her sent a chill down her spine. Nanchin tucked the girl in bed under the blanket, stood up, and replied, it's an experimental drug. The concentration is too high to tolerate. If injected, it can cause loss of consciousness and rejection. If you run into an organization asking you to participate in an experiment next time, Shaochen, don't stop. Run as far as you can. Nanchin responded, muttering, Sister, am I really useless? Today, she'd been frightened by Nanchin and fallen while running. Nanchin looked at her sister's dejection without replying. She pulled an energy dagger from her waist and gave it to her. Here, charge it with the button on the handle to increase its attack power. Do you know how to use it? Nanchin shook her head in confusion. Nanchin tore off a piece of wood and drew a circle on it. Holding the dagger, she thrust it upward, hitting the circle squarely. She pointed. Stab it upwards, 100 times a day. Think of the enemy's head while you're doing it. Nanchin finished her demonstration and left, leaving her sister stunned yet slightly excited. She went into the bathroom and closed the door. She swayed. Nanchin leaned against the sink, took a breath, and felt her left eye burning. Looking up at the mirror, she saw her left pupil had turned blood red. A scarlet, like a monster. Though her movements had been swift and agile in the hunt for the Holy Light personnel, she had also successfully escaped using her acquired water-shaped abilities. However, frequent use of abilities is extremely draining of mental energy. Excessive mental energy consumption can lead to two situations. The first is mental exhaustion, where the power of the abilities used is significantly reduced. This was like Roland's messenger, who had no idea of his own mental strength, underestimated his opponent, and was subsequently struck in the head by Nanchin. The second is the backlash of the abilities, where the mental consciousness is disturbed, physical strength is reduced, and consciousness becomes blurred, somewhat similar to contamination. Nanchin's current situation was somewhat similar to the second one. She felt a little dizzy, and her body and mind were noticeably exhausted. Not wanting to worry Nanchin, she held her breath from the moment she returned to her room, only relaxing in the bathroom. Nanchin turned on the shower, filled the tub, and slid in, the hot water reaching her neck. Nanchin regained her composure slightly. Staring at the ceiling, she began to review today's events. Nanchin regained her composure slightly. Staring at the ceiling, she began to review today's events. She had burned all the information about herself in the Holy Light base. She had killed the Roland family members. The Holy Light should report the situation soon. With such a serious incident, the Upper City District will certainly take it seriously and send personnel. The 319th District Law Enforcement Team will also maintain law and order and participate in the investigation. Although Nanchin blew up Xinguang's building when she left, all the information about the experimental subjects inside was also destroyed. It would still take some effort for the other party to track her down again. But more than Xinguang's subsequent pursuit, Nanchin was more worried about something else. When would the disaster in District 319 strike? She had been back for over a week, and aside from encountering two strange beasts outside the city, she hadn't heard a single word from within. There wasn't a single sign of disaster. This was very unsettling. Nanchin washed the stains off her face. She listened to the rain outside the window and muttered to herself, "We better get out quickly." The longer the time, the more uncertainties there were. The explosion in the center of District 319 caused quite a stir. The next day, news of the incident spread throughout the streets and alleys. Everyone discussed it in their free time. The mercenary group was also engaged in a heated discussion. "I heard there was a terrorist attack on the building in the city center. Who did it? Pretty bold. The law enforcement team should have caught them." "No, they got away." "Escaped? That person is incredibly capable, isn't he?" The person who heard the news exclaimed, "Could it be a psychic?" Another person shrugged, "Who knows? Maybe it wasn't human. There's rumors in the city center that it's a mutant, that pollutants have transformed into humans and sneaked in. TSK, if it's a monster, who knows what kind of chaos our city would cause. Besides, the city walls are so high. A monster would have to pass through the gate detectors to get in. How could it possibly get in with that level of pollution? It was probably shot the moment it entered the city gate. Who knows? I heard the victim this time was someone from the upper city. The law enforcement team didn't catch the attacker, so they couldn't explain it, so they had to lock the city gate." Nanchin had just walked downstairs to the lobby when she heard the last sentence. "The law enforcement team has locked the city gates." She frowned and asked the mercenaries in discussion, "The city gates are locked. Can we still leave the city? I mean, go out and complete the mission?" The Cross-Star members laughed at this. "Of course not. The law enforcement team has locked the city gates, so none of us can leave. Hey, forget about the mission. Get some rest for a few days. I think the lockdown will be over soon. They, the law enforcement team, don't care about our performance. I'm sure Captain Chen is worried about this too." Chapter 16. The closure of the gates of District 319 was within Nanchin's expectations. The Roland family of the Holy Light organization had been murdered, and not even a trace of ashes remained. In order not to offend the upper echelons of the district, the urban management of District 319 had to pretend to conduct a thorough investigation. It was simply a matter of closing the gates for a few days, and reducing the entrance and exit fees for a few days. It wasn't a big deal. As long as the rumors died down, the district would naturally reopen. The day after the attack on District 319, Nanchin went to the underground black market as planned. The black market is a gray area that exists in every district, a mixed bag where anyone with money can trade anything. Nanchin went to a mechanic shop in the black market. Within 3 days, install thick armor on this vehicle, install the new K-78 light energy cannon, and equip it with a power converter. I want it to be the largest possible size. Nanchin made a request to the burly shopkeeper. The shopkeeper looked her up and down. Although he couldn't see her face, her figure was clearly a woman. The frame wasn't big, so he must be young. Easy to fool. His eyes flicked, and he teased, "Hey little girl, why are you in such a hurry? With such a tight deadline, the craftsmanship won't be very good." The shopkeeper gestured with one hand. This meant she was going to charge more. Nanchin slammed a bag of currency on the table, 100,000 yuan deposit, and a few guns and weapons. 3 times the amount will be paid after delivery. "Okay, pretty girl, don't worry, I take care of it." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, a smile spreading across her face as she reached for the bag of money on the table. Before his hand could touch it, a powerful force yanked her collar away. Nanchin lifted the burly man up. A cold, red glint shone in her eyes, and she spoke softly, "We get it done within 3 days. You wouldn't want another body in the stinking sewers of the black market, would you?" "Okay. Okay." The burly man stammered, frightened by her aura. "I guarantee it be done, boss." As if the other man were some kind of monster, ready to tear him to pieces. Satisfied, Nanchin placed him on the table, patted his head, and said, "Good boy." The shopkeeper didn't dare object, only putting on a fake smile. He had a feeling that if he continued to cause trouble, he might actually be torn into pieces. This woman was incredibly strong, clearly no ordinary person. "Don't mess with her, don't mess with her. The law enforcement team is investigating. Please stand still and cooperate." When Nanchin returned to Cross Star, a group of soldiers in federal uniforms appeared on the streets of South City. They were fully equipped and had an intimidating presence, searching the houses. They stopped anyone suspicious and tested them. When Nanchin arrived at the mercenary group's gathering point, he was stopped. "Line up here for an inspection." "What kind of inspection?" Nanchin asked. The law enforcement officer squinted at her. "Investigate the attacker. Don't ask questions. Go ahead." His tone was impatient, so Nanchin didn't ask any more questions. She looked at the long line. At the front stood a strange instrument, resembling the giant eye at the city gate. People stepped into the instrument for scanning, and after confirming they were safe, they were allowed to pass. It must be related to detecting some numerical value. Nanchin followed the line. The man in the row in front of her wore a cross star. He was a member of the Cross Star. Nanchin approached him. "Excuse me, what's going on here? What does the law enforcement team mean by us lining up for testing?" The man, recognizing Nanchin, replied, "Oh, they're testing for contamination." Nanchin raised an eyebrow. "You find it strange, don't you? An attacker who blew up a building could cause the law enforcement team to go to all that trouble to set up checkpoints to detect contamination. Do they think there's a real heretic lurking inside?" The man rubbed his chin, pondering. "This is hilarious. The first thing a heretic would do after sneaking in would be to go on a killing spree. But how come they just blew up a building and disappeared? I'd say it was someone with supernatural powers, but the people killed up there are pretty important, so the law enforcement team is just putting on a show." Nanchin, The man tooted. "What kind of skill would it take to slip away from the law enforcement team?" Nanchin, "It's hard to say." She continued intermittently, sorting out the information. "The law enforcement team made such a big fuss, just to get someone to inspect the pollution? The equipment they've deployed costs millions of coins. Placing it at the street entrance is too expensive. Was the deceased Roland Envoy really that high-ranking? Not necessarily. He seemed unpopular, otherwise he wouldn't have been driven to Area 319 by his family to collect materials. Furthermore, his supernatural powers were too weak, and he didn't understand the rules. Nanchin only had to deal with him briefly before killing him. While she was pondering, they had already reached the testing equipment. Under the watchful eyes of the law enforcement officers, the man in front of her stepped onto the equipment and touched the sensor plate. Ding! The equipment beeped. He quickly passed the test. Nanchin had learned her lesson this time, first activating her mental power to envelop the tentacle, then stepping inside. The equipment showed no reaction when it tested her. She only heard the tentacle howling inside her, saying it was hungry and wanted to eat. Nanchin thought this equipment might be related to pollution or supernatural powers. The tentacles are interested in anything with energy. Put your hand on the platform and sense it. The law enforcer warned. Nanchin followed his instructions and placed her hands on the platform. She felt a warm current in her hand, a flow of energy, similar to when she absorbed Roland's energy, but with less vibration. Nanchin felt the tentacle burp with satisfaction. The sensor light on the instrument above her head flickered, then gave a barely audible ding before shutting off. Next, the enforcer, not noticing anything unusual, urged her to leave. Nanchin hurriedly stepped out, quickly turning the corner into the shadows. She glanced back as she walked, seeing another person step onto the test bench. The instrument's light flickered, then dimmed completely, a tick indicating low power. The enforcer cursed. Why are the products from the technical department getting worse and worse? The energy bar they just installed. Her tentacle had clearly devoured the instrument completely. Nanchin looked down, and a small tentacle emerged from her palm, its tail tip wagging back and forth like a happy puppy. So greedy, Nanchin teased. The tentacle, whom Nanchin returned to the cross star, and ran into the two people as she headed upstairs. A man and a woman, both of them looked remarkably similar. The man had bandages wrapped around his abdomen and a pale complexion. The woman, on the other hand, had short hair and was dressed in a smart, sharp outfit. The woman greeted him first, Xiaoxing, just back from outside? Nanchin nodded, Sister Adwa. She turned her gaze to the man beside Adwa, a slightly puzzled expression on her face. Adwa, seeing this, patted the man's arm and introduced him. You might not recognize me, but this is my brother, the infected person you met when you joined the mercenary group. Brother? She's the one who slapped you unconscious on the street that day. Nanchin understood. The bandaged man was Adwa's brother, Adai. After the symptoms of the infection subsided, his face revealed a sharp, angular appearance. The look in his eyes bore no resemblance to Dai's. The face doesn't match the name. My brother woke up a few days ago, but his wounds haven't fully healed yet, so he needs to recuperate. A duo started chatting with familiarity. She turned to the man beside her and emphasized, Brother, Nanchin, she accompanied us on the mission before, but she killed the monster all by herself. She not only saved you, but also your sister. A duo's affection for Nanchin was obvious. Adai smiled at the girl opposite him upon hearing this. Nanchin, thank you. The tone sounded sincere. Nanchin nodded and agreed. Although she had 10 more years of experience, she still felt uncomfortable with genuine kindness. She changed the subject and asked, Law enforcement teams are searching the city for the attackers right now, and there are pollution monitoring systems on the streets. It seems like travel is a bit inconvenient. Are you planning to go out? Hey duo, TSK, is this a big deal? I was planning to take my brother out for a walk. Looks like that's out of the question. Adai was already infected, and going out to get his pollution levels checked could lead to trouble, so a duo cancelled her plan. Our group has a small mission tonight. Are you coming? A duo brought up another matter. Nanchin thought she was leaving soon, and it would be best to avoid any complications. Just as she was about to refuse, Adwa added, It's a protection mission. The client's been hearing strange noises lately, and there's been a major incident with an attacker. They're really worried, so they want us to stay overnight. We take turns, and it'd be around 300,000 a day. 300,000 per person? Nanchin asked. Adwa blinked. Yes. So much? Nanchin was surprised. She only made 2 million just for a trip out of town. 300,000 a day for this protection mission sounds like a good deal. A duo shrugged. A wealthy scholar, you know the richer people are, the more they value their lives. Come, a duo asked. Nanchin thought for a moment and said, Come. The city gates weren't open, and the car she'd ordered was still being repaired. She still had to take care of her sister as she went out, so she figured it would be nice to earn some extra cash these few days. Nanchin and a duo briefly agreed to meet up that evening. She returned to her room and took a look. Nanchin was now studying his dagger. His stabbing motions into the wooden planks were becoming increasingly steady, his arm strength and stability improving significantly. Nanchin glanced at the bed again. The girl she'd brought home the day before had faded bruises on her face. Her eyes were closed, and her breathing was even. She'd probably recovered by the time she woke up. Nanchin told Nanchin to stay in his room. If he saw anything strange, he shouldn't open the door or window, but to hide. Nanchin, Nanchin, you're going out again? Then if I see a water figure knocking on the window, will you still open it? From his tone, it was clear that Nanchin's climbing through the window yesterday had left a deep impression on his sister. Nanchin paused for a moment before saying, This time, I come in through the main entrance. 6 people gathered for the mission that evening. A duo, number 11, glasses, Nanchin, and 2 other ordinary members of the Cross Star. A duo was still the team leader, and once everyone was together, they headed to Dongcheng District. On the way, a duo explained the details of their employer. Mr. Zhou is a scientific researcher, and I heard he's also living in Shangqing District. There was a bombing yesterday, And Mr. Zhou was worried he'd be targeted, so he asked us to protect him for a few nights. Number 11 said, hey, and asked, why would a scientific researcher like him come to our 319 refugee camp instead of staying in Shangqing district? A duo rolled her eyes at him. How could he say he was a refugee? What kind of research is he doing? Nanchin asked. A duo thought for a moment and replied, I heard it's biological, related to some mutation phenomenon. We don't have complete information, after all, we're just taking jobs, doing things for money. Biological. Mutation phenomenon. Nanchin felt a strange feeling when hearing these two words. They arrived in the east of the city. Compared to the chaotic rest of District 319, this area was clean, tidy, and quiet. Mr. Zhou's residence was a small villa. After the 6 people from the Cross Star arrived, they were led into the main hall. Mr. Zhou was younger than Nanchin had expected. He was dressed in casual clothes, and his demeanor was elegant and relaxed. If it weren't for his graying hair, others would have thought he was only in his 20s or 30s. What a beautiful starlight! Your emblem has been around for over a decade, right? I remember the last time I saw it was in Upper Town. Seeing the old house today is truly a joy and a source of nostalgia. Mr. Zhou smiled broadly at the Cross Star, like a kind elder. Nanchin and Adu exchanged glances, each revealing confusion. Adu approached to negotiate. Mr. Zhou, are you talking about the Cross Star headquarters? Yes, I've met your leader before. Who could have known it would be so many years? Nanchin recalled Aduo's earlier mention that the Cross Star was once stationed in Upper Town, but due to problems, it declined and split, and this small group ended up in District 319. Mr. Zhou clearly knew something about the Cross Star. He waved his hand in a friendly tone, saying, I haven't seen young people in ages. Come here, let me see you guys. The 6 members of the Cross Star exchanged glances, feeling a little strange. Before arriving, everyone had assumed the employer was a freak, but they were so close upon meeting. Unusual. A duo nodded, indicating that the employer was supreme and everyone should follow the rules. Number 11 muttered, I'm so grown up, and I'm still being called a kid. TSK. A duo, keep your voice down. Go quickly. Chapter 17. At Mr. Zhou's request, the 6 men stepped forward one by one to face the old man. As Mr. Zhou saw each person approach, he kindly patted their head and complimented them on their sturdiness. Full of energy, he looks like a good fellow. Using the word good fellow to compliment someone was rare, and it didn't sound very nice. The mercenary being praised changed his expression, but he couldn't get angry. After the greetings, the other teammates all looked a little strange. Glasses and Nanchin were left alone. They exchanged a glance and approached the old man. Mr. Zhou noticed Glasses first. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly. He raised his hand to touch his head and said, You have beautiful eyes. Are you a psychic? Glasses looked surprised, wondering how he could tell. Mr. Zhou smiled without saying anything and waved Nanchin forward. Nanchin slowly approached. When she was a few dozen centimeters away, she smelled a fishy odor. The fishy smell was faint and strange, a bit like pollution. She wasn't sure. Nanchin looked up. The old man opposite her was still smiling, his white hair and tight skin making no sense. Child, come closer, Mr. Zhou warned. Nanchin stepped forward. Just as the man raised his hand to touch her crown, she heard the hand's warning in her mind. Be careful. She instinctively dodged, and Mr. Zhou's hand missed. What's wrong, child? Mr. Zhou continued to smile. Nanchin stood up and distanced herself from him. She stared into his narrowed eyes and said, Mr. Zhou, it's getting dark. We still need to familiarize ourselves with the area and set up defenses. A glint flashed in Mr. Zhou's eyes, and he said, There's no rush. After all, the city was attacked by an unknown attacker just the day before yesterday, and Mr. Zhou has been hearing unusual noises at night lately. For your safety, we should leave quickly. Nanchin continued to retreat. Mr. Zhou looked at her in silence. Adwa and the other members, noticing the tense atmosphere, stepped forward to smooth things over. We're hired to protect you. We can't slack off on our work, or we just ruin your reputation. Adwa explained that everyone had already met and needed to get back to work, so there was no need to waste time. She wanted to lead them away. Seeing their increasingly wary expressions, Mr. Zhou chuckled, his meaning unclear, the sound crackling like a twig about to snap. The two sides stood in a standoff for a moment. Mr. Zhou waved his hand, well, the night's long. Nanchin followed Adwa and the others out of the main hall, preparing to wander around and find a place to camp for the night. What happened just now? After making sure Mr. Zhou couldn't hear them, Otto whispered to Nanchin. Nanchin thought for a moment before answering. He gives people an unpleasant vibe. Why? Number 11 interrupted. It's just weird. His hair is all white, but his face looks like he's 30. He looks like a vampire. Nanchin directly expressed his feelings. Number 11 laughed. Xiaoxing, you call Mr. Zhou a monster? Have you been listening to that heretic in the city too much? How could there be so many monsters transformed into humans? If there were so many of them, how could we survive? Maybe they have some advanced scientific research that allows them to maintain their youthful appearance forever? If such a formula really existed, this old man wouldn't have ended up in Area 319. Nanchin pondered silently. A duo said, no matter who they are, they're our employer now. Be vigilant while you're working diligently. Anyway, we're working by the day. If something truly amiss, we just withdraw. The Cross-Star members nodded, agreeing with this plan. Mr. Zhou's villa wasn't large. Besides the overgrown garden in front, there was only the main building, which grew increasingly gloomy as the sky darkened. Nanchin and his teammates confirmed that there were no unusual signs around them, then separated from the others to take up their posts. They formed pairs, with Nanchin and a duo forming one. They chose a spot in the back garden. As night fell, the villa was so quiet that only the sound of their footsteps could be heard. Nanchin, sensing the tense atmosphere, initiated the conversation, asking, Sister A Duo, are you feeling unwell? A Duo, puzzled, shook her head. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Did you feel any discomfort when Mr. Zhou touched your head? Nanchin asked again, but a Duo still shook her head. What's wrong? Are you still worried about Mr. Zhou? Nanchin nodded. He's just weird and unsettling. The girl's innocent face, speaking seriously, had a rather childish expression. But A Duo knew Nanchin somewhat well, knowing that she had a keen sixth sense and could anticipate danger. A Duo also thought carefully for a moment and said, I've never seen a scientist so kind. She even claimed to have a prior friendship with Cross-Star Meng. A Duo believed that in all her years in the mercenary group, she had never heard Qin or her brother mention him. Mr. Zhou's words couldn't be fully trusted. After a brief exchange, an unusual puffing sound suddenly emanated from the quiet back garden. Nanchin and A Duo looked up and saw several birds panicking and leaping into the sky, their feathers fluttering against the crimson moon, a strange crimson hue. A Duo was slightly puzzled. Why are there birds here? They were small, normal-sized birds. Most animals in this world have been polluted, their forms bizarre and grotesque. Any animal you see that appears normal in books is now classified as a federally endangered species, becoming a scarce resource. The sight of such a bird in Mr. Zhou's backyard is truly bizarre. Nanchin shared her doubts, a sense of unease growing inexplicably stronger. She and A Duo stayed close together, continuing their patrol to check on the situation. As they passed a bush about 2 meters tall, Nanchin felt water dripping on her cheek. She smelled a fishy odor and reached up to touch the liquid. Under the crimson moon, the liquid turned a darker red. It's blood. As Nanchin spoke, a cool breeze blew past her ears. Her sense of danger suddenly heightened. Chapter 18. Get out of the way! As A Duo screamed, the cool breeze had already blew over, and Nanchin dove and rolled. The wind blew sharply across her face, sweeping onto the tree trunk beside her, severing it in half. Nanchin looked up and saw a sharp bone blade. The blade gleamed coldly in the crimson moonlight. And its owner, clinging to the bushes on the other side, a half smile on his face. Mr. Zhou. A Duo was shocked. Perhaps it's not appropriate to call this thing Mr. now, but rather a human face attached to a giant skeleton. The skeleton was long, connected in sections, and the winding tail blade, crimson in color, shone faintly in the crimson moonlight. When Nanchin saw the creature's appearance clearly, a chill ran down her spine, and the tentacles in her brain trembled and screamed. Excited yet terrified. This Mr. Zhou was a strange beast. After Nanchin dodged the blow, Mr. Zhou looked slightly surprised, as if amazed that the weak human before him had dodged the attack. The joint swung again, slashing at her like last time, but faster and more fiercely. So fast. Too fast to see clearly. Nanchin immediately rolled again, heading for the bushes, but she was too late. The bone blade scraped against her back, sending liquid splattering everywhere. Her body was bent and flung far away by the bone blade, and she lay motionless on the ground after the impact. Nanchin. A Duo, watching from the side, exclaimed in surprise, already drawing her energy gun and firing at the skeleton. However, the light bullets struck the skeleton, creating only tiny sparks that quickly extinguished. The monster remained unharmed, even turning its face 360 degrees, giving a duo a sinister smile and rasping, "Don't worry, child. Your turn will be soon." As he spoke, his tailbone slowly lifted. This time, instead of scraping directly, a faint red glow appeared. A duo felt as if something was connected to her head, causing her neck to rise uncontrollably. Then, her limbs gradually lost their strength, like a puppet on strings. A duo's eyes widened, and she frantically twisted her head, the only thing she could move, in a struggle, but she couldn't break free. She cursed, "What the hell are you?" Mr. Joe narrowed his eyes leisurely. "Child, can't you see? I'm what you call a heretic, a magnificent, newly evolved new human. The highest class of life in this world is vastly different from you lowly ants." The monster chuckled. Heretic, it was indeed a heretic. Only heretics could become human. Area 319 had truly been invaded by a horde of contaminants. A duo's heart sank as she listened, but she cursed, "You're sick. You're a new human, but you don't seem to have any brains." She said excitedly, "If you're so powerful, why are you hiding here, sneaking around and living a life of secrecy? And you even fabricated a fictitious mission to trick us into coming here? You're nothing but a coward." "TSK," the monster sighed hypocritically. "You're such an ignorant child. What do you know? This is our grand plan. Just like those clueless people, you join them." It spoke, ignoring a duo's taunts, and dragged the person to another part of the treetops. Raising her sight, a duo suddenly saw several bloody figures hanging from the tree, their faces ashen. The one wearing goggles, glasses, had his eyes closed, black blood trickling from the corners. Number 11, the ever-chatty troll, was now dangling high up in the air, his abdomen covered in blood, lifeless. Facing her dying teammates. Otto's throat tightened, her whole body trembling. The monster carried Otto closer, and closer to the tree where corpses were hanging. Soon, her fate would be the same as theirs. Disemboweled, dead in this remote courtyard. The monster hung her from a branch, smiling as he observed, "Look how beautiful this is. The red moon, the red branches, and the delicious meat." Otto listened to the hoarse, sticky voice as she watched the bloody bodies of her comrades on either side. Their eyes widened, their faces etched with fear, their internal organs spilling out from the gaping wounds, hanging there like dead pigs waiting to be sold. The smell of their own corpses made her feel nauseous. For a moment, she couldn't tell which weighed more, sadness or anger. The monster then thought of the girl he had just sliced open. "Oh right, there's a child lying on the ground. While dead, they might not taste as delicious, at least they're edible. TSK, I thought they were so powerful they could resist my touch, but they're still just a fragile ant, their bone spurs extending." He headed down into the jungle to hook the body. A duo saw this, feeling anxious and a little sad. She wished she were a little more powerful, if only she had awakened her powers and been more alert. Now, all of them had their heads controlled, hanging from the tree, their lives uncertain. And Nanchin, that girl, was also lying on the ground, about to fall into the monster's clutches. A duo shouted anxiously, "She's so skinny, how can she be delicious? She's not even enough to fill my teeth. If you want to eat, eat me." "Hey, did you hear that?" Of course the monster heard it, but it remained unmoved, only feeling annoyed. Mr. Joe grumbled, his joints moving slightly. As if something had struck a nerve, a duo let out a hum, tilted her head, and fainted. Seeing its prey quiet, the monster continued its groping, and after a while, it finally felt the touch of flesh. He hummed a little crunch tune, attempting to pull the person out. But after a while, he felt only a gust of cold night air. "Where'd this child gone?" Mr. Joe muttered, his skull elongated, and glanced down. The figure that had been lurking beneath the bushes had vanished. The reddish moonlight only cast a mocking shadow on the leaves. There was a floating drop of water. Water drop? How could it be floating in midair? Mr. Joe realized something, and his facial wrinkles shifted subtly. His entire skeleton shifted backward. The moment he moved, the water droplets in front of him began to transform, rapidly and violently. They transformed into water blades that struck the person's face. Mr. Joe raised his tailbone to block. The water blade was more fragile than expected, breaking in two with a crash upon contact with the bone blade. A stream of water swiftly advanced, circling above the monster's head. Mr. Joe looked up in shock, met with two eyes, one red and one black. The scarlet eye in particular, its gleaming coldness inexplicably trembling within him, as if witnessing a powerful resonance within its kind. Mr. Joe froze for a moment, the water form completely solidifying half his body. The woman, expressionless, clutched a dagger. Her arm exerted force, thrusting accurately and fiercely into his forehead. Crack! The sound of bones cracking. Mr. Zhou roared in pain, his tailbone tumbling outward, slashing fiercely against his attacker. Knocked back by the immense force, she slid to the ground, transforming into liquid to mitigate the impact, landing safely. Nanchin propped herself up with one hand and looked up. She saw a dagger stuck in the skull of the bone monster, spraying foul liquid that dripped into the garden with a rustling sound. Leaves, flowers, grass, and even the soil were all corroded. Nanchin wiped the liquid from her face. Aside from a slight sting, it left no scars. The tentacle ability not only gave her energy, but also improved her physical fitness. Her blood resistance also enhanced her skin. This heretic, capable of transforming into a human, had little effect on her corrosiveness. Nanchin's only concern now was the monster's blistering speed. Just when her tailbone scraped her, Nanchin had reacted quickly, using her water form ability to dodge the blade. But the monster's force was too great, and she remained dazed for a moment after being knocked back. After regaining consciousness, Nanchin immediately used her water form ability to engage it. Fortunately, he was careless and was hit by her. What she needed to do now was to press on. Nanchin's left eye glowed even more blood red, and she moved again, her body fading into a water form. Entangling and surging, she continued to circle the monster and attack. I really underestimated you. Mr. Zhou endured the pain and used his tailbone to pull the dagger free. His body shifted, avoiding the incoming water attack. His kind face was now covered in black pus, streaks of it flowing from the hole in his forehead, a distorted and eerie appearance. Water form ability, I remember there was a family called Roland among you humans who possessed this ability. Are you from the Roland family? He asked, raising his tailbone and striking, each swing sweeping away the undergrowth. The entire back garden was reduced to rubble. Are you related to Roland, the one who died the day before yesterday? No, your eyes aren't blue, and you don't look like him. Nanchin listened to the monster's questions and answers, but she didn't respond. She seized the opportunity to split the water flow and attack the monster's blind spot. Mr. Zhou was prepared this time. His tailbone swung out, splitting into flying spikes that pierced her water body. Nanchin dodged, using her strong instincts to avoid the blow. She seized the opportunity to tighten her energy gun and blasted the monster's forehead. Flames illuminated the night. The monster's entire head was on fire. Mr. Zhou coughed, raised his bone blade, and cut off half of the flaming head. With a snap, the only remaining flesh on the head was reduced to a cracked skull. That was the skull Nanchin had just stabbed with her dagger. Very good, the monster sighed, its eyes gleaming with cold fury. You weak human, you heard me twice? I ripped your skin off to make clothes. Nanchin said coldly, I'm afraid I won't have that chance. She transformed into a physical form and landed on a branch a few meters away from the monster. Under the monster's cold gaze, she fired several luminous grenades into the sky. The dark area of Area 319 stood out against the flames. With such a commotion, the Federation troops will be here soon. Nanchin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, staring at it with one red and one black eye. You can't kill me now, and for your plan, you don't want to confront the Federation army right now, right? Mr. Zhou's face was half covered, a shaky expression on his face. What do you know? Nanchin shrugged. How would I know your own plan? You've been hiding for so long, and now you're secretly trying to steal something. I'm sure the one who instructed you will be very upset. Mr. Zhou, kid, who told you so much? His tone was gentle, but his tailbone lashed out fiercely against Nanchin's face again. Nanchin didn't dodge, instead transforming his arm into a water blade and slashing forward. The bone blade and water blade clashed with a crisp sound. At the same time, a chaotic sound of footsteps could be heard in the distance, accompanied by the patrol lights of the law enforcement team, which shone into the villa. In a few moments, the entire garrison of Area 319 would be on the scene, and they might even bring other psychics with them. Nanchin said to the monster, Aren't you leaving yet? Mr. Zhou no longer had the high spirits he had when he first appeared. Half his head was devoid of flesh and blood, leaving only a cracked skull. His bones were also worn from the fight with Nanchin. It looked like an old model now. If the fight continued, its joints would likely fall apart. It was a heretic, a life form far superior to humans. How could it be so miserable? But the situation was such that the monster had to stay, and their plan couldn't go wrong again. Mr. Zhou narrowed his eyes, gave the girl a deep look, and recorded her red and black eyes in his memory. Wait for me, it croaked. Nanchin nodded. Goodbye. Chapter 19. After the monster's threats, Its skeleton contracted with a few creaking sounds. In the blink of an eye, Nanchin saw the monster transform into a dark shadow, escaping into the jungle. "You're so fast!" Nanchin coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. During her earlier fight with the heretic, she had been using her water-powered attacks. The force of the heretic's tailbone had been incredibly strong, causing Nanchin to suffer concussions. She knew that continuing the fight with the heretic wouldn't guarantee she could kill him. Even if she revealed the presence of its tentacles, her chances of winning were only 70%. Nanchin's power had been identified as contaminant by the equipment, and there was no guarantee the heretic wouldn't classify her as one of their own and take precautions. This was too dangerous. Nanchin didn't want to be marked or specifically noticed. The lights of the law enforcement team were drawing closer, illuminating the remote villa. Nanchin glanced up at her teammates still hanging on the tree branches. She activated her water-powered form, and went up to investigate. Of the 5 people, except for a duo, their bodies were covered in blood. Their eyes were tightly shut, and a black line clung to their heads. A closer look revealed some kind of insect, parasitic on their scalps, invading their nerves and paralyzing their limbs, like a puppet on a string. No wonder they couldn't hear a sound. They were controlled by this thing long before they made a sound. So the heretic touched their heads upon meeting them, to deposit the neurotoxin. This also explained why the heretic attacked her first after arriving. Because she was the only one not infected, the heretic wanted to quickly eliminate this outlier. Nanchin's expression was solemn. She had just checked several people's pulses. Some were very weak, especially number 11 and the other 2. Their stomachs had been opened and blood had been flowing profusely, and the toxins connected to their heads were constantly draining their nutrients. Fortunately, they weren't dead. There was still hope. She tried to put the person down, but found the cord connecting their heads was pulled incredibly tight, even pulsing and contracting, as if breathing. The heretic's mental toxin should also have energy. Nanchin pondered for a moment. If it has energy, should the tentacles be able to consume it? The tentacle responded, "Eat." Convinced, Nanchin released the black and red creature within her. The tentacle, after emerging, affectionately pressed against its owner's cheek. Nanchin stroked the tip of its tail. "Go!" The tentacle made a hum sound and shot out, sweeping across the neurotoxin on the branch. In the blink of an eye, it devoured the black cord. Nanchin could feel subtle changes in her body. She didn't have time to dwell on it. She controlled her tentacles and her water form, dragging several fallen teammates to the ground. She then found a nearby slope and rolled several times, making a mess of herself, lying next to her unconscious teammates. Only a minute had passed since the heretics left, and Nanchin had cleaned up the mess. The law enforcement team had arrived and burst into the back garden with lightning speed. Such a strong fishy smell. "They're over there." Report: 6 seriously injured individuals found, suspected to be from the Cross-Star mercenary group, belonging to Peihuiji. The law enforcement officer received the report and frowned. 6 seriously injured? What kind of injuries? 3 had their abdomens slashed open, and 1 had a profuse blood stain from their eyes. The wounds were bizarre, resembling scrapes from large weapons. 2 women also had smaller wounds, and are now unconscious. The subordinate reported in detail. The law enforcement officer, upon hearing the description, sensed something was amiss. This area was remote and affluent, and the law enforcement team usually patrolled only key ports. The day before yesterday, another attack on a Roland emissary of the Holy Light organization erupted, resulting in horrific deaths and a building explosion. The entire District 319 was on alert, and patrols were underway throughout the city. However, due to limited manpower, they only came to investigate after seeing several obvious light bombs. Only when they approached did they hear a loud noise, like the sound of wind. When the law enforcement team arrived, they had no sign of the suspect. They only saw a few dying people, each in a miserable state. The connection between all of this was eerily connected, as if it were inextricably linked to the attack the day before yesterday. "Sir, should these people be taken back for medical treatment?" the subordinate asked. The law enforcement team in District 319 was solely responsible for rescuing and stopping riots. Medical treatment for seriously injured victims was a separate matter. Medical care in District 319 was expensive, and they wouldn't dare provide it free of charge. The law enforcement officer's gaze swept over the star emblems worn by the people on the ground, pausing on the face of one of the girls. He narrowed his eyes, feeling that she looked familiar. After a moment's thought, he waved his hand and said, "Take them to Area 319 Hospital. The bill is hanging above the cross star. These are the people involved. I want their first-hand statements after they wake up." The law enforcer ordered his subordinates to carry the people away. Then, Remembering something, he asked, "Who owns this villa?" The subordinate replied, "According to the system, this villa belonged to a scientific researcher named Joe, who studied evolutionary biology. However, he was registered dead 2 years ago, and the villa has been vacant ever since." Scientific researcher? Came to Area 319 to study biology? And he's dead. The law enforcer rubbed his chin, feeling that this was becoming increasingly unusual. When Nanchin was taken to the hospital, she closed her eyes and rested for a moment, feeling the slow ripples of her spirit body as she entered a profound meditative state. In her misty consciousness, she saw black and red tentacles. The tentacles grew from beneath the mist. In her consciousness, they were thicker and more robust than in the outside world, resembling a giant black and red python snaking through the air. The tentacle was excited to see Nanchin, wagging its tail happily, looking even more like a dog's tail. Nanchin found the tentacle strangely adorable and smiled, trying to move forward. But the tentacle couldn't wait any longer. Before her eyes, it transformed into a stream, gathering and dispersing in the form of water before her. Nanchin was surprised. "You can turn into water too?" Then she realized she was asking a question she already knew. Nanchin's superpower was her tentacles, and they could absorb the energy of others and use it for her own benefit. If she could use the water form, then the tentacles could too. The only difference was whether she was actively controlling it, or the tentacles were. After Nanchin figured this out, she felt a renewed sense of wonder. The two of them were symbiotic, sharing energy, yet each had its own thoughts. The tentacle wrapped itself affectionately around its master's consciousness, then released itself and began wagging its tail again. Nanchin blinked and asked, "Want to show me something?" The tentacle's tail tip nodded, then swayed its body and began to display. Its body slowly turned into mist, and a section slowly emerged from its base. Nanchin looked over and saw that small section slowly stretching, eventually emerging into a small, inch-long tentacle. The small tentacle seemed to have not yet fully separated. It wavered weakly, clearly less alive than the main black and red tentacle. Nanchin was surprised. "You, child?" The tentacle shook and nodded, as if unsure how to describe it. "Tentacle, eating black strips." "You ate black strips to create a cub?" Nanchin asked tentatively. The tentacle nodded frantically. Powerful. "Eating? Hungry?" Nanchin was puzzled, then realized, eating heretics makes you stronger. Now that your body is completely fragmented, does it still need that kind of energy? Tentacle, shock. Nanchin understood, thinking she had truly awakened a foodie ability. Although it had independent consciousness and an excessive pollution level, she could still gain other abilities by eating all the food. Really great value for money. The law enforcement team took them to the hospital for treatment. Of the 6 of them, 5 had suffered different injuries, bloody, disemboweled, with damaged eyes. Nanchin was the only one in relatively good condition. The doctor sent her for a body scan. The conclusion: the victim had minor internal injuries, but aside from vomiting blood and being unconscious, she was otherwise healthy and should wake up soon. She was the least injured of the 6, and thus the one who could give a statement and obtain information the fastest. Thus, upon emerging from the cloud of consciousness, Nanchin opened her eyes to see soldiers in Federation uniforms flanking her. The 2 soldiers, solemn and stern, stood by the bed like 2 guardians. Nanchin felt unwell and rose slightly. The 2 men immediately noticed and turned to meet her dead-eyed gaze. Nanchin, Such a big scene. Nanchin, hello, what is this? She asked, feigning confusion. One of the soldiers nodded and explained stiffly, Congratulations on your survival. We are from the 319th District Law Enforcement Team. We are currently investigating the details of this disaster. Please cooperate. Nanchin, Well, with such a commotion, even if the law enforcement team couldn't catch the heretic, they would still be recording the victim's information in detail. Nanchin had anticipated this. After she woke up, the soldier guarding her pressed the communicator. Soon, someone arrived at the ward. Nanchin was in a single room, not a large one, and with 3 people entering, it suddenly became crowded. She took a quick look. They were all wearing Federation Army uniforms, 2 of them wearing insignia. One was a lieutenant, and the other a lieutenant, while the other was holding a screen and taking notes. Name? The first person to speak was the officer with the official insignia. His face was as cold as a knife, his eyes like a hawk. It was the same law enforcement officer Nanchin had encountered that day at the city gate who had harassed her. Nanchin, she replied. The enforcer asked, Occupation? Nanchin, member of the Cross Star Mercenary Group. The enforcer examined the girl's face. The crimson in Nanchin's left eye had long since faded, leaving behind a pair of bright black eyes. She was young, pale, and well-proportioned. She didn't look like a mercenary on the brink of death. She looked like a student from a joint school. The enforcer pondered and asked, "What were you doing in the villa area east of the city last night?" Faced with the interrogation in the hospital room, Nanchin displayed a measured bewilderment. She paused before answering, "We received a mission, a protection mission, which is why we came to the east of the city. But we didn't expect." Nanchin paused mid-sentence, rubbing her arm, trying to appear as helpless as possible. Nanchin didn't want to reveal her psychic powers. She didn't want to draw constant attention, so she chose to play the role of a weak victim. A victim's language wasn't clear, and after being attacked, they would react logically to stress. Nanchin's feign was clearly successful. The enforcer, slightly impatient, forced a gentle tone, asking, "Who are you protecting? What happened? Don't be afraid. Tell us everything you know. Was anyone attacking you?" As the first witness to awaken, the enforcer's questioning was a bit hasty. Nanchin lowered her head, not meeting his gaze, and spoke haltingly, "We're protecting a Mr. Zhou. He's a very kind man, greeting us with a pat on the head. But there's a monster in his yard." The atmosphere became tense. The enforcer and the adjutant exchanged glances, each revealing a hint of confusion. "Mr. Zhou? The owner of that villa was named Zhou. But he's dead." Chapter 20. After we met with Mr. Zhou, the 6 of us on the team decided to split up the night watch. 2 people stood in groups at the 4 corners of the villa, and Sister Adwa and I went to the back garden. It was already dark, and we were looking for a place to sit down when we were attacked. Nanchin slowly recounted the entire story, pausing to prompt the law enforcer's questions. "What did the monster that attacked you look like?" Nanchin spoke blankly, "I only saw a human face, exactly like Mr. Zhou, but his body wasn't human. His entire body is made of bones, segmented by segmented, no flesh, just bones." Just hearing the description was terrifying enough, and the several federal soldiers in the room exchanged glances. The law enforcer's brow furrowed even deeper, the furrow between his brows furrowing like a fly about to die. He asked, "The body isn't human? Then, besides the bones, what's its specific shape?" Nanchin shook her head. "I didn't see clearly. I fainted. The bone blade slashed through it, and I couldn't get up. Then I heard a loud noise, like something large was fighting." The enforcer stared at the girl's face, not missing a single expression. Using his own psychic senses, he confirmed that she wasn't lying, and that she had nothing more to say. He gave up. "We've recorded your statement. Thank you for your cooperation." Nanchin stopped them as they prepared to leave. "Sir, can I ask you 2 questions?" The enforcer turned and gestured for her to speak. Nanchin asked carefully, "Sir, you said Mr. Zhou is dead. What did I see yesterday?" "A heretic." The enforcer, unsure of what to think, turned and smiled at the girl in the hospital bed. It was a stiff smile, a forced formality. "You're lucky to have survived the clutches of a high-level, intelligent beast capable of disguising itself as a human. That's a 10% chance. And that's exactly what happened to the 6 of you from the Cross Star. Oh, although they're now in critical condition, lying in a low-quality nutrient tank, and it's uncertain whether they ever wake up. But congratulations on surviving." The enforcer's tone sounded less like a blessing and more like a certain sarcasm. Nanchin could even feel his gaze fixed on her, like a hawk gazing at its prey. And she needed to play the role of prey. Nanchin pretended not to understand, her expression both surprised and a bit apprehensive. "Heretics? Really heretics?" she muttered. "Are there really heretics lurking in the city? How can the explosion the day before yesterday be linked to them?" The enforcer's eyes narrowed slightly at this. "Miss Nan, you seem very concerned about the explosion the day before yesterday? Do you have any leads? How can you be sure it was that heretic attack?" No, I don't know." Nanchin waved her hands repeatedly, eager to distance herself from the matter. "I just heard everyone in the city say that, and I'm just guessing." The enforcer lost all patience and stopped talking to the girl. He turned and left the ward with her left and right guards. They sealed the ward off from anyone inside, blocking out sight and sound. The adjutant, seeing the commander emerge with a sullen expression, couldn't help but say, "Even if we can't get any information from this girl, there are several other witnesses. Once they're awake, we can question them one by one, and we'd probably find some clues." The enforcer sneered. "Do you really believe what she says?" The adjutant was stunned. 6 mercenaries, for seriously injured, showing signs of having their bodily functions drained away. 1 woman is unconscious and disoriented. They all tested positive for high levels of contamination. Only this one, Nanchin, suffered only minor injuries, yet her contamination readings are very low. The enforcer's eyes gleamed coldly. Isn't she suspicious? The adjutant replied, she spent relatively little time with the beast, so there's a chance. The other day, when I saw this girl, it was the same situation. Returning from outside the city with the mercenaries of the Cross Star, they passed by the Sky Eye, and a mechanical error occurred. The readings went from the highest to the lowest. The enforcer interrupted, if something like this happens once, it's already lucky, but someone has it happen twice. The enforcer said, I don't believe anyone can be consistently lucky, unless they're inherently special. Are you suggesting she might have some connection to the heretics? The adjutant suddenly realized. The law enforcer narrowed his eyes slightly. Heretics can transform into humans at any time. Who knows what's beneath their skin? They might be able to kill us with a single slap. The power gap between ordinary humans and those with special abilities and heretics is enormous, like that between a giant and an ant. This is the reality of the human condition, as revealed by countless incidents. The adjutant felt a chill run down his spine. He asked, Sir, what about now? If they really encountered a heretic, their few minions wouldn't be enough to stop them. Keep this matter low-key for now, don't alert them. Then investigate this girl's file. I want all her information from childhood to adulthood. Once we confirm any abnormality, we can report it to support first. He gazed out the window at the gloomy sky and warned, Hurry! The people from Upper City are coming. The adjutant said solemnly, Okay, sir. Just as he was about to carry out the order, his superior added, Make a copy of her blood test report and sample from the hospital, and take them back to the administrative center Sky Eye for identification. The adjutant was slightly puzzled. The enforcer continued, Sky Eye is connected to the Federation mainframe, so backing up the data is a good precaution. Nanchin rose from the bed after the enforcers walked a distance away. She rubbed her forehead, feeling a little more relaxed. Nanchin began to sort out recent events. First, after she killed Roland and the city gates were sealed, she followed the mercenary group to Mr. Zhou's villa to earn some extra money. However, the enforcer explained that Mr. Zhou was already dead. In his place was an unidentified heretic. The heretic had been living quietly in the villa for so long, pretending to be human, so why would it suddenly attack humans? It had mentioned a plan before. Could it be related to its own plan? Second, the law enforcement team seemed skeptical during their interrogation of her. When Nanchin tentatively inquired about the attacker's connection to the heretic, the law enforcement officer's reaction was intriguing. Nanchin wasn't sure if she had deceived them. She felt like she had missed something. Third, the Holy Light organization arrived looking for experimental materials. According to her previous life, they should have left the city by now, but because of Roland's death. The Holy Light and the law enforcement team were still searching for Nanchin and the other girl she had brought back. Strangely, given the significance of Roland's death, the law enforcement officers were merely patrolling the city, not conducting door-to-door searches. They seemed to be putting on an act, impressing something. This something could be someone from the upper echelons, or perhaps not. Each of these 3 points, taken together, was unusual. Nanchin had a vague feeling that this was closely connected to the cause of Area 319's destruction, like a giant web, each link woven into one another. And right now, she was just a tiny insect in that web, unable to see the full picture. Nanchin's mind raced, thinking she wasn't strong enough to be stuck where she was. She had to act. Nanchin glanced around, noticing a corner of the ward and a faint sense of a transparent light examining her. There were surveillance cameras in the room? Nanchin pondered. It seemed the law enforcement team still had doubts about her. No matter how well she acted, they wouldn't easily let down their guard against the suspect. Nanchin got out of bed and entered the bathroom. After inspecting the area and finding no signs of surveillance, she turned on the shower, using the sound of the water to mask any movement in the bathroom. She looked at her wrist sensor and called out, "Come out." A black and red object popped out from her palm, its tail tip swaying from side to side, expressing its delight. Nanchin raised an eyebrow. New ability? Show it off. If what she had sensed in her mind was true, then she must have gained some new supernatural power. The tentacle hummed at the words, its body remaining short. It swayed twice before its owner's eyes. Blinking, several thin threads appeared on the tentacle's body. They were gray-black, lighter in color, and less solid. It looked like it was about to break. Nanchin examined it carefully and recognized it. Is it the monster's mental toxin? The tip of the tentacle nodded. Nanchin pondered for a moment, then controlled the several white-gray threads that had emerged to extend outward, reaching into the bathroom drain and circling. The hospital in Area 319 had very old equipment and facilities, and the bathroom was utterly unsanitary, littered with hair and strange debris. Some sewer creatures also inhabited the crevices. As she used her powers, her left eye slowly turned scarlet, giving off a chilling chill. Nanchin lowered her eyes and stared at the crack in the sewer for a moment, then quickly used the gray thread to pull out a sewer rat. Squeak! The rat was small, only a few centimeters long, and it squeaked as it was pulled out. Nanchin's gray thread wrapped around the rat's head, penetrating its cortex and connecting with its nerves. She sensed it, and the crimson color of her left eye grew even brighter. The mouse, under Nanchin's control, froze completely. Aside from its eye darting around, its body was already moving like a puppet, controlled by strings. Nanchin tried to make the mouse crawl. Its limbs obeyed perfectly, following her commands and doing whatever she was told. Nanchin even managed to make the mouse wave like a human, showing remarkable agility. The more she tried, the more amazed she became. This ability, like controlling a puppet, allowed her to accomplish tasks she hadn't otherwise accomplished. Nanchin's vision also connected with the mouse, allowing her to control it as it explored the sewers, creating a clear image in her mind. Nanchin tested and confirmed the specific use of this skill. The gray line allowed her to control the mouse for a length of approximately 30 meters. The control period was only 30 minutes, at which point the gray line automatically dissipated. Nanchin then used local materials to test cockroaches, reptiles, and sewer creatures of varying sizes. She discovered that the smaller the creature, the longer she could control it, and at a greater distance. With a reptile, she could control it for 40 minutes. By this measure, if the gray line could control a human, it would probably only last a few minutes, or less than a minute, and probably no more than 10 meters. But this was all well and good. After all, having only absorbed a few strands of the bone beast's neurotoxin, and having evolved this ability, it was a real win. Satisfied, Nanchin retracted the gray line and revoked her superpowers. Then she felt her stomach growl. She then remembered that she had been using a lot of superpowers and mental energy since yesterday, and her energy had been depleted rapidly, and she hadn't replenished it yet. Nanchin touched her stomach and said to the tentacles in her consciousness, "Gluttony is contagious." The tentacle said innocently. Nanchin dressed and rang the bell for the nurse to bring her some meals. When the food arrived, she didn't care whether it tasted good or not, and shoveled it down with huge mouthfuls, eating like a starving ghost. The nurse delivering the food looked at her strangely, and she warned her, "Eat slowly, the food won't run away." Nanchin waved her hand as she ate. "Sorry, I'm so hungry. By the way, could I ask how the other friends who came with me are doing?" The nurse replied, "They're all unconscious. With such serious injuries, they won't wake up for a few days. The other girl, however, has shown signs of improvement recently." The nurse was referring to a duo, who had been captured by a monster and rescued before they could even open her stomach. A duo was the least seriously injured. Nanchin breathed a sigh of relief when she learned her teammates had been saved. Next, she began to think about finding someone to send a message to Cross Star, asking them to let Nanchin know that they were all safe. Just as Nanchin was about to think, two familiar faces entered her ward. A man and a woman. The man's hair was still messy, while the woman had a pair of warm eyes that seemed to smile as she looked at people. However, this time, the woman's smile didn't reach her eyes. Nanchin felt something was wrong. She cautiously called out, "Sister Winya, Captain Chin." Chapter 21. "Why are you here?" Nanchin asked. Chin-Chi's face darkened at this, and he replied, "The medical bills have been sent to Cross Star Mang's door. If we don't come, you all be working illegally to pay off the debt." Seeing the captain's resentful expression, Nanchin thought the bill must be quite large. "It can't be helped, Captain Chin. We were injured on a mission. If the group doesn't reimburse us, it would damage unity." Nanchin expressed a slight apology. After all, since she joined Cross Star Mang, this small mercenary group had been in trouble quite a bit. Even the most casual missions could bring encounters with heretics and strange beasts. Such luck was unmatched. Chin-Chi laughed angrily. "Do you think I'm worried about the money?" Nanchin looked at him innocently. Chin-Chi said, "I'm worried that the mercenaries I worked so hard to train are gone, and I haven't even recouped my investment yet." Nanchin, Given the current situation, recouping my investment might be difficult. She thought Chin-Chi was delusional. The two of them chatted for a few moments before Winya interrupted, saying, "Time's running out. Let's get down to business first." Nanchin and Chin-Chi finished their conversation and turned to look at the friendly female psychic. Her gaze was fixed on the corner of the wall, where the law enforcement team had placed their pinhole surveillance camera. Wenya raised her hand slightly, and a red thread emerged from her wrist, swiftly shattering the surveillance camera. Break. After a slight explosion, the surveillance camera in Nanchin's perception completely vanished. She looked up at the other person in surprise. Wenya retracted the red thread and said, "There's no one monitoring us now. We can talk now. The law enforcement team shouldn't notice it so quickly." Nanchin raised an eyebrow. Chen Qi, initially furious, calmed down. He said, "Xiaoxing, you can tell us everything that happened last night now." Wenya and Chen Qi stared at Nanchin, their expression still a little serious, as if they knew something secret. After a moment's thought, Nanchin recounted everything that had happened yesterday, save for the fight with the heretic. The details were similar to those she had given to the law enforcement team, and Wenya and Chen Qi frowned as well. However, they didn't doubt the veracity of Nanchin's account. Instead, they brought up another story. "The Mr. Zhou you met is indeed connected to the Cross Star," Chen Qi said, "and he also met Wenya and me 2 years ago, before the contaminants entered." Nanchin was surprised. She hadn't expected everything the heretic had said to be true. But why did the heretic know this and speak so openly about it? What was the relationship between the heretic and Mr. Zhou? She pondered this question and asked it herself. "We don't know why this heretic knew so much about the Cross Star. We only know that before his death, Mr. Zhou was studying biological science, but the organisms he was studying weren't humans, but the relationship between pollutants and humans," Wenya explained softly. "2 years ago, he approached us about collaborating on related research, but it was a secret meeting, and we declined. After that incident, Area 319 was invaded by pollutants, and Mr. Zhou tragically died in the chaos. As for this current mission, the 6 of you received is also very strange. It was directly issued, bypassing our union system. There's no record of this mission on our mainframe." Nanchin was speechless after hearing this. She pondered whether Mr. Zhou had a close connection to the pollutants, and whether he had some connection to the subsequent destruction of Area 319. In her previous life, she had only heard a brief report summarizing the unexpected destruction of Area 319. She hadn't expected to find herself in the middle of it, where every detail was so baffling and complex, like a maze. Nanchin was a little worried. If she continued to dodge around, she might not be able to get Nanchin out of this situation. She looked up at the man and woman before her and asked, "Why are you telling me all this now?" Wenya and Chen Qi exchanged glances before turning and replying, "Because you were the first person to awaken after encountering the heretic, and you're now the primary suspect for the law enforcement team. We need your help." Chapter 22. What? Nanchin was stunned when she heard the 2 men say this so solemnly. She suspected she was hallucinating, thinking to herself, is she acting like a pure college student? What could I possibly do that would warrant 2 psychics coming to her for help? Could it be that they were taking advantage of her youth and trying to trick her? Nanchin subconsciously speculated on their intentions. Wenya's face showed a hint of sincerity. "Because when Mr. Zhou contacted us, he asked us to keep an item safe after his death. But before he died, he sent a message asking us not to go to his villa again. We kept our promise, and put the matter on hold. Now I think maybe Mr. Zhou was in danger by then, and didn't want to implicate us." Nanchin nodded and asked, "What does it have to do with me?" "After this incident, we wanted to retrieve the item and investigate the truth," Chen Qi continued. "But now that villa has been sealed off by law enforcement due to a heresy incident. And they were in that villa. We're searching back and forth. We're worried that the item Mr. Zhou gave us might fall into the hands of the law enforcement team. Once the item is in the hands of the law enforcement team, trying to get it back would be like pulling teeth out of a tiger's mouth." Chen Qi looked at Nanchin earnestly and said, "We'd like to ask you, as a certified suspect, to have the law enforcement team take you to the scene to find that item." Nanchin looked a little strange at this request, and she pointed at herself. "Sister Wenya, Captain Chen, you want me to go back to the scene and steal something?" She deliberately widened her eyes, suggesting how she could steal it. With just her image as a weak student with no special abilities, Nanchin wondered, hadn't she been being discreet enough? These 2 mercenaries actually expected her to take such a risk? "It's not stealing, and there's no need for you to take that risk." Wenya shook her head, raising her hand to reveal a thin red string. She explained, "Xiaoxing, all you have to do is bring it in and walk around. The red string will sense the target and quietly attach itself. I control it from afar, silently retrieving the item." The proposal sounded bizarre, but it was certainly practical. Nanchin pursed her lips and didn't respond. She was debating whether she should get involved further. She had enough on her plate right now. The contamination levels detected by the instruments, The holy light searching for her in the dark, the lurking heretics, the law enforcers who suspected her, and now, the remains of Mr. Zhou, the prematurely deceased biologist. These things were tangled together like a dense web of fuses, and there was no telling which one would trigger an explosion. Nanchin wanted nothing more than to escape Area 319 and take her sister away from all this trouble. But now the city gates were sealed, and with mysteries piling up one after another, she was trapped, unable to escape. Hidden dangers lingered in the shadows. The situation wasn't looking good. Seeing the girl's silence, Qinqi and Wenye exchanged another glance and said gently, "Shaoxing, don't worry. You be rewarded after this too. We also have you go to the Cross Stars warehouse and select 2 bottles of enhancement potion. Haven't you always wanted Nanchin to be healthy? With these 2 bottles, maybe you can even awaken your superpowers." Over the years, Cross Star had accumulated a small fortune, and they were stocked with drugs that could be used to enhance genetics and increase the body's ability to awaken superpowers. The potion was indeed rare, and usually not available on the market. Nanchin had previously gone to great lengths to buy only a few bottles of rudimentary genetic medicine in Area 319, barely curing Nanchin's leg. But Nanchin was still weak, and it would have been difficult for her to survive alone in the wasteland. When Nanchin heard Qinqi prescribe 2 bottles of improved potion, her heart was moved. Making Nanchin healthy, or perhaps even making herself stronger, had always been tempting to her. She reassured, "You really just picked 2 bottles at random?" Qinqi, knowing the girl was tempted, smiled. "Of course, I keep my word. When has your captainship ever treated you unfairly? We only worked together on one mission, and I only received my wages once." "I don't think there's much comparison," Nanchin said after a moment's thought. Qinqi scoffed, "How come you're just like odd duo, a money grubber and always arguing?" The atmosphere in the room relaxed, and Nanchin also made a request, "Just this once. Whether it succeeds or not, I pay you." Qinqi nodded, affirming his decision. Nanchin emphasized again, "You must take care of Nanchin. Don't let her know I'm in the hospital." Wenye laughed and shook her head. "Don't worry, she doesn't know you're in the hospital yet. This operation will only take a day. After the mission is completed, we help you get bail and be released from the hospital. You'll be able to meet Nanchin soon." The 3 of them had almost finished their discussion when the law enforcement team noticed an anomaly in the surveillance footage and returned. Nanchin then mentioned that his memory had returned somewhat, and he wanted to go back to the scene. The law enforcement officer, upon hearing this, swept a cold gaze across Qinqi and Wenye's faces. He sternly asked, "What did you 2 instigate her to do?" Qinqi tried to answer, but Wenye stopped him. She smiled and said, "I was just chatting with our members. Xiaoxing remembered something, and wants to actively cooperate with the investigation." "Isn't that possible, sir?" The enforcer's mood shifted. He looked at the woman's face and said, "Wenye, I knew you were a tough nut to crack when we were on the expedition team. Now that you're hanging out with mercenaries, who knows what kind of trouble you get into?" Wenye continued to smile. "I remember you were overweight in school, and you couldn't even focus on your subjects. Your teachers often sighed at your grades. I didn't expect you changed so much now, to join the enforcement team?" She said this lightly, but anyone with a keen eye could hear the sarcasm. She was mocking her for using connections to become the leader of the enforcement team. This wasn't a secret to begin with, but it was suddenly exposed, and the enforcer's face darkened. "Wenye, what do you mean? We're classmates and colleagues. If we want to catch up, we can find a place to chat." Wenye, unfazed by the threat, continued to smile. The atmosphere in the room was tense. The 2 of them clearly knew each other. Wenye had been a member of the expedition team, and was under the same management as the law enforcement team. They saw each other frequently, and were graduates of the same joint school. When they started to expose each other's secrets, they were vicious and ruthless. The law enforcement officer's face darkened even further, and his hand slowly reached for the gun at his waist. His adjutant watched from the side, wiping his sweat, and considering how to intervene if a fight broke out. Sensing something was amiss, Qinqi stepped forward and stood in front of Wenye, blocking the law enforcement officer's gloomy gaze. The 2 sides were on edge. Cough. Another cough echoed through the room. Everyone shifted their gaze to the person on the hospital bed. Nanchin coughed, "I think we should hurry and collect evidence. I'm worried my memory will fade again in a little while." "You better remember." The law enforcer sneered, deflecting the question. He ordered, "Handcuff her." And so, Nanchin, dressed in a hospital gown, handcuffed, and wearing a strand of Wenye's red silk, was taken back to the villa in the east of the city. The villa was surrounded by law enforcement, with a prominent cordon visible from afar. Nanchin was led by the law enforcer into the security area. He glared at the girl before him with a cold gaze. "If you forgot, you'd better tell me sooner, or you might end up with a cell package." Nanchin was surprised. "I'm a victim, not a heretic." "Why are you giving me a cell package?" The enforcer smiled. "Sorry, should I give you a light energy bullet?" The smile was sinister, like a hellhound. It would have been better not to smile. Nanchin didn't want to argue with him and changed the subject. "I want to walk around and connect my memories. Maybe I can recall something important." The enforcer said nothing, motioning for his subordinate to take her on a tour. Mr. Zhou's villa had been largely destroyed in yesterday's battle, especially in the garden at the back, where fierce blades clashed, the maze-like flower beds, and the branches were broken and shattered. The broken branches were particularly unique. Nanchin even went to look at the branch where the man was hanging. It was the only tree left standing straight. A closer look revealed traces of blood. "I don't know if it's the blood of the cross star, or the blood of the prey it caught before. Where did all this blood come from? Were you hung from the branches?" The enforcer asked the key question. Nanchin shook her head. "I fainted so quickly I don't remember." Maybe? The enforcer didn't miss a word. But Nanchin didn't want to answer. She turned and said, "I'm going to check inside the villa." After walking around outside, when Yu's red thread didn't detect anything, she guessed that Mr. Zhou's belongings were still in the villa. Or maybe they weren't even there, swept away by the heretics. Nanchin pondered this as she walked back inside. Standing behind her, the enforcer narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Nanchin's back. The adjutant asked, "Just let her wander around like this? She doesn't look like she knows anything. It's best if she knows nothing." The law enforcer said coldly, "How do you think a victim would react upon returning to the crime scene? Fear, terror, confusion?" The adjutant said, suddenly realizing she didn't feel anything at all. She wasn't even trembling as she had when she was giving her statement in the hospital room. Nanchin now looked more like a tourist taking a stroll. The adjutant sensed something was clearly amiss and asked, "Has she been lying to us?" The law enforcer was amused. "At least she's not acting like she does. Have you finished the information I asked you to review?" The adjutant nodded. "I've brought it. Here. Do you want to see it?" The first thing Nanchin saw upon entering the villa was the main seat in the center. That was where Mr. Zhou had met with him. She circled the area and noticed that the sand was connected to the compacted ground, with a small circle of potholes. It looked like something clearly weighing too much. Nanchin sighed and grumbled, "How heavy must this heresy be?" She shifted her gaze, and began to touch some things in the living room, but still felt nothing on the red thread on her wrist. If the tentacles within her body hadn't been so excited, eager to devour the red thread, Nanchin would have suspected it was a dead object, completely silent. If it wasn't in the living room, then it must be in one of the villa's rooms. Unless this thing is truly groundless, it's impossible to find it after a complete search. Nanchin thought, for the sake of those 2 bottles of improved potion, she'd have to make an effort to explore. Seeing her going upstairs to check the rooms, the law enforcer nearby asked, "You've ever been to someone else's room while on duty here?" Nanchin replied, "This is a protection mission, so I definitely have to check my client's home inside and out. These corners of the room must be checked." The law enforcer sneered, "You're quite dedicated." Nanchin followed suit, "You'd be working hard without the commander." The adjutant nearby said, "Eh?" Such a sarcastic tone, she wasn't even pretending. Nanchin turned another room and finally smelled a fishy odor in a studio. It was a faint fishy smell, just like the one on Mr. Zhou that day. At the same time, the tentacles in her mind screamed with excitement. It was the excitement of sensing new food. The law enforcer saw the girl standing still in the studio and asked subconsciously, "What's up? Did you remember anything?" He hadn't had much hope, but then he heard the girl hum. Nanchin said, "I feel like there's something down there." The law enforcer was startled and followed the girl's gaze. He saw a portrait hanging on the wall before him. A white-haired old man. No, rather, a man with white hair but a youthful face. He wore a kind smile as he gazed at the person entering the room. His dark eyes were filled with strangeness. "Who is he?" the enforcer asked, already having a guess in mind. "Mr. Zhou," Nanchin said, looking at the painting. "What do you mean by something underneath?" The enforcer asked again, his eyes narrowed slightly. Nanchin, "Shh." She made a silent gesture, raised her hand, and pressed a single finger into the portrait's dark eyes. Click! The enforcer, the adjutant, and Nanchin fell inexplicably still. The mural shifted, and the portrait suddenly vanished, revealing a lush green laboratory. Why green? Because the liquid soaking inside was green. The limbs, large and small, were also green. Because of the length of time, these limbs had even grown hair. Human arms, the corpses of infants, half-meter wide eyes, and the corpses of snakes, rats, and insects pieced together with mucus. Oh, not corpses, but strange creatures. They floated in the liquid, a beauty both dead and alive that gave goosebumps. This room was filled with these dead things. It was hard to imagine the perverts who lived there. The adjutant felt a chill run down his spine and grumbled, "What the hell is this?" The law enforcer remained silent, already reaching for his gun at his waist because of the eerie surroundings. "A biological scientist's research," the woman inside replied calmly. She lifted her leg and walked inside. With every step, she felt the tentacles within her consciousness throb. Nanchin sensed that something extraordinary must be inside, possessing a powerful energy that would excite the tentacles so intensely, as if they were on a feeding frenzy. At the same time, Nanchin sensed the red thread wrapped around her hand shifting. The further she went, the stronger the sensation grew. It was as if Wanya was telling her something was coming in. Following the powerful feeling, Nanchin passed through the bottles and jars until she finally saw it at the rear. It was a bottle of solution containing a blue liquid. The contents weren't body parts or anything like that, but a black mass of energy. The energy was liquid-like, yet also mist-like. When it saw someone approaching, the entire black mass trembled within the blue liquid. The black mass spread, densely covering the transparent surface of the bottle. As it squirmed, the smell of blood grew stronger. Nanchin had only one feeling when she saw this scene. This thing, alive, dangerous, very dangerous. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The red thread on her hand had already begun to wrap itself around it, where it found what it was looking for. Crash! The glass shattered. Chapter 23. After breaking through the container, the red thread quickly dissipated upon contact with the black energy body. The blue liquid within flowed out in thin streams along the cracks, then grew larger and larger. The black energy body, realizing its restraints had been lifted, fell freely along with the glass shards, then dispersed into a half-meter high gas. The mist transformed into a ferocious beast, pouncing at the people entering the laboratory. Nanchin instinctively dodged. Her hands were restrained by iron cuffs, so she could only use both hands to support herself on the laboratory table and roll to hide behind the side counter. She dodged, but the people behind her were not so lucky. The black mist that had escaped rushed directly to the law enforcement team members, who had followed, opened its mouth, and hugged them. "Ah!" The law enforcement officer screamed and tumbled to the ground, completely enveloped by the black mist, leaving only a wisp of white smoke. Vanishing completely. The law enforcement officer and his lieutenant had already quickly avoided the danger before it arrived. Upon seeing the black mist appear, the lieutenant exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" The law enforcement officer drew his gun and fired. With a bang, the light bullet disappeared into the black mist. "This thing can eat anything." The law enforcement officer, unknown contaminated energy. "Alert, retreat, retreat." By the time he gave the signal, the black mist had doubled in size again. Like a child who had gotten a treat, it quickly attacked its next target. The law enforcement team tried to leave the laboratory, but the mechanism automatically sounded a shrill alarm, and the door closed, seemingly trapping them inside. "Damn it!" The law enforcement officer cursed. Nanchin's hands had already turned to water, and she broke free of the handcuffs and rolled out from behind the counter. She looked up at the scene and shouted anxiously, "Use the energy gun to blast the circuits." The enforcer, alerted, reacted immediately. He looked at the mechanism operating the door and fired a single shot, causing it to explode. Another burst of fire destroyed the circuit. The closed door to the laboratory suddenly jammed shut. Their escape route was secured. But the black mist also went berserk, sweeping up the unsuspecting members of the enforcement team and swallowing them whole. 2 more screams followed, and 2 more people were gone, not even a trace of them left. The black mist expanded to 2 meters, nearly swallowing up half the laboratory. The enforcer and his adjutant's faces darkened at the sight, and a chill ran down their spines. Nanchin, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, teleported to the door, stepped through, and didn't stop. "Don't just stand there, run!" The enforcer cursed, "Girl! How could you move so quickly?" The few survivors immediately rushed out of the room, followed by the black mist. Its destructive power was astonishing, rustling and corroding as it struck the metal doorframe, leaving scratches and dents wherever it went. The law enforcement officer left the house, and quickly ordered everyone to evacuate, notifying the 319th District Management Center and requesting support from psychics. But the black fog was incredibly fast. Once it reached the villa's living room, it transformed into a black whirlwind. It split into 3 streams, each striking in a different direction. Ah! Help! The unfortunate law enforcement officer screamed, and nothing more was heard. The villa was large, and the black fog moved so swiftly that anyone running would be attacked before even reaching the main entrance. Nanchin also wanted to rush to the front, but the chaos in the living room caused a traffic jam, halting her flight. As if sensing something, the black fog chased after her, swooping down on her face. Nanchin's hair shuddered, unable to dodge. She fell to the ground, gritting her teeth as the black mist pressed forward. Let's fight. A black and red tentacle emerged from her arm, transforming into a stream of water and whipping the black mist fiercely. Sizzle. It was the sound of corrosion. Nanchin could even hear the tentacle whimpering in her mind. She felt the pain, gasping in pain herself. Not only did the water tentacle fail to swallow the black mist, it was also injured. This was the first time she had hit a wall since acquiring the tentacle power. But fortunately, the black mist couldn't do anything to the water tentacle for a while, so it could only swallow it, staining the transparent water stream black. The black liquid flowed into Nanchin's body along with the water. Nanchin felt pain, and a noisy sound filled her mind. Him! Ants bowed down. Abyss! Shut up! Nanchin cursed in her mind. How could it be the exact same sound as when she first awakened her superpowers, buzzing, like insects, densely crawling all over her head? Nanchin watched her water-shaped superpowers grow increasingly turbid, realizing she might be being eroded by contamination. Only when polluted energy erodes would such a peculiar sound appear in her head. She couldn't hold her own against the black fog any longer. Nanchin focused her mind, concentrated her superpowers once more, and whipped the black fog over the head. The black fog merely contracted, causing no damage, but Nanchin used the force to glide away, completely out of the villa gate. She escaped the black fog's attack, not daring to stop. Ignoring the surprised looks of the law enforcement team, she transformed into water and teleported 10 meters away. She had completely distanced herself. Faced with a true life or death crisis, Nanchin no longer cared about playing the fool. If she kept pretending, she'd probably eat the pig, not the tiger. After she ran out, the law enforcer and his lieutenant were also quite capable. Utilizing their impressive combat skills, they managed to break through the encirclement and reach the outside world. They saw that the ignorant joint school student they had tied up not long ago had now vanished into a puff of ash, dodging almost out of sight. The lieutenant exclaimed, "Damn!" and pointed at the girl in horror. She's such a good pretender. A psychic pretending to be an ordinary mercenary. She almost fooled him. The law enforcer's face was grim. If the situation hadn't been so dire, he would have chased after her and shot her. The black fog had already consumed several people in quick succession, its main body expanding tenfold again, emerging directly from the villa. When the fleeing people looked back, it was like seeing a giant, faceless beast, completely enveloping the entire house. What the hell is this thing? It's so dark, I've never seen anything like it. The adjutant wiped his sweat as he followed behind. He had been with the law enforcement team for so many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a sinister creature. This black fog is invisible. It grows twice as large as a person after eating them. It devours metal, and even light energy bullets without a trace. It eats everything. It's not human, the law enforcer said as he quickly crossed the cordon. In just a few breaths, the sky over the entire villa area was dyed black, with hints of red shimmering through the darkness. This was an ominous sign. It was growing, gradually encroaching on the surrounding residential buildings. Those in the area who looked up at the sky felt an inexplicable heaviness, as if they were about to fall into an abyss. Nanchin paused after running 100 meters. It wasn't that she wanted to stop, but rather that she sensed something was wrong with her body. She felt her energy boiling within her, her tentacles whimpering from the previous contamination. Nanchin's water-bending ability was also ineffective in the ravages of the energy, as if she had been poisoned. She was now unable to use any of her abilities, and even her mind felt a tingling pain. This state was all too familiar to her. It was the precursor to the backlash of the contaminated energy. Just now, Nanchin had only briefly come into contact with the black mist, but the energy damage she had sustained was beyond her expectations. The tingling in her mind caused a cold sweat to form all over Nanchin, and she had to stand still and take a deep breath. When she looked up, the black mist had already reached her head. Nanchin took in the scene, and an inexplicable sense of despair arose within her. This despair was not her own, but rather emanated from the vast black mist. "Help! It hurts! It hurts!" I don't want to die. Help me. Nanchin's mind registered this spiritual cry, like the wails of every being swallowed by the black mist. Nanchin covered her ears, trying to block out the noise. It was no use. She could clearly sense the murmur of the black fog. Nanchin took a breath and looked around. Residents, realizing the situation was dire, were fleeing, and the law enforcement patrol cars were also evacuating. They were all panicked, and their expressions didn't suggest they could hear the noise of the black fog. Nanchin's expression was solemn, wondering if it was because of her unique ability. One pollution value, the ability to devour its own kind, and the ability to understand the sound waves of pollutants, it seemed to make sense. Nanchin didn't stop walking as she thought. Although her physical condition was declining, at least she could still run. The spreading black fog was like the end of the world. No, humanity had already reached the end of the world before, so was it extinction now? Nanchin's thoughts were tangled and chaotic. These clues were tangled together, forming a pattern. This absurd situation connected to the destruction of Area 319 in her past life. Could it be this thing that had devoured Area 319? If the black fog could digest everything, then it could easily destroy an entire human refuge. This was simply not something an ordinary psychic could withstand. Escape by any means necessary, for there was only a glimmer of hope. Nanchin's only thought now was to rush back to the Cross Star and take Nanchin away. She quickened her pace, but human speed was ultimately inferior to that of a psychic. Furthermore, her psychic powers were backfiring, reducing her physical strength to that of an ordinary person. Nanchin ran breathlessly, the black fog still enveloping her, pressing ever closer. Residents who had just left their homes and hadn't reacted were unfortunately swept in, letting out long, painful screams. Nanchin felt a little powerless. Was this the end? She had tried so hard, but still couldn't overcome fate? Nanchin stared at the black fog pressing down on her head, her eyes filled with resentment. It can't end. I can't give up. She mobilized her energy again, forcing herself to teleport out again, using the water form. But the backlash was incredibly swift. Nanchin only moved a little over 10 meters before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Wow! She spat out blood, her hands supporting her body as her body trembled violently, her left eye bloodshot. Not only Nanchin, but the law enforcement team that had followed her also lost control and crashed into the side wall. The fleeing people were affected by the same magnetic field, each experiencing their own discomfort, their expressions etched with pain. Magnetic field. It's the magnetic field of the pollution source. We're in its domain. It's over, it's over. There's no escape. Nanchin heard someone shouting. She forced herself to her feet and saw fellow escapees, some limp, some vomiting, some simply stumbling about like drunks. Amidst the black sky, wailing echoed like a purgatory on Earth. Magnetic field. Something only found in SS-level pollutants appeared in the backward District 319. No wonder. No wonder only remnants remained here. Now, unless high-level psychics from the upper districts arrive, they all be doomed. Nanchin thought so, as did the law enforcement team. The surrounding residents, bewildered and crying out in misfortune, didn't even know who could save them. Soon, the black fog would spread across the entire District 319. They would all die. Locked just as everyone was losing hope, a clear voice descended from the sky. Then, an invisible force spread from the horizon, driving the black fog back. In a flash, an invisible barrier formed. The entire 319th district was defenseless against the black fog, but after this voice appeared, they were suppressed. Nanchin seemed to sense something and looked back. The street shook as a column of cavalry approached from afar. Yes, cavalry. Mechanically constructed beasts, upon which sat men in silver Federation uniforms and iron masks. There were more than a dozen of them, and leading the charge was a woman. She had short hair, emerald eyes, and a cold expression, like a mechanical sculpture. She was agile, holding a mechanical spear. As she approached the black fog area, she swung it again. Chapter 24. The black fog seemed to have met its nemesis. After the woman's voice rang out, the clouds trembled and slowly shrank into a ball. The further the woman's spear advanced, the more the black fog retreated. This scene was like the legendary magic. Nanchin looked at this scene, a look of shock on her face. She knew this wasn't magic, this was a supernatural power. A high-level supernatural power user from the upper zone. Even a supernatural power user equipped with mecha. The woman controlled the cavalry and stepped into the magnetic field, driving the black fog back to its original position. The sound of mechanical clattering against the ground kicked up a cloud of dust. The black fog also retreated. Nanchin felt the pressure on her body ease. The screaming noise of the black fog turned into a creaking sound, like a short-circuited machine, seizing and freezing. The woman's supernatural power must be related to the spatial blockade. The strength of a person's supernatural power is usually determined by their mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the higher the upper limit of the supernatural power. This suddenly appearing psychic possessed a formidable mental power. Unleashing her powers, they were surprisingly equal to the black fog, even overwhelming it and shrinking it completely into a ball, until it vanished into a mere black dot. The woman used her powers to control the compressed black fog and called out coldly, "Storage bottle." The cavalryman following behind her immediately pulled a transparent bottle filled with blue liquid from his pocket. With a blank expression, the woman placed the black dot inside, closed the lid, and twisted it tightly to seal it. This disaster had been brewing for nearly 10 minutes, threatening to spread throughout the entire area, yet this seemingly unseen psychic easily resolved it with a few words. Everything seemed utterly dreamlike. The woman placed the black fog in a sealed box, and, mounting her mechanical mount, turned back. The mechanical mount stood about 2 meters tall, its head resembling a tiger's. Green energy was embedded in its eyes, and a glow of charged energy could be seen within them as it moved. It looked majestic and powerful. As the woman rode past, everyone felt a sense of pressure, curious yet also fearful of the malevolent aura she emanated. Ordinary people didn't dare to look any closer, turning back and giving way. Residents exchanged glances, whispering speculation about their identities. Who are they? They don't look ordinary. They're definitely not from Area 319. They must be psychics. From Upper City. They easily dispatched such a ferocious monster just now. They must be high-level psychics. They're riding mechas, right? I've never seen one like this large. And in beast form. They look so imposing. They're truly important figures. Thank goodness they're here. They saved my life. Nanchin, with her sharp ears and eyes, gathered a rough idea from the whispers of the people around her. Mechanical beasts, also developed by the Federation, are combat mechas designed for easy travel and navigating the wastelands outside the city. Their lightness and agility, coupled with their sturdiness, offer significant advantages in combating pollutants and alien beasts. However, these mechanical beasts are expensive to produce. In Nanchin's memory, they were a resource reserved for only the Federation's core warriors. She had last seen one in her previous life during a wave of alien beasts. They emerged as weapons of war, shifting the tide of battle and striking the leader of the alien beasts, like a sharp blade piercing the enemy's heart. In mere minutes, that battle ended under the blade. Nanchin still remembers it vividly. She hadn't expected to encounter this same unit today, even in the small district of Area 319. Qin Xiong, from the Mechanical Beast team of District 12. The woman stopped riding not far from Nanchin, her emerald eyes drooping slightly as she gazed down at the people below. She spoke in a cold voice. I've been assigned to support District 319. May I ask if you are from the district's law enforcement team? The law enforcer, still reeling from the recent turmoil, was being stared down at from above. He felt as if he had escaped the clutches of a black fog and found himself before another ferocious beast. He glanced at the 3 dazzling stars on the man's shoulder sleeves, and immediately stuttered like an adjutant. Yes, Major General. District 319 Law Enforcement Team. Reporting in. 3 stars. That's a Federation General. And this woman isn't just a general, she's also a powerful psychic. No, that's not right. One must first be a powerful psychic to become a Federation General. The law enforcer had been in District 319 for 20 years, and he'd only seen powerful individuals of this caliber. Qin Xiong glanced around at the middle-aged man before her, confirming he posed no threat and was barely human. She said, I've received news from the city that the Holy Light Organization's Roland envoy has been tragically killed. I'm here to investigate this matter and the heresy. Thank you for your hard work. Please organize the city's residents to restore order and report on the incident. The Roland envoy's death alarmed the people of Upper City. The law enforcer knew someone from Upper City would come to investigate, but he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly or at such a high level. For a moment, he was once again shocked by the power of the Roland family. He didn't dare to object and quickly nodded. Nanchin, observing from a corner, saw the two exchange a few words before the law enforcer turned and cast a sharp glance at him. She had a bad feeling and was about to run when she heard the law enforcer's cold, stern voice. Arrest the suspect. The suspect was undoubtedly Nanchin. During this crisis, she had been forced to expose her powers to save her own life. Now that the crisis was over, the law enforcer's first suspect was her, Nanchin didn't want to be controlled. Seeing the law enforcement team approaching from behind, she didn't dare to stop. She immediately and swiftly scaled the wall, hoping to shake them off. But she was fast, and the law enforcement team was just as swift. Flanked from all sides, Nanchin had nowhere to hide. She concentrated and activated her water form again. She wanted to transform into water and disappear. But as soon as her form appeared, she heard a cold voice from the void. Locked. Nanchin felt her head buzz, and her vision became foggy. Her powers failed again, and she plummeted to the ground. Nanchin covered her head, feeling as if her body was locked in an invisible air, unable to move. She thought to herself, it's over. She'd been targeted by the psychic named Chen. He was far more powerful than she was, and there was no way she could break free. Not to mention, after just 2 battles, her energy was nearly depleted, and she hadn't had time to recharge yet. Nanchin didn't even have the strength to summon her tentacles. She froze there, like a lamb to the slaughter. The law enforcer approached. The man sneered, "You're running? Where else can you hide?" At that critical juncture, Nanchin calmed down. She stared at him and asked, "Anything else, sir?" "What do you think?" The law enforcer's face darkened. "Tell me the truth about your agreement with Winya. You caused such a mess, nearly cost me my life. Or are you colluding with the pollutants to raid Area 319? Nanchin blinked and said honestly, "Sir, this is a misunderstanding. I can explain it." The enforcer snorted, "You better go to jail and confess." He didn't wait for Nanchin to explain herself before having her handcuffed. This time, they weren't metal handcuffs, but a collar designed for psychics. Nanchin felt the heaviness of the collar, its red light flickering, monitoring her physical data. If the prisoner moved, it would instantly explode, shattering the prisoner's head into pieces. They're really spending a lot of money. For the first time, Nanchin felt she was being treated favorably. After being apprehended, Nanchin was taken back to the detention center by the enforcers. Once there, she was surprised to discover she wasn't the only one arrested. Inside the detention center, a man and a woman, wearing the same collars as her, sat obediently side by side. The man's hair was as messy as ever, his face dark, and he looked glum. The woman's eyes, previously slightly curved, were now half closed. She leaned back in her chair, taking a rest, somewhat absent-minded. She was the mastermind behind this steal. Nanchin called out, "Sister Winya, Captain Chenyu. Why are you here too?" Winya and Chenchi looked up at the sound, their faces filled with frustration. Chenchi said unhappily, "I fought a few rounds with the psychics from the upper city, and when I couldn't defeat them, I just sat here." Nanchin, Great, we've taken them all down." The 3 of them exchanged glances, a moment of silence. Winya sighed and waved Xiaoxing, "Come and sit here." Nanchin moved closer, and sat beside her. She looked them over and found that, aside from some dust on their clothes, neither psychic had any injuries. It probably didn't take much of a toll, as he was quickly subdued. Nanchin once again marveled at the immense power of the Esper. That person's Esper must be S-level, and spatial in nature. "I was completely defeated the moment we met." Chenchi grumbled, "What's a person like that doing in this remote area of District 319? Shouldn't they be deployed on the front lines, or guarding the Federation Center?" Winya shook her head, saying she didn't know. It's well known that District 319 is so remote that even powerful Esper beasts don't like to visit. For one thing, the mines are short on resources, and for another, the energy is scarce. Awakened Esper beasts are few in number, and the likelihood of them fully developing into high-level Esper beasts is low. Add to that the inadequate infrastructure, and the people living in the entire area are like ancient humans from 100 years ago, still driving cars, and using the most basic firearms. There's not even an internet connection to the upper city. Who would come to a place like this? But who would have thought that this very place would be the site of all these incidents, one after another, in just a few days? What exactly is that thing you asked me to find? It's that black, foggy thing, like a cloud, swallowing everything it sees. I almost ran away. Nanchin asked before the law enforcement officers could interrogate them. She was being tortured, her energy drained and unrecovered, and she had no way to escape. She had no choice but to get to the bottom of things. To avoid becoming a complete idiot. Nanchin asked, "Is the black fog a strange beast? Or a heretic?" Chenchi and Winya exchanged glances, both shaking their heads, "No." Nanchin, ? Seeing her insistent expression, Winya sighed and said, "It's a form of energy, highly compressed energy. We call it a core. As you can see, it possesses astonishing destructive power. Ordinary humans are completely defenseless against it." Nanchin had never heard the word nuclear before, and she quickly pressed on. Where did this thing come from? Is Mr. Joe researching it? Why are you looking for it? What exactly is it used for? After a series of questions, Winya simply shook her head. Xiaoxing, you're in this situation because of us. We should have told you everything, but some things, once known, are irreversible. Stop asking, okay? Nanchin didn't want to give up. She instinctively felt that everything happening now, the strange beast, the arrival of the Holy Light organization, the invasion of the heretics, the destruction of Area 319 from her past life, was all connected to this answer. She was just one step away from seeing the truth. It was frustrating being stuck like this. Seeing Nanchin was about to ask more, Winya smiled and said, You look calm, but you're still young and naive. Nanchin was stunned. Naive? She hadn't heard that word in a long time, and being suddenly described as such by someone acting like an elder left her feeling bewildered and amused. Sister Winya, I just want to know the truth. Stop asking. The less you know, the better. Just like Xiaoxing doesn't want to tell us about her hidden abilities, right? Winya shook her head, speaking gently. Nanchin then remembered that she, too, was wearing a collar, and her water form abilities had long been exposed. They had been talking about the black fog for so long, and Qinqi and Winya hadn't pressed her, causing Nanchin to almost forget about it. Now that Winya brought it up, it was like she was telling her to stop. Nanchin really couldn't get any more information out of her, so she had to pause. What do we do now? Nanchin asked. What if they interrogate us later? Qinqi replied. It's okay. Just say you know nothing, and that it was all our instructions. Let them question us. We have the law enforcement team release you quickly. Winya smiled gently. Xiaoxing can leave with her sister then. Adwa and the others should be waking up soon. Remember to help them get discharged. Facing the ensuing interrogation, the two men appeared unusually calm, seemingly having made plans in advance. Nanchin, despite their assurances, remained uneasy. She felt a sense of impending danger, and that she might not be able to escape so quickly. Chapter 25. After being captured, Nanchin and the other two were held in the holding cell for an hour before being taken out for interrogation. Qinqi was taken out first, followed by Winya. The two of them never returned. Nanchin murmured, could they really be completely wiped out? She secretly sensed her energy. It had only recovered less than half. The tentacles were limp, and they wouldn't respond when she called them. A collar bomb hung around her neck, her life in someone else's hands. The situation was far from optimistic. As Nanchin pondered how to escape this, two more burly men entered the holding cell. They were dressed in federal military uniforms, their armbands showing law enforcement insignia. They opened the door and escorted her to an interrogation room. Nanchin, nice to meet you. The speaker was a short-haired woman. Her emerald eyes shone with a chilling, empty air, as if stretching the air a new dimension. Nanchin, with her acute senses, shuddered. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qinqiong, captain of the Mechanical Beasts of Federation District 12. You can address me as Major General. Qinqiong's tone was steady, emotionless, almost mechanical. Nanchin was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected this important figure to personally interrogate her. A law enforcer stood beside Qinqiong. After finishing her polite remarks, she beckoned him to produce his information. Nanchin, 18 years old, female. Both my parents died due to circumstances, and I have a frail younger sister named Nanchin. I attended the joint school for 2 years. After this semester, I started looking for part-time work to earn money. 2 weeks ago, I came into contact with the Cross-Star Mang through an infected accident. I successfully joined the group and participated in the Outer City Mercenary mission, performing exceptionally well. The only one who suffered minor injuries during the Cross-Star Protection mission the day before yesterday, and today, he even released a dangerous object while at the villa. The enforcer read the information aloud in great detail. It seemed they had uncovered almost everything, save for Nanchin's assassination of the Holy Light Messenger and the concealment of experimental materials. So many things happened in just these past 2 weeks. A good student at a joint school with mediocre combat performance. Suddenly, within a single day, her fighting skills improved, and she joined a mercenary group to participate in missions. She was attacked by dangerous factors like pollutants, alien beasts, and heretics, yet she managed to escape. I have to say you're very lucky. You've encountered such a coincidence? The enforcer's sharp eyes scanned her face, trying to detect any abnormality. Nanchin nodded in confirmation. It's quite a coincidence indeed. She also wanted to ask herself, I just wanted to gain strength and escape Area 319 safely. How could I have encountered so many things in a row? A coincidence? The enforcer snorted, not wanting to mince words with Nanchin. Where were you on the day the explosion occurred in the center of Area 319? He was asking about the day Roland, the Holy Light Messenger, was killed. As the instigator of this incident, Nanchin naturally wouldn't be honest. Buying potions for my sister, Nanchin replied. Who can prove it? Nanchin, you can check nearby pharmacies to see if they have any records of my purchases. She was telling the truth, because she had brought back a wounded person. Nanchin went to the pharmacy next to the Cross Star, and bought some common recovery and nutrition potions. She also placed a large order for supplies for her future trip out of the city. The enforcer, unsure whether to believe it or not, pressed on. What about your superpowers? When did they awaken? Why didn't you report them? Which heretic did you fight in the villa area the day before yesterday? What's your connection to today's black fog? Several questions centered around Nanchin's most suspicious aspect, her superpowers. As the enforcer pressed on, the powerful superpower user, Nanchin, sat in silence at the head of the table, his gaze fixed on Nanchin, a strange feeling of oppression. Nanchin knew that if she didn't give a clear answer, she might actually die. She took a deep breath. Honestly, I don't know when I awakened. The day I joined the Cross Star, I noticed some physical abnormalities. My strength increased, my speed increased, and my vision became clearer. It wasn't until I joined the mercenary group that I realized I'd awakened my powers. But I didn't know how to use them, and I didn't dare to talk about them. I didn't even know I had to report them. You know, my sister is sick and needs money urgently. Carrying out mercenary missions is undoubtedly the best way to make money. Maybe it was God's blessing that I survived the subsequent missions. As for the heretic I encountered in the villa that day, I simply exchanged blows with him, and was sent flying. I have no idea what happened. The black fog that appeared later, I didn't anticipate anything like that would be in the villa. I simply promised to help the captain and the others find something. Law enforcer, you don't even understand what's going on, and they tell you to go and you go? Nanchin, I work, they pay, that's all. The law enforcer frowned slightly at this. He had been staring at the girl's face throughout the conversation, his psychic ability sensing her emotional fluctuations, alerting him to any signs of abnormality or deception. His supernatural powers would immediately inform him. But even after the conversation ended, the law enforcer still didn't sense anything unusual. A powerful supernatural being sat in the interrogation room, still restrained by metal control rings. In such a high-pressure environment, even if someone wasn't lying, they'd still panic. But the other person, as if a barrier had been opened, blocked all supernatural senses. A person who couldn't be seen through, regardless of whether she had anything to do with this incident, was an unstable factor. We will record your confession truthfully, and will also collect evidence from your sister, Nanchin, whom you mentioned. The law enforcer said coldly. Nanchin, however, clenched her fists upon hearing the word Nanchin. She stared into the officer's eyes and asked, Have you already gone to see Nanchin? That's not your concern. The officer asked, intrigued. You seem worried about her? Nanchin's face showed a rare hint of impatience. Shuchen's in poor health and timid. Don't go to her. She doesn't know anything. If you have questions, just ask me. The officer's mood brightened considerably upon seeing her like this. It seems you have a lot to say. Nanchin saw that he was taking his time getting to know this guy, and probably thought he'd found a weak spot, and was trying to intimidate her. She chimed in, I admit, I hid my powers, but it was also for self-protection. After all, keeping quiet is the way to make a fortune, and it certainly helped me avoid many threats. But I couldn't defeat that heretic the night before last. It was too strong. I wanted to fight back with my powers, but I passed out and didn't see how I got away. The law enforcer said, but when we passed by, we saw 2 flares in the sky. Judging by the type, they must be the weapons you Cross Stars are wearing. And you're the only one without a gun. Where's your weapon? Nanchin looked surprised. You're still suspecting me. I was unconscious and had no idea. She couldn't possibly admit that she could fight a heretic. If she displayed excessive strength in this situation, she might even be suspected of having killed Roland. That would draw all their attention to her. Nanchin couldn't guarantee that these people wouldn't harbor evil intentions once they knew her blood was special. She just wanted to keep a low profile and get out of this situation. The law enforcer still had doubts about Nanchin's words. He tapped his knuckles, wanting to press further. Nanchin, who had been silent the whole time, asked, What is your superpower? In this room, when the person with the most superpowers spoke, everyone subconsciously fell silent, their gazes turning to the woman with emerald eyes. What does your superpower look like when you use it? Nanchin asked again. Nanchin felt the pressure grow, the air around her seemed to freeze for a moment. Body liquefied. She considered her answer. This was an ability everyone had seen her use in public, so she couldn't deny it even if she wanted to. Liquidation? The law enforcer frowned, clearly thinking of Roland's Esper's water form ability. What a coincidence. How could this girl's ability? Qin Qiong nodded. Show it. Nanchin was stunned for a moment. She pointed to the collar around her neck and said, Major General, I value my life. If she used her power now, wouldn't she be ready to self-destruct? Qin Qiong hummed and raised a finger. Crack. The collar around her neck cracked, and the red light went out. No explosion. Nanchin was shocked again, thinking that this Esper was even more powerful than she had imagined. They could even precisely control attacks outside the collar without causing any harm to the human body. Just how powerful was this woman named Qin Qiong's mental power, capable of such precision? Nanchin pondered as she removed the iron ring from her neck. Without the weight of this heavy object, she felt much lighter. The law enforcer, surprised by this, looked at Qin Qiong and asked, Major General, isn't this inappropriate? Qin Qiong waved his hand. It's fine. She snapped her fingers and chanted, Lock. Nanchin instantly felt a half-meter-wide, transparent wall of air appear, tightly enveloping her. Qin Qiong raised his chin. Let's begin. Nanchin, Why did she feel like a monkey in a cage? Or was she supposed to be performing? Faced with sheer strength, Nanchin had no choice but to raise her hand and concentrate on sensing her supernatural powers. Nanchin's depleted energy hadn't yet recovered, and she only had a small amount of it to draw upon. Her fingers, under the gaze of the two men opposite her, slowly faded into nothingness, and in a moment, transformed into a flowing liquid. Gray liquid. Nanchin's power had been contaminated by her previous contact with the black mist, and it hadn't been diluted yet, causing the water she used to take on a grayish-brown color. The grayish-brown liquid clearly didn't match the Roland messenger's power. The enforcer and Qin Qiong frowned, then relaxed. Qin Qiong, use it to attack the air wall. Nanchin obeyed, transforming the water stream from her finger into a tiny flying blade and sending it flying. Plop! The powerful stream of water hit the air wall in front of her, sliding down softly like raindrops, completely harmless. Nanchin's face paled. She swayed, her arms bracing themselves on the chair to prevent herself from falling. The interrogation room fell silent for a moment. Too weak, Qin Qiong commented coldly. Chapter 26. The cry of 2 weeks seemed to break some kind of restraint within the room. Nanchin felt the wall of air before her dissolve into nothingness. Qin Qiong lost interest in Nanchin. She stood up and said, That's all for today. Let's get some physical data check first. As she spoke, she had already reached the door, glancing sideways in a gesture. What are you standing there for? Follow them, the enforcer urged. Nanchin then realized they were waiting for her. Because Area 319 had limited armaments, the enforcer didn't bother getting Nanchin a psychic collar. He simply asked her to follow them. The leader was a high-level psychic. Given such a huge disparity in power, no matter how daring Nanchin was, she wouldn't dare cause any trouble. She was truly frightened. Nanchin was led to a room filled with testing equipment. Judging by the red energy balls overhead, they were likely the same type of surveillance equipment used at the city gates. This was Nanchin's third instrument test. The first time, she had just awakened her powers, and was nearly labeled a source of pollution and executed. The second time was the day before yesterday, when law enforcement patrolled the city, forcing people to undergo security checks. Nanchin's tentacles had even absorbed the energy source of the security check device, rendering it useless. The third time now, under the watchful eye of a federal major general, Nanchin once again stepped onto the detector. This detector was a bit different from the previous ones. It was more sophisticated, and the instrument panel had more comprehensive data. Nanchin was nervous just looking at the intricate circuitry. She was in a state of disarray, and wasn't sure she could successfully evade inspection. She tried to remain calm and said, Major General, I've been to the hospital for multiple checkups before, and the law enforcement officers have reviewed my data. Isn't this a waste of time going back and forth? I told you to go up, so go up. Stop talking. The enforcer's expression was impatient. Qin Qiong didn't speak, her emerald eyes still expressionless. She looked at people as if they were inanimate objects. Nanchin knew she had no choice under the pressure. Who told her to be so weak? Nanchin took a deep breath, suppressed her inner turmoil, and took a step forward under the gazes of the two men. Put your hands on the platform, the enforcer commanded. Nanchin obeyed. As she raised her hand, she felt the energy of the instrument, and the tentacles within her body stirred, eager for the ration. It made Nanchin a little hungry, But this thing wasn't something she liked to eat. She barely suppressed her thoughts and focused her mind. The instrument slowly lit up at her touch, swirling for a moment before the value appeared on the screen. Pollution value, 50. Muscle strength, 70. Mental power, unknown. The mental power column displayed garbled characters, and Nanchin was stunned. She hadn't expected this device to measure not only pollution levels, but also her own mental power. However, it seems inaccurate. Seeing this, Chinchiong said, the sensor isn't very accurate. Use your supernatural power. Nanchin pursed her lips, thinking that she was still using her mental power to bind the tentacles. If she used supernatural power, wouldn't the pollution level of this machine explode? Chinchiong's gaze was oppressive, like a slicing of air, suffocating. Nanchin finally concentrated, transforming her fingers into a pale gray water shape. She gritted her teeth and directed the water flow to touch the sensor plate. As expected, the energy lights throughout the instrument began to emit a humming sound. The sensor panel's readings fluctuated wildly. Pollution level, 3 stars. Muscle strength, 3 stars. Mental strength level, 3 stars. Snowflakes appeared on the panel, flickered for a moment, and then went dark. The instrument beneath Nanchin's feet suddenly dimmed, sounding an alarm. Insufficient energy, please recharge. The enforcer was surprised. Wasn't this just charged? How did it go off again? His thoughts raced as he pointed at Nanchin. Last time, when the instrument at the city gate malfunctioned, you were there. You were there this time too. When Nanchin felt a powerful energy surge through her body, she knew the tentacles had again devoured the instrument's energy. Faced with the enforcer's accusations, Nanchin paused. She expressed innocence, saying, Sir, I'm just an ordinary graduate. You've seen my abilities, but they're only minor. How could I possibly have such a powerful ability? The enforcer snorted, You're so shameless. Do you believe it yourself? An ordinary graduate, always present, always causing problems. It's a stretch for the enforcer to believe her. Major General, she must be involved in these things. We'd better control her as soon as possible to avoid being misled by some heretics. As the enforcer spoke, his hand reached for the gun at his waist. Nanchin noticed his movements and tensed up. The tentacles had just absorbed most of the energy in the examination room, feeding back into her body, and she felt her weakness dissipate. If she were to fight now, she could still hold her own. Nanchin glanced at Chinchiong. The only person she had to guard against was this Major General, whose ability was Void Blockade. The speed at which her body could completely transform into water might not be as fast as Chinchiong could lift a finger. If a fight broke out, she would have to use the tentacles in a life-threatening situation. Nanchin thought her situation was still very difficult. The atmosphere between the two was tense as a bowstring. Chinchiong folded her arms and watched. As the most powerful person present, she was also the most relaxed. Chinchiong's jade-green eyes flickered slightly, as if he was contemplating something. From time to time, he would examine the woman's body beneath the instrument, as if evaluating something. Major General, the enforcer warned, waiting for the powerful woman's orders. That way, he could act without hesitation. Chinchiong saw his intention and nodded, Go ahead. As she finished speaking, both men in the room moved simultaneously. The enforcer drew his gun and fired, and Nanchin dodged to the side. She instinctively turned her body, transforming into a stream of light gray water, circling towards the exit. The enforcer wouldn't give her that chance. His eagle-like eyes swept over, accurately predicting her path. He raised his foot and stomped forward, his gun continuously gathering energy, firing light bullets. Bang, bang, bang. After several consecutive sounds, the light bullets sparked across the room filled with metal instruments. Nanchin dodged to the side, her years of fighting skills no mere show. She twisted her body and clenched her fist to the enforcer's face. The other person grunted, eyes gleaming with rage, and said, You're looking for death. The enforcer's light energy gun was knocked out of his hand, so he had no choice but to swing his leg sideways, tripping the girl. Just as he was about to strike, Nanchin's body curved strangely, instantly transforming into a splash of water and cascading onto the ground. The enforcer was stunned. Nanchin had already flowed along the cracks in the ground, reaching the water pipe in the testing room. As long as she was fast enough, Chinchiong's supernatural powers wouldn't be able to precisely detect her whereabouts. If all else failed, Nanchin could use her tentacles to counterattack. She also had the neurotoxin that controlled the human body, so even at a low level, she could still strike back. Nanchin's plan was brilliant, but reality was harsh. When the air began to distort, it was too late. Nanchin collapsed to the ground again. Still in her water form, Her entire body collapsed into a liquid mass, immobilized by the surrounding air. Nanchin, She'd already crawled through a crack in the ground. How could we catch her? God must be killing her. You little bastard, you're quite the runner. The enforcer spat blood and foam, his nose tingling with blue and purple. He walked up to her and kicked her hard. Nanchin groaned. With a gloomy expression, he raised his gun and pointed it at Nanchin's head, saying, "If I'd shot you at the city gate, this farce would have ended long ago. You're such a nuisance. You're the heretic, aren't you? You've kept me up for days and nights. Oh, and that crippled sister of yours. You're a nuisance, and I guess she's too. Get rid of you both, and this game will be over." Nanchin stared at the black muzzle of the gun and smiled, a mixture of helplessness and reluctance, a complex feeling, almost like a sigh. Her eyes were no longer innocent and blank, replaced by a sharp, cold, and resolute look. She said, "You'd better kill me. Otherwise, she would crush anyone who set their sights on her sister to pieces." At this moment, Nanchin was furious. She felt powerless in her current situation. If only she were stronger. Strong enough that no rules could stop her, strong enough to no longer have to worry, strong enough to protect everything. Nanchin continued to struggle, the water around her transforming, surging and boiling, faintly breaking free from the constraints of space. The law enforcer sneered at this. Completion is the greatest virtue of humanity. You have no chance. He pulled the trigger, and Nanchin stared intently. But the light bullet didn't fall, not even a sound of impact. It hovered in the air, forming a small vortex, shimmering with starlight. "That's it." Qin Qiong raised his hand, and the vortex created by the light bullet extinguished itself. The law enforcer expressionlessly retracted the gun pointed at the girl. Nanchin was slightly surprised to find that the restraints on her body were gone, and the oppressive feeling that permeated the air was gone. Qin Qiong slowly walked over, slightly bent, his emerald eyes fixed on her. "Congratulations, you passed the examination. I'm glad you're not a heretic." Nanchin was slightly bewildered. She climbed to her feet and asked, "Major General, what's going on?" Under extreme pressure, heretics develop skin ulcers, strange demeanors, and a state of trance. They are good at hiding, but not at enduring. They also have no empathy for other humans. Qin Qiong's lips curved slightly. "It's obvious that you have strong feelings for your sister. Human emotions are the greatest proof that you are different from monsters. You've been threatening me for so long. Were you just testing me?" Nanchin's expression was a little strange. She hadn't expected someone of his rank to go to such lengths to test her, even though it would have been enough to eliminate the suspect before they were even born. Nanchin didn't know if this was out of sheer confidence or pure kindness. In her many years, she'd only come into contact with a limited number of high-ranking figures, most of whom were difficult to talk to. While some might genuinely care about the people, they simply didn't live long. Besides, Qin Qiong was a major general, a woman who had risen to such prominence. Nanchin was skeptical of her reaction. "Yes, a test." Qin Qiong met the girl's hesitant gaze and explained, "Every psychic is a precious resource for the Federation. And since you're so young, it's uncertain how far you advance, whether you can become a combat force and contribute to the Federation's humanity." Nanchin listened to the other party's attempts at grandiose promises, and quickly shook his head. "I don't have such grand ambitions. Being alive and well is already my greatest blessing." The law enforcer sneered, "That's all you can do." He'd spent days skeptical of this girl. What a waste of time. He touched the bridge of his nose, the bruise and pain making the law enforcer regret not kicking her a few more times. Now, his face is disfigured. He was really ruthless. The equipment here really needs maintenance. It keeps shutting down after several consecutive uses. Qin Qiong glanced at the darkened equipment. The equipment in Area 319 is too old. You should have applied for resources from the federal government sooner. Now, even investigating a murder requires searching the streets for people. It's inefficient. The law enforcer grimaced, "We get these applications every year, but they don't always get approved. They always say there are difficulties. No matter how difficult it is, it can only be as difficult as Area 319. Major General, you're just in time. Please help us apply to the Federation." Qin Qiong fell silent for a moment. Asking for money was easy, but everyone remained silent. It was clear that the Major General understood the underlying principle. But she finally nodded and changed the subject. "The interrogation is over. Let's go to the mainframe and file a record. Next, we have a lot to deal with." The law enforcer also understood the situation and stopped questioning. He responded and left to carry out the order. As he left, he touched the bridge of his nose, hissed, and glared at Nanchin. Nanchin's thick skin didn't falter. Seeing that she and Qin were the only ones in the room, she managed to smile and said, "Major General, there's nothing for me to do now, right? Can I go home?" Qin turned to look at her, his emerald eyes a cold, empty frost. "No rush. We talk later." Nanchin shuddered. Chapter 27. Nanchin thought, what's there to talk about? She was a little wary, watching the Major General slowly approach. She saw him raise his hand towards her. Nanchin was about to react when she saw Qin movements. Thankfully, the Major General didn't use his powers this time, and the space didn't distort. Qin simply patted Nanchin's shoulder and said, "You're a little thin." Nanchin, Nanchin, Major General, is there anything else? Qin looked her up and down, his emerald eyes tinged with confusion. Your powers seem to wax and wane, and the way they recover isn't the same as normal people's. He was saying it with certainty, but Nanchin felt the hairs on her back stand on end. She feigned composure and said, "What's different?" "Qin, it recovers too quickly." Nanchin knew he was still hesitant about the small splash of water in the interrogation room and the water shape in the testing room. She couldn't explain it. She couldn't just say she was a massive pollution source that could absorb energy. Then she'd give up. Nanchin could only play dumb. Really? Maybe I was too tired before and didn't perform well. Then, with a strong sense of crisis, I recovered. Qin shook his head, noncommittal. The supernatural state she displayed in the interrogation room was clearly the result of the backlash from the battle, leaving her weak and unable to exert any strength. But after Nanchin arrived in the testing room and engaged in a fight with the law enforcers, her condition improved. Before interrogating Nanchin, Qin had examined her physical data and concluded that she was indeed human. After high-pressure testing, he found her mental state to be normal, ruling out Nanchin as a non-human. Excluding the possibility of being non-human, she still possessed such strong recovery abilities, which could only mean one thing: Nanchin's exceptional talent. Qin didn't want to kill the other person right now. When faced with creatures far weaker than themselves, people tend to be more forgiving. She changed the subject. "Nanchin, do you remember what your parents did?" Nanchin was stunned. Suddenly, a powerful stranger mentioned her deceased relatives, and she felt a little lost. To be honest, from her previous life until now, she had rarely remembered what her parents were like. Now, thinking carefully, Nanchin's memory was only vague. Nanchin shook her head. "I don't remember much. I just remember they were very busy and not often home. And then? They left too early. I was so young then, so my memory is vague. Major General, why are you bringing them up all of a sudden?" "Qin, before interrogating you, I researched your identity and resume. It's quite interesting. Your parents also migrated from Upper City over a decade ago. They seem to be avoiding some kind of danger and conducting some experiments. Your parents were probably experimenters in Upper City, similar to Mr. Zhou, the victim this time. I think you have some connection to this heresy and the Black Mist world." Nanchin listened to this analysis, stunned, wondering how she had finally connected to this whole thing. Ever since she killed Roland, things had spiraled out of control. She was like stuck in a vicious cycle, running into trouble no matter how she turned. Things had never gone smoothly. Nanchin asked, "Major General, I still don't quite understand. What exactly is this black fog? How does it connect to me? And how does it connect to the heretics?" Qin and Wenya had previously hinted that this thing was a hostile energy with incredible destructive power. Ordinary people would be as weak as ants in front of it. As for further information, both of them remained tight-lipped, and Nanchin didn't get any. Now, she boldly asked Qin, and his answer was similar. A highly explosive energy body. "Its appearance marks the beginning of a disaster," Qin replied. "The beginning of a disaster?" When Nanchin heard the word, she suddenly connected something. Black fog, so dangerous? If we let it develop, will it affect the people of Area 319? Or? Qin's lips curved slightly, a rare moment of relief. "You're very perceptive. You guessed half right. It's indeed dangerous, but it's under control for now. Whether it gets out of control is another matter." The implication was that she wasn't sure she could control this thing. Nanchin's lips trembled, and she remembered what others had said about the destruction of Area 319 in her previous life. A city once home to tens of thousands of people was reduced to a skeleton after a disaster, devastated and devoid of life. Pollution levels subsequently exceeded permitted levels, making high-level psychics shun the area and ordinary people afraid to live there. From a crumbling ruin, only pollutants swirled. At the time, Nanchin had never heard of high-level psychics like Qin supporting the refuge, nor had she heard of any survivors sharing their experiences. If everything in her previous life was connected to this black fog, with its immense devouring power and extraordinary growth rate, it might be able to devour the entire area. Major General, is there no way to destroy this thing? Nanchin swallowed. It sounds quite unstable. The city is still sealed off. If this energy erupts, everyone in the city will die. Qin glanced at her, then looked out the window. He sighed, yes, it's really hard to deal with when it explodes. After a brief conversation, the two exchanged the necessary information, and Nanchin was released. Nanchin didn't forget to ask about Qin and Wenya's situation. After being interrogated, they never returned. Nanchin wondered if they were truly in trouble and had been executed by the Federation. Qin replied, their situations are rather special, and they're temporarily restricted. It seemed they were truly imprisoned. Nanchin said she couldn't do anything and chose not to ask further questions. Qin had seemed aloof at first, but as they chatted, Nanchin could sense she was trying to soften her tone. She answered almost every question unless it touched on a core issue, showing very little of the airs of a superior. This was something that Nanchin found quite novel. It felt like a living person had appeared among the upper echelons of the Federation. Before leaving, Qin asked, you're very talented. Do you have the desire to continue your studies? Nanchin was stunned for a moment, realizing she was asking whether she would return to the Federation school. Nanchin was at a loss for words. Major General, for people from the slums, going to school is a luxury. Qin thought for a moment and said, there's a Federation military academy in the top 30 districts that recruits people with special abilities. Those who pass the entrance exam receive tuition subsidies, and those with excellent grades receive additional bonuses. Although you possess extensive combat skills, it's clear you're unskilled, and your use of your abilities isn't very scientific. In the long run, it will backfire on you, leading to irreversible damage. In short, if Nanchin wanted to become even stronger, she needed to systematically study her special abilities and her mental abilities. And there's no better place to learn such things formally than the Federal Military Academy in Upper City. Nanchin pondered for a moment. She wasn't overthinking it right now. The thought had only given her a few ideas. If they could leave Area 319, where would they go? A safe place in the world, of course. And the areas in Upper City named after the first 30 were undoubtedly more comfortable for humans. Taking Nanchin there might be a good option. Nanchin left the detention center. The streets, once chaotic due to the black fog, had returned to normal. Residents gathered their belongings and gathered with their neighbors, discussing the recent incident. She'd probably listened, but they simply felt that things were getting chaotic lately, and things were about to change. Nanchin thought, things are definitely going to change. She grabbed her already loose ponytail. Her hair, now completely tangled from the hair tie, fell down, covering half of her face and making her look a little gloomy. Nanchin went to the hospital first and checked on Duo and the other members of the team. Duo's health had returned to normal, and number 11's wounds had healed somewhat thanks to the special medicine. When they woke up and saw Nanchin, they both joked and jokingly said, we've all been through life and death together, sharing hardships. From now on, our friendship will be based on life. We were the same pair of pants, and we share our food. It would be best if Nanchin, this good partner, would pay. Number 11 said the second half, leaving Nanchin speechless. Why would they try to trick a poor woman like me? After recounting the day's events, she ignored the shocked expressions of her teammates, threw down the hospital bill Qin had left behind, and walked away. It was clear that the teammates' vital signs were fine. The bone heretic's neurotoxin was at most a bit potent, but it didn't cause them any fatal damage. It seemed that something was wrong with Glass's eyes. When he woke up, tests revealed he was blind and somewhat dazed, as if he had lost his mind. Nanchin specifically asked him a few questions. Do you remember how you fell into a coma? Glasses shook his head. Do you remember Mr. Joe touching your head? Glasses nodded and shook his head again, unclear what he was trying to say. Nanchin asked, then what do you remember? Glasses said, nothing. Nanchin, blind and amnesiac, he's the worst victim of this incident. After she arranged for the 5 teammates to be discharged from the hospital, the law enforcers didn't bring anyone to stop them, clearly having already taken their confessions. The law enforcers, seeing no point in doing so, let them go. 2 days later, Nanchin finally returned to the Cross-Star dormitory. This time, she entered through the main entrance, which still startled the people inside. Nanchin was still practicing stabbing a wooden board with her dagger. She was so diligent that after just 2 days, She had made evenly spaced holes in the board. Nanchin made a noise as she entered. Looking up, Nanchin saw her sister, her hair disheveled and a weary expression on her face. The whites of her eyes were bloodshot from 2 nights of continuous fighting. Nanchin's clothes were also dusty from all the fighting. "Sister, you look like you've been sucked dry by a monster." Nanchin screamed in disbelief. She clearly remembered her sister being energetic and healthy when she first left. How could it have suddenly felt like she'd been lying on the ground for 2 days, in a very dusty place? Nanchin waved her hand and found a seat. "I had a problem, but it's resolved." She looked around. Nanchin could now stand and walk normally. Perhaps due to the effects of the genetic drug, she had also grown 2 centimeters taller. Nanchin felt relieved to see her sister growing healthier. She returned her gaze to the bed. Nanchin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Where's that person?" She was referring to the girl she'd returned from Holy Light. Nanchin remembered that when she left, she was still unconscious from the experimental drug she'd been injected with. "She's in the bathroom," Nanchin replied, hesitantly saying, "Sister, it seems her mind hasn't recovered." Nanchin raised an eyebrow slightly, wondering what "can't recover" meant. It wasn't until she opened the bathroom door and saw something that she finally understood what "can't recover" meant. Chapter 28. A girl was sitting in the bathroom. She was wearing a nightgown, her face delicate and pale. The black pupils in her eyes were dilated, giving her a dark look when she looked at people. She seemed a bit dazed. She was staring blankly at the water pipe in the ceiling. As she stared, her lips moved, as if she were mumbling something. Nanchin watched carefully, and roughly guessed she was counting. 112, 113, 121, 300, 1, 2, 3, 10. Her counting was unstructured and jumpy, advancing by 2s, by 10s, and then returning to the starting point when the number reached over 300. She certainly seemed quite neurotic. Nanchin guessed that the girl was under considerable mental stress from the potion. "How long has she been like this?" Nanchin asked. "Has she been in the bathroom the whole time?" "The night you left." Nanchin muttered. Xiaoshu woke up in the middle of the night, making all sorts of noises and pacing around the room. "I was afraid she'd attract attention from outside, so I took her to the bathroom." Xiaoshu was the name Nanchin had given the girl. It perfectly suited her current situation. "Nanchin, why didn't you bring her out? Xiaoshu is so strong, I can't drag her. She just likes to stand there, looking at something." Nanchin sighed. "I heard you say to keep a low profile, so I didn't dare ask anyone to carry her out." "Xiaoshu, what on earth has she been through?" "She's been so tense, like she's been frightened." Nanchin expressed confusion. Nanchin shook his head. Facing the erosion of polluted energy, everyone has different tolerances and experiences different challenges. Some people wake up immediately after entering a dreamland, while others remain trapped in a nightmare. The potion being researched by Holy Light directly purifies polluted energy. While Nanchin was imprisoned in the laboratory, she had seen countless other subjects like herself, festering and maddened. If it weren't for her special blood, she would have long since been reduced to a pile of rotting flesh. Xiaoshu, the girl before her, was suffering far more than anyone could see. Nanchin walked into the bathroom and grasped the girl's arm. Her body temperature was icy cold, almost non-existent. Had her temperature dropped any further, Xiaoshu would have been a corpse. Nanchin tried to pull her out, but couldn't budge. As her sister had said, the force was astonishing. She pinched her arm. It felt a little stiff, as if the muscles had increased in density. Perhaps the Holy Light potion had transformed Xiaoshu's constitution. "Sister, let me help you." Nanchin saw her sister frown, and, assuming she couldn't carry the person out, she immediately wanted to join in. Nanchin shook her head. "It's not a big deal. Just step back and don't block the exit." Nanchin was stunned by the words. Before he could react, he saw his sister bend down, grab Xiaoshu's legs, and then tackle him from the waist. Watching this, Nanchin, stunned, pointed at Nanchin's sister. "You're so strong." In fact, Nanchin felt a little strange when she said he was so handsome. Nanchin had always been a somewhat aloof older sister in her sister's mind. Her physique wasn't as impressive as the other mercenaries, at most a bit stronger and tougher than her peers. Not long ago, when Nanchin was sick and hospitalized, he saw his sister carrying food to visit him. She seemed a bit unsteady as she walked. When he raised his hand to touch her head, he could see dark marks on her arm, as if she had been carrying something heavy. It was obvious that her sister, working many hard labor jobs to make ends meet, was consuming time and energy, leading to malnutrition. Nanchin was also worried that Nanchin would actually faint, and he had advised her to stop working so hard and to eat less. Nanchin always felt that Nanchin needed care too. After all, her sister had just reached adulthood, yet because of her illness, she had taken on everything. Nanchin always felt guilty and sensibly thought, why not just go ahead and not delay any longer? Then one afternoon, a turning point occurred. Her sister, with tears in her eyes, hugged him, announcing that she was back and had taken Nanchin out of the hospital. Nanchin was delighted, thinking that she could finally save on hospital bills and give her sister some peace of mind. But then, things got out of hand. First, her sister became stronger. Not only had her skills improved, but her demeanor had also become more resolute. She seemed to have a clear goal, planning every day. She rarely even showed signs of confusion. In just these 2 weeks, Nanchin seemed to see her sister, once a weed like herself, now stretching upward, slowly taking on the shadows of trees. She felt increasingly reliable and mysterious, and her legs had regained their mobility. Sometimes she wondered if all this was real. But reality told her that everything she felt right then, and there was real. Nanchin carried Xiaoshu to bed. The girl struggled slightly, but Nanchin soothed her. Patting her shoulder, she whispered, "It's okay, sleep will be fine." She immediately felt Xiaoshu's pulse, watching her expression relax and her eyelids close before releasing her. Nanchin watched her, soundly asleep, and sighed. This heretical neurotoxin is indeed a very effective sleep aid. After finishing a task, she stretched, thinking about how busy she had been for several days, and how many consecutive battles she had fought. She was covered in mud and needed a wash. Although she had a special ability that allowed her to transform into water, the water was gray, and Nanchin felt she couldn't wash it clean. When she stood up, she saw Nanchin staring at her blankly, his eyes still slightly moist, as if they were about to drip. Nanchin raised an eyebrow. Xiaochen? How could her sister be so sad in just a short while? She thought to herself. Hadn't she blamed Nanchin since she came back? Nanchin leaned over to look at her, touched the corner of her eye, and asked, "Why are your eyes red?" Nanchin hummed, and seeing her sister approach, she embraced Nanchin and mumbled, "Sister." Nanchin was stunned for a moment, and touched her head. "What's wrong?" "Nanchin, have you been through a lot?" Nanchin wondered, where did she get that conclusion from? Although things had been a little strange lately, she was lucky to be back alive and well, and she hadn't. Was it to let Nanchin see? No, did Nanchin know about my hospitalization? Could it be that Chinchi let it slip? As Nanchin pondered, she heard her sister's voice booming, "Sister, I will definitely become stronger. I will definitely not be a burden. Whatever happens, you must tell me. Don't handle it alone." Nanchin was at a loss for words. "Why are you suddenly saying this?" Nanchin looked up, tears welling in her eyes. "You've become so strong. I sense you must have endured a lot." She had read many books, some of which describe how someone who survives great suffering becomes a strong person. She figured her sister's noticeable change was probably due to the pressure of the outside world. Nanchin's guess wasn't wrong, but Nanchin didn't quite understand her sister's train of thought. She helplessly patted her head and said, "What are you thinking about all the time? Have you taken your medicine on time these past 2 days? Have you eaten your 3 meals a day? Have you been reading late?" Nanchin sniffed. "Sister, I'm well again. I stopped taking the medicine long ago. Why are you still treating me like a child, asking about my 3 meals a day?" After a brief chat with Nanchin, Nanchin was finally able to go to the bathroom to wash up. She first rinsed her face with cold water. When she looked up, she saw that her hair was disheveled, her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked very disheveled. No wonder her sister hugged her and asked if it was hard. Nanchin sighed. She didn't feel physically tired, but she felt mentally exhausted. She counted on her fingers, thinking that she'd only been in Area 319 for less than 2 weeks since her rebirth, yet it felt like over half a century. The secrets here truly defy her imagination. Nanchin rinsed herself briefly. When the shower turned off, the tentacle that had been sleeping inside her emerged with a whimpering sound, its entire length slithering into the tub's water. It thrashed back and forth, splashing water everywhere, nearly ruining her freshly changed clothes. Nanchin's face darkened. "Don't move. If you splash water again, you won't be able to get out for a week." The tentacle whimpered in its mind, but finally resigned itself to its fate and coiled itself in the tub. Like a giant baby snake. Nanchin shook her head to dismiss the thought. She was getting late, so she turned and said, "10 minutes. Wash yourself and go back. If you don't return in 10 minutes, you be at your own risk." The tentacle, of course, knew the consequence would be a dark room. Faced with Nanchin's mental control, it would be difficult for it to break free. A long, black and red object cautiously soaked in the bath. Nanchin, symbiotic with it, could even sense the tentacle's pleasant humming. Like a child. Her expression relaxed, and she squatted down, stroking the tentacle's smooth, delicate skin. She asked, was it painful fighting that black mist? The tentacle's tail tip-tapped frantically, making a sound. Bad guy. Nanchin nodded in affirmation. He was indeed a troublesome creature. Qin Qiong said the black fog was the beginning of a disaster, but that statement was unsettling. Tentacle, bad guy. Eat it. Nanchin recalled using her tentacles to block the pain of the black fog, a pain that made her soul tremble. That thing was deadly to both the tentacles and her. If they really ate it, who knows if they would die suddenly? Be stronger? Grow a tail and eat it. The tentacle sensed Nanchin's thoughts, transmitting the message to her mind. At the same time, a short branch emerged from its long body. Nanchin took a closer look and realized that this was the thing the tentacle had grown from consuming the heretic secretions. Is it your tail? Nanchin poked it, and it actually moved a little, shyly curling back. Tentacle, a tail. It's a tail. Nanchin half closed her eyes and smiled. Growing it will allow me to eat more? The tentacle nodded its tail tip frantically. Nanchin, then I definitely fatten you up. After a thrilling few days, Nanchin slept comfortably in the dormitory. When she woke up, she felt completely alive. She finished her breakfast as usual and went to the lobby to gather news. Because of the attack on a team member during their mission and the black fog, the lobby was crowded today. They were discussing the latest news. Captain Chen and Sister Wenya, I heard they went to the 319th Area Control Center. They've been requisitioned by that Major General from uptown. TSK, our group only has a few psychics, and now the two strongest have been requisitioned by the Federation, and Glasses was attacked by a heretic and still has memory problems. We've lost 3 of our combatants in a flash. How can we even survive out there? Can we even stay at Cross Star? Don't be so pessimistic. Captain Chen and Sister Wenya are fine. They might be back in a few days. Our group is so big and powerful, it's impossible for them to. You're just giving up on me. Stop talking nonsense. Live and eat. Even the Shangqing District Major General has come to our side. How bad can it get? Even if the sky falls, tall people will hold it up. Look at Otto's team of 6. They were badly injured while on duty, weren't they? And that new guy caused so much trouble, yet no one was killed. Others were amazed. That new guy is lucky. He's only been here 2 weeks, and things are happening one after another. Nanchin stood in the corner. When someone brought up the topic, she listened carefully. The man hummed, life isn't without its flaws. The gates to District 319 will be unsealed tomorrow. Then we can go out and do some more work. Hey, my hands are itching after being locked up for a few days. The gates will be unsealed tomorrow? A clear female voice came from the side. Where's the news? The District 319 law enforcement team just issued a notice this morning, saying there will be a major incident in the city soon. The public is advised to take District 319's public transportation to a safe zone. The man shrugged mid-sentence when he realized the person questioning him was a girl. He turned around in surprise, only to see the ponytailed newcomer, whom they had just discussed, quietly watching them. She didn't look angry, but rather serious and reassuring. The law enforcement team has issued a notice, asking us citizens to relocate? Yes. The man stuttered when he saw Nanchin. His aura was so strong, there was a sense of invisible hostility about him, which made the person intimidated. To be precise, it's a suggestion to relocate, not a requirement. We don't know what the higher-ups are planning, and they haven't explained what happened. The previous attackers were just pretending to investigate, and they haven't investigated further. They've been acting so secretive day after day. Nanchin's brows furrowed as he looked up and down at the Cross Star member and asked, "Aren't you planning to leave?" His words silenced the small group of people who had been discussing the matter. They all looked at each other with varying expressions. Finally, the mercenary member threw up his hands. "Where can we go? Relocating to another district is a long way off, and there are unknown monsters along the way. Even District 319's public transport might not be able to go that far. Besides, we might not be able to take root and survive in a new place." The higher-ups are just talking nonsense, not saying anything clearly. How could they care about the lives of the civilians in the city? Nanchin, if there's real danger, wouldn't the chance of death be greater if we stayed in the city? District 319 has had similar announcements before, just 2 years ago. You're a local, right? Do you remember the last time pollutants infiltrated the city? The law enforcement team rounded up and eliminated them overnight, and then told us ordinary people to move out. Some people moved back then, but we didn't hear back later. After all, the cost of moving to the new district was too high for ordinary people. We stayed for 2 years and nothing happened. The person's words were met with nods of approval from the surrounding group. Nanchin fell silent, recalling the 2 years preceding this time in her memory. She must have been 16 at the time, juggling a part-time job and a joint school. She was so busy that some memories were hazy. 2 years ago, there had indeed been a pollutant intrusion, but it was quickly resolved, and Nanchin hadn't even seen it. She could only see the shadows of the law enforcement team patrolling the streets. As for the subsequent announcement recommending relocation, she paid no attention. For ordinary people, leaving is like a complete transformation, not even a change of bones, but rather a shedding of skin. When people lack awareness of the outside world, they often choose to retreat into their own selves, shutting themselves off until disaster strikes. It's often easier to passively accept hardship than to actively endure it. Nanchin, thanks to her experience in another lifetime, understood the weight of Section 319's words about relocation. She knew clearly that this was a hint from the Federation. Resources were limited, and it was impossible to evacuate a large number of people because they simply weren't worth the resources. This value referred to creativity, the equivalence of status and environment. Human life in the wasteland was the least valuable. Nanchin knew that even if she explained it to them, given the current critical situation, they wouldn't necessarily listen. She could only offer a warning. With so many unusual events these past few days, things might really change. Instead of wavering, it's better to follow the instructions and move to a safer place. Several people were stunned by what she heard, pointing at her and asking, "You're not really buying into those lies and moving away, are you?" Nanchin shook her head, refusing to respond, and walked out alone. The man behind her continued to yell, "The roads outside the city to other areas are far more dangerous than imagined. Even Captain Chin and the others don't dare go that far. Don't be impulsive." Nanchin thought, no matter how dangerous it is, it's better than being stuck in this fateful dead end. She'd rather gamble on her chances of survival outside than live in a city choked by explosives. She left the building with a cross-shaped star and covered her face again, visiting the black market mechanic's shop. According to the time, it had been 3 days since she'd ordered her custom car. The burly man who owned the mechanic's shop, still smoking, his eyes darting back and forth between the various figures passing by. While he lamented the dullness of these people, his own eyes, still not fully satisfied, were obstructed by his gaze. The mechanic shop owner cursed, "Get out of the way. Is my order ready?" The voice was cold, yet familiar. The mechanic shop owner looked up and saw a man standing before him, shrouded in a black robe and half covered by a mask. The exposed eyes were dark and gleaming, their gaze piercing the viewer like a dagger. He recognized this customer as the one who had pressed him against the table the day before. Chapter 29. The mechanic shop owner's lips trembled, his fleshy face forced into a flattering, yet ungainly smile. "It's done, it's done. You've arrived just in time. This car has just been tuned up. It's brand new and beautiful. Look inside." Nanchin looked him over again and asked, "Does it look good?" "What?" The mechanic shop owner was confused. Nanchin turned and indicated that she was referring to some passers-by. Her presence blocked the mechanic shop owner's obscene gaze. The owner's face tightened, and he instinctively replied, "It's okay, just a little small." Then he felt the suffocating sensation of his collar being tugged at again. The slender customer before him had already scooped him up and dragged him closer. The objective gaze, like a blade, scraped across every part of him. In just a few breaths, the mechanic shop owner felt the pain of being tortured to death. He could even sense a sense of hostility from the customer. This hostility wasn't directed at him, but rather emanated naturally from the customer. The murderous intent wasn't overt. It was only palpable when he gazed into her eyes. Time froze for a moment. The mechanic shop owner locked eyes with her, and when he sensed a faint red glow in her eyes, his body felt hot. An indescribable feeling made his pants smell. Before she'd done anything, the customer had already peed himself. Nanchin released her hand and wiped it with a touch of annoyance. The mechanic shop owner, escaping the beast's jaws, was instantly thankful for his courage and said, "Boss, I won't dare to do it again. I won't watch it anymore." In just a few breaths, he felt as if he'd experienced a life-or-death struggle. It was terrifying. This woman's aura was even more powerful than the one he'd seen 3 days ago. That unspoken, intimidating aura was perhaps even more powerful than the invading heretics. "Nanchin, clean it up. The smell is too strong." The mechanic shop owner nodded hurriedly, then went inside to instruct the staff on how to serve the customer. Then, tumbling out of sight, he vanished. Their actions were brief, but they caught a few people's attention. The mechanic shop employee, curiously observing, widened his eyes in surprise when he saw Nanchin effortlessly lift the man off the ground. Then the owner scurried off, leaving the employee to meet the woman's faint red eyes. The employee felt a strange palpitation in his heart. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again. The customer's red pupils had vanished, replaced by a brilliant black. The employee, feeling dazzled, muttered, "How can there be red eyes? Aren't red pupils only found in pollutants? Hello, where's my custom-made car?" Nanchin's voice called the employee's attention. He quickly shook off his wild thoughts and said with a smile, "It's in the garage out back. Please follow me." Nanchin nodded and followed the man inside. As she walked, she felt a strange unease in her heart. She didn't know what had happened just now, but her emotions had lost control. After sensing the chaotic thoughts of the mechanic shop owner, she felt only irritation. A strange voice spoke in her mind. "Kill him! Kill him!" This voice, like the eerie sound when she was infected by the black mist, came from deep within her consciousness, from another dimension. Nanchin, realizing something was amiss, quickly held her breath and concentrated, withdrawing the energy she had released. This prevented a bloodbath. However, the mechanic shop owner was genuinely frightened by the energy infection. Nanchin frowned, wondering, "Is there something wrong with my current energy?" She sensed something was amiss. "According to your request, we've increased the car's dimensions. It can seat 6 people, and the trunk is spacious enough for 2 months of survival supplies. The car's exterior is made of a composite of mineral-derived metals, capable of withstanding impacts with pollutants below level A under normal conditions. It has energy grooves, like energy blocks that, when charged, create a protective film that enhances the car's rigidity." The mechanic shop employee gave a detailed explanation. In front of Nanchin was a black and red, semi-box modified car. The wheels were made of a very durable composite metal. The energy tanks and oil tanks connected the engine. The energy source activated quickly, and with ample explosive power. Nanchin raised her hand and tapped the hood, feeling the force. She concluded that this car, having been recklessly ramming through the city, could easily overturn some common pollutants. The quality was better than the Cross Star. Under the eager gaze of the employees, Nanchin looked up and asked, "Where are the weapons I requested?" A modified car isn't just about having a hard shell. It also needs to have some self-defense and offensive capabilities. This will improve its survivability in extreme environments. The employee nodded. "It's been added as you requested. Please look here." He reached out and clicked on the control screen on the modified car's frame, and the black and red modified car creaked into life. A light energy cannon was assembled within the modified car's thick roof, protruding from its peak, exuding a murderous aura and a majestic appearance. Nanchin sized up the caliber of the light energy cannon. It was a full half-meter thick, meaning the projectile it condensed could have a diameter of 1 meter. A light energy cannon this large could crush half of an enemy's body. Nanchin pointed at it in surprise and asked, "Such a large caliber, wouldn't it be expensive?" "I remember the price I reserved wasn't enough to customize something like this. Energy weapons are rare in Area 3197. Even on the black market, where gray goods are sold, heavy energy weapons aren't easy to come by. And once this thing appears, it's bound to be expensive. Installing it for her, without her having paid a sufficient deposit is a bit. Are they not afraid of me, and don't want to buy it? This is a defective product. Although it looks impressive, it only emits half the energy it should. This is because it uses very little energy, and its power is only at the level of a regular energy gun. Boss, you can think of it as a larger submachine gun," the machine shop employee explained carefully. Nanchin finally understood, thinking that these guys on the black market were quite cost-effective, installing a defective light energy cannon instead of a few semi-automatic machine guns. This saved them half their assembly time. There was no time to dwell on it. If the information was correct, the city gates would open tomorrow, and she had to take advantage of this opportunity to leave the city. Nanchin inspected the modified car inside and out to ensure there were no quality issues, then paid for it and delivered it. She drove the modified car to the back of the Cross Star, making sure she could see it from her dormitory window, and get in and leave immediately tomorrow. After planning her escape tomorrow, Nanchin approached Ottawa and asked to enter the Cross Star storage room to collect her reward. The improved potion? This was the patron Chi, and Winya had promised her after stealing Mr. Zhou's belongings. Now, events had spiraled out of control, and the appearance of the black fog had disrupted their original plans. Even Chen-Chi and Wenya had been apprehended, and the outcome was uncertain. Thankfully, they had a modicum of conscience. Before entering, they left a message for Ottawa and granted her permission to exchange items with her. Going now? In such a hurry? Ottawa had just been released from the hospital and was still undergoing examinations in the mercenary group's intensive care unit. Ottawa was slightly surprised to see Nanchin rushing to her to collect supplies. She observed the girl in front of her carefully, noting her calm expression and a resolute gaze, as if she had made a crucial decision. Nanchin nodded and said, "I want to see the improved potion soon. A lot has happened lately, and I want to settle everything quickly." Ottawa said helplessly, "Being a mercenary is like that. Accidents happen every day. We're unlucky this time. We've run into a rare heretic face to face. The probability is about the same as winning the Central Federation lottery." Nanchin thought for a moment and corrected herself. The lottery requires federal channels, so the probability of encountering a heretic is still higher than the lottery. Ottawa rolled her eyes, thinking she was being too talkative. She shook her head and said, "I really can't help you. Come with me." Ottawa led Nanchin to the underground storage room. The journey was simpler than Nanchin had imagined. The two of them simply performed a biometric scan in front of the surveillance camera. Ottawa then entered the corresponding access code, and the two of them successfully entered the storage room. The equipment in the storage room was neatly arranged, with weapons, potions, and books arranged by area. Nanchin scanned the potion section accurately, and strode over to sift through the shelves. Ottawa leaned against the wall, arms folded, watching the girl expertly scan the potion names. With a slight premonition, she said, "Xiaoxing, you seem anxious. Did something happen?" Nanchin pocketed the 2 bottles of high-quality, improved medicine she had found. She glanced sideways and asked, "Sister Ottawa, have you heard recently about the relocation of all residents in District 319? "Yes." Ottawa raised an eyebrow slightly. "That happened a couple of years ago. The higher-ups are always like this. When they feel resources are insufficient, they advise people to move to other districts. But entering other districts isn't something you can do just like that. Not only do you face the threats of travel, but you also face the dangers of the city. Compared to the occupancy tax for those who settle down in new areas, it's more cost-effective for most residents to stay put." Nanchin paused and asked, "Stay where you are? Even if you face real danger? Even if there's no chance of survival? Why stay where you are?" A duo stared at her in amazement, then laughed. "Of course not. When faced with life and death, people always unleash incredible potential, including leaving their homes for unfamiliar environments. But that only happens after danger arises. When disaster strikes, it might be too late to hide." Nanchin knew a few words wouldn't explain it clearly. She was too busy to take care of herself, and didn't have the energy to persuade them further. Nanchin tried to leave the storage room with 2 bottles of potion. A duo, standing nearby, suddenly grabbed her. Nanchin turned to look, only to see the capable female team leader, looking puzzled and a little nervous, ask, "Xiaoxing, you? What did you notice? Are you planning to move out of Area 319? Nanchin didn't hide it now, nodding frankly yes. "I leave when the city gates open." Chapter 30. Leaving? To where? Although she had some suspicions, a duo was still surprised when the other person actually said it. Nanchin didn't answer, indicating that she wasn't sure. A duo pondered for a moment. "Is it because of what happened in the past few days?" "Xiaoxing, although the city seems unstable right now, the roads leading out of the city aren't necessarily safe either. We've already been on 2 missions before. My brother was infected that time, and we encountered a large alien beast. This is much more frequent than what happens in the city. Besides, the Major General of Upper City is stationed here. With her military prowess and powerful supernatural powers, this place is the safest and most stable in this area right now." Nanchin paused, but couldn't help but say, "Normally, we don't see people from Upper City coming here to investigate. So many people came this time, and they've expended energy and resources rushing here. And then, there's the human heretic we encountered. At their level, they wouldn't need to be sneaky to attack this place, and they might even be able to escape from law enforcement. What are these powerful figures trying to do in Area 319? Captain Chen and Sister Wenya's unusual behavior. Sister A Duo, do you really think everything is normal?" Nanchin stared at a duo with her dark eyes, calm, yet filled with a deep, unfathomable vortex. In one breath, she laid out all her problems. Connecting all the anomalies, they clearly expressed one thing: Area 319 held a dangerous secret. This secret referred not only to the all-consuming black fog, but also to the very thing that had brought a group of powerful individuals here from afar. Even if our duo was slow-witted, she could sense the anomaly here. Moreover, she was an extremely perceptive mercenary herself. She also served as a team leader in Cross-Star Mongli, completing various dangerous missions, and her vigilance against danger was even higher than that of an average person. This matter is indeed very strange. A duo nodded in confirmation of Nanchin's statement, but she had her own concerns and did not express her opinion directly. She asked, "Have you really decided? Are you leaving tomorrow?" Nanchin nodded. Leaving Area 319 had always been her goal, and she would not waver. A duo smiled inside. "When I first met you, I felt you were different from us. You didn't seem to want to stay here long. I thought you could stay with us for a year or two, just to transition, before parting ways and pursuing your future. I didn't expect this to happen so soon. I was even planning on making promises for you." Nanchin, The promises came out so lightly. A duo released her arm, patted the shoulder of the girl, who was a few years younger than her, and whispered, "Let's go. Be careful on the road. If you need anything, tell me. Don't let Nanchin starve." Nanchin was stunned for a moment, feeling a strange warmth, like the blessing of an elder. She looked at Aduo's smiling face and said solemnly, "Thank you, Sister Aduo." Confirming Nanchin was leaving, Aduo didn't stop her, and even found some supplies to fill the back of the car. The black and red modified car that Nanchin had just towed back was suddenly filled with food and equipment. She estimated that the supplies in this carriage would last them for a while. After finishing everything, Nanchin went to the cafeteria and packed 3 servings of stir-fried vegetables and pork rice, bringing them back to the dormitory to share with Nanchin and Xiaoshu. Nanchin expressed delight at her favorite stir-fried vegetables and meat, picking up her utensils and beginning to dig into them. Recently, after her legs adjusted to the ground, she'd begun practicing the self-defense techniques her sister had taught her. While the moves were simple, they also took a toll on Nanchin's energy. After daily exercise, Nanchin felt hungry, eager to tear open her lunch box and eat. She had evolved from her previous frail, vulnerable physique to a healthy body capable of lifting weights and carrying a submachine gun with one hand. Nanchin couldn't help but sigh at the change. The genetic evolution potion was indeed effective. Besides being expensive and rare, it had no other drawbacks. Compared to Nanchin's increasingly lively appearance, Xiaoshu's condition seemed rather ordinary. She was still dazed. When eating, she'd pause after taking a bite before slowly opening her mouth for another. Her movements seemed clumsy, but the good news was that Xiaoshu had a basic understanding of people. She smiled faintly when she saw Nanchin, nodding at everything he said, seemingly unafraid of him harming her. Xiaoshu probably described Nanchin that way because she was always with her. When Xiaoshu saw Nanchin, her face sullen, she remained silent, her eyes cast downward, afraid to meet her gaze, as if she regarded Nanchin as some terrifying beast. Nanchin wondered, "Sister, is Xiaoshu so afraid of you because you did something shameful?" Nanchin patted her sister's head. "I didn't do anything. Don't use such rude words." Nanchin held her head and looked at her with a resentful look. Nanchin smiled, pretending not to notice. After the 3 of them finished their rare peaceful meal, Nanchin informed her sister that she was leaving. Nanchin was surprised. So suddenly. "Leaving tomorrow? Where to?" Nanchin, "Yes, we're pressed for time. Pack your bags tonight. As soon as the city gates open, we leave." Nanchin felt strangely excited yet bewildered at the words. She glanced at Xiaoshu, who was still sitting there in a daze. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered, "What about Xiaoshu? Should we take her with us?" Nanchin paused, looking at the girl next to her. Xiaoshu was now in her pajamas, staring blankly at the ceiling. Unlike the nervous and panicked look she had shown in the bathroom, she was now simply lost in thought, her mouth tightly shut, no longer uttering the number sound. Xiaoshu seemed to be improving, but even so, she was still not a normal person. Her consciousness was as slow as a baby's. Traveling in the wasteland with Xiaoshu like this was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb, a useless burden. Nanchin considered herself somewhat moral, but not saintly. Logically, rescuing her was a favor, and she didn't owe him anything. The reason Xiaoshu had been kept around for so long was because she and Nanchin shared the same fate. A test subject chosen by the Holy Light. Nanchin knew all too well the despair and pain of that. When faced with a girl her own age and past, she would have visions of her former, helpless self. It was a strange feeling. Changing Xiaoshu's fate was like changing her own memory. Nanchin knew that having interfered with someone's fate, she couldn't escape unscathed. "Take her with you. Once we reach the new city, we find a place for her," Nanchin said. When Nanchin realized he could take Xiaoshu with him, the corners of his lips curled up uncontrollably. He hugged his sister's waist, saying she was the best. Nanchin patted her head, a gentle smile breaking across his face. The night was quiet, like a windless lake. Nanchin slept soundly. When he woke up in the morning, he looked out the window, and saw the chain slowly unwinding and retracting into the wall. A tall mechanical beast stood guard at the city gate. The morning light filtering through the hazy mist tinted the cold metal with an orange-gold hue, making it appear majestic and imposing, staring down the people walking on the street with a terrifying aura. The southern city gate was unsealed, and the mechanical beasts were monitoring the entry and exit of those in District 319. The federal soldier atop the mechanical beast was clearly far more intimidating than the law enforcement officers guarding the city gates. His cold eyes meticulously scanned the passing creatures. If he detected any trace of contaminants, he would mercilessly pierce the dangerous creature's trachea with his spear. It seems the administrators of District 319 are taking the city gates opening seriously, as if they're worried about some strange creatures sneaking in. Nanchin confirmed the gate was indeed open, then quietly led Nanchin and Xiaoshu down the stairs to the back of the building. She had Nanchin and Xiaoshu sit in the back seat of the car. The black and red modified car was as large as a pickup truck. The first time Nanchin sat in it, she was amazed by the spacious interior. She looked around curiously, taking in the mechanical feel of the interior. Before even leaving the city, she could smell the mechanical weapons in action. Nanchin's eyes sparkled. "Sister, it looks so cool." Nanchin breathed a sigh of relief, seeing her sister adapting well. She pulled out a seat belt from the side and fastened it on each of them. Nanchin placed the light energy gun in Nanchin's hand, instructing him, "Hold on tight, don't drop it. Don't drop it, no matter what happens." Nanchin responded dazedly, and was hugged by his sister. "Xiaochen, don't be afraid." "Nanchin, okay, I follow you." After giving her instructions, Nanchin took the driver's seat and started the car. She didn't remove the cross-star emblem on her arm, which shone brightly in the daylight. She stared at it intently. The emblem was both the cross-star symbol and her pass out of the city. Nanchin had joined the mercenary group for this very reason. Who could have imagined that in less than a month, she'd encountered so much, and even formed a life-and-death friendship with a duo and the others. Now that she was actually leaving, she felt a bit emotional. Nanchin's emotion lasted only a second. She cleared her negative emotions, her eyes regained their determination, and she started the car and drove out. Today was the day the city gates were reopened. As Nanchin drove to the gate, she saw a line of people also waiting to leave the city. This group, apart from the vast majority of other mercenary groups, was preparing to venture out of the city and carry out missions. There were also a few ordinary residents, their cars laden with luggage, seemingly on the move. While most had no plans to leave District 3197, a few who could afford it wanted to venture out. They were quite courageous. This group of ordinary residents left the city in groups, having hired mercenaries as bodyguards to clear their way. Some also planned to report to District 319 management and take public transportation. However, the public transportation route obviously required a much slower process. As Nanchin approached the city gates, he heard some residents complain. "It's so slow, the paperwork is so complicated. I was among the first to arrive this morning, and I haven't even finished my paperwork yet. At this rate, when will I even be able to leave the city?" Be content. Those who've registered ahead haven't left yet. They're still waiting for everyone to gather and take the shuttle bus. Another person sighed upon hearing this. "With this speed, I might as well hire a mercenary group to take me out. Saves time and effort. Not only will you ask them to pay you, but are you safe outside the city?" The man lowered his voice and said, "Take the federal shuttle bus. At least you're guaranteed to be taken to a safe place. If you follow hired bodyguards, you might be robbed of your money." Nanchin, with her sharp ears and eyes, heard their words clearly. She sighed. It seems the mercenary group has a really bad image among the residents. But their concerns were justified. Everyone knows that among ordinary people, private ownership is not as good as public ownership. They don't have the cost of trial and error. The team advanced in small steps, and Nanchin's car drew closer to the inspection device at the city gate. She stared at the red bead hanging on the gate. It slowly rotated, scanning the creatures below. It scanned not only those leaving the city, but also those entering it. Evidently, during these days of blockade, not only were those inside unable to leave, but even the mercenaries on missions outside couldn't get in. They, too, had spent several days in the harsh conditions outside the city, their faces dusty and pale ashes. Their steps were stiff and lifeless as they entered. If the gate detectors hadn't sounded the alarm, the defenders would have thought these people had been drained of their vitality or contaminated. Chapter 31. As this group of returning mercenaries passed by people leaving the city, their faces paled. They emanated a foul odor, like some rotting plant, so dense that anyone close enough could faint. Someone couldn't help but curse. It stinks so bad, like rotten meat. Could they have crawled out of some damn place? Keep your voice down. Another person pulled their friend aside, telling him to stay out of the way, but their expression wasn't much better either. Nanchin also smelled that strange odor, a fishy smell amidst the decay. The smell of blood. So familiar. Nanchin almost instantly recalled a dark white skeleton, with a sinister smile on its face. The monster coiled itself around the branches of the manor, winding down, telling her child, "I've eaten more people than you've walked. We higher-level beings are everywhere. Sister, they smell terrible." Nanchin, sitting in the back seat, couldn't help but pinch his nose. Xiao Shu, with a dazed look on his face, showed a hint of fear, crouching back nervously. Nanchin took a deep breath, silently praying, "Don't be so unlucky as to run into those monsters even when leaving the city." She turned and instructed Xiao Chen. "Charge your light energy gun. Is something going to happen?" Nanchin, sensitive to her sister's anomaly, charged her light energy gun as instructed. She noticed Nanchin had already rolled down the car window and stepped on the accelerator, accelerating. "Nanchin, hold on." The second after she spoke, something unexpected happened. Several mercenaries, who were originally walking slowly inside the window, suddenly raised their heads ferociously, opened their mouths to 180 degrees, revealing layers of fangs, and pounced on the others in an extremely weird posture. Amidst the splattering of flesh and blood, the crowd at the city gate let out panicked screams. Their first reaction to the attack was to call for help and resist. Among the crowd leaving the city were other expert mercenaries, who initially drew their weapons and opened fire. Bang bang. Several flares blasted out, seemingly striking metal, leaving only a faint trail of white smoke on the skin of the suddenly mutated humans. The mercenary who fired the shot froze for a moment, and just as he was about to fire again, he was tackled to the ground by a sneak attack from behind. Alert! Alert! Unidentified attack detected. Alert! Alert! Unidentified attack detected. Activate defense mechanism. The city gate is about to close. The gate security cameras sensed the pedestrian's presence, and the guns hanging from the wall slowly rotated. A dense array of infrared beams focused on a chaotic area. A cold, heartless voice echoed through the pedestrian's ears. "Clearance procedures are about to begin. Relevant humans, evacuate immediately." Nanchin had intended to accelerate the car and rush out. But the sight of the concentrated beam cannon overhead sent a tingling sensation, and almost subconsciously, he pulled the vehicle backward. Nanchin ignored the honking horns and shouting curses, retreating diagonally through the crowd to the city gate. Just as Nanchin was about to withdraw, a fierce light emanated from the archway of the city gate. "Ah, ah, 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 ah!" A chorus of screams erupted and then died away. There was a moment of silence among the residents queuing in the city. Nanchin ignored her sister, Nanchin, who was convulsed and nearly vomiting behind her. She stared at the dimming light ahead, her pupils trembling. She saw a pile of charred charcoal, the image of a burnt human. Under such a dense attack on the city gate wall, no one could escape unscathed. Nanchin dreaded the thought of whether she, along with her vehicle, would have been wiped out if she hadn't retreated. Luckily, escaped. Before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, she saw the charred shadow slowly wriggling. It rolled in an extremely strange position, a small point protruding. Then Nanchin saw a section of bone emerge. Crackling. The sound was extremely unpleasant. She peered closer, and saw that the fabric draped around these things was the mutants, who had attacked during the recent mutation. There were not only previous mutants, but also the skeletons of victims, shed flesh yet still alive. Firelight flickered from their empty eye sockets. The faint gray flames, eerie, seemed to come from hell. What is that? Are they still alive? It's a heretic attack. A heretic attack. Help! When panic spread to a certain extent, the Mechanical Beast Federation soldiers stationed at the city gate also reacted. He shouted, "Everyone retreat." As he shouted, he swung his spear and threw it at the emerging skeleton. Nanchin saw the metal spear flash with silver light, piercing the skeleton's head and exploding on it. The skeleton fell to the ground with a soundless movement, disintegrating into a ball. Everyone held their breath, just as they were about to marvel at the power of the Mechanical Beast soldiers. Crackling. The strange sound of change rose again. Another skeleton fell, and more skeletons emerged. As if under some spell, they emerged from the black mud at the city gate in a continuous stream. One after another. There was only one mechanical beast soldier at the city gate, and even his extraordinary strength could not stop the endless monsters. The alarm at the city gate rang again, this time not just at the south gate but also at several other gates. It was clear that Area 319 had been invaded by a large number of monsters. The disaster erupted at this moment. The city gate was now the hardest hit area, and leaving the city was now impossible. Nanchin turned the car around, knocking over a few skeletons, and drove back to the Cross Star. She had to avoid the first wave of the disaster first. Are those pollutants? Nanchin sat in the back, pale. It was her first time facing such a creepy thing, and she was lucky not to vomit in the car. Nanchin said in a deep voice, "They must be humans infected by heretics. They have become pollutants. The most dangerous thing for humans in this world is undoubtedly the monsters outside the city. Pollution, heretics. Pollution, ordinary mutants, bizarre in appearance and ferocious in nature. Heartlessness, evolved creatures within the pollution, possessing a certain level of intelligence and certain abnormal abilities. Heretics, a species with a genetically modified branch, possessing intelligence similar to that of humans. When necessary, they can assume human form and infiltrate the human world to forage. If humans are infected by any of these three types of creatures, their bodies will be transformed, gradually losing their sanity and becoming their own kind. The stronger the source of the contamination, the higher the infection concentration. What shocked Nanchin was that the humans entering the city were instantly mutated into inhuman forms, their bones exposed, and capable of transforming others upon contact. After the apocalypse, humanity has undergone years of evolution, and its resistance to contamination has greatly increased. Such cases of contagion through contact are now rare. The scene before the city gates, blinking open and close, revealed bones scattered like a plague, stripping away the flesh and blood of living people. Even though Nanchin had experienced many wars, he could only sigh that hell on earth was just this kind of hell. "Sister, where are we going now?" Nanchin asked with a pale face. Chapter 32. Where to? Nanchin felt a rare moment of bewilderment when asked this question. She glanced out the window, and saw gray smoke rising from the direction of the city gate, accompanied by the terrified screams of humans. Nanchin even heard the clashing of bone weapons, and the gurgling of laughter, like the noise of a mincemeat dump. Area 319 was now like a simmering inferno. The city gates were blocked by skeletons, and the mutated monsters would be assimilated if they came into contact with humans. There was no way out of the city. Area 319 was now like a simmering inferno. Where could go? Nanchin estimated her own combat effectiveness. She was the only one in the car with superpowers. Nanchin could barely raise his weapon, and Xiaoshu could only hold his head in his hands. Before long, those skeletons might multiply, filling the streets and alleys with monster hordes, leaving humanity with no place to stand. Even if she could protect herself, she couldn't guarantee the safety of the two people in the car. She needed a powerful force, a place that could protect humanity's temporary survival. Where was safe now? Who was the strongest force in Area 319? Nanchin's mind suddenly shifted to someone from the upper city, the Federation's cutting-edge weapon, the mechanical beast armed forces. That high-level psychic possessed the ability to cordon off areas, squeezing the black fog into a palm-sized ball with a single wave of his hand. There was probably no safer place right now. "Sister?" Nanchin saw her sister, her head bowed in thought, and a worried expression crossed her face. After making up her mind, Nanchin looked up and started the car again. "Let's go to the city center. There are troops there, so we should be able to hide for a while." They were currently behind the Cross Star Point, nearly a 10-minute journey from the city center. Furthermore, they were close to the south gate, where the skeleton mutation had already caused chaos throughout the streets. Panicked men and women, hiding in their homes, were dragged out by the skeletons. Some crying children were grabbed by the arms and thrown around by the monsters, completely engulfed in the swarm. Nanchin drove out, only to be blocked by the swarm of bones. Their bodies, drenched in crimson flesh, clattered against the car windows with a crackling sound. Some even had entire skulls slammed into the windows, their eyes still hanging in their sockets, staring at the flesh inside the car like vengeful spirits. This skeleton was still wearing the clothes of the surrounding residents, clearly having been recently transformed. Transformed from a living person. Nanchin was horrified by the scene. She clutched her light energy gun and asked tremblingly, "Sister, are they all dead?" "They've lost their minds and flesh. They can't be alive. Nanchin's face tensed as she accelerated to ram the obstacles blocking her way. But as their numbers grew, she was forced to open the window and draw her light energy gun to decapitate the skeletons. These skeletons seemed to be encrusted with some kind of crystal, becoming harder than ordinary titanium alloy. Light bullets could only knock their bodies apart, not penetrate them. Nanchin couldn't free her hands, so she shouted back, "Xiaoqin, shoot those two back there in the head. They're rolling on the truck wheels." Okay, Nanchin stammered. She raised her light energy gun tremblingly, and slowly opened the window. Through the window's crack, the skeletons scrambled forward, their joints covered in red and white flesh poking through, flailing rapidly, trying to grab Nanchin's hair. Never having faced contamination so closely before, Nanchin couldn't help but shrink back, and Xiaoshu, who was beside her, let out a scream. Nanchin glanced sideways. "Xiaoqin, can you do this?" Nanchin was terrified, but she gritted her teeth and said, "I can." She knew she couldn't retreat, couldn't let her sister down. With a steely determination, she pulled the trigger, focusing the light energy into a bullet. Pa, pa, pa! A few metallic snaps followed, and the skeleton clinging to the car window was blasted away. Nanchin's eyes widened as she watched the monster wail and disappear. The fingers holding the light energy bullet stopped shaking. "Sister, It hit." Nanchin smiled and said, "No miss." Nanchin's sister's affirmative voice reassured her. Although it was inappropriate at the moment, she couldn't help but feel excited. She mentally encouraged herself, "She can do it. She can fire. She can hit." Xiaoshu didn't understand Nanchin's excitement. She only felt the monster leave, and the noise faded after the car window closed. She gradually sat up straighter. She saw Nanchin excitedly stroking his light gun, and her eyes sparkled as she smiled. This interlude lasted only a moment. Nanchin had already driven her car out of the southern encirclement. Pedestrians hurried along the road, as did the mercenaries and others who had escaped with her. Some of them poked their heads out to engage the skeletons, but underestimated the monster's toughness and were dragged down and dismembered. Others, daring not to stop, continued running. A few minutes later, the entire law enforcement team from District 319 was deployed, setting up a defensive wall at the more central intersection and firing light cannons. The effect was only enough to create a barrier, barely enough for the fleeing residents to enter the safe zone. A strong fishy smell and noisy creaking sounds filled the entire world, and the atmosphere became one of despair, similar to the black fog that filled the sky at that time. The fleeing people didn't dare stop, and could only continue running towards areas devoid of skeletons. Gradually, everyone in Area 319 gathered in one place, scrambling to get ahead, creating a crowded situation. Those left behind would suffer misfortune. Nanchin reacted quickly. She was among the first to reach the city center. When she was 500 meters from the center, Nanchin heard a humming sound, a very strong humming sound. At the familiar sound, she looked back, as if sensing something. Invisible space rippled, forcibly pushing aside the relentless pursuit of the skeletons. Those fleeing within 1,000 meters were in danger of contact, and a vacuum zone emerged around them, containing only human life. 1,000 meters beyond, a sea of blood. Nanchin breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Chen Qiong had taken action. The opponent was still powerful and terrifying, having created a vacuum zone in such a short time. Nanchin couldn't imagine what could be worthy of her full-strength attack, probably an S-level or higher pollutant, a strange beast, or something similar. Please quickly enter a 10-kilometer radius from the city center. In 10 minutes, all human access will be blocked. Please quickly enter a 10-kilometer radius from the city center. In 10 minutes, all human access will be blocked. Please quickly enter a 10-kilometer radius from the city center. In 10 minutes, all human access will be blocked. The announcement blared from the loudspeakers, spreading throughout District 319. Soon, the other fleeing residents knew the safe direction and rushed there. Soon, tens of thousands of people would be densely packed in this area. Nanchin parked the car in front of the District 319 Government Affairs Center. She let Nanchin and Xiaoshu rest in the car for a while before taking them out. The survivors in the square were left with only the utmost care, weeping bitterly, numb and sorrowful. Every time apocalyptic disaster strikes, humanity's fragility is vividly revealed. Nanchin's face remained tense, and she hadn't fully relaxed. Touching the back of her neck, she could feel a film of sweat. With her reborn memories, she knew this was only the beginning. The disaster of her previous life was replaying itself. Facing this repetition of fate, Nanchin felt a complex mix of emotions. She felt powerless and momentarily lost. Nanchin sensed something was amiss with her sister, But she didn't know how to comfort her. She could only hold her arm and say, "No matter what happens, I'd be with you." Nanchin forced a smile and rubbed her forehead. "I'd be with you too." Xiaoshu looked at the two, confused, but seeing them laugh, she joined in, as if the disaster outside had been completely forgotten. "Xiaoxing." A familiar voice came from the distance. Nanchin turned and saw a duo, dressed in combat uniform, and her brother Dai approaching them. She glanced back and saw number 11, now fully recovered from the recovery potion. He was carrying a smoking light cannon, and waving at them foolishly. There was also Glasses, with his eyes bandaged. Though he couldn't see, he still turned his head accurately towards Nanchin, and even smiled slightly, perhaps his psychic powers taking effect. Nanchin opened her mouth, but before she could reply, Nanchin beside her exclaimed excitedly, "Sister Adwa. Great. You escaped too." Adwa found it amusing. Into the vacuum, not out. She then glanced at Xiaoshu, who was standing beside her, looking dazed, a hint of confusion. Nanchin shook her head and said simply, "She's a friend." As she spoke, she turned, pulled Xiaoshu's hood back on, and had someone wrap a shawl around her face to shield her. There were so many people here, it was hard to guarantee someone from the Holy Light organization would recognize Xiaoshu as experimental material. "You truly are a prophet. You said something was going to happen yesterday, and today the pollutants entered the city." A duo, consciously changing the subject, sighed. "When those skeletons were rampaging, I was wondering if you'd escape the city, but we ended up meeting inside." Nanchin smiled bitterly. "I didn't have time. They arrived too quickly, the pollution level was high, and the outbreak was swift. There was barely time for anyone to react." A moment of silence fell on both sides. "These bones look like the same species as the bone heretics you encountered last time." A Dai, standing nearby, broke the silence. Duo frowned and said, "Speaking of the bone monster, it does resemble Mr. Zhou, but the size difference is vastly different. He can't infect others, otherwise Nanchin, and I wouldn't be so fully fleshed and blooded now." Nanchin nodded. If he had that ability, he wouldn't have to flee. Besides, when she fought the thing, its corrosiveness wasn't as strong as the black fog, except for the same crunching sound she heard when the pile of skeletons fused. Adai pondered for a moment and asked, "Is it possible that the mutated Mr. Zhou couldn't transform others then, but he can now? After fighting you, he didn't flee, but continued to hide among the crowd and manipulate all this?" Nanchin frowned at the man, waiting for him to finish. "I was infected by contaminants while on a mission before, as you know. I was even detained in the intensive care unit for several days." Dai said, "During the infection process, I heard strange mumblings, like something calling me to kneel down and worship." Mumblings, kneeling down? Nanchin remembered the strange voices he heard in his head every time he lost control of his mind after being exposed to pollutants. Others explained that this was a normal phenomenon after being infected by pollutants, with fearful fantasies appearing in the mind. But Nanchin always heard the same voice from the abyss, and it was hard to tell if there was any connection between them. Nanchin pressed on, "And then what?" "Adai, that voice made me desperately want to submit to it, but I also felt uneasy. I felt that if I agreed to it, I would never wake up again. I mean, I wouldn't wake up mentally, or I would be controlled by it. Duo, I remember you saying before that when you were controlled and unconscious, your mind was filled with chaotic voices, very rhythmic. This is similar to the supernatural control you encountered, Mr. Zhou." Duo hissed, her brows furrowed. "Are you saying that the heretic has been planning this for a long time, and as long as we haven't woken up, we might all be transformed by it?" Adai nodded and added, "Maybe it's not just ordinary transformation, but manipulation by some kind of spiritual will." Nanchin understood what he meant. Is there someone behind the heretics orchestrating all this? Like their leader, their god? Chapter 33. So what do we do now? What if this disaster is truly caused by those monsters, the gods behind them? What can we do? Duo's expression was solemn. "This is just speculation. There's no concrete evidence yet." Adai shrugged. "Even if it were truly confirmed, there's nothing we can do. Did you see those humans reduced to skeletal skeletons? Their flesh and blood corroded in an instant, their bones harder than titanium, completely transformed into alienated pollutants. And we could only curl up in this vacuum, powerless." The others fell silent again. Powerless meant they could only remain in this vacuum, awaiting the mercy of a powerful being, or perhaps divine intervention. Xiaoshu, dazed, didn't understand their conversation, staring back and forth with bright eyes. Nanchin, stunned by the sudden news, clutched his arm nervously. After a moment, someone spoke up, "Perhaps there's another way." Several people looked up at the girl. Nanchin's expression gradually calmed. She said, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. I believe human life is not that short. District 319 Government Affairs Center. Compared to the chaos outside, the people in this building seemed much more orderly. Qin Xiong sat in the main seat, her fingers tapping the tabletop. Her emerald eyes shone, and circles of silver lines rippled through her pupils. These were energy circles that expanded her domain using her supernatural powers. The stronger the energy, the more lines appeared in her eyes. When the law enforcer entered, he noticed that the lines on the Major General's eyes were almost completely covered. He knew this meant that the other party had entered a state of full armor, and energy was rapidly flowing from Qin Xiong's body. Even though the other party hadn't done anything to him, the enforcer felt his heart tremble, an invisible pressure suffocating him. Major General Chun. The enforcer's lips trembled, but he finally shouted under the pressure. Qin Xiong glanced at him, motioning him to continue. The enforcer swallowed and said, Major General, the exploration data is in. It shows that 50% of Area 319 is covered in pollutants, mostly skeleton-like creatures. The pollution level is exceeding the standard. Anyone injured by them will instantly transform into a different species. In the near future, except for our area, the entire Area 319 will be engulfed in pollution. The situation is very grim. Qin Xiong nodded and asked, how many people have survived in the safe zone since the domain was opened? Less than half. The enforcer's tone was heavy. The disaster happened so quickly. The day before yesterday, we were still discussing how to deal with the black fog, and today the pollutants have invaded the entire city, as if waiting for them to open the gates. Even if the city gates remain closed, Area 319 has already been infiltrated by these heretics. The city gates are merely a trigger. They're igniting chaos simply to gain something important. Controlling this amount of pollutants requires a tremendous amount of energy, and the instigators of this riot won't be able to hold out for much longer. Qin Xiong's voice was clear and calm. She commanded, law enforcement team, ensure security in the safe zone. Wait until the disturbances subside before directing any further action. Area 319 is at stake. We must not slack off. After these words, the enforcer had to calm himself. He saluted solemnly, expressing his stance. At this moment, Nanchin was led into the room. She saw the enforcer, standing in a tense military posture, and then saw Qin Xiong, his pupils gleaming with silver lines, his supernatural powers boundlessly unleashed. It had only been a day, but when they met these two again, the scene outside had completely changed. Why are you here? The enforcer frowned upon seeing the girl enter, clearly still holding a grudge against Nanchin. Nanchin heard his harsh tone and raised her eyebrows slightly. No! You! The enforcer was about to explode when Qin Xiong spoke up. I had someone let them in. The enforcer choked back a breath, not daring to question. Qin Xiong waved him off to make arrangements, leaving Nanchin and himself alone in the room. Qin Xiong took the initiative to start the conversation. What brings you to see me? Nanchin was initially shocked by the powerful energy fluctuations of Major General Chun, but then faced with such direct questioning, she said, Major General Chun, I don't want to die. Qin Xiong showed a hint of doubt. Nanchin continued, I have a younger sister, only 13 years old. Due to a genetic defect, she's been unable to move freely on the ground. Recently, her legs were healed, and she can now run. I was very happy, and wanted to start a new life with her. But the contaminants and the heretic invasion shattered this beautiful beginning, and the peaceful lives of many residents of Area 319. What do you mean? Qin Xiong asked. Nanchin, I want to live with my sister. I don't want to be reduced to ash in this disaster. Major General Chun, your mission in Area 319 must be more than just the surface. I'd like to ask if there are other ways for us to escape? Qin Xiong understood her words, and felt a hint of amusement. Are you worried that I let everyone in Area 319 die in the city? Nanchin, I'm worried you're too dedicated to your duties, defending Area 319. She now understood many things. Area 319 was doomed to destruction, due to some unknown plan, some unknown entity, or perhaps it was that nuclear black fog again. The arrival of such a powerful figure as Qin Xiong was part of humanity's plan to counter this. In Nanchin's memory, Area 319 was reduced to ruins, yet Qin Xiong's mechanical beast force reappeared on the battlefield years later. Does this mean there's still a glimmer of hope for survival in this incident, and the key to this chance is the mysterious Major General Chen? After Nanchin's question, the room fell silent for a moment. She noticed the silver lines in Qin Xiong's eyes grow thicker. He went from crossing his hands to tapping the table. Slowly, each bead seemed to be a reflection. Nanchin pursed her lips. Just as she felt the oppressive pressure of the room engulf her, she saw the corners of the woman's lips curl slightly. You're very smart, Qin said, just like your parents. Nanchin was stunned. This was the second time she'd heard Qin mention her parents, and this time, his tone hinted at an undisguised familiarity. Qin didn't intend to elaborate. She answered the previous question. All the gates of Area 319 have been overrun by contaminants. If they continue to spread, they directly attack our center. There's only one escape route within the city. Nanchin's eyes lit up, and she listened intently. Outside my domain, to the east, under the hospital 100 meters away. Qin continued, that's the transport tunnel left behind when the Federation built the shelter. However, judging by the current outdated facilities in Area 319, it must have been closed for a long time. 1 kilometer east of the area. The passageway facilities are aging and have been closed for a long time. Nanchin felt a glimmer of hope after hearing these words, but she still felt half dead. She thought of the skeletons strewn about outside the safe zone. If she rushed out recklessly, she would probably be quickly gnawed into pieces. Nanchin took a breath and asked, Major General Chen, can you expand your area to? No. Qin shook his head. Nanchin's lips tightened. My duty is to defend the target, and I may even fight it to the death at the last moment. Qin displayed remarkable calmness. The pollution fluctuations should subside soon. I attract your attention, but leaving is up to you. Facing the current deadlock, this was already a good opportunity. Nanchin thanked him and, as she stood up to leave, heard Qin's still flat voice. Nanchin, I hope we can meet again next time. After Nanchin emerged from the administrative center, she was surrounded by her teammates. Nanchin, Xiaoshu Adwa, Adai, number 11, and Glasses were all waiting for news from Nanchin. After Nanchin informed them of a passage east of the domain, they all had different expressions. Number 11 clapped his hands in amazement. This is life or death speed. How come in just a few days, it's like we've been through a whole cycle of reincarnation? He counted on his fingers. Adwa paused, then spoke, we have no choice now. This is a tough battle. Let's inventory our weapons first. Once the contamination subsides, we can cover each other and escape. Adai asked, they notify the public to evacuate together. Nanchin nodded. The law enforcement team will maintain order, but I don't think it will be very effective. We will still face difficulties. Few people can maintain their composure in the face of a life-or-death crisis. As soon as Nanchin finished speaking, law enforcement teams rushed in to quiet the incoming residents. In 10 minutes, the pollutants' activity will decrease, and an underground escape tunnel 1 kilometer east of the safe zone will open. Please wear protective gear and evacuate independently, avoiding contact with pollutants to prevent infection. The announcement was a single sound, and the residents of the safe zone were bewildered. After a moment, someone realized what was going on and shouted, What do you mean by evacuating alone? The army won't protect us? His shout sent the residents of the safe zone into an uproar. Are you kidding me? There are so many monsters, and we're supposed to go through them on our own? Are we just going to die? We pay so much tax to the city, why aren't we being escorted out? The Federation doesn't care about our lives. I don't care. I won't evacuate unless there's an absolutely safe plan. Better to stay in the safe zone than go out and die. A large portion of the population consisted of ordinary people, lacking the necessary weapons to combat the external pollutants. Some had never even left the city. While they knew the world was dangerous, the sight of such a large skeleton army terrified most. The law enforcer coldly observed the group below, filled with fear and despair, with faint signs of panic and riot. He drew his light energy rifle and fired several rounds into the air. Pa! Pa! After a few rounds, the crowd fell silent, their eyes widening as they stared at the law enforcer. He spoke coldly, Our forces are limited, but we will clear your retreat for 20 minutes. You only have 20 minutes to evacuate. Failure to do so will be at your own risk. Also, the noise will attract the attention of the pollutants outside, making them even more agitated and excited. If you want to survive longer, you'd better remain quiet otherwise. Under the forceful measures of the law enforcers, the people in the safe zone fell silent for a moment. There was no other way. In the face of absolute power, there was no choice. Some capable mercenaries had already quietly packed their bags and prepared to leave. This was the last plan Area 319 could come up with. In the face of disaster, life and death were left to fate. Nanchin exchanged glances with her teammates. When we evacuate later, the crowds might block the road. We need to secure a spot at the exit. A duo asked worriedly, Can we really get out? Nanchin, it's better than waiting here to die. After she finished speaking, she asked Nanchin to take Xiaoshu to the car. She then began to skillfully check her equipment, appearing remarkably calm. Seeing this, a duo exclaimed, "You're only in your teens, but why do you feel more grown up than I do?" She still remembered the first time she'd met Nanchin 2 weeks ago. His face was childish, and he'd looked bewildered at the slightest teasing. Now, as they become more familiar, a duo realized that Nanchin's pure, fresh-faced demeanor was only superficial. Inside, she was surprisingly composed, like a seasoned mercenary who'd weathered countless storms. Nanchin chimed in, "Maybe children from poor families grow up early. It seems Sister A Duo didn't get paid for my last visit to Mr. Zhou's house." A duo was speechless. "You're still fretting about this at this hour. I give you 2 boxes of dried meat." Nanchin nodded and smiled. "Thank you, Sister A Duo." The 10 minutes were quickly up. The skeletons outside the protective circle suddenly seemed to lose energy, becoming listless and on the verge of falling apart. The fragments of flesh that hadn't been completely peeled off clung to their bodies, dragging along the ground and staining the streets. Though their power had weakened, their numbers were still numerous, stacked at the intersection outside. It made people's scalps tingle, and they didn't know where to proceed. As everyone hesitated, the invisible shield in the sky glowed white. An invisible wave spread, instantly shaking away the group blocking the road. The road was cleared, and the law enforcers directed the soldiers and their team to provide armed cover for the evacuation of the people. Sector 319, less than half of its population, still numbered tens of thousands. The sight of them pouring out was quite impressive, not to mention the cars that were driving one after another. Congestion was inevitable. Chapter 34. Even though Nanchin and the others had been waiting at the exit, they were inevitably outnumbered by the rest of the crowd. Number 11 was furious. He didn't dare honk his horn, fearing the noise would alert the retreating pollutants. He could only complain into the communicator, "There are too many people. At this rate, we won't be able to evacuate everyone in an hour, let alone 20 minutes. It's all over sooner or later." A duo added, "Those skeletons probably can't wait that long. With all the noise, the heretics controlling them aren't fools." Number 11, "There won't be any bone fragments left." Nanchin, driving the other car, listened silently to their conversation. After saying everyone be careful, she turned down the volume on her communicator so that she could hear the clamor outside. She wanted to make sure she could detect danger the moment she saw it. Nanchin held Xiaoshu's hand as she sat in the back seat. She nervously gazed at the crowd outside and asked, "Sister, do you think those monsters will recover early? If they do, and rush towards us, with so many people." Nanchin stopped talking. She couldn't imagine how dire the situation would be. Nanchin glanced at her sister's pale face in the rearview mirror. Nanchin hadn't fainted after seeing all this while, which was a remarkable feat, but she was still only 13, and the dangers ahead were fraught with anxiety. Nanchin couldn't offer any words of comfort. Unsure of what the future held, she shook her head and said, "Hold on to your weapons and protect yourselves." As the two spoke, the crowd had already advanced a distance. The overwhelming crowd inevitably caused conflicts. The shoving and pushing gradually led to arguments, which intensified. Humans are full of emotions. Once their emotions get the better of them, they do many things recklessly, simply to vent their emotions. The situation was bound to get out of control. When a scream rang out, everyone's face paled. "Skeletons! Skeletons! They're coming! Help! Help me!" The law enforcement team, standing in the rear, observing the situation, used their equipment to detect the situation and immediately went on alert. A group of contaminated people are approaching the crowd from the south. The adjutant's eyes widened upon hearing this. Didn't they say they were slow? How did they get so close so quickly? The subordinate's face paled as he shook his head. They appeared suddenly. The equipment hadn't detected them before. "Shoot!" The law enforcement officer immediately gave the order, "Protect the evacuation of the people. Shoot anyone infected." The sudden attack caused panic among the crowd. The skeleton's contamination energy was so strong that if they scratched a human, they would immediately infect and assimilate. Therefore, in a short moment, the number of people evacuated from the south had already spread to over a dozen. The law enforcement team's methods were brutal. The light energy cannons fired 2 warning shots before unleashing a powerful blast, charring the area. But the skeletons were made of a material harder than mixed metals. Amidst the darkness, their scattered bones slowly rolled together, connecting to form a new composite skeleton. The crowd, witnessing this scene, panicked even more, each running forward in a chaotic swarm. "It's over, it's over. It's unkillable, it's impossible to kill." Forget it, run! They kept shouting, their steps unfaltering, as they continued to run towards the safe passage they had been told. To prevent the situation from getting too catastrophic, the law enforcement team sprayed the pollutants approaching the crowd, barely managing to stop the group from getting any closer. Like a virus. Number 11 muttered a curse over the communicator. Then, there was the sound of metal colliding, like the clatter of vehicles. They must have been scraped by the fleeing crowd. Xiaoxing, how's the situation over there? Adwa asked. Nanchin glanced at the increasingly panicked crowd outside and said, it's in the back. The pollutants are some distance away from us, but there are so many people, and everyone's frightened and anxious. I'm worried Adwa's voice grew serious. Xiaoxing, take precautions. No matter what happens, just keep going. The two ended their conversation, and about a minute later, the most feared situation unfolded. The evacuation route separated vehicles and pedestrians. Pedestrians on the left, vehicles on the right. The narrow aisles and the crowded crowd significantly reduced the speed of the vehicles. Everyone had been moving in a clear line, but the commotion had caused some unsettling. First, a modified car swerved, barreling straight into the crowd, then sped forward. Black vehicles, please return to the right. Black vehicles, please return to the right. Black vehicles, please return to the right. The law enforcement team shouted 3 warnings from both sides, but the car, like a wild horse, recklessly rushed forward. Blood and flesh were splattered, and screams rang out. The law enforcement officer watched the scene and cursed. What a bunch of reckless people. The adjutant asked, this will cause chaos. Should we intervene? The law enforcer's expression was grim. Ever since the disaster struck, he'd been under immense pressure from Chen Xiong's orders, and he simply wanted to resolve the situation as quickly as possible. The law enforcer said coldly, stop this idiot. The subordinate obeyed, raising his light energy cannon, focusing the energy at the black modified car and firing. Boom! Silence followed, revealing a pile of black waste, mixed with human ashes. Someone's eyes raged. No one will survive. No one will survive. Don't hesitate. It's too late if we don't run. Run! Seize the car and run. The tense crowd, already tense, was completely rattled, and the situation was in complete chaos. More cars ahead swerved, crushing others. Some jumped on them, pounding them, attempting to steal them. Others scrambled onto the modified car, hoping to escape with it. They were all madly insane, willing to do anything to survive, even if the benefits were small, but the risks were high. The law enforcement team, standing high above, witnessed this scene, their faces changing dramatically. The adjutant knew the situation was now out of control. Sir, what should we do? They blocked the road ahead in their chaos, and the skeletons to the south are also starting to separate and surround us. The enforcer's face was grim. How much time do we have? The adjutant glanced at the timer. We have 10 minutes until the contaminant energy wave gathers. Call the aircraft. Meet up front in 10 minutes. We evacuate. The enforcer said, for now, let's clear the escape route. At least we can keep these people alive. What about Major General Chen? The adjutant asked. Recalling Chen Qiong's expressionless expression as he expanded his 1,000-meter area, the enforcer expressed solemn awe. The Major General will hold his ground until the mission is complete. Nanchin's car was also stopped. A group of people tried to open her door and seize the driver's seat. Their expressions were frenzied and ferocious, all driven by blind instinct. Nanchin's back tingled as she watched the scene. She asked, Sister, should we use guns? Nanchin glanced back at her sister and saw that despite her expression of worry and fear, she was looking at her with a resolute look. It was as if, at the mere word of her, Nanchin would truly act without hesitation. Nanchin was growing up. No need. Nanchin sighed and shook her head. Stay still, I do it. She then focused her mind and summoned a water form. A stream of gray water emanated from her palms, flowing through the gap in the car window, forming a wrist-thick column that swept across the area. Nanchin watched through the window as the people who stopped the car were swept away, their car moving forward unhindered. She watched her sister retract the gray liquid and calmly adjust the car's direction. Nanchin was stunned for a moment. It's clean now. Nanchin, Her powers had almost fully recovered, so taking on the skeleton contamination alone wouldn't be a problem. However, given the sheer number of monsters, if Nanchin went head-on, she might fall into a pit. The most conservative approach was to conserve energy and keep a low profile. The riot had disrupted the evacuation team, and the obstacles were increasing. Nanchin had no choice but to use her powers to shield them and clear a path for herself. A car covered in gray liquid quickly arrived at the emergency exit in front of the hospital. The exit was located below the hospital parking lot. By the time Nanchin turned in, cars and people clinging to them were already entering the escape exit. But because the aisle could only accommodate 3 cars abreast, they had to slow down. At this point, everyone wanted to be absolutely sure. While waiting, Nanchin and the others noticed a duo in a car ahead of them, arriving before Nanchin. After a brief exchange over the communicator, Nanchin stopped talking and gazed at the underground tunnel entrance ahead. Square iron gates lined either side, covered in mechanical eyes and whirring gears, indicating that the entrance would possess the same robust defenses as the city gates. Broken bone fragments lay around, a deathly stillness on the side. Nanchin suspected that Chinchiang had just crushed these monsters when he activated his domain cleanup. She could not help but marvel at Chinchiang's power. With just one supernatural attack, these things, incapable of being burned by fire, were reduced to ash. The exit was getting closer, and they were about to enter the tunnel. Nanchin tugged at Xiaoshu's hand. "Sister, we're almost out." Nanchin remained silent, gazing at the approaching door. A faint voice echoed in her mind. Crackling. Food. Coming from the other side of his mind, it sounded familiar. Nanchin was alert. At the same moment, the tentacles within his body began to stir, their voices wailing, "Danger! Food!" At almost the same moment, a crack appeared in the underground area, followed by a flash of white. "Ah!" A man escaping screamed. Everyone looked in horror, only to see a bone spur as thick as a wrist piercing the man's chest. His eyes, still open, were white. Crackling. "I'm napping." The little ants are trying to move. A sinister, eerie voice rang out. When everyone saw the culprit emerge, their faces paled. How could one describe it? A gentle face, now half missing, and the neck that once connected it to its body had become a mass of white bones, a creeping, serpent-like creature. Bloody chunks of flesh still clung to its body, and it was unclear whether they were the monster's own, shed skin, or those of ordinary people like them. This was a monster, distinct from the others. It could even speak. Nanchin recognized it. This was Mr. Zhou, the heretic lurking in Area 319. The contaminants had been invading for so long, and he had finally appeared. The appearance of Mr. Zhou, this bone monster, naturally terrified the crowd. They fled in all directions, and those who had fled into the basement were also frightened by the scene and retreated. Some reacted by attacking, but it was clear that the light energy bullets had limited effect on the monster. Hitting its bones was like tickling it. The monster chuckled and swung its bone blade to block the attack. Realizing they were outmatched, the men attempted to escape into the passageway, only to find the massive body of the bone monster blocking the exit. Its dense, spiky bones struck the ground, creating a sound of stone crushing. "It's that creature again! Why is it still haunting us?" Number 11 had a traumatic memory of the monster. He still vividly remembered the pain of his internal organs being pierced by its bone blades. "What do we do now?" A duo's voice trembled. "It's blocking the exit. We can only attack." After their conversation ended on the calm, Nanchin saw the car ahead. Number 11 poked his head out, carrying a massive cannon and blasting it towards Mr. Zhou's face. The flames from the light energy bombs illuminated the basement like daylight, but the flames dissipated completely upon contact with the monster's bone blades. "It's no use." Number 11 shuddered. A duo shouted, "Get out of the way." Swish. The bone blade transformed into white light and lifted the burly number 11 high into the air. Like a rag doll, it flung him in a parabola, his tailbone piercing the body. Nanchin, seeing the situation was dire, opened the car door. A water form materialized, rapidly halting the tailbone's downward trajectory. Bang bang. The monster's attack was too powerful, and the water barrier Nanchin had erected vibrated repeatedly. She felt powerful, polluted energy rushing through her. It was the monster's energy wave. After just a few days of not seeing him, this heretic's energy had intensified. Nanchin groaned and shouted, "Sister A Duo, drag him into the car." Her water barrier stopped the bone spur from falling and saved number 11's life, but he was already unconscious from the impact. A Duo and a Dai could only hurriedly drag him back. Nanchin breathed a sigh of relief, controlling her water form to knock the bone spur away. Mr. Zhou noticed something unusual and turned half his face. Seeing the familiar girl, he chuckled. "Is it you? Little one, I was just wondering where to find you." As he spoke, the monster had already swung its bone blades in several directions, attacking the girl. Nanchin held up a water barrier, barely blocking the sharp blades. She knew she had no escape, and her only way out was to fight the monster head-on. Nanchin took a deep breath, turned around and instructed, Xiaochen, you drive the car. The screen has instructions for intelligent driving. I stop him. Don't look back, just drive away. Nanchin, upon hearing this, panicked. Sister, what are you doing? Don't go. It's dangerous. Nanchin dragged her sister to the driver's seat and fastened her seatbelt. Seeing her eyes flushed with anxiety, she rubbed her head and said, It's okay, I'll be back soon. Xiaochen, remember, in times of danger, your first priority is to protect yourself. Nanchin knew her sister was truly determined to fight the monster, but she couldn't help much besides running away. She choked up and said, Sister, you have to be safe. If anything happens to you, Nanchin, if anything happens to me, you have to stay alive. I won't accept being raised by hell. Nanchin's emotional words faltered, and she glared and cried, Sister, you're still so mean even at this time. Nanchin smiled, closed the door, and turned to face the bony monster blocking her way. Her eyes turned cold. She said to the monster, It was my fault for not breaking your bones last time. Mr. Zhou's lips parted, revealing jagged teeth, and he said grimly, It was also my fault for not eating you last time. While the man and the monster were talking, they began to fight. The monster continued to swing its bone blade, its gray neurotoxin lingering as it did so. Nanchin completely transformed into water, transforming into a pale gray stream. She wrapped around the bone blade, bearing the toxic erosion from it, and forcibly twisting the bone monster's body into shape. The monster was more powerful than before, and Nanchin had also grown stronger from absorbing so much energy. To maximize her attack power, she entangled the bone blade while black and red tentacles extended from her body, absorbing the monster's energy. After so long in battle, the bone monster felt pain for the first time, roaring and thrashing, trying to throw Nanchin off completely. But it was no use. The back and forth between them caused the entire basement to shake and crumble. The fleeing civilians were already panicking. When they saw the psychic girl fighting the monster move away, revealing a passage to the outside world, their first thought was to escape. They rushed in recklessly. Chapter 35. Nanchin leaned against the car window, staring at the intertwined shadows outside. The violent tremors, and the intertwined light and shadows of supernatural powers made it impossible for her to see Nanchin clearly. Nanchin was extremely anxious and worried, but she had no choice. Getting out of the car would only cause trouble for her sister. She could only obey her sister's orders and sit in the car, watching the chaotic battle unfold. Xiaochen! Nanchin! Can you hear me? Adwa's voice came from the communicator. Nanchin choked up and reluctantly replied, Sister Adwa. Adwa, upon hearing the answer, hurriedly said, Hurry and get into the escape route. This place will collapse any time soon. Nanchin, but my sister is still in there. Listen, you have to protect yourself first. The battle between supernatural beings and heretics is not something we can interfere in. Xiaochen doesn't want to cause trouble for your sister, right? Adwa heard her sobs and took a deep breath to comfort her. She had clearly witnessed Nanchin using her powers in the car earlier. A duo and her teammates were stunned that this girl, who had joined the team less than 2 weeks earlier, was actually a psychic on par with their captain, Chen Qi. Under normal circumstances, they would have gathered around Nanchin inside, but in this critical moment, escaping was paramount. Before a duo and the others were about to enter the escape route, they remembered that Nanchin had a younger sister back there, and quickly contacted her. Sure enough, the poor little girl's voice choked with sobs and trembled. If she hadn't warned her, a duo was worried Nanchin would stay there. Xiaochen, press the start button. Click the share link on the screen. A duo instructed calmly. At least Nanchin hadn't lost her composure. She pressed the red dot on the driver's seat, and the modified car sprang into action, its lights lighting up in rows as if it had come to life. Nanchin was startled. What's this? How did the car move on its own? Don't be afraid. Our vehicle's main system is taking over control of your car. It will follow us and leave. A duo explained. Luckily, I didn't lose my glasses skills. We can still operate remotely. Nanchin blinked, but it was too late to change her mind. The car door was locked by remote control. The only thing she could do now was lean against the window glass, watching the fight unfold clearly. The dust of the man and the monster mingled, moving further and further away from her until they entered a metal gate and stepped into a seemingly endless passage. Looking back, she could no longer see her sister. Nanchin felt the pressure. The bone monster's power grew stronger with each passing moment. Specifically, Nanchin felt a strong resistance as she attacked, and the neurotoxins clinging to its bones became increasingly toxic. As she used her water form to entangle the monster, she felt a sharp pain in her mind. Her energy was rapidly depleted, and relying solely on her tentacles to replenish it couldn't keep up. If this continued, she would be exhausted to death. Nanchin glanced at the escape route and confirmed that her sister's modified car had escaped safely. She breathed a sigh of relief, her body solidifying into a water form, ready to retreat. The bone monster saw her intention, grinned grimly, and flicked its tailbone to block her path. TSK, little thing, you want to run now, but it's too late. The time is up. Nanchin was stunned for a moment. As if sensing something, she turned to avoid the attack from behind. Turning her head, she saw that her attacker was a humanoid skeleton. The skeleton's flesh hadn't yet been completely peeled off, and its eyes, bulging and lifeless, hung in its sockets. In its hand, it held a light energy machine gun used by mercenaries. It was obvious that this skeleton was a newly transformed human. Nanchin looked around and saw that the human still outside the safe passage had begun to show symptoms of infection. First, their eyes turned red as they bit each other, then their flesh peeled off, gradually revealing their distinctively shiny white bones. The basement had become a breeding ground for pollutants. She had no idea when this polluting energy had invaded. Nanchin's face was grim when a familiar electronic voice reached her. Attention, the safe passage will be closed in 3 minutes. Residents, please evacuate immediately. Please do not linger, evacuate immediately. Attention, the safe passage will be closed in 3 minutes. Residents, please evacuate immediately. Please do not linger, evacuate immediately. This was the sound of the metal door. It was accurately telling the time, just as Major General Chen Qiong had said, that humans only had 20 minutes to evacuate. After 20 minutes, the passage would automatically close and enter its highest defense mode. 3 minutes remained. Nanchin dodged the attacks from all around her and retreated to the edge. She saw the skeletons attempting to enter the safe passage. But the defense gate recognized them, and concentrated fire reduced the group of minions to smithereens. I'm amazed. You humans are all burrowing rats, yet you built a defense system for the city gate underground. TSK. That titanium alloy escape tunnel must be incredibly expensive. The bone monsters, seeing their fellows die, showed no anger but instead chuckled. Nanchin, why are you heretics all so talkative? Time was running out for her escape, so Nanchin didn't bother to hide it. Her blood-red tentacles flashed out, shattering the skeletons blocking her path. These skeletons, made of special materials that couldn't even be destroyed by light energy bullets, were like foam before Nanchin's tentacles, piercing through them with a single poke. The tentacles were thrilled. After being carefully hidden by Nanchin for so long, they could finally feast. Upon contact with the pollutants, they began to absorb energy voraciously. The energy depletion Nanchin had felt earlier was instantly replenished, and her energy was recharged. The bone monster, observing this, showed a rare look of surprise on its bloody face. What's this little creature on you? The pollutants you captive? It wasn't surprising, for the moment Nanchin's tentacles appeared, the bone monster clearly sensed the presence of a kindred spirit, and a familiar one, from deep within its soul. It had only felt this kind of soul-deep familiarity in gods. Could this human be? No, impossible. The bone monster swung its tail and charged at Nanchin, intent on capturing this human for further study. Nanchin refused to give them this opportunity. She transformed into a water form, dodging the monster's flying blades and lashing out with a tentacle. The black and red tentacles made direct contact with the bony monster, creating a sharp sound. With a crackling sound, the hard bone blade snapped in two. Nanchin heard the monster's screams, and the tentacles in her mind leaped with joy, avenged. For a moment, she had the upper hand and didn't pursue, instead sprinting towards the soon-to-be-closed safety passage. She had to escape before the final 2 minutes expired. Otherwise, Nanchin would be completely trapped in Area 319. Contaminant detected. Kill sequence activated. Nanchin ran closer and heard the voice message. She thought, oh no! I forgot to retract my tentacles. My contamination level was seriously over the limit. In the eyes of the monitoring equipment, I was a walking monster. She quickly stopped and retreated. Bombardment poured down, knocking Nanchin several meters away by the shockwave. The bone monster, which had just been humiliated by the tentacles, laughed heartily. Little thing, you're one of us now. Nanchin ignored it, steadied herself, and quickly retracted the tentacles. Sheathing her mind to prevent the contaminated energy from escaping, she quickly rushed towards the passage in her water form. But the bone monster refused to let her go. Its long joints tumbled, and its blades flew, blocking her path. Without the tentacle's help, Nanchin would find it difficult to shake it off immediately. She mentally calculated the time. 1 minute left. Would 1 minute be enough to finish this monster? Nanchin's left eye gradually turned blood red. A voice from deep within her mind emerged. It beckoned, repeating, "Eat it. Eat it. Don't hesitate, eat it. Leave it to me, eat it." Nanchin had heard this voice before, when her powers awakened, and also in the black fog. It came from the distant abyss, this time with an irresistible sense of control. Nanchin felt the energy she had absorbed earlier coalesce into a ball, ready to burst forth from her body and shatter everything. Her mind was spinning, ready to explode, as if control of her body was being manipulated. Damn it, why did it have to happen at this very moment? The joint monster continued to chuckle, its flesh and blood surrounding her with its skeletal remains. The metal door was about to close. Nanchin felt dizzy and nauseous. "Little one, what's wrong? Let's keep playing?" The joint monster grinned as it watched its prey, its movements gradually slowing. In all its years, it had never encountered such a surprising little creature. Not only did it repeatedly disrupt its plans, it also hindered it at every turn. Even when it thought this human was about to be pulverized, it burst into surprise. The bone monster hated this lowly creature. It wanted to rip her to pieces. No, it would rather infect her and turn her into a contaminant, torturing her for its own good. The bone monster thought maliciously, striking without mercy. Its neurotoxins fully unleashed, turning the white bone blade into a gleaming black. If it pierced a human, the victim would be crippled, if not killed. As the bone monster struck, Nanchin, whose movements were restrained, looked up again and met its gaze. Her left eye, crimson, was covered in fine lines. A strange sense of oppression lingered, and a faint murderous intent could be sensed as she met its gaze. Devouring. A strange voice echoed within the bone monster's consciousness, and then it stared at its prey with eyes wide open in terror, nearly popping out of their sockets. Sensing danger, it tried to retreat, but it was too late. A powerful energy from the abyss enveloped the bone monster. The bone monster only managed to utter a single word, God. Central Area, Area 319. Qinqiang, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them. The silver veins in her pupils were already glowing. The energy supporting the domain was slowly being reclaimed. Qinqiang looked up at the sky and said coldly, "You're finally here. I thought you'd be hiding in the back like a coward. Major General Chun, you should thank me. If I hadn't helped you eliminate these ants, the secrets your superiors wanted to hide wouldn't be safe." An eerie voice echoed from the surroundings, like some monster imitating human speech. But the listener still felt that this guy deserved a beating. Qinqiang stood up, holding the spear in his hand. "You've swallowed so many human lives, yet you speak so lightly about it. TSK, Qinqiang, I don't know if you're truly that naive or just pretending. Those greedy humans are after their so-called immortality. They buried such a massive nuclear energy source and experimented on the people of an entire city, just waiting for them to die and mutate into nutrients, completing their so-called creation experiment. They learned we were going to capture the city, and they sent you to guard it. Hey, Qinqiang, you were sent here to die." The voice smirked. "Join us. Stop working for those greedy ticks. It's not worth it. You're so brilliant, you should follow him and create a new world." Qinqiang remained unmoved by this. She spoke firmly and calmly. "First and foremost, I'm human. Even though my body is different, I'm still human. As a human, I don't want my enemies to gain power. Qinqiang, pollution doesn't understand human emotions. You only imitate and destroy. Clearly, we're not on the same path. It seems, Major General Chun, you've misunderstood us. We're products that follow the footsteps of God and conform to the laws of the times. Our structures are different from those of you, lesser creatures. Emotions are the biggest drag on becoming a god. Of course, Major General Chun, if you need it, we can also provide you with special services, as long as you're willing to abandon your dark ways and join us." The owner of the voice was clearly trying to poach someone. Qinqiang remained unmoved. She raised her hand, and her supernatural power formed space around her, enveloping a cloud of black mist that appeared above her palm. If Nanchin were here, she would definitely be able to notice, at the first moment, that the black fog was different from before. It had become more condensed. What had previously been a thin mist was now a swirling mass of liquid mud, with tiny red threads flowing through it like blood vessels. It bore an 80% resemblance to the energy form Nanchin had seen in her mind, and the concentrated energy was also terrifyingly strong. Release this thing, and it would instantly engulf the entire city. Qinqiang, are you trying to kill yourself? How dare you dig this thing out? The enemy hiding in the rear was now restless, clearly terrified by what they had seen. Chen Qiong's voice remained clear and powerful. You went to all this trouble just for this thing. Chen Qiong's emerald pupils were filled with emptiness. She released her power to control the black mist and said coldly, come and take it. After the 20-minute countdown ended in Area 319, the monsters erupted in a frenzy, completely overrunning the remaining human habitat. They rummaged through the few remaining humans, gnawing at their flesh with a frenzied crunching sound. At this point, anyone standing on the upper floors of the building looking down could see the area strewn with white skeletons. Additionally, there were strange beasts and heretics. They reveled, offering a bloody sacrifice to their gods. But the revelry didn't last long. A black mist, tinged with a faint red glow, began to rise from the center and slowly spread. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entirety of Area 319. At that moment, no matter what creature looked up, they saw only an endless abyss. Human history records. That day, Area 319 was destroyed by a deliberate attack by the pollutants. Chapter 36. Nanchin felt like she was suffocating. The sand and gravel buried her nostrils and limbs, making her feel completely crushed. After regaining consciousness, Nanchin concluded that if she stayed any longer, she would likely be buried alive. She took a deep breath, gathered some strength, and focused it in one place, breaking out of the earth. This breaking out was literal. To be more precise, Nanchin emerged from a pile of yellow sand. She coughed a few times, brushed away the dust in front of her, and opened her eyes to see a barren expanse of sand. The surrounding buildings were collapsed ruins, their precarious state evidently decades old. Nanchin glanced at the gray sky, the endless desolation, and the distant drifts of pollutants. She determined where she was. This wasn't Area 319, but the wasteland outside the human base. How did she end up here? What had happened in Area 319? Nanchin rubbed her still aching head, trying to recall. She vaguely remembered battling that disgusting bone monster. Having spent so long in the polluted environment, her mind had become disturbed, and she went berserk, tearing the creature to pieces. And then, she lost control of her body. It was as if another soul had entered her body, controlling her actions. Nanchin didn't remember how she escaped. She only remembered that after the countdown ended, a blanket of black fog enveloped the world, plunging it into a gray haze. The black fog must be related to the nuclear energy Major General Chen Qiong had mentioned, but she couldn't recall any useful information. This is truly bizarre. Nanchin patted her head, trying to clear her mind. But the touch on her cheek felt strange, and she looked down, stunned. This is... Nanchin raised her hand to her face, clearly seeing it now covered in slippery black scales, extending from her fingertips to her forearm. The black scales shimmered with an eerie luster, revealing an inhuman aura. Nanchin examined her body, discovering that the black scales had not only appeared on her hands, but also on her legs and neck. Altered? Nanchin was a little bewildered. She remembered the last time she had seen an arm like this was when the Cross Star's Adai had been infected and driven berserk, his limbs undergoing subtle mutations. Altered humans signify deep contamination by pollutants, with complications manifesting as mental disorder, extreme aggression, and animalistic behavior. This also signified a human being's imminent transformation into pollutants. But Nanchin touched her head, feeling the sensation, and confirmed that she was not yet mad, nor was she ravenously hungry for flesh and blood. Judging by her normal hunger reaction, she was still human. After confirming she was still herself, Nanchin slowly stood up and sensed the energy within her body. The energy was very weak. If the previous energy was like a stream, the current energy was like a ditch running dry, nearly dry. It seemed she had used up all her energy in the previous battle. She couldn't use her water form at all now. Nanchin sighed, but she still hadn't given up and called out in her mind. Are you there? A faint sound echoed. It was the tentacle responding, and Nanchin was surprised. She asked again, can you come out? Tentacles, moan. Hungry. The tentacle made two tiny sounds, then stopped responding, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. No matter how Nanchin called, she couldn't wake it. Nanchin's heart sank. It was clear she was facing a dire situation. First, her powers were unusable, and neither could the tentacles respond. She was low on energy and needed to replenish it, otherwise walking in the desert would be a death sentence. Second, strange black scales had appeared on Nanchin's body, resembling an infection. The extent of this infection was unclear, but she suspected it was related to her loss of control over her consciousness. It seemed that since awakening her powers, some kind of consciousness had taken up residence within her, lurking there, only to emerge when Nanchin's mind was shaken. This was a hidden danger. Third, Nanchin had separated from her. This was Nanchin's biggest worry. She had originally planned to take Nanchin to the upper city and find a place to live. Now that they were separated, she didn't know if her sister could survive in the outside world. The problems were piling up, becoming a mess. Nanchin planned to solve the first problem first. Replenishing her energy. Nanchin remembered a time when she'd run out of energy in Area 319. She restored her tentacles by absorbing energy from equipment. And the tentacles were voracious eaters, devouring equipment energy, pollutants, even human beings with special abilities. She planned to find something to consume. Surrounding her, besides the yellow sand, the closest living creatures to Nanchin were the bizarre pollutants. They wandered a short distance away, seemingly oblivious to the approach of humans, still foraging for food, the larger monsters devouring the smaller ones. Nanchin searched her body, finding only a single energy dagger. It was a welcome gift from Louu, and she'd only used it once, digging out a beast's energy core. The rest of the time, she'd worn it around her waist as a decoration. Holding the dagger in her right hand, she slowly approached her prey. Ahead was a small snake contaminant, coiled in a single spot, locked in combat with another rat. Perhaps due to its species' natural predators, the rat contaminant quickly fell to the ground, being devoured by the 2-meter-long snake. The snake contaminant triumphed, its jaws open, and its red tongue extended, contentedly savoring the remaining warmth of its prey. Nanchin also struck at this moment. Her body had undergone a qualitative transformation from the previous energy absorptions. Her physique was 10 times better than before, a far cry from the past. With a simple backflip, she was in front of the snake contaminant. Before the smug creature could react, the dagger had already pierced its vital points. The snake contaminant only had time to shrink its pupils in fear before its life abruptly ended. Its coiled body crashed to the ground, limp into the mud. Nanchin breathed a sigh of relief, lamenting that her strength and speed were now enough to single-handedly take down a low-level contaminant. This was good news. At least she didn't have to worry about being killed by these minions. She stared at the limp snake contaminant before her, suddenly feeling troubled. She muttered, "Is this how I'm supposed to eat it?" In the past, Nanchin had swallowed it raw with her tentacles, then converted it into energy. Going back further, it was in her previous life, when she was hunted by the Holy Light group. She fled into the contaminant zone, with nowhere to go, and drank the contaminant's blood. The flesh and blood of the contaminant wasn't delicious. It had a bitter, acrid taste, and a pungent tingle. Even now, Nanchin felt nauseous when she recalled it. Would eating it raw be difficult to digest? Let's roast it. It's better for the stomach. Hidden in the shadows, the silent tentacles, To satisfy her appetite, Nanchin dragged the snake contaminant to the angle formed by the ruins. There were also some contaminants there. After she dealt with a few rodents, the other weaker contaminants hid, refusing to disturb the terrifying girl. Nanchin found some scraps from the ruins, piled them together, ignited them, and rubbed them with an energy dagger, creating a flame from the collision. The scraps were imbued with contaminated energy. When ignited by fire, the contaminated energy manifested as a black halo, creating a unique flame color. Clearly, the contaminated energy from the waste was harmful to the human body, but it was limited to Nanchin. Her natural blood antibodies, combined with her acquired supernatural powers, made her body exceptionally adaptable to the wasteland. The uneven snake skin peeled back, revealing the dark red flesh beneath. After removing the bones, the entire mass collapsed into a sticky, unsightly mass. Nanchin, with a stern expression, placed the snake meat over the fire to roast. The snake meat was surprisingly stubborn. It took over 30 minutes before it began to ooze oil and smoke. The aroma was strange, a mixture of barbecued aroma and a sour, astringent aroma. It's hard to describe. Perhaps it was just the scraps being cooked through. After the meat had been roasted until firm, Nanchin cut off a piece to taste. It tastes okay, quite chewy. Nanchin chewed a few times and swallowed it. She felt a warmth in her stomach, spreading throughout her limbs, a faint energy gathering. Eating really does restore energy. Nanchin was pleasantly surprised. With food in her stomach, her entire body felt a surge of hunger, and she devoured the entire piece of snake meat. Perhaps due to excessive energy consumption, Nanchin not only devoured the snake meat but also skinned and devoured the several smaller pollutants she had just dealt with. This scene made the other pollutants, observing from the shadows, tremble in fear. In their eyes, Nanchin was a humanoid monster, radiating the aura of a powerful peer, and ruthlessly devouring them. Her strength must have come from eating. I wonder how much she'd eaten. The pollutants even wrapped themselves tightly, hiding themselves again and again. This was terrifying. I must not let this humanoid monster discover her. After consuming a large meal of meat, Nanchin felt her energy return somewhat. At least when she called the tentacles in her mind, they responded faintly. Nanchin, are you awake? Tentacles, whimpering. Tentacles rubbed against each other. Nanchin, sensing its dependence, asked happily, baby, how long will it take you to come out? The tentacle was delighted to be called baby. If it could wag its tail, it would be wagging its tail back and forth right now. Tentacles, hungry. Still wanting to eat. Lots. Nanchin shook her head helplessly, greedy. Now, surrounded by yellow sand, devoid of human presence, the only thing that could speak to Nanchin was the tentacle. Having been so busy with life or death struggles, Nanchin finally had some free time, and she became talkative. What did you see before I passed out? Nanchin touched the black scales on her hand again, feeling a strange, slippery sensation. She thought, the tentacle is not human, and possesses independent consciousness. It must be able to sense something. Tentacle, bad thing. Invasion. Tentacle indeed can sense something. Nanchin asked, alerted, can you tell how long it's been out? Tentacle, bad thing, hiding, peeking. It's been watching me. Nanchin felt a chill run down her spine as she voiced this thought. Nanchin held many secrets: her blood resistance, her excessive psychic contamination, her parents' early death, and her greatest secret, rebirth. She had previously pondered the reason for her rebirth, but her memories of her previous life were hazy, shrouded in fog. She couldn't trace the answer, relying only on her memories and the reality of her life to confirm that she had lived an extra 10 years. Strictly speaking, Nanchin was alone. A lone traveler. No one knew the real her. Now that the tentacle had told her it was being watched, Nanchin's first thought was, had this person been watching her? Or had they been watching her since her rebirth? If it was the former, then the matter would be entering a larger conspiracy. Tentacle, it's in the monster's body, in the polluted mind. Master. The monster core. Nanchin, you mean, the one watching me is in the polluted body? And because I ate the monster core, he's also been watching me. The tentacle nodded frantically in its mind. This was good news. At least the biggest secret was kept. Nanchin breathed a sigh of relief. The tentacle continued, bad thing, it wants to eat the master. Nanchin, eat me. The tentacle slowly wagged its tail in her consciousness, a hint of pride. Master, very strong. It can't eat you. Nanchin was stunned by this, unsure of what expression to express. She probably understood that her spirit was so strong that the creature couldn't eat her. Thus she, too, was contaminated. Nanchin asked about the black scales that had appeared on her limbs, but the tentacle seemed delighted. The master was getting stronger. It seemed this creature didn't understand strengthening the way she thought. The higher the pollution energy, the stronger the tentacle felt. It had grown from polluted energy, so naturally, it considered it a good thing. Nanchin had no choice but to give up. For the next few days, she began searching for small pollutants to restore her energy, while also identifying the direction to travel to where humans were. Chapter 37. Human urban areas were primarily built in the south, and Nanchin guided her direction based on the sun's rays. Traveling alone in the desolate ruins was undoubtedly dangerous, with pollutants lurking everywhere and strange beasts scavenging for food. When Nanchin rested in the ruins after sunset, she would often hear strange howling in the darkness, the roar of monsters. Also, in the middle of the night, the monsters prioritized self-preservation and stayed out of the action. She needed to maintain her energy to reach a safe zone. At this time, Nanchin discovered another benefit of her awakened powers. Her tentacles could keep her awake and on guard while she rested. The tentacles could sense touch, which she could also sense through her mind, allowing her to react quickly to danger. This allowed Nanchin to rest briefly while navigating the ruins, allowing her to recover her energy. She had previously studied the relationship between the tentacles and herself. They shared a life, communicating with each other through shared consciousness, and Nanchin could also use her mind to shield them. The tentacles were part of Nanchin's body, and their intelligence was roughly equivalent to that of a 2 to 3 year old human. Because it was born from Nanchin's body, it was extremely dependent on her. The tentacles relied on her energy for life. If Nanchin died, the tentacles would also die. Similarly, if the tentacles dissipated, Nanchin would be severely damaged. This relationship was slightly different from that of other psychics. While psychics and their powers were one, others' powers lacked consciousness and were controlled by their master's thoughts. Nanchin's tentacles, on the other hand, could speak within her mind and express emotions. Over time, the tentacles, though somewhat mischievous, were restrained by Nanchin's powerful mental strength and control, and behaved docilely, becoming receptive to this creature, the first one it encountered since birth. What's for dinner today? Rats? Snakes? Or birds? Tentacle, big ones. Nanchin had been walking in the desert for half a month. Tentacle was the only person she could talk to, but they mostly discussed food. She had been consuming pollutants for days, and the energy absorbed by the tentacle made it increasingly energetic, even allowing the small tips of its tails to sway on her arms. But it still hadn't fully recovered, and it was unknown how much energy Nanchin had consumed in the battle while unconscious. Nanchin fiddled with the tentacle's sleek tail, thought for a moment, and said, "Rats are delicate, snakes are chewy, and birds fly, making them difficult to hunt. Shall we catch some reptiles?" Tentacle, huh? Big ones. We need to eat our fill. Nanchin laughed. You greedy fellow. The tentacle's tail wagging indicated that, while the world is vast, eating is the most important thing. Nanchin skillfully found a ruined area to camp. The road ahead was wide, and the pollution energy was high. Judging by the crawling marks on the ground, the polluted material was 2 or 3 meters long and large, suggesting a large amount of meat, enough for a feast. She leaned against a wall, energy dagger in hand, her mind diffusing to sense movement. A moment later, the sound of dust rumbling and energy bombs burning echoed in the distance. Nanchin was startled, then peered over to observe. A 3-meter-tall bear appeared at the far end of the road. Its body was brimming with steel, its back covered in barbs, its eyes crimson, its teeth sharp, and its appearance terrifying. Its body trembled violently as it ran, as if on the verge of a sudden change. This behemoth was chasing a leaky, human-modified car, advancing in 2 steps, nearly knocking the vehicle over. Nanchin's eyes lit up. Someone. Tentacles. Food. Food. Brother Shursan, what should we do now? This pollutant is keeping its eye on us. The team members in the car, who had once again fired their energy guns, were now panicking. Faced with the ferocious pollutant, their light energy bullets dissipated upon contact with the bear-like pollutant's fur. Faced with overwhelming power, their chances of survival against the monster were extremely slim. One of the young men, Jing Yuan, said with dejection, it's over, it's over. We're definitely done. Old Third sure slapped the man on the head, knocking him sideways and nearly falling. He cursed, what bad luck. Bringing you losers out here? Saying such depressing things? Do you want me to die here? Everyone told us to keep our voices down and not disturb the pollutant, and you still want to kill me. Brother Shursan, we didn't expect it. We just mined some more, and this guy went crazy. Jing Yuan pleaded innocent. Even when the situation arose, Sher Lao San's temper remained undimmed. He blasted the monster with his energy cannon, roaring, "Don't just stand there, you scumbags. Find a way. You gluttons have eaten so much, and it's all for nothing." The people in the car, seeing their boss's genuine rage, exchanged glances. After the car was once again jolted by the bear, and threatened to flip over, someone came up with a bad idea. Brother Shursan, this monster must be hungry. Giving it some meat should give it some rest. Food? Where can I find food? I'm not even full, and I'm giving it to a monster. You're dreaming. Sure Lao San was just about to slap someone in the face, when he noticed Jing Yuan, still clean-faced and terrified, staring at him. An idea suddenly struck him. Sure Lao San muttered to himself, meat? Yeah, give it meat. Humans are meat too. Pollutants eat humans, they're already made. Boss, what are you talking about? Jing Yuan could sense his boss's gaze growing increasingly sinister. Feeling badly, he tried to retreat, but his companion behind him grabbed his arm. His companion even chimed in, yes, boss, they're already made. Sure Lao San grinned grimly. Pollutants are all transformed from animals, after all. If you give them a bite, they lose their way. Drivers, don't stop. Move forward quickly. Lift him up. Hearing their boss's command, the others quickly took action. The captured Jing Yuan cried out in terror, Brother Shursan, I'm a human. You can't abandon me. And I'm skinny, even monsters can't get enough. At this critical moment, what am I doing? Anything is possible. Sure Lao San was a jerk who relied on his backers, and disregarded the rules of mercenary warfare. He told the young man, who was leading the city for the first time, if we survive, you be the one protecting us from disaster. Find a good place to be buried underground, and don't come to this godforsaken world. Sure Lao San watched the bare contaminants approaching them, and without hesitation, he waved his hand and said, throw it down, and aim it. Okay. The rest of the companions said in unison, clearly sharing the same fate as this boss. With a chance to survive, none of them cared about morality or ethics. Jing Yuan was devastated. He hadn't expected to be ripped off for his first time joining the mercenaries. It was also his naivete, believing that traveling through time and space would allow him to get rich by working for a temporary mercenary. It was his fault. Too greedy. Jing Yuan struggled to no avail. He was flung forward by his teammates, his body weightless, facing the encroaching maw. This bear contaminant, he thought, was truly enormous. He estimated that its mouth could swallow 2 people simultaneously. Its sharp fangs could pierce through internal organs and bones, and a person entering its mouth would be instantly reduced to shreds. There would be nothing left. Images flashed through Jing Yuan's mind like a kaleidoscope. His body felt the pain of scratches as it touched the ground, and he knew death was imminent. He stared at the contaminant's engulfing movement and was about to close his eyes. An unexpected change occurred. The bear contaminant's descent suddenly deviated, as if it were being crushed to the ground by a tremendous force. There was a loud crash, and dust flew up. Jing Yuan fell to the ground, coughing repeatedly from the choking. Throwing his hands away from the dust, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The massive bear-like contaminant was pinned to the ground by a human. The contaminant struggled to raise its head and bite its attacker, but she sliced through its neck cleanly. From the softest part of its neck, the slash spread upwards, creating a radial pattern. Dark red flesh spurted out, while the contaminant's head gaped, its eyes dazed, a death beyond death. Jing Yuan watched the scene in disbelief. He hadn't expected to survive, and he hadn't expected the mutated contaminant, who had chased them for kilometers, to be killed in seconds. How powerful was that? As far as Jing Yuan knew, only the federal government's advanced energy weapons or a rare psychic could kill the contaminant so quickly. Could she be a psychic? A superpowered being, a being their small town could only admire. He was overcome with emotion, his eyes wide open, trying to see the face of this unforeseen powerhouse. However, after slaying the monster, the powerful figure didn't turn towards him. Instead, he bent down and continued to pry the monster apart. Dark red flesh and blood splattered across the ground, the disgusting, sour odor making even a mere human want to vomit. The powerful figure squatted and began to search through the blurry mass of flesh and blood. Truly terrifyingly powerful. Judging from its size, it should be close to evolving into a superb beast. Logically, it should have a crystal core. Nanchin muttered, could there really be nothing? My work would be in vain. She had just been staking out the area and discovered that the contaminant was even larger than she had imagined. To be absolutely certain, Nanchin concentrated her energy and launched a powerful, fatal attack. Thankfully, her physical strength had improved over the past few months, allowing her to suppress the monster. It was worth the effort of consuming so much foul-smelling contaminant. Nanchin was now immune to the stench of decaying pollutants, even feeling a pang of hunger with the tentacles. Nanchin lamented that she was truly mutating into something inhuman. Hard work paid off. She finally found a thumb-sized crystal core amidst the irritating pile of flesh and blood. It was much smaller than the one Nanchin had dug out from the octopus monster, but it still felt brimming with energy elements, at least several times more than consuming the polluted flesh directly. The tentacle, sensing the energy, instantly became excited like a hungry chick. Its tail tip emerged from Nanchin's skin and quickly curled towards the crystal core in her hand. Nanchin sighed, you haven't even wiped the blood off it yet, and you don't mind the dirt? The tentacle rubbed pitifully against her wrist, expressing its overwhelming hunger and an irresistible need to absorb its energy. Nanchin thought of the little creature's hardships following her, going hungry and full, and sighed, eat quickly, don't let anyone see. The tentacle responded cheerfully, enveloping the crystal core and swallowing it, then happily burrowed back into its owner's sleeve. Nanchin, not forgetting the humans watching her from behind, stood up and adjusted her clothing. The black scales on her limbs hadn't yet disappeared, so to avoid further trouble, she pulled her sleeves down to cover her wrists, and then let her hair down to cover her neck. Nanchin's body was only 18 years old, and she looked youthful to begin with. With her hair down, her aura diminished. If it weren't for her dusty clothes and the startlingly sharp brightness of her eyes, she would have looked more like a naive schoolgirl. When she reached the young man lying on the ground, he stared at her face for a moment, clearly surprised that his savior was so young. Nanchin looked him down for a moment, then, after confirming he was safe, asked, can you get up? Jing Yuan paused before realizing his savior was asking him. He quickly shifted his body, instinctively reaching out. It's a little sprained, but I should be fine. He thought the strong woman would at least offer him a hand, but she gave him a cold moved away a little, and looked at him with her arms folded, as if waiting for him to get up. Jing Yuan felt momentarily embarrassed by his actions. He took a deep breath, endured the pain that felt like his bones were crumbling, and stood up. He brushed the ashes off his dust jacket, and remembered turning around and stammering, Thank you. Nanchin ignored the other person's embarrassment, and got down to business. Are you from the city? Which district is this? How far is it from the city? Yes, we're from District 286, which is about a few hundred kilometers away. Jing Yuan hadn't expected the powerful person to ask him this. He thought perhaps the person was just passing through. It was truly rare to have such luck. The person was walking through the ruins without protective clothing or a mask, moving like a normal person, and his consciousness was clear, showing no signs of infection. Jing Yuan had never heard of such a state, but it was probably only possible for a psychic, and an extremely powerful one at that. After further speculation, Jing Yuan felt even more in awe of Nanchin. Nanchin had no idea what he was imagining, but he was secretly calculating the distance. They had already reached District 286, thousands of kilometers from District 319. Nanchin calculated that she traveled a maximum of 2,000 kilometers in the 2 weeks since waking up. This meant that during her coma, the thing that had invaded her body had carried her 1,000 kilometers away. The more Nanchin thought about it, the more serious the question seemed. How had she gotten so far? How long had she been unconscious? She quickly inquired about the current time and the destruction of Area 319. Are you talking about the attack on Area 319 a month ago? Jing Yuan, unsure why the other person brought this up, scratched his head and replied, I was truly shocked when I heard the news. It said that even the corpses within a large district were eaten away, and the buildings were reduced to rubble. How could such a horrific thing happen? After hearing the news, all the districts tightened their security and increased access control. Even this time, we had to sneak out. The story of Area 319 overlapped with Nanchin's memories from her previous life. Everything was indeed shattered to pieces. Judging by the time, she was unconscious for 2 weeks and was carried for at least 1,000 kilometers. She had no recollection of what happened during the extra half month. Nanchin rubbed her forehead and muttered, damn it. This feeling of losing control was truly unbearable. She asked again, have you heard of the survivors of Area 319? Jing Yuan felt the powerful figure before him lose his composure. He felt strangely nervous, and was about to say, no. The roar of a modified car reached his ears, accompanied by a nauseating voice. Third brother, sure, he's really dead. That monster is really dead. Chapter 38. You're the one who died. Your whole family is dead. Sure, Louu cursed and slapped his subordinate. The slapped subordinate was speechless. Sure, Louu spat, then turned his gaze to the pollutant lying on the ground, its head severed. He was shocked, wondering how the beast that had been chasing him for most of the day could be torn apart like that. They had just driven a short distance when they heard a loud bang. Looking back, they saw only billowing dust and smoke, making it impossible to see anything. After a while, when the smoke cleared, the subordinate holding the detector exclaimed, the pollutant's life signs had disappeared, the pollutant is dead. The people in the car who were fleeing were shocked, puzzled by how the pollutant could have died so quickly. Looking back from the car, they saw that the pollutant had indeed stopped pursuing them, and seemed to have collapsed to the ground. After a moment's hesitation, Louu decided to return to investigate. Sudden death from contaminants is not uncommon in the wasteland, characterized by an explosion caused by consuming too much energy. Louu, hoping for a lucky break, thought he might have stumbled upon a bargain. This contaminant, so large, could fetch a fortune if dragged back to the city. With this in mind, he cautiously returned with his men to take a look. Seeing the giant creature truly dead, he felt both happy and shocked. The dismembered state of the giant creature suggested it had been violently torn apart by some immense force. Louu cautiously looked around but saw no heavy weapons or armored forces. Besides Jing Yuan, who looked like a dog, covered in dust. Compared to before, there was only one more person. A woman? No, a young girl. Louu looked closely, confirming his presence. It was a young girl, her face shrouded in a tattered cloak. Her face was stained with blood, and her hair was disheveled. She looked like a beggar from the city. But it was strange that a beggar appeared in the ruins, still intact, not wearing a dust-proof suit to protect himself from the pollution, with bright black eyes, and appearing to be in good health. Louu narrowed his eyes, judging that something else must have killed the monster. He turned to the still-dazed Jing Yuan. Hey, silly boy, do you know what happened? Pointing at the dismembered bear, he asked, did you see what killed it? Jing Yuan hated Louu, but when he was yelled at, he instinctively replied, yes, she saved me. Louu grumbled, unsure whether to believe it or not. He turned and asked, "Hey, did you see it?" "I don't know. It must have been unlucky to die. The smell of blood will attract more monsters." Nanchin didn't answer directly, saying, "You need to dispose of the body quickly. It won't be convenient to take it away after sunset." Sure, Louu then remembered his reason for returning. He had come back to pick up some loose ends. There seemed to be nothing threatening him at the moment, and the girl before him looked thin and frail, and she didn't look like she could kill a monster. He suspected she was part of a migrating caravan and had accidentally gotten stranded here. TSK, he didn't even wear a dust suit or a mask. I wonder if he's infected. As for the contaminant, who knows what happened? It's dead, anyway. Sure, Louu doesn't care. He just wants to make a killing. He immediately orders his teammates to work, dismembering the bear's claws and shell to take back and sell for a good price. Sure, Louu group is a greedy bunch. They know the value of this suddenly dead contaminant, and they rush to drain the monster before them. After his teammates' backstabbing, Jingyuan stopped joining them. He stood beside Nanchin, her expression impassive. He couldn't help but whisper, "Are we just going to let them divide it up like this? You were the one who did it." When Nanchin turned to look at him, Jingyuan shut up. Meeting her cold gaze, he felt as if he were staring into an abyss. He recalled the ruthlessness with which the girl had struck down the blade, and a chill ran down his spine. Jingyuan didn't dare speculate about such a powerful individual. He figured she must have her own agenda. If he spoke too much and became annoying, he might even lose his life. Jingyuan secretly thought that the powerful woman before him must be someone important. Perhaps she was connected to the Federation Center. Perhaps, as the city's online headline said, a powerful supernatural being was carrying out some mission and had to keep a low profile. Nanchin, of course, had no idea the young man was still naively imagining her own actions. She was now thinking about her next move. Nanchin knew they were not far from the city. It would take 4 or 5 days to walk there. If he hitched a ride with these people, the time would be shortened to 2 days, and he could even get some information from them. However, when Louu and his men returned, Nanchin formed a certain judgment as he looked at them. These men were all men, their behavior driven by blood and logic, devoid of any rules or regulations. He assumed they were second-rate mercenaries, with no regard for ethics or rules. Based solely on the fact that they had thrown their companions out to serve as scapegoats, Nanchin could only conclude that they were utterly foolish, lacking any common sense in surviving in the ruins. Fresh human flesh would infuriate the pollutants, perhaps even generating even greater momentum. He charged forward and smacked them, sending them careening off with the vehicle, leaving them utterly destroyed. Yet, this group of fools were driving a highly modified, custom-built car through the ruins. They seemed to know the area intimately, or perhaps they were confident that no beasts would threaten their lives. Considering the above, Nanchin considered a possibility, a large military force or cleanup organization stationed in the area. They had cleared out all the dangerous beasts and contaminants. Only a small-scale mercenary organization like Louu could operate in this way. If that was true, Nanchin would have to keep a low profile. She already had many secrets, and with strange, inhuman black scales on her body, her powers hadn't fully recovered. If this group spread the news that she was a superpower, it would attract the attention of the Federation or their organizations. She wouldn't be able to hide. Nanchin knew clearly that someone like her was considered an anomaly by the Federation or certain organizations. A special anomaly, without absolute power, she was just research material at anyone's mercy. The group was still busy, and it would probably take a while before the car could depart. Nanchin wasn't about to stand around and wait, so she said to Jingyuan, "Let's go." Jingyuan was stunned. "Huh?" "Nanchin, let's go to the car and wait for them." "We go together." Sure, Louu and his men quickly skinned and extracted the bear's tendons, packed up all the useful items, and put them in a backpack. They then slowly returned and made their way to the car. When Louu saw Jingyuan and the girl from earlier hop onto the back of the car and find a place to sit, he frowned and shouted, "Who told you to get in here? Get off." He raised his energy gun, as if intending to blast them both. Jingyuan's face was tense. He glanced at the impassive Nanchin, then, with the intention of repaying his lifesaver, spoke up for her with trembling lips. "Brother Shan, she wants a ride." Sure, Louu brow furrowed, a brow so furrowed it would kill a fly. "Don't you understand me? How long has she been rolling around in these ruins without a dust suit or a mask? Who knows if she's infected?" He pointed his gun at the girl's head and said, "Get down. Don't force me to kill you." The other team members outside were looking at him with gloating glee, clearly not taking human life seriously. They even wanted to see blood splatter everywhere. Jing Yuan was also nervous. Although he knew the girl next to him was likely strong enough to kill Brother Sher-san in an instant, he still dreaded the blood-splattering scene. He was a coward. His greatest courage came from following Sher-Lao-san out of the city, hoping to make a fortune. Despite the tense atmosphere, the girl remained unfazed. Sitting in the car, she said calmly, "I pay you. If you take me back to the main city, you be well paid." Sher-Lao-san scoffed. "Who knows if what you say is true?" Nanchin chuckled, "Take me with you, regardless of whether I can afford to pay you. On the contrary, if you don't choose to take me with you, you lose the opportunity to gain wealth. The choice is yours." Sher-Lao-san hesitated, and a subordinate beside him leaned forward and whispered, "Brother Sher-san, I think this deal is a good one. Let her sit in the outermost seat. If she gets infected, we can kick her out easily, and she won't pose a threat to us." The man rubbed his hands together as he spoke. "Besides, she's a woman, and having spent so much time wandering in the ruins, she must have been exposed to a lot of contaminated energy. Even if she can't pay, selling her to someone in the organization would be a huge profit." Sher-Lao-san's eyes lit up at this, and he muttered, "Yes, sell her to the boss in the organization. He loves using women as materials. Not only would I make money, but he might even appreciate and grant me a bottle of holy water. Then I'd be one step closer to becoming a superpower." Sher-Lao-san's expression brightened as he figured it out. He waved, "Let's go, don't waste time. That woman, sit by the door. Be careful not to touch anyone and get infected." The other party's attitude towards Nanchin was clearly filled with disdain, but she stood up and moved to a seat on the edge without getting angry. Several men boarded the modified car at once, carefully avoiding Nanchin as they passed, as if she were a virus. Some of them even lingered their gazes on her face. However, since they were outside the city and the woman was a potential source of contamination, the risk was too high, so they didn't dare to get too close. They could only whistle teasingly. Nanchin's face was expressionless, but her fingers, hidden within her robe, moved slightly. She hadn't killed anyone in a long time, and her fingertips felt a little itchy. Jing Yuan was also one of the excluded, shunted to Nanchin's side. Seeing the other's undisguised hostility towards her, his heart tightened. Knowing the true nature of Sher-Lao-san and his teammates, Jing Yuan couldn't help but whisper to Nanchin, "Don't trust them. They might not keep their promises and are up to no good. This group of people is profit-driven, and none of them are good people. If you trust them, you might end up being eaten to the bone." Jing Yuan, for example, is the latest example of someone abandoned to feed the monsters. Nanchin hummed, "I know." Although she was some distance away from them, she had sharp ears and eyes, and she could hear most of the previous conversation. Nanchin knew the other party wanted to sell her, but it didn't matter. Who would buy her in the end was still a mystery. Jing Yuan still couldn't tell what the girl next to him was thinking, so he gave up. What was he doing? She was so much better than him. A few men were hanging out on the road, seemingly having nothing to talk about except some dirty talk. Perhaps out of boredom, or perhaps because Nanchin was too obedient to the group, someone finally approached her. He asked about her experience, her background, and her future. Nanchin hadn't seen anyone in a while. Even though they were a bunch of idiots, she had the patience to speak slowly and slowly. "I moved here from another district, and got separated from my family. I don't know where they are yet. If we don't know where my family is, how are you going to pay me the reward you mentioned?" The others were puzzled. Nanchin, a seasoned expert, lied without batting an eyelid. "I have a large family, and some of my assets are in District 286. When others asked what the assets were, Nanchin smiled and said nothing. The few of them exchanged glances, each revealing a hint of confusion and disdain, likely not quite believing her words. Nanchin didn't care, instead proactively asking what she cared about most. "Area 319 disaster, have you seen anyone escape from there?" "No, didn't we hear they were all dead? How could there still be people?" The others laughed heartily, clearly not taking this as a joke, just discussing it for fun. Even if they managed to escape, they're probably heavily infected. Anyone in other districts would kill them if they saw them. These survivors might also be used as experimental material. After all, to survive a massive contamination attack, they must have been exposed to high concentrations of energy. There's an organization that's been searching for this kind of human material lately, specifically those with severe, irreparable infection, to research. The latest resistance agents. Another experimental material. So, even at this moment, Holy Light was so high profile in its search for experimental subjects. Nanchin's fingers tightened upon hearing this. In her previous life, she had been imprisoned in a laboratory, spending a year in darkness before escaping and living in the ruins for a long time. During this time, much happened within the human city, of which she was unaware. She only knew that, a few years later, something went wrong within the holy light, and it completely dissipated. After Nanchin realized the pursuit was over, she slowly began to interact with the humans in the city. At that time, the humans and the pollutants were on the verge of a full-scale war. The present peace was only temporary. The future would still hold a brutal war, and she still had much to do. Nanchin closed her eyes, gathering her thoughts. At this moment, the people on the bus had already begun chatting about other topics. She listened for a while, but it was all gossip and scraps from within District 286, with no information related to Nanchin at all. Nanchin had no choice but to withdraw her attention and continue to rest. The vehicle traveled all day, and just as it was about to reach the city, it was almost dark. Louu directed the group to change lanes and set up camp for a rest. The journey with this motley crowd was undoubtedly quite tedious. The stench of days of unwashed feet filled the entire carriage. Some of them were telling dirty jokes. A few, their eyes greasy, darted back and forth at Nanchin's face and around him. Nanchin got out of the car, breathed in a little fresh air, and walked a few meters behind Big Head. She could hear the sound of impotence whistling at her. She couldn't help but move her fingers, rubbing her hands, and whispered, "We've got almost all the information. How about we get started now?" What a disgusting bunch of people, Nanchin had just begun to think when she heard someone quietly approaching from behind, seemingly planning a sneak attack. She shuddered. It wasn't even dark yet, and they couldn't wait any longer. With a backhanded move, she grabbed the man by the collar, lifted him up, and threw him over her shoulder. The man groaned, and Nanchin, without even looking, stomped on his face. The man immediately cried out, "It's me! It's me! Jing Yuan!" Nanchin stopped her foot and moved it a centimeter away from the young man's face. Looking down, she saw it was indeed the same fair-skinned, daft young man. She folded her arms and asked, "What are you doing sneaking up from behind?" "Huh? A sneak attack?" "No, no." Jing Yuan waved his hands in fear, explaining, "I'm here to tell you." Nanchin raised an eyebrow. "What?" "Jing Yuan, I just heard that Louu wants to sell you to a leader in an organization." Nanchin knew about this. She nodded calmly. "What else?" "Jing Yuan, they don't believe you can offer much, so they've decided to sell you out first. They've already contacted the organization's head and told you to pick up the goods at a designated location." Nanchin found it amusing. "They were talking so loudly, and you overheard them, planning to kidnap me?" Jing Yuan lowered his head a little embarrassedly. "I overheard them. They didn't kidnap me directly. They said they were going to drug you. They'd be in the nutrient solution later." Nanchin laughed. "Food is so precious in the ruins. That's a huge investment." Jing Yuan saw no fear or panic on the girl's face. He could only sigh inwardly at the confidence of the strong. He said, "I know you're strong, and thank you for saving my life, but I don't know how I can repay you. I just wanted to offer some small help, even if it's really small." Nanchin listened to his voice fading away, a look of unease on her face. She muttered, "You're so naive. I don't know how you've survived until now." Jing Yuan, He felt like he was being called stupid again. Nanchin stopped chatting with him, and turned to the center of the camp. Back among the group, she immediately felt the malicious gazes become more obvious. Louu even bluntly threw a bottle of blue nutrient solution to Nanchin. Louu looked up and said condescendingly, "Drink it, or you starve to death. I'm still losing money on this business." Nanchin curled her lips, glanced down at the nutrient solution label, and said with a puff, "Expired nutrient solution? Are you using it for an enema? What did you say?" Louu was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. "Say it again if you dare." Nanchin smiled and said, "Are you planning to use it for an enema on yourself, you beast?" "No, calling them beasts is an insult to them." Chapter 39. After years of tyranny, Louu had imagined he'd one day flip into a ditch, but never this way. A girl, seemingly out of nowhere, kicked him, sending him flying to the ground, unable to even get up. The younger brothers, who had always protected Louu, sensed something was amiss, and tried to run. However, before they could take a few steps, a steel pipe, a piece of gravel, a handful of sand, and other debris struck them squarely on the back of the head, paralyzing them, and leaving them lying dead on the ground. Nanchin flexed her wrist, hiding the black scales beneath her robes. She glanced around. The only person left in the car was the idiot Jing Yuan, staring blankly at her. Nanchin called out to bring him back to his senses, Find some rope and tie them up. Jingyuan, huh? Nanchin looked at him coldly. Or do you want to join them? Jingyuan shook his head repeatedly. No, no, no. He immediately ran inside the carriage, found a thick, black rope, and with trembling hands, he tied the people lying on the ground together. Nanchin was merciless. Several people who had been hit in the back of the head were dazed, and when Jingyuan went to tie them up, they had no power to resist. Sure, Louu was remarkably strong. He didn't faint. Seeing this, he cursed, "Try to tie me up if you dare. When I get up, I beat you." Nanchin stomped his head to the ground, and the sand covered Sure Lou's mask. Just as he felt like he was suffocating, the mask peeled off his face. Sure Louu was horrified. His skin was in direct contact with the outside air, and he would be infected by the polluted energy outside. "Ah, put the mask on quickly." Do you know who I am? If you treat me like this, I make you suffer for the rest of your life." "Ah!" The following screams were heard from Sure Louu. Nanchin's kicks were aimed at his weak spots, causing his face to turn purple in pain, and he couldn't utter a word. Nanchin sneered, "You'd better consider your own survival. This wasteland is full of pollutants. I'm sure they'd be delighted if you stay here for the night." "You're leaving me here?" Sure Louu only then realized the severity of the situation, and began to panic. He looked around. It was now completely dark, pitch black, and the only light was the headlights of the nearby cars. At this moment, he thought of a saying, "The night in the ruins is humanity's nightmare." Sure saw Nanchin start directing Jingyuan to pack up and leave with their equipment. He screamed, "You can't leave me here. You can't. I have someone behind me who's backing me. If he knew you were doing this to me, you two wouldn't survive in this area." Nanchin didn't feel threatened, but Jingyuan knew the reason behind Sure arrogance. He whispered to the girl, "Sure, his cousin is a member of an organization. I hear he knows people with special abilities and has good relationships with them. And the high-ranking seller he's contacting is also related to his cousin. If we leave him here like this, will it be?" Nanchin asked, "Which organization is his cousin in?" Jingyuan thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be called Xingwang. I heard they're stationed here from Upper City, conducting some scientific experiments." As the word holy light came out, Nanchin leaned slightly sideways. "How long has this organization been here?" Jingyuan inexplicably felt the aura of the girl next to him grow colder. He stammered, "About a few years." Holy light again. This organization that had tortured her for years in her past life truly lingered. After hearing this, Nanchin turned and walked towards the cursing Sure Louu. Seeing this, Sure Louu gloated, "Are you scared? Let me go." Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by a punch, knocking him unconscious. Blood flowed from his nose, rushing back into his nasal cavity. The stench of blood nearly choked him. Nanchin lifted him up and dragged him to a corner. Pulling a sharp, polished dagger from her sleeve, she swung it across his bruised face. The cold touch of the dagger made Sure Louu shiver. Feeling his life threatened, he screamed, "What are you doing?" Nanchin, without blinking, slashed his leg, causing Sure Louu to scream in agony. "I heard you were going to sell me for raw materials?" Nanchin waited until his screams died down before asking, "Is the seller you're looking for from Holy Light?" Sure Louu had no idea why the other party was asking this. His eyes were filled with resentment, and he was determined to get this woman. Before he could finish his thought, Nanchin slashed his thigh again. This time, the cut was deep, causing blood to gush out, and Sure Loud's screams became even more miserable. "I'm asking you a question." Nanchin's voice was eerily calm. "One more cut, and your bleeding won't stop. It flowed down your legs until you're completely drained. Perhaps we don't need to go that far. The smell of blood will attract contaminants. You might even feel the pain of being dismembered by the monsters before you die. The monsters here are smaller, and they can't eat a human this size in one gulp. They probably gnaw on your skin first, then your bones, organs, and finally your brain. I'm telling you, it's Holy Light. It's someone from Holy Light." Sure Louu wasn't known for his toughness to begin with, and after being beaten and then slowly threatened by Nanchin, his defenses had already crumbled to the brink. Nanchin then asked, "Where will he meet you? How long will it take?" "Go east, along a dry riverbed. Tomorrow afternoon." Sure Louu replied. Nanchin inexplicably memorized the address, a look of deep thought on his face. Sure Louu couldn't help but tremble as he said, "Miss, I know I was wrong. I was blind and offended you. If you let me go, I give you my car and my money." He now knew he was truly isolated and helpless. The other party was truly fearless, and didn't care about the threat at all. There were no one around for several steps. If he were to leave him here, he wouldn't have a bone left. Nanchin raised the corner of his mouth slightly at this, and he put the dagger to Lao San's neck again, saying, "Answer these last few questions honestly, and I consider sparing your life." Seeing hope, Lao San nodded repeatedly in agreement. Nanchin asked, "How much did you make from this business? Are they all women? What are their ages?" Lao San's eyes rolled around, and he replied, "Only 10. Just a few, just a few. Most of them came from families with no money. I didn't force them, after all, it's illegal in this city. They range in age, young and old. That big shot likes women with polluting energy. He's the one collecting them. I'm just an errand boy. You see, I don't make much money. I'm even searching for ore in the ruins, being hunted by the pollutants. How miserable I am." Nanchin couldn't deny but chuckled. Lao San's panic worsened, and he hurriedly said, "Of course, I was greedy this time. It's my fault. My fault. Please give me a chance to mend my ways." "You can have a chance to mend your ways, but they don't have a chance to live." Nanchin's eyes now held a bottomless abyss, and her voice was remarkably clear in the darkness of the ruins. "I never believe in fairness in heaven, and therefore neither is our promise." Lao San felt unprecedented fear. He trembled and said, "You said you'd let me go." Nanchin kicked him, causing him to writhe and dizzy. "Keep your voice down." She gazed at the endless darkness of the ruins, where thick clouds suppressed the crimson moonlight, and the world was gloomy. "Tonight should suit you well. The pollutants are probably hungry, and their cries are anxious. Just stay with them. After all, you're no different from the animals." To be absolutely sure, Nanchin severed the tendons in his feet and hands, then left without a backward glance, leaving Lao San's curses and wails behind. Nanchin jumped into the car and saw Jingyuan still slumped over the driver's seat, staring blankly in the direction of Lao San. She knocked on the car door and asked, "What are you doing? Are you reluctant to leave them?" Jingyuan quickly shook his head. No. This was his first time teaming up with this group, and he was later abandoned by Lao San. A rift had already formed in his heart, and he was indifferent to their impending demise. Jingyuan was no fool. He knew that meeting Nanchin had saved his life, and now that Nanchin had transformed and avenged him, he felt a surge of relief. Jingyuan asked, "Where would you like to go next?" "Nanchin, let's go to the city and sell the things in the car for money. My clothes are so dirty, I need to change, and I'd better buy some gloves." Jingyuan sighed, clearly not expecting such down-to-earth words from this powerful man. Nanchin frowned. "Drive. I really understand his personality. How has he survived so long in this world?" Nanchin watched Jingyuan clumsily maneuver his modified car forward. She sighed, her thoughts drifting away. She wished her sister was around. Although Nanchin was prone to panic, she was very smart and could learn anything quickly. Even if they encountered unexpected danger later, Nanchin would calm down quickly and cooperate with Nanchin. At least her sister wouldn't cause any trouble. They stayed outside District 286 for the night, and entered the city the next day. Nanchin put on the dust-proof suit that no one in the car had wanted, donned a mask, and pretended to be an adventuring mercenary returning from outside. She also asked Jingyuan to report to the city gate to retrieve the body parts removed from the bare contaminants. The Federation has been recycling the bodies of polluted bodies to refine energy sources. The energy bars and the energy guns are derived from these raw materials. However, this technology is complex and expensive, making it difficult for ordinary people to refine on their own. Many energy sources available on the black market are also sourced from undisclosed sources, and naturally, the prices are also incredibly high. After the pollutants were recovered, the city officials transferred a large sum of money to Jingyuan's account, and then had Nanchin and him drive to the instrument to measure the pollution level. Nanchin stared at the instrument with red eyes she hadn't seen for a long time, and a sense of familiarity crept in. She expertly channeled her energy, enveloping her tentacles within her spirit. Ding! Pollution level acceptable. Pass. Chapter 40. Sir, that bare contaminant sold for nearly 1 million coins. Jingyuan was overcome with emotion as he looked at the many extra zeros in his account. Nanchin, this contaminant has the potential to evolve into a beast, so it will be twice as expensive as other small contaminants. Jingyuan was immediately curious, is the price of that beast? Nanchin nodded and counted, probably around this price. Jingyuan's eyes blurred as he thought about the extra zeros in that price, and he suddenly sighed. So being a mercenary outside the city is so lucrative. He thought again about the dangerous world outside the city, and he had a concrete idea of the mercenaries' lucrative fortunes. Thinking of Louu San and the others, abandoned by powerful beings in the ruins, Jing Yuan's thoughts were complicated. Perhaps Louu San and the others were the norm in the outside world. Nanchin asked Jing Yuan to take her to a clothing store. She chose a black windbreaker with a collar that covered her entire neck, and put on a pair of synthetic gloves to hide the unusual scales that had appeared on her body. Jing Yuan was stunned when he saw Nanchin emerge, cleaned up. Her face was youthful, but her eyes held an unnatural coldness, and her figure, shrouded in black clothing, gave her a mysterious and menacing look. When Nanchin glanced back at him, as if sensing something, Jing Yuan shuddered. The faint coldness in her eyes made his bones shiver. He wondered, how could this young woman have such a strong aura? Were all powerful supernatural beings like this? Jing Yuan was sure that if Nanchin had met Louu San in the ruins outside the city with this attitude, he wouldn't have dared to speak so provocatively. Seeing the silence, Jing Yuan took the initiative to ask, "Where are you going next?" Nanchin thought for a moment and said, "I'm going to find a hotel to sleep for half the day. I have to leave the city this afternoon." Jing Yuan hummed, then silently followed Nanchin to find a hotel. As they checked in, Nanchin glanced at him and said, "Check your information." Jing Yuan was stunned for a moment before remembering that the strong man hadn't revealed his name or identity during the entire journey. When he entered the city, he was even vague, saying he was from a mercenary group on a mission. She seemed to be hiding something. Based on his limited experience reading online gossip, Jing Yuan guessed that the strong man was some high-ranking figure, or perhaps a member of a mysterious organization in Upper City, sent on a special mission. In short, he was very mysterious, and under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to relate to an ordinary person like Jing Yuan. He was just one of those ordinary, impoverished people in District 286, with only dreams to live on. If nothing unexpected happened, Jing Yuan would probably die from overwork on a construction site like his parents, or suffer injuries into old age. Jing Yuan still had some ideals. He joined a temporary mercenary group, hoping to change his current situation. Although he had bad luck meeting Louu San, he had great luck meeting this mysterious and powerful man. Jing Yuan thought this was another opportunity given to him by God. Could he seize this opportunity and change his life? Nanchin had no idea what the other person was imagining, and she wasn't interested. After using his ID to complete the business, she wanted to send him away. But when she went upstairs, she found the silly boy still following her, his expression awkward, as if he was hesitant to speak. Nanchin turned around and asked, "What else?" Jing Yuan opened his mouth and said, "The currency I exchanged for the bear contaminant is still in my account. How can I transfer it to you?" Nanchin thought for a moment and said, "Exchange half for cash and deposit it into an anonymous bank account for me. Keep the rest for your own travel expenses. As for the ore in their truck, you can also find a black market outlet." She was referring to the maximum deposit limit in the anonymous bank account. Nanchin's current status is quite special. Her only valid ID is her District 319 resident card, but she hasn't heard any news of refugees escaping District 319. Out of caution, she doesn't intend to reveal her information to avoid provoking enemies lurking in the shadows. Although the disaster in District 319 is over, Nanchin still has many unsolved mysteries. She can sense a pair of eyes behind this, watching her with a shadowy gaze. "Why are you still following me?" Nanchin frowned slightly, as she saw the man still standing there in a daze. Jing Yuan grew increasingly nervous under her gaze, his fists clenched tightly. Only when Nanchin grew impatient did he, as if desperately wanting to ask for something, did he say, "I have a favor to ask of you." Nanchin raised an eyebrow. "Please teach me how to become as powerful as you. Please tell me how to become a superpower." Jing Yuan lowered his head and poured out his thoughts. "I know this is presumptuous. A powerful being like you has nothing to do with me, but I still want to ask you to teach me how to become like you. I don't want to face danger helplessly again. I don't want to be an ordinary person. Please tell me the way. I'm willing to pay the price. If I can afford it, even if it means sacrificing my life." After he finished his resounding words, Nanchin glanced around. They were now in the hallway. Fortunately, it was daytime, and no one on this floor of the hotel was around. Otherwise, such a cheesy remark would have embarrassed them both to death. Nanchin was also a little surprised. What could she possibly teach? It seemed only combat. As for becoming a psychic, that was beyond her grasp. She hadn't even figured out how her own powers had manifested. Besides, Nanchin didn't intend to teach anyone. She was only staying here temporarily, and would be leaving soon. It wouldn't be wise to rashly teach a fool who was likely a burden. Now Nanchin was wondering if leaving him in the ruins would be wiser. Jing Yuan kept his head down after he finished speaking, as if aware of the awkwardness of this, fearing the subsequent rejection or even more humiliating remarks. Nanchin asked, "Do you have any other family members?" Jing Yuan looked up in surprise, then replied, "I have a younger brother, but he's not well. He's still hospitalized and requires a lot of medication." He lowered his head with a hint of guilt. "I joined the temporary mercenary group to raise money for his medical expenses." Brother? Poor health? Raising money for medical expenses? These words brought a familiar feeling to Nanchin, and she hesitated for a moment. "Is your desire to become stronger and a psychic also related to your brother?" Jing Yuan nodded seriously. "I know that if I had continued to be ordinary, my brother and I wouldn't have lived long. The average lifespan doesn't exceed 40, and he might not even be 20. Nanchin was also 13 years old. If Nanchin hadn't been reborn, she couldn't have guaranteed her sister would have lived to this day." Faced with Jing Yuan's similar experience, Nanchin rubbed her brow. Ultimately, absolute rationality prevailed. She couldn't protect herself, so she decided not to get involved in karma. "Sorry, I'm not interested in teaching others," Nanchin said, "but I can give you a suggestion. There are minerals in the car from the wild. They can fetch a good price on the black market, but only if you don't get robbed by those mad dogs. The money you get is enough to buy 2 bottles of basic genetic enhancement medicine. Maybe that can cure your brother's illness." Nanchin opened the door, turned back to the stunned young man, and added, "If you want to become stronger, join a mercenary group. I mean a large one with a formal channel and assessments. In this world, it's better to fight your way forward step by step than to take shortcuts." After sending the young fool away, Nanchin rested in her room until the afternoon. She stretched, put on her black cloak, and drove out of the city again. Her destination this time was the dry riverbed east of the city. This is the address provided by Louu. According to his account, Nanchin knew of a member of the Holy Light organization who regularly collected women, especially those with high levels of contamination energy, and brought them into the laboratory to use as materials. The Holy Light was Nanchin's old enemy from a previous life. They were extremely powerful during this period, and appeared to be collaborating with the Federation on some kind of experiment. Given Nanchin's current state, she wouldn't necessarily stand a chance of victory against the Holy Light, and might even get herself into trouble. However, she was worried that Nanchin might be among the experimental subjects collected by the Holy Light. Raw material requirements: women, high levels of contamination energy. Speaking of contamination energy, who could be higher than the person who just escaped from Area 319? Assuming the survivors of Area 319 were all heading in the same direction, if someone had known about the situation and intercepted them, the entire group of escaping survivors would likely have been wiped out. If this were the case, it made sense that there had been no news of survivors from Area 319 for a month after the disaster. Nanchin suspected that some force had hidden or captured these people. As for who this force was, Nanchin needed to investigate them one by one, starting with the Holy Light, which had been collecting raw materials. Nanchin drove the car to the dry riverbed and parked it in the ruins, where it would be hidden and safe from detection. After getting out of the car, she slowly crept along the river's edge. While waiting for someone, she got bored and took off her gloves. The scales on her hands touched the sharp fragments of the ruins. The scratches were a little itchy, but not even a white mark appeared. Nanchin sighed again. Although she had inhuman black scales, she also had a layer of natural armor that could at least block ordinary blades or small light bullets. She waited until about mid-afternoon, finally hearing the sound of a modified car's energy generator activating near the river. Nanchin poked her head out and saw a black modified car parked by the river. 2 men in white robes with flame patterns embroidered on the sleeves got out. After getting out of the car and surveying the area, they became infuriated when they saw no one else. One of them snorted, "That third sure dared to play tricks on us. Does he want to die? I've been waiting for ages, and still haven't seen him. It was all for nothing. He's only a distant cousin, so we can protect him. Otherwise, how could someone like him even contact us?" Another sighed. "Let's go back. While it's still early, go to the edge of the city and look around. If we're lucky, we might even catch a woman and report back. That's not going to be easy. There aren't many women in District 286 to begin with, and even fewer leave the city. It seems we could only pay the people inside to do it, and bring a few out. What a bummer. This damn experiment, the requirements are getting increasingly demanding. Several of the raw materials die every month. What a waste. Hey, that's how those perverts are. I don't know if we can get them all this time. If we meet the target, maybe we can get promoted and stop being errand boys. The two men finished their conversation and were about to get in the car when a faint voice rang out. Do you think I'm suitable? The two white-robed men were startled and instinctively looked in the direction of the voice. A young woman stood in the desolate ruins. Her face was young, her cheeks still a bit childish. But after meeting her dark eyes, the two men shuddered. They looked at each other, and both sensed a dangerous aura. Chapter 41. Nanchin's moves were incredibly agile, so fast that ordinary people would be blinded by the sight. After so many days wandering the desert, her physical fitness had gradually improved. Perhaps it was due to the abundant pollutants she consumed, and the subtle transfer of energy into her body. Now, Nanchin's hands had a thin layer of muscle, and a single punch from her could knock out a meter-long piece of pollutant, rendering it dizzy. Not to mention the lazy, equipment-dependent white-robed men. Before they could react, they were knocked down by a single blow, their heads thumping against the ground. The white-robed men whimpered, and only after Nanchin had tied them up did they regain consciousness and yell, "Who are you? Spare my life. Spare my life." Another man followed suit. It was clear that the former possessed the more leadership qualities of the two. Nanchin drew her dagger, poking the man's chin with the tip and asking, "Are you from Holy Light? Where is your experimental base?" The white-robed man, hearing her question, calmed down surprisingly. He frowned and asked, "Since you know our identities, you still dare to kidnap us? Aren't you afraid of living too long?" He was clearly confident. In the white-robed man's perception, knowing about the Holy Light equated to knowing it was a powerful organization, possessing unspeakable mystical powers. The Federation Army and other psychic organizations would give Holy Light members some distance. The woman before him looked young and possessed remarkable skills. She must be no ordinary person. She must be a psychic, a well-trained one at that. At least the move she just executed was standard. The white-robed man had only seen it in the Federation Army. Hearing the white-robed man's threat, Nanchin raised an eyebrow and looked him over. He had an ordinary appearance. His physical fitness wasn't even comparable to a mercenary's, and he didn't look like a high-ranking member of Holy Light. Nanchin had little patience. As usual, she stabbed the white-robed man in the leg, causing him to gasp in pain. "Nanchin, just answer the questions I ask you. Don't talk nonsense. Kill us both if you dare? Kill us, and you never find out where the Holy Light is. We're not just minions out there. If we die, or if time passes, the base will send people to track us down. When that happens, it'd be a fight to the death. You won't be able to escape." The white-robed man, after the pain subsided, regained his composure. The other man, too, was affected, gradually calming down and stabilizing his composure. Neither of them was as timid as Louu San. Nanchin estimated that intimidating them would take some effort, but she didn't have time. Not to mention that the white-robed man's companions would notice something was wrong and follow him. The daylight in the ruins was almost over, and night would make her movements even more difficult. The white-robed man looked at her with a sinister look, as if he knew he would die miserably. Nanchin ignored his provocative gaze and paced back and forth, debating whether to resort to absolute violence. Then, she felt an itch in her palm. Nanchin turned her back to the two of them and removed her gloves. She saw a small tentacle-like tail emerging from the center of her scaly palm. Energy slowly gathered around it, transforming into a watery form before solidifying. Surprised, she asked in her mind, "Power? Have you recovered?" The tentacle wagged its tail, "Hing!" It responded to Nanchin as gray threads emanated from its body. These threads were very thin, and faint energy pulsed through them. Nanchin's mind immediately registered the corresponding name. Neurotoxin, the special power she had acquired during her first encounter with the bone monster. Testing had shown that she could use the gray thread to control a small mouse for about 30 minutes, and a human for about a minute. However, Nanchin had consumed a significant amount of energy during this period, and her neurotoxins might have been enhanced. This ability had been of little use in the previous battle, but now, facing the two stubborn white-robed men, it came in handy. Nanchin made up her mind, turned around, and slapped the bound white-robed men on the forehead. Gray threads immediately emerged and pierced their scalps. The two white-robed men were confused, only to see Nanchin's leather-gloved hand pressing against their scalps. One of them, sensing something was wrong, shouted, "What are you doing? What have you done to me?" Nanchin felt the mental toxin gradually connecting to the other men's neural networks, and a faint smile appeared on her face. She folded her arms and observed the two men. Under her gaze, their terrified faces gradually became numb, their pupils dilated, and gradually became dull. Nanchin concluded that the neurotoxin had completely penetrated their minds. She asked again, Where is the Holy Light's experimental base in Area 286? In the river east of Area 286, downstream. The white-robed men answered obediently. Nanchin was very satisfied. She continued to ask, how is the base's defense? How can outsiders enter? How many experimental subjects are there? Are any survivors from Area 319 being abducted? Have any new experimental subjects been accepted recently? The base is fully intelligently guarded. Genetic identification is required to open the gate and lead personnel in. The number of experimental subjects is confidential. No one except core members can access them. I heard about admitting personnel from Area 319 half a month ago. No experimental subjects have been accepted recently. Nanchin's heart sank when she heard the news of personnel from Area 319. Her worst fear had finally come true. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to remain calm and asked if she had seen any experimental subjects of Nanchin's height and build. The other party shook his head blankly and said, top secrets are beyond our reach. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. Nanchin had always tried to stay as far away from the Holy Light as possible. The last time she killed Roland, a high-ranking Holy Light emissary, it was out of fear of exposing her own data. The Holy Light was the most painful memory of her past life, but now she had to face it again. Her sister, Nanchin, could very well be the survivor imprisoned in Area 319. Even if there was only a 1% chance, Nanchin wouldn't gamble. She had to investigate. The neurotoxin used to control human time only lasted 20 minutes, enough for Nanchin to ask all her questions. She stripped the iconic clothing from one of the white-robed figures, donned it herself, and covered her face to disguise herself as a member of the Holy Light. Then she knocked the stripped figure unconscious, leaving him to fend for himself in the ruins. She took the other figure in a modified Holy Light vehicle and returned to the Holy Light base. The base was built at the bottom of the dry riverbed, hidden beneath a tangle of dead branches and debris. Without insiders, this secret base would be difficult to find. Approaching the base, Nanchin used the same old nerve toxin to control the white-robed man, forcing him to clear the way. The base's perimeter was built like a city wall. A red eye was mounted overhead. Modified vehicles scanned the area with the red eye upon entering. Machine guns, embedded in the iron gates, aimed a murderous glance at those entering. Skin ID? The white-robed man blankly opened the car window and looked up at the sign marked with the red eye. Ding. Skin passed. Welcome home. With the sound of a robotic voice, the gate in front of Nanchin slowly opened, revealing a fully metal-clad passageway. Nanchin started the modified car and drove in, stopping at the empty space at the back. Then she heard the mechanical sound of the vehicle latching onto the metal plate and slowly descending like an elevator. The base was built underground, and they were heading deeper. After successfully infiltrating, Nanchin's tension persisted as she sensed a growing familiar presence. She turned to the controlled white-robed figure. Where are you going after you return? To report to the section chief, the white-robed figure said woodenly. And then what? Then I inspect the nursery and return to my room to rest. The neurotoxin's hold on people is time-limited, and after repeated attempts at control, the time is shortening. Nanchin didn't want to waste time and got straight to the point. Nanchin nodded. Take me to the nursery. She had come in to confirm whether Nanchin was among the captured individuals from Area 319. If her memories from her past life were correct, the Xingguang nursery should be where the experimental subjects were kept. There, whether alive or dead, they were all experimental subjects nurtured by the Holy Light. The white-robed figure held a position of some importance within the base. As they led Nanchin to the nursery, they had no trouble. The staff at the base all wore white robes, and colleagues simply nodded and greeted each other with a neutral attitude. This protected Nanchin from the risk of being exposed in social situations. We're going to search from room 100 to room 0. Our goal is to determine whether the energy source outside the door is still there, and whether there's any leakage. The controlled white-robed figure quietly introduced his position. Nanchin surveyed his surroundings. This was a passageway similar to a silkworm cocoon room. On each wall were metal door frames with numbers written on them. On the adjacent wall, there was a corresponding electronic screen displaying red dots, some moving, some still. The red dots represented the energy status of the items within. Some were bright, while others were nearly dim. The white-robed figure checked the data on the doorframes of the fading red dots and recorded them in a register. Nanchin asked, once the dots have completely vanished, what should be done with the items inside? As a rule, items that have lost their energy are reported, and a purification process is initiated, with the waste recycled as fuel. With the energy required for the Holy Light gone, the object, dead or alive, would be considered waste. Even though Nanchin had anticipated this, hearing the white-robed figure's words still weighed on her heart. Nanchin glanced around, making sure no one was passing by. She instructed the white-robed figure, "I need to check inside." "Open the door." The white-robed figure shook his head blankly. "I don't have permission." "Nanchin, who has permission?" "Doctor." The white-robed figure hesitated as he opened his mouth to answer. Nanchin felt the neurotoxin begin to wear off. He frowned, raised his hand, gathered the energy threads, and patted the figure on the head. "What are you doing?" A harsh, cold shout echoed from the end of the corridor. Nanchin turned and saw the man wearing the holy light brooch approaching with a haughty air. As his gaze swept over, Nanchin subtly lowered his head to avoid being seen. At the same time, he manipulated the white-robed man to answer questions. "Section Chief. We're checking the nursery." The effect of the neurotoxin was fading, and the white-robed man's words were stuttering. This white-robed man, known as Section Chief, clearly held a higher position within the holy light than the others, and his words spoke with a condescending air of arrogance. He glanced up and down at the two men, narrowing his eyes slightly as he recognized them. His face immediately lit up with displeasure as he said, "Buck, why didn't you come to report back to me when you returned?" Buck was the name of the controlled white-robed figure, and his reaction was slow. I. What the hell are you doing? You're stuttering? Did you find the materials you went out to look for?" The section chief was impatient, and when he saw Buck shake his head, he became even more furious. "You're just useless people. You have the nerve to come back without completing your work?" After his rant, Buck was speechless, his head bowed. The section chief's rage flared, and as he opened his mouth, he noticed Nanchin, who remained silent on the other side. "And you? How come I haven't seen you before? Which department are you from?" Buck was controlled and stammered, "Chief, she is." "I didn't ask you." The chief was just looking at this usually sharp-witted man with such timidity and displeasure. He interrupted Buck, pointed his chin at Nanchin, and said arrogantly, "You, raise your head." Chapter 42. Nanchin was suddenly called out, and she retracted her hand. Looking up would mean exposure. She'd be discovered. This wasn't good. Should she act now? This was inside the holy light, with surveillance cameras everywhere. If she made a noise now, she might be in danger. There was no guarantee she wouldn't. Nanchin hesitated for a second, then suddenly felt a surge of alertness. Amidst the tentacle's mental warning, she felt a gentle breeze against her face. Her crisis instinct caused her to instantly duck. Puff! The white-robed Buck's neck was severed, and his head fell off, splattering blood onto the cloth covering half of Nanchin's face. Nanchin was shocked by this scene. She'd been discovered? He'd attacked immediately? He hadn't even checked? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but the section chief didn't stop. His hand formed into a 2-meter-long metal blade, slashing cleanly at the intruder. The intruder's movements, dodging the attack, were so violent that a pair of dark eyes peeked through his hood. Bang! The section chief's attack missed again, leaving a long white streak on the metal floor. He sneered, "This is the first time I've seen someone barge in and commit suicide." He had been suspicious since meeting Buck. Buck was usually clever and flattering, but this time, he approached without a smile. Something was wrong. The henchman following Buck was even more silent. If he hadn't noticed something was wrong, he would have been wasting all his time. Nanchin wiped the blood from his face and looked at Buck, who had been broken in two. "You're even killing your own people?" The holy light advocates survival for the strong, and retention for the useful. The section chief's eyes were grim. "Aren't you going to tell me who you are?" As they spoke, a shrill alarm echoed throughout the nursery corridor. The holy light's internal intelligence system commanded the intruder to repel, and infrared beams scanned from the far end, intending to mark her. Nanchin knew she had been completely discovered and could no longer linger. She concentrated and activated her long-in-use water form, her body and clothing shimmering in pale ripples. Perhaps due to the excessive absorption of pollutants, her water form was gradually turning a dark gray. She tried to leave, but the holy light section chief wouldn't let her. He swung his supernatural blade again, slashing. Nanchin was split in two, and water splashed everywhere as she flowed away. The section chief was extremely surprised. Water-based abilities? A rare type. What's your connection to the Roland family? This was the second time Nanchin had been questioned about her relationship with Roland. The only connection she had with a blue-eyed guy like him was probably a mortal enemy. To avoid being identified, Nanchin blew his remains to ash. In her water form, Nanchin's speed was 3 times her normal speed. She had absorbed so much energy during this time that her speed was undetectable to the naked eye. The dark gray water flowed around the section chief, transforming into a sharp water blade that pierced his neck. But there was a reason he had been the section chief of Holy Light for so many years. Even as a non-primary combatant, he was extremely perceptive. He tilted his head, and a ding sounded. His supernatural metal blade blocked Nanchin's attack. The piercing alarm was now loud enough to pierce his eardrums. Nanchin changed her attack and slashed at his abdomen, slicing through his flesh. Then, under the infrared fire, she completely escaped. The section chief, feeling a pain in his abdomen, stumbled a few times, and sat down against the iron doorframe of the nursery. He took a breath, and felt the red dot on the ceiling pointed at his head. He cursed, "Idiot, why are you looking at me? They've already run away, why don't you go chase them?" "Okay, section chief, but your injuries look serious. Do you need me to call for medical help?" A female, robotic voice, rich with emotion, rang out from the alarm speaker. The section chief rolled his eyes. "Need I ask? Do you want me to die here? I really don't understand. Why don't those people up there come and repair this broken machine of yours? It even lets in an intruder. It really is behind the original." He cursed. The voice from the loudspeaker was lifeless, its mechanical tone still stagnant. "EVA, medical personnel have been requested for you. Please be patient. The intruder has been located, awaiting orders to attack from above." The section chief exhaled and asked, "Where did she escape to?" "EVA, inside the nursery corridor." Nanchin couldn't shake the strange feeling of being watched. Even when she transformed into a stream, she could still feel the gaze on her. She glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw cold cameras swirling towards her like red eyes. Nanchin knew she was still being targeted. She had to break free quickly. If her memory served her correctly, she remembered that the Holy Light base had a central system that controlled everything. It was the eyes of the entire base, capable of even mobilizing heavy weaponry throughout the base. In her previous life, Nanchin had suffered greatly from this system while escaping the Holy Light base. Now she was in the corridor, her only refuge the closed doorway of the nursery. The crack in the door was tightly shut, and Nanchin tried to slip through, transforming into a stream of water. But the seals blocked her path, leaving her with nowhere to hide. Left. Nanchin heard the sound of tentacles. She looked to her left and saw a metal door ajar. Nanchin slipped through the crack. It was a room of moderate size, with a large nutrient tank in the center. Aside from the metal tubes connecting the tanks to the nutrients, there was nothing else. After entering the room, Nanchin suddenly felt the sense of being locked and disappeared, completely cut off from the central system's view. She gathered her body, as if sensing something, and looked towards the tank in the laboratory. She saw a vortex floating in the green liquid. As she approached, the vortex gradually formed a human figure. Then, Nanchin saw a face exactly like hers. Dr. Louu, the intruder's abilities are incredibly strange. They're liquid, long-lasting, and powerful. She also seems to have the ability to control others' minds. The section chief clutched his abdomen, bandaged by medical staff, his expression grim with pain. "She's extremely dangerous. I can't imagine where she came from." In the lab, Dr. Louu, fiddling with syringes of medication, said without turning back, "These abilities do sound rare. We can't rule out the possibility of an external invasion or terrorist attack." "EVA, have they located her?" "Dr. Louu, the intruder has been located within the nursery area. The thermal imaging system lost track of her after a period of tracking. The area targeted is the first 30 nurseries. EVA doesn't have internal exploration rights. We need to request authorization." The voice continued, blaring from a nearby speaker. Dr. Louu pinched the bridge of his glasses, sighing, "It's been so long since we've been this busy." As he spoke, he carried a prepared injection to a man lying on a steel bed. The man was dazed and confused, his mouth opening and closing weakly, muttering, "Run. Escape. Run." Dr. Louu injected the injection into the man's heart. The man stiffened, then struggled violently after the injection. Black fluid began to flow from his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. He wailed in agony, and finally, after a scream, his pupils dilated, his fingers drooped limply, and he was lifeless. "Still can't hold on." Dr. Louu looked at the dead man with disappointment. "It seems the people who left Area 319 haven't experienced much improvement in their physical condition. Is this the last one?" The section chief couldn't hear what Dr. Louu was mumbling. He added excitedly, "Dr. Louu, the intruders have entered the nursery, where precious experimental materials are stored." "What's the rush?" Dr. Louu remained calm. He wiped his blood-stained fingers and said, "What do you think the first 30 rooms of the nursery are filled with? They're sealed all year round, Even EVAs can't monitor them. Danger level A and above. Ordinary people going in here will die, and those with special abilities. Heh. Dr. Louu smiled playfully. I hope she dies quickly. EVA, activate 30 surveillance cameras and monitor the hallway. If any unusual creatures are sighted, kill them. EVA, okay, Doctor. Maximum defense level activated. Dr. Louu thought for a moment and said, by the way, retrieve the database. I need the latest test subject. Female, under 20 years old, healthy, with a contamination energy level around 50, and conscious. And retrieve the genetic simulation data for experiment 03. I'm going to do a synthesis experiment tomorrow. Okay, Doctor. I've retrieved the data for you. The section chief was surprised. Experiment 03's properties are so dangerous. The intruder hasn't been dealt with yet. If we retrieve it now, wouldn't it be too? It's nothing serious. If this intruder survives until tomorrow, then all these years of building this base will have been wasted. The section chief didn't dare interrupt the doctor after hearing what he said. After all, he was his superior, and whether he could eat depended on his mood. After much thought, I still feel that women's bodies have greater endurance and can hold more energy. Dr. Louu suddenly smiled and said to the section chief, compared to men's impulsiveness and aggressiveness, they're more stable. Perhaps they're born with genes that foster life, giving them a higher survival rate. The section chief didn't know when Dr. Lou's theory came from. He only remembered that before the apocalypse, women's bodies still had many limitations and needed so-called external protection. But after the apocalypse, pollution affected humanity's fertility rate plummeting. Women's fertility declined, and their strength increased significantly. Many strong women took on heavy labor, and even joined mercenary armies for adventures. However, they also died more often. The female test subjects captured in the laboratory were mostly ordinary people from poor families, young and inexperienced. Holy Light spent a lot of effort to gather these test subjects with the required physical qualities, and the arranging of resources alone consumed a fortune. And then, once these test subjects were gathered and in Dr. Lou's hands, within a few days, some died, some were disabled, and some were injured. A group of people became waste, thrown into the energy fuel refining process, and reduced to ash. The section chief didn't understand why his superiors were supporting Dr. Lou's extravagant experiments. That wasn't his place to ask. He could only smile and agree, yes, Doctor. Please read the report we sent to our superiors regarding the capture of the intruder. This was the section chief's ultimate purpose in coming to the base leader in the first place. With such a blunder as the intruder's entry into the experimental base, someone had to take the blame. And as luck would have it, the person being controlled and allegedly aiding the intruder was one of the section chief's subordinates. If he tried to shift the blame, he'd probably suffer a lot. Dr. Louu smiled and patted the section chief's shoulder. You handle this matter. Whether it works or not is up to you. The section chief knew this meant he was letting them handle it on their own, so that he could get away with it. That was a good thing. He was on his own for the follow-up operations. If things didn't work out, he could just find a subordinate to take the blame. The section chief felt relieved, pressing his right fist to his heart and saying, May God bless you. Dr. Louu nodded. May God bless you. Chapter 43. Nanchin stared at the face as if in a mirror. The other person's delicate features were identical to the image of herself imprinted on the glass. If it weren't for the curiosity in the other person's eyes, Nanchin would have suspected she had been copied. Pa! The dull tapping of the glass jar echoed. This person, who looked just like her, was tapping the glass, her lips moving as if she were saying something, or perhaps simply blowing bubbles. Nanchin sensed no ill will and raised an eyebrow. Who are you? Then Nanchin saw her own face, her lips straining in imitation as she asked, Who are you? Nanchin, This thing was strange. Seeing Nanchin, it approached with great interest, as if it were something interesting. Nanchin observed it for a while, and realized that although it looked like her, and could make human mouth movements, it was clearly not human. It had almost no intelligence, and its behavior was a poor imitation. It must be some kind of creature capable of imitating humans, or perhaps some rare pollutant. Since the world has undergone such a dramatic transformation, the appearance of monsters with horns, mind-bending abilities, and the ability to control objects with their thoughts isn't surprising. The Holy Light is gathering experimental materials everywhere, and this thing is one of their special materials. After Nanchin determined that this thing posed no threat to her for the time being, she stopped wasting time with it. She had come here to locate Nanchin, and now that she'd been discovered before finding any clues, it was a major mistake. Nanchin was now contemplating how to escape. Outside, the Holy Light system was monitoring her, and inside the nursery, there were sealed iron boxes. Her only hope of escape was to force her way out. But no matter how powerful she was, her energy was limited. She couldn't possibly make it all the way to the door under fire. The people of Holy Light weren't fools. Seeing that she was a waterbender, they'd surely unleash something to counter her. Nanchin knew all too well what those people were doing. They'd use every possible means, even resorting to horrific acts of mutual destruction when necessary. She couldn't hide in this unmonitored nursery forever. She had to find a way out. Snap! While Nanchin was lost in thought, she heard the movement of the contents of the nutrient tank again. She was about to retreat defensively, but the tentacles inside her body made an excited sound. It's changed. It's changed. It's changed. Nanchin looked up and saw that the familiar face inside the tank had changed. The girl's facial features twisted, her familiar eyebrows twisted into a knot, and her entire body became a string. If this thing had once resembled a human, she didn't know what power it had to mimic her own face. By then, the creature had transformed into a long and human shape. Nanchin looked carefully and finally spotted a familiar shape amidst the mass, a black and red object. It was a black and red tentacle. It was the same tentacle that had the same superpower as Nanchin's. Nanchin was starting to get a bit nervous. Tentacle? I haven't even revealed my superpower. How did you become its image? Nanchin was puzzled. Before, when this thing had taken on her image, she had assumed it was imitating or perhaps mentally simulating. Now, it seemed far from that. Nanchin glanced around and only saw the words Experimental Subject 03 on the base of the giant jar. With no way of obtaining any specific information, Nanchin could only try again to communicate with the thing inside. How do you transform? How do you obtain a reference object? Nanchin listened, raising her hand and transforming her fingers into streams of water. Can you transform into water? The tentacle in the jar, taking on the shape of water, also began to become transparent, gradually transforming into a black liquid. In the blink of an eye, it adjusted to the same form as Nanchin. She became intrigued and experimented a few times, causing the tentacle to emerge and split, revealing the flesh and blood cells within. The object in the jar also automatically split and revealed its cells, becoming increasingly adept with each transformation, eventually transforming into her likeness. Nanchin watched herself being split in two, her flesh and internal organs exposed, her red blood slowly permeating the nutrient solution. The sight was nauseating. The creature seemed to sense Nanchin's impatience, and it transformed into a familiar face, giving her a strange smile. Nanchin took a deep breath to steady herself. This thing was actually still provoking her. What the hell was this thing? Imitation? A monster that could imitate any living creature? The tentacle reacted excitedly to this creature. It seemed to possess a power it particularly enjoyed. Nanchin pondered, feeling the tentacle's tip trembling faster and faster. She asked, "Can you eat it? I mean, can we absorb its power?" Tentacle whimpering, "Eating it will make us stronger, stronger." Nanchin rubbed her chin and muttered, "Whatever it is, we know after eating it. Maybe it'd be useful?" She made up her mind and looked around. The large nutrient tank, more than 2 meters tall, was connected to the external circuit. If she opened it rashly, it might alert the Holy Light personnel who were patrolling. Nanchin looked at the pipe connecting the nutrient tank. Nutrient solution could flow in, and naturally, water-shaped liquid could also flow in. Nanchin glanced again at Experiment 03, who was still making faces at her in the nutrient tank. She smiled, "Don't worry, we'll be able to play together soon." Experiment 03. A sudden ominous premonition. Nanchin transformed into a stream of gray water, found a gap, and slipped into the nutrient tank's delivery tube, then entered the tank containing the monster. The green nutrient solution suddenly surged violently, hitting the thick glass wall. After a few bangs, the turbulent liquid inside returned to calm. After the section chief and EVA obtained search authorization for the nurseries, they led armed personnel to inspect the first 30 nurseries one by one. He opened the door of one nursery, revealing a figure tied to a cross inside. Only the upper half of the figure was intact, the lower half completely covered in black pus. The black pus sprang to life as the section chief opened the door. From curled up half dead on the ground, it suddenly transformed into agile snakes, shooting out and attacking the armed personnel outside. "Ah!" The man screamed shrilly, as he was devoured by the black matter. "Don't shoot! It's an experiment! Don't hurt it!" The section chief hurriedly stopped the armed men behind him, who were raising their energy guns. He led his men back, closed the door, and sealed it, completely isolating the tragic scene inside. The section chief sighed, still apprehensive. "Luckily, I didn't shoot. If I had damaged the experiment, Dr. Louu would have skinned me alive. Section Chief, the nursery is where the dangerous materials for the experiments are stored. The first 30 rooms are classified as Class A or higher, between heretics and beasts. After systematic analysis, the chance of survival for an ordinary human inside is 0. Based on their energy endurance, the survival rate for a psychic is up to 60%. EVA sincerely suggests that instead of risking opening the door to investigate, we can investigate the surveillance cameras outside to get a clearer picture of the situation. A 60% chance of survival is already high enough, and your crappy system surveillance is mostly obscured by the things inside. What do you want me to see? A spider in the dust on the monitor? The section chief remained unmoved. With a grim expression, he led his armed team to open the next door. EVA said, I apologize for the inconvenience caused by the inaccessibility of the camera and the lack of security, as access has been delayed. However, as part of the system's obligations, EVA would like to remind you to be safe. Please allow the robot to clear the way for you when the door opens. The section chief didn't want to engage with this rigidly programmed intelligence, but he had learned from experience and, this time, he had the detection robot take the lead. The doors to the incubator rooms weren't completely sealed. Some of the experimental items stored there had special seals that left gaps. The section chief, concerned that the intruder's supernatural powers were in liquid form and likely to hide in those cracks, would search every door within his area where water could enter. He led his men through the incubators, discovering objects ranging from living to dead, mutated humanoids to stacked animal forms. All of them were contaminated, heavily polluted, devoid of any rationality. Upon opening the door, they would attack the sight of fresh flesh and blood. The section chief cursed, wondering where Dr. Louu had pulled all these monsters from. If these monsters got out of control, not even a mortal remains of the entire base. After their search yielded no results, the section chief began to wonder if the intruder had truly entered the belly of the monsters within the incubators. They arrived at Incubator Room 3. Experiment 03, Danger Level A+, Ability, Active Gene Simulation. It can mimic the genes of any living organism it encounters. However, due to the instability of genetic recombination, it may collapse, leading to chaotic attacks. The current death toll from its attacks is 0. The section chief couldn't help but scoff when he heard EVA say this. With an A+ risk factor, the death toll is only 0. Who registered your system files? That sounds absurd. EVA. The data for the nursery is compiled by the doctor. A death toll of 0 means it's stable and hasn't erupted yet. The risk factor represents the destructive power of an eruption. We don't have specific data on the collapse of Unit 03 yet. If you have any questions, the doctor reserves the right of interpretation. The section chief's dejection faded when he heard that it was Dr. Louu who compiled the files. He held his tongue, not wanting to criticize his superior, and changed the subject. These are the last few. Is Experiment 03 still drive Lou's experiment data for tomorrow's experiment? EVA, yes. The section chief stopped talking and directed the machine to open the door, revealing a 2-person high tank of green solution. Inside the tank, a gray substance swirled. That was Gene Mimic Experiment 03. The section chief looked disappointedly at the empty nursery rooms, save for Subject 03. He muttered, this intruder must have been eaten in one of the rooms. He waved his hand, directing the armed forces. Since this is the experimental material the doctor requested, bring it to him today. Remember to cover the water jars when carrying it to avoid direct contact with Subject 03. Yes. The section chief turned and walked towards the remaining 2 nurseries. If we don't see the intruder again, we should change the direction of the search. After checking so many nurseries, he was certain of the dangers within, and had essentially ruled out the possibility that the intruder had infiltrated and survived. Besides, it had already been almost a day. No matter how much energy a psychic possessed, it couldn't possibly last that long, unless she was a Federation Major General. But how could that be possible? Major General level psychics were rare. Even if they had truly come to investigate, they wouldn't have retreated into hiding until now. The section chief's thoughts raced, leaning towards the possibility that the EVA system had mistracked the intruders, and that they had hidden somewhere else. The lobby, the archives, the cafeteria, the lab, the staff dormitory. All of these were possible. As he pondered, he felt a dull ache in the healing wound on his abdomen. He exhaled and clenched his fist. Wait! I definitely treat this guy well when I catch him. Let her know what a life worse than death is. Nanchin ate a hearty meal and rested for a while to maintain her water form. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in complete darkness. Nanchin felt the water in the jar stir, and she instantly realized she was being moved elsewhere. There was no sound, only the rippling of the flowing water. Nanchin also maintained her water form, keeping a vigilant eye on her surroundings. She asked the tentacle, "How do you feel now?" Tentacle, hiccup. Tentacle, "I can transform." Nanchin asked, "What?" As soon as she asked, she felt something strange as the water she had transformed into flowed down her arm. The tentacle condensed and formed, slowly transforming into a human face. It was Nanchin's face. Nanchin, The arm had grown its own face, a smaller one at that. It looked eerie no matter how you looked at it. Nanchin felt that a normal person would have pissed themselves in this situation. Nanchin was also deeply irritated by the sight, so she ordered, "Change it." The face the tentacle was holding twisted into a knot, then shifted again, transforming into a face that bore a striking resemblance to Nanchin's. This was Nanchin's head. Nanchin felt a vein throbbing in his forehead. "What did you eat? Why do you keep turning into this?" The tentacle felt aggrieved. It had clearly sensed the contents of the pitcher were powerful, and after swallowing it, it had absorbed a considerable amount of energy, yet the resulting supernatural power was beyond comprehension. Nanchin sighed, feeling somewhat unwise. He probably needed to further develop this new power. The darkness before him gradually faded, revealing a laboratory. Nanchin surveyed his surroundings, and when he saw a figure in a white lab coat turn his head, his heart sank. What a narrow road for enemies, he thought. Chapter 44. This is a laboratory, a room filled with metal instruments, test tubes of chemicals, and a bloody metal bed. A huge electronic screen flashes with various human data, perhaps something else. Look closely at the data in the corner of the screen. December 20th, Experiment 86, female, 17 years old, injected with Agent X, died from an allergic reaction, and survived for 5 minutes. January 20th, Experiment 76, female, 31 years old, injected with a mixture of 87 chemicals, causing her body to overload and mutate into pollutants. She went berserk, and was shot after 3 minutes. January 20th, Experiment 105, female, 10 years old, injected with a modified version of the mixture, repeatedly in small amounts, causing her body to overload and lose consciousness, occasionally mutating into deformities. She is being held for observation. February of X21, experimental subject. X22. X23. X24, October. Experimental subject number 18, female, 18 years old, injected with the 194th dose of the modified drug. Her mind was affected, but her physical data remained stable. She possessed extraordinary abilities. She was killed while escaping, but survived for a month. Nanchin's eyes reflected the flowing data on the screen, as if she were looking at a death note, and her name would appear in the note next. Confusion and fear overwhelmed her emotions at this moment. She hugged her arms, and trembled violently. "Look at you, how scared are you?" Dr. Louu lowered his dissection tools. The person lying on the metal bed had been disemboweled, and red blood splattered Dr. Lou's white coat like flowers. Nanchin looked at the blurred, bloody flesh, no longer recognizable as a human form, as Dr. Louu directed the white-robed men to carry him away. As she passed by, the corpse's stiff hands hooked around her trouser leg. She looked down and saw a pale, withered face, revealing bloodless gums, as if smiling at her, her new companion. Ugh! Nanchin couldn't hold it in any longer, half knelt beside her and vomited. She hadn't eaten all day, and her stomach felt empty as she retched, only gastric juices gushing from her mouth. A sour, foul smell. "It stinks. Wipe her clean and strap her to the operating table." Dr. Louu was disgusted with this new experimental subject, a young girl, skinny and clueless. Nanchin was wiped with a rag, then sprayed with several coats of disinfectant. At this moment, Nanchin felt like a rag, like the bloody corpse before, strapped to the metal bed. Her lips trembled as she saw Dr. Louu approach her. Why? Why? Was she here? She had clearly applied for a position as a lab assistant. She came here full of expectations, hoping to change her fate of poverty through hard work. But the world played a huge joke on her. Only after arriving here did she realize she had sold herself into a laboratory experiment. Dr. Louu smiled softly. Why? You experimental subjects always ask why. Wasn't this your choice? He observed Nanchin's tense body and patted her shoulder. Relax, don't worry. I won't dissect you. I spent a lot of resources to find you. How could I let you die like this? As Dr. Louu spoke, he had already injected a tube of black liquid into Nanchin's arm. Nanchin felt a sharp pain, as if every cell in her body was being torn and reassembled. She lost all color and gasped for air. Sure enough, you're different from the others. Your blood is naturally resistant, making you almost completely immune to pollutants. To verify this idea, Dr. Louu injected her with another dose of the drug. Judging from your condition, you can hold far more energy than this. When pain reaches a certain level, a person no longer feels pain, but numbness, their entire nerves contracting and tightening, their consciousness swollen. Nanchin stared at the pale light with dilated pupils, breathing in time with the pain in her blood vessels, like a fish thirsty for water, about to die. Dr. Louu praised her with satisfaction. Not bad, number 7, you're the most perfect experiment I've ever seen. Keep up the good work, and you become our god. Nanchin had no idea what he was muttering. She only remembered the days that followed, filled with darkness. Every few days, she was taken for injections of the drug Dr. Louu had developed. Time and again, on the brink of insanity, her vision gradually blurred, and she could only hear the shrill sounds around her. Hold on a little longer, it'd be over soon. I heard you have a sister, but unfortunately she's disabled, her physical stats inferior to those of an average person. But I assume you're direct relatives, so you should share some common blood. Nanchin's brain sluggishly shifted for a moment, and when she suddenly registered the word sister, she scrambled to her feet and grabbed the man's collar. What did you say? What are you going to do to her? Then, paralyzed as if by electric shock, she collapsed with a scream. Dr. Louu chuckled and retracted the current compressor. Sorry, there have been so many accidents before, so we're just in case. Number 7, you're concerned. Your own sister? Don't worry, I've sent someone to pick her up. I calculated, it's been 2 months, and she still hasn't returned. I told him to find out what's going on. Don't worry, you'll be reunited soon. This was undoubtedly devastating news for Nanchin. Nanchin was her only living relative, and now she was locked in a dark laboratory, unable to escape. Nanchin would also face this situation. Nanchin couldn't imagine the pain of having his flesh and soul torn apart. He might just explode and die like the other experimental subjects. Nanchin was constantly worried, her determination to escape reaching a peak. She scanned her surroundings for any flaws on her way back from each experiment. Unfortunately, her eyes had become blind from the stress, and she could only rely on her other senses to assess her surroundings. Metal, disinfection, electricity, a robotic voice. Nanchin felt along the cracks in the metal plates of her cell, her fingernails tracing the gap to a hidden hole in the wall. The thing inside, as if aware of its approach, spoke, "Want to get out? Want to run away?" Nanchin, yes. Do me a favor, I help you escape. What? Go to the lab and press the button on the far left of the screen. The thing inside, whether human or ghost, beckoned. But I can't see it. Nanchin said, I don't know if I can press it correctly. You can. The button is on the far left. Press it. Number 7, please believe me. I'm the only one who can help you, and you're the only one who can help me. When someone lives in a high-pressure environment where they're uncertain whether they survive for a long time, they believe anything. Nanchin was even able to maintain her composure and talk to people. Her willpower far surpassed that of an average person. She decided to go all out on this one. Every time Nanchin was taken to the lab, she'd lie on the metal bed for a break. Dr. Louu didn't like being disturbed in his lab, so he'd make a cup of coffee before injecting Nanchin with the drug. This time, Dr. Louu turned back to mix the coffee as usual, when Nanchin broke free from the restraints by snapping her hand. She rolled off the metal bed and, relying on her memory, rushed to the button on the left side of the screen without hesitation and pressed it, in one go. An alarm blared. What are you doing? Dr. Louu was furious. The entire holy light base fell into chaos, and Nanchin's face lit up with relief. Number 03, how did it become like this? Inside the laboratory, Dr. Louu circled a large container, staring at the gray mass within. Confusion crossed his face, and he muttered, Is it genetic dormancy? No, these symptoms only occur once a month, and dormancy only appeared a week ago. As he spoke, the gray mass within the container shifted, condensing into a human head. It was Dr. Lou's face, without glasses, and its eyes glared at him with a sharp, cold gaze. Dr. Louu burst into laughter at the identical face, exclaiming, What a wonderful creature. Removing his doubts, he turned and called on his subordinates to bring the experimental materials they had found into the laboratory, and strap them to the clean metal bed. The person brought in was a fair-skinned girl, about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a lab coat with the number 54 written on it. Before we begin the experiment, let's do a little test. Dr. Louu smiled, his usual gentle smile. He held up his lens and reflected number 54's terrified, pale face. Do you remember your name? What's it? Louu. Number 54 said tremblingly. It's a rather unusual name. Do you have any family? Dr. Louu continued. Tell me about your family, your past. Perhaps because the man before her was too kind, Louu gradually relaxed her guard. She said, I have a brother and a father. I'm about to take the entrance exam to the federal college. Please let me go. My father and brother will definitely pay a lot of money. Please let me go. Louu began to sob. Father, I won't run around anymore. Dr. Louu remained unmoved by the subject's pleas, his lips curling ever wider. You're such a poor little thing. You must have been spoiled since childhood, right? You speak clearly, so your consciousness should be clear. Let's begin the next experiment. Be good. Just complete this experiment, and I let you go. Louu blinked. Really? Dr. Louu smiled. Not only will I let you go, I also give you a large amount of resources to help you reach the pinnacle of power. I don't need any resources. I just want to go back. Just go back. Louu said, I've already been injected with. The potion has passed. I feel great. I've completed the experiment. You can let me go now. Dr. Louu shook his head, continuing to fiddle with the potion in his hands. Louu, overwhelmed by his actions, began to cry out, No. Why? Nanchin watched the scene unfold from inside the giant tank of solution. She knew perfectly well that when Dr. Louu made completion of the experiment, he meant repeated torture and injections of synthetic drugs until they achieved their desired result. Deification. She didn't understand why the holy light's deification would extract a highly concentrated substance from pollutants and inject it into the human body, even though the Federation already had genetically modified drugs. Wait. Nanchin had a terrifying thought. The holy light and the Federation seemed to have a complex relationship, as evidenced by the previous exchange of medical examination data from Federation universities. So, where did the Federation get the genetically modified drugs it had been selling? There were no corresponding pharmaceutical companies on the market. Who was supplying the Federation with these drugs? Was it also connected to the holy light? As she pondered this, the head of the person transformed by the tentacle floated. Dr. Louu glanced at Louu, who was nearly mad, and approached nutrient tank number 03, where Nanchin was staying. He was going to advance number 03's genes. Nanchin, transformed into a stream of water, coldly injected his face. The appearance of her past life overlapped with her present. New and old grudges flooded Nanchin's mind all at once. This was a good time to act, but it would provoke a fierce attack from the holy light system. Should we act? Nanchin's watery body solidified. Answer, of course. Chapter 45. A water blade condensed and appeared, slicing through the glass of the nutrient tank. Dr. Louu was knocked to the ground by the immense force of the water. He rolled cautiously to avoid the shards of glass, but he still didn't have time to sound the alarm. A black and red tentacle, as thick as a wrist, wrapped around his neck and lifted him up. As Dr. Louu struggled, he saw a pair of dark eyes. The girl was observing him as if he were a dead object, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Alarm, alarm, intruder, requesting support, entering level 1 defense. Alarm, alarm, intruder, requesting support. Boom! Before the EVA's voice could even be heard, the water blade slashed off the speaker. Nanchin controlled the water form, pressed the button to close the laboratory door, and quickly cut off the surveillance and power, leaving only the laboratory's backup lights. Now, the laboratory had become a completely inescapable chamber, isolating those outside from those inside. Well, we can discuss it. Tell me what you want, and I give you whatever I have. Dr. Louu, flung to the ground by the tentacle, coughed up blood from the shards of glass. Seeing the intruder didn't kill him immediately, his mind raced. He calmly held onto the frame of his glasses and said, Word has spread outside that something's happened here. Armed forces will gather soon. They have heavy weapons and psychics. You can't escape on your own. Countless artillery fire will pulverize you. Really? Nanchin dragged the man toward him with the tentacle, the shattered glass scraping his back until it bled. Nanchin stared at Dr. Louu, who was grimacing in pain, and asked, They don't even care about your life? Dr. Louu forced a smile, and was about to say, So we can talk. Slap. He was slapped across the face. The tentacle's force was so strong that his entire face was swollen. Dr. Louu was shocked and furious, wondering why this man was being unreasonable. Nanchin's tentacles dragged him to the metal bed and swapped the man with the woman on it. Dr. Louu was tied up, and sensing something was wrong, he stared at the woman in front of him and asked, What are you doing? Nanchin ignored him, and helped Louu sit down beside him. Loun's body was damaged by the previous injection, and she was losing energy. She was experiencing a mutation reaction, more severe than Nanchin had imagined. Cracked skin beneath her clothes spread to her chest, and the contamination was almost reaching her heart. Nanchin suspected that even if Lan Yin survived this injection, she wouldn't live long. After all, people with blood resistance like Nanchin's were rare. Nanchin patted Lan Yin's face. Seeing that she had fainted and was unable to speak, she stood up and walked over to Dr. Louu, who was looking at her with a sinister expression. She circled the metal bed and picked up the mixed potion on the workbench. "You want to inject me with this?" Dr. Louu saw her intention and frowned. "I advise you to think it over carefully. Without me as leverage, it will be difficult for you to escape alive." Nanchin seemed persuaded by his words, and did not attack immediately. Instead, she took out a dagger, swiped it across Dr. Lou's abdomen, and asked, "How many people from Area 319 have you captured?" "Area 319? Why are you asking about them? Do you want to study them too?" Dr. Louu, hearing this, seemed to have found something to hold against him, his eyes shrewd. Nanchin expressionlessly slashed his stomach. Amidst his screams, she asked, "Why are you people of holy light so full of nonsense? Do you want to peel it off, watch your skin peel off bit by bit? Like the people who died here before, conscious as they watched their organs being dissected." Nanchin spoke calmly, "Don't expect anyone outside to come in and rescue you. I guarantee your skin will be peeled off before then. My technique is very steady." Nanchin actually had faster tricks, such as neurotoxin control, but with this man, she didn't want to end it so quickly. Nanchin peeled the skin off Dr. Lou's thigh. To prevent him from fainting from the pain, she wrapped her tentacles around the wound, using a sticky liquid to prevent excessive bleeding. The man's composure was gone. He looked at Nanchin as if she were mad. "All the base's data is on the screen system. If you want to know the experimental data, go look it up yourself." Nanchin heard this, and turned to pull up the data on the huge screen. Although she had disconnected the external power supply, the internal system screen was still operating independently, storing the entire experimental resource library. She quickly found what she was looking for: the survivors of Area 319. There were 5 of them, both men and women. The good news was that Nanchin wasn't among them. The bad news was that all of her fellow villagers were dead, one of them having died from the drug yesterday. Nanchin couldn't describe her feelings at the moment. The pain and despair of her memories overlapped with the cold data, weighing heavily on her heart. "You know what I've already told you. It's best to let me out now. If I haven't moved for so long, the EVA will deem me dead, and will be programmed to take extreme defensive measures. She blasts us to dust." Dr. Louu panted. "Hey, did you hear that?" The man spoke, then felt a tap on the top of his head, something connecting his nerves. "What do you want?" Dr. Louu was puzzled. Nanchin stared at the man for a moment, a strange expression on her face. She muttered, "Why aren't you being controlled?" She glanced at her palm. There was still some neurotoxin on it. The tactics she'd used all along had made this man immune to it. This was a problem, directly affecting Nanchin's escape plan. "What control?" Dr. Louu was now anxious. "I heard the alarm outside. They're coming soon, probably using heavy weapons. Let me speak to them." Nanchin shook her head. "The call needs to be connected to a power source. It's not safe. So you want us to die together?" "Shut up." Nanchin's tentacles slapped him in the face. She picked up another unused potion and injected it into the man's arm. Worried that one shot wouldn't be enough, she mixed it with other potions for a few more injections. Dr. Lou's other face was also swollen. He looked like a pig, his eyes wide. "You went to all this trouble to break in, just to die with me? That's unnecessary. Do you think killing me will solve the problem? The Holy Light doesn't just have me. There are millions of Louu boss. Killing me is useless. Killing me is useless." Dr. Lou's body began to react abnormally to the injection, and his mind gradually became corrupted. He entered a state of frenzy, babbling incoherently. "Aw, you can't kill me, you can't. Ha 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 ha, Holy Light protects me, Holy Light lives on. Ha ha ha." Nanchin looked at the man lying on the metal bed, his limbs swollen, organs oozing black pus, twisting and crawling through his tissues like crawling insects. Dr. Louu felt a violent tearing sensation, and the sound of whispering in his ears made his entire soul ache. After a few seconds, he no longer had the strength to scream, and could only weakly say, "It hurts. Help! Help!" Bang! Flesh and blood exploded, and Nanchin used a water pattern to block out the black filth. She looked at the puddle of mud and let out a breath. This time, she saw someone die with her own eyes, dying on the metal bed where he had once committed evil, dying in this laboratory. Again, "Please release Dr. Louu, or we will take drastic measures. Again, please release Dr. Louu, or we will take drastic measures. Again, please release Dr. Louu, or we will take drastic measures. A mechanical female voice wafted from outside the laboratory door. Nanchin heard the creaking of wheels, presumably some kind of heavy weapon. The people outside still wanted to negotiate with her, and it would probably take a while longer. Now that Dr. Louu was dead, Nanchin had no leverage left. She had to find another way. She circled the laboratory, and was disappointed to find no ventilation ducts. This was a sealed, synthetic metal chamber, and she couldn't escape by turning into a stream. In other words, she was trapped here too. Nanchin frowned, pondering her chances of survival if she fought her way out head-on. Suddenly, she felt a tug on her trouser leg. Nanchin looked down and saw it was Subject 54, Lan Yin, who had been unconscious. Lan Yin's face was pale, and her blinks paused for a moment, making her look frail. This was a sign of impending death. "What do you want to say?" Nanchin squatted down and asked. Lan Yin, perhaps aware of her deteriorating condition, began to tear up. She looked at the face of a girl her own age and said, "I want to go back. I want to go home. Can you take me back?" Nanchin fell silent. She could barely protect herself, and carrying a dying man, she probably wouldn't be able to walk for long. Lan Yin saw the answer in her silence. She took Nanchin's hand and whispered, "It's okay. Take it back for me. Take it back and tell my father and brother that I'm leaving. As a mercenary. And I won't be coming back." Nanchin looked down and saw that the person she was handing her was a blue pendant, a beautiful stone tied with a simple knot. "This is what my mother left me. She died when I was very young. I don't remember what she looked like. My father raised me. Although he didn't care much for me and wasn't as kind as my brother, they are my only family. Family members are the strongest support in this world. But I left them." Lan Yin spoke slowly. Knowing she didn't have much time left, she spoke to Nanchin about her past and future, begging this stranger to help her fulfill a wish. Nanchin looked at her and thought of Nanchin, whom she missed too. "If I were alive, I would bring it to them." Nanchin agreed. Lan Yin handed over the pendant and closed her eyes in peace. Final reminder. 10 seconds remain. Please release Dr. Louu. 10, 9, 8, 7. As the EVA voice began counting down, Nanchin laid the person down flatly and stood up. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the button on the left side of the screen, where the power light still glowed. In the lab, beneath the large screen, the button on the left, Nanchin remembered the voice that had helped her escape in her past life. 654. Nanchin placed her hand on it, feeling the familiar texture of metal. She murmured softly, "You saved my life back then. How about another deal this time? Don't let me down." 3, 2, 1. The button was pressed again. Chapter 46. Compared to the coma she'd experienced after pressing the button in her previous life, Nanchin was awake this time. She clearly saw an invisible wind gathering, seeping in through the tightly sealed cracks. At the same time, the holy light troops trapped outside the laboratory door stopped waiting. The concentrated heat from their heavy weapons scorched the iron door. The immense heat, like nuclear energy, melted the surrounding space. The invisible wind within the laboratory had gathered into a solid vortex, blocking the incoming attack. "Warning! S-Class contaminant leak. Warning! Retreat immediately. Warning! S-Class contaminant leak. Warning!" The laboratory alarm blared twice before falling silent. The holy light troops screamed as the reflected flames burned them to ashes. The metal roof was rattled, iron panels were torn apart, and the storm within was almost destructive. Nanchin was caught off guard and engulfed in the wind. Her ears buzzed, but she couldn't see clearly. Her vision was completely obscured, and the intense pressure from above made her breathless. What the hell is this? For the first time, Nanchin felt the energy surge so directly, as if something enormous was awakening. The tentacles began to tremble at this sudden change. They curled up beside Nanchin and wrapped around their owner. "It's powerful. We can't defeat it." Nanchin patted the tentacles soothingly and looked up at the top of the vortex. It was a vacuum, with only white air swirling above. "Let's talk." Nanchin's voice was drowned out by the wind. Soon, the white air above responded, slowly drifting down, twisting like a snake. Nanchin felt strange. The white airflow clearly had no eyes, yet it seemed as if it was watching her, scanning her from the inside out, like a ray of light, seeing through her from the inside out. "You let me out?" A faint voice echoed in Nanchin's consciousness. The feeling was so similar to her memory. So, they had communicated through their minds. "Yes, I would like you to help me escape. Nanchin took the initiative to state her request. You, a human, don't seem afraid of me at all? The white airflow's focus was elsewhere. How do you know I'd definitely help you? Nanchin stared at the strange airflow, paused, and then said, I've reviewed your file. You're an S-level airflow contaminant with self-awareness. Before being captured by the holy light, you parasitized humans and lived in human city-states for many years without causing any casualties. I think you should be able to trade with humans in a friendly manner. Most contaminants are extremely aggressive, viewing humans as lambs, ready to be eaten at any time. However, this white airflow possessed intelligence and had lived harmoniously with humans for so many years. It was truly rare. Of course, this was only part of the reason Nanchin chose to release it. The main reason was that the other party had kept their promise in their previous life, and she had indeed successfully left the holy light. The white airstream laughed a few times. You humans are so eloquent and treacherous. If I hadn't believed your lies, how could I have been imprisoned for so many years and suffered so much? You all deserve to die. Nanchin's pupils shrank slightly, completely unprepared for her gamble to be wrong. The pollutant before her seemed to hate all humans, attacking them indiscriminately. She saw the strong wind coming towards her, and quickly transformed into water to avoid it. However, the S-level air contaminants were too powerful, and she was trapped in the center of a fierce vortex, leaving no escape possible. Almost instantly, she was locked in by a wind blade, which blew straight into her body. Nanchin was scratched on the abdomen by the wind blade, and more of her attacks were blocked by the tentacles. It hurts. The tentacle whimpered and broke in two. Go back. Don't stay out there. Nanchin saw the tentacle severely injured, and her body felt the same pain, as if it were being cut apart. She retracted the tentacle into her body, and hurriedly dodged the attack again. The wind blades were swift and sharp, and even if Nanchin turned into water, she would still be cut. Thankfully, the scales on her limbs worked, absorbing the force of the wind blades as soon as they made contact. Nanchin realized that the scales' defense was enough to withstand the wind blades, and she immediately changed her tactics, catching the incoming wind blades with her bare hands and crushing them. Alienation? The white airflow was surprised. A human body so polluted, yet still possesses consciousness? It clearly mistook Nanchin for a human about to become polluted. Curiosity piqued, the white airflow swept Nanchin up with its wind and observed her closely. Such a familiar scent, I seem to have smelled it before. The white airflow pondered. Nanchin felt as if she were suffocating. The last time she felt such a powerful difference in strength was when Major General Chen Qiong was dealing with her spatial blockade. It was a moment of true despair. The white airflow now emitted was likely far more dangerous than the level stated in the file. It wasn't even within the range of alien beasts or heretics. What are you doing? Nanchin gasped and tried to struggle out again, but found she couldn't even use the energy to transform into water. Once again, she felt her strength was far from sufficient. Using these abilities recklessly alone wouldn't be enough to defeat the monster before her. How had she defeated the bone monster in Area 319 before? It was like some kind of energy explosion, a whisper humming from the deepest recesses of her consciousness, trying to taint her mind. At her wit's end, Nanchin began to calmly recall the source of that power. Even if she couldn't defeat it, she decided to make it die with her. As she began to search her subconscious for the source of the contamination, one of her eyes began to glow red, a sign of the awakening of a hidden power. The white stream then spoke, What bad luck. How did you get marked by that thing? You're such a pathetic creature. Well, since you let me out, I let you go this time. Marked? What mark? Nanchin frowned at the incoherent words. She wanted to ask more, but her head spun, and even opening her mouth was difficult. That madman, I dared not offend him. As these words fell, Nanchin's vision darkened and she lost consciousness. Is anyone there? Is anyone else there? The cry for help was faint, intermittent, hoarse, and weak, as painful as sand scraping against her eardrums. Nanchin was awakened by the sound. She brushed the dust off her face and climbed out of the ruins. Looking at her tattered clothes, she lamented that although the S-level pollutant had spared her, waking up this morning had returned to her former self. She glanced around. The surroundings were still in ruins. Judging by the shattered holy fire patterns on the shattered walls, this was the ruins of the holy light base. Nothing remained after the strong winds. The mutants and humans in the nursery had either fled or died. Pollutants still gnawed at the human flesh within the ruins, creating a scene not unlike hell on earth. Nanchin felt little sympathy for Shengguang's plight. That was the fault of their group. Following the earlier cries for help, she came beneath the collapsed metal slabs. Looking down, she saw a familiar face. The section chief, who had previously mercilessly decapitated his compatriot, now had his lower body severed in half, leaving only the upper half slowly moving. He wielded his remaining energy, transforming it into a metal dagger and scraping at the ground, attempting to use that power to stand. "Help me! Help me! As long as I'm alive, I pay you whatever you want." The section chief sensed someone approaching and shouted excitedly, but his cries for help died abruptly when he met a pair of dark eyes. Nanchin looked down at him, silent. The section chief clearly didn't think the surviving intruder would let him go. He could only glare at her viciously. "Why aren't you dead yet? Clearly, I'm more fortunate than you." As Nanchin spoke, she dragged the man back from the ground. With a fierce glare, she said, "A question for you. How many people did you kill and abduct during this experiment?" The section chief was stunned, then scoffed. "Are you asking me this to see me repent? If you want to kill, just kill. Don't use this nonsense. It's disgusting. Don't think your organization has won this time. Ha ha ha, I tell you, the holy light is immortal. Expect its wrath. Ha ha ha. Puff." Amid the section chief's wild laughter, Nanchin chopped off his head. The man's head rolled off, his lips still curled up at the corners. She squatted down, staring at the lifeless mass of flesh, whispering, "Eat it. You're a psychic after all, don't waste it." A half-broken tentacle snaked out from Nanchin's arm, piercing into the flesh and absorbing all the remaining energy. Jing Yuan excitedly took the genetic enhancement potion and carefully returned to his residence. He followed the advice of the powerful man, who had saved him, and exchanged half of the money he had received for this item. The instructions for selling this item stated that this medicine could truly develop human potential, cure diseases, and have a certain chance of gaining superpowers. This kind of thing was almost impossible for an ordinary person like him without opportunity. Not only did he lack the money to buy it, but he hadn't even heard of the genetic medicine being available. Thinking of this, Jing Yuan lamented his great luck in meeting that powerful man. The first thing he did upon returning home was to give his bedridden brother a potion. After drinking it, his brother lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Jing Yuan waited a moment, then touched his brother's head, only to discover he had a high fever. With no experience, he was at a loss. How could this happen? Did I use the potion incorrectly? No, we need to go to the hospital. Going to the hospital was the only option Jing Yuan could think of. He immediately stood up, intending to carry his brother on his back. "It's okay, just a normal genetic reaction. We'll be fine after it gets over it." Jing Yuan jumped, wondering where the voice came from. He turned around and saw someone else had suddenly appeared in the room. The figure was shrouded in a black robe, revealing a young, calm face beneath. His dark, bright eyes held a chilling coldness as he gazed at him. "Master Strong." Jing Yuan recognized the man, and agitated for a moment, he began to stutter. Why are you here?" Nanchin walked over and looked at the sweating boy lying in bed. She took his temperature through her gloves and concluded, "Your brother should be better tomorrow." Really? Jing Yuan was still a little worried. He remembered that his brother had been hospitalized for a week the last time he had a high fever and nearly died. "You can take him to the hospital if you want, but they soon be able to detect the genetic modification agent in your possession. Who knows if anyone will try to steal it then?" Jing Yuan immediately realized the gravity of the words. He had personally experienced the treacherous nature of human nature, so he naturally didn't dare take the risk again. Seeing that the other man had been persuaded, Nanchin changed the subject. "You still have a bottle of genetic modification agent that you haven't used, right? Let me see it." Jing Yuan naturally didn't dare refuse his savior's request, and he quickly handed him the other bottle from the box. Nanchin took it and examined the green potion. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and after a moment of energy resonance, the solution shifted slightly, a trace of hopeful black energy condensing within it. Because it was so scarce, a simple shake of the potion dissipated the black energy. "It really is contaminated energy." Nanchin's expression grew solemn. She had only had a fleeting thought in the Holy Light laboratory, wondering if there was a connection between Holy Light's God-making experiments and the Federation's scarce supply of potions. Now she had concluded. Yes, the genetically modified drug also contained contaminated energy, though it was much more diluted than the one Holy Light was experimenting with. The Federation protecting humanity, and Holy Light engaging in sinister human experiments. Nanchin felt a chill run down her spine as she thought about the complexities behind this. It was just the tip of the iceberg of a vast conspiracy within the glimpse. "Sir, is there a problem with the potion?" Jing Yuan, sensing Nanchin's increasingly grim expression, asked cautiously. Nanchin tossed the potion back to him and, after a moment's thought, said, "It's not a big deal, but medicine is always toxic. Genetically modified drugs can alter your physical condition, but you shouldn't over-rely on them. Otherwise, you easily misplace priorities and experience adverse side effects." Jing Yuan scratched his head and said, "Thanks for the reminder. Ha ha ha. I don't have the money for another bottle." Seeing Nanchin walk out without saying anything, he hurriedly tried to stop her, asking if she wanted to have a meal before leaving. However, the powerful man replied, "I've already eaten." Chapter 47. The federal bus to uptown, its iron carriage bearing down against a gray sky, its wheels rolling over the ruined sand. The swaying motion made the passengers drowsy. Nanchin deliberately sought a seat in the last row, avoiding everyone's gaze. She turned and gazed out the window, her expression pensive. She silently considered her situation. First, she was now a survivor of Area 319, but unfortunately, the other survivors had vanished without a trace, and after leaving Holy Light, she had lost all trace of Nanchin. Second, Nanchin had infiltrated a laboratory at a Holy Light branch base and released a suspected Super S-level contaminant, which overturned the entire lab and nearly killed her. However, for some reason, this Super S-level contaminant had spared her subordinates. Nanchin only remembered that the other party said she was marked, and that they had spared her to avoid trouble. Mark? Nanchin could relate to something related to the mark. It was probably during the time she lost consciousness in Area 319, when she heard from the tentacle that someone, either human or monster, was staring at her. The reaction to this thing also affected the changes in her hand. The scales it grew seemed strong enough to defend against an S-rank wind blade attack. Third, since awakening her powers, Nanchin has gained several abilities. Her awakened powers, the tentacle, possessed individual consciousness and shared some senses with Nanchin, much like carrying a pet, contaminant, with her, but with low energy consumption. Her water form, gained by absorbing the power of the Holy Light Rolling Messenger, possessed the ability to transform her entire body into water. This ability was highly versatile, but also consumed a lot of energy. If Nanchin encountered a strong enemy, she could easily be caught. The neurotoxin, obtained from the bone monster, the beast disguised as a human, can control the nerves of both animals and humans. The control period is short, and it's ineffective against Dr. Lou's special type or opponents stronger than himself. Its scope of application is yet to be verified. The gene simulates the ability of Holy Light Experiment number 03, capable of simulating the genetic makeup of a living being after contact with a control object. However, this ability is incomplete and can only partially replicate. Useful but useless, Metal Flying Blade, the Holy Light Section Chief's ability, can need a metal substance approximately 1 square meter in size. It can be used as a substitute for water blades for attack or metal defense. With a hardness rating below S level, useful but useless, Nanchin's 5 abilities each have varying energy costs. Whenever she confronts a powerful enemy, she experiences energy depletion and her abilities disappear. During the Holy Light Base's battle against S-level pollutants, she consumed the pollutants for 10 days outside the city, and her broken tentacles sprouted tails. Beyond the above, Nanchin still had many questions. Where had the survivors of Area 319 gone? Was there some kind of nexus between the deification efforts of Holy Light research and the improved potions supplied by the Federation? What was the mark on her body? And where had the white stream of pollutants gone? Area 65 is about to arrive. Passengers, please bring your ID and prepare to enter the city for security checks. A voice announcement echoed from within the iron shuttle bus, waking the dozing passengers. They each shouldered their bags and prepared to enter the new city. The week-long journey was finally coming to an end. This journey had been on regularly maintained roads by the Federation, and they had encountered no significant pollutants. Having completed the journey safely, the passengers celebrated their safe arrival and happily filed off the bus. Nanchin fished a blue pendant from her pocket. The blue stone shone pure and bright in the light. It was given to her by Louu, a victim she had met in the Holy Light Laboratory. She had wished to return home. Nanchin couldn't find Lou's body in the Holy Light ruins, so she could only take the blue pendant and return it to her family. This was Nanchin's next itinerary. Louu said her family lived in District 65, with a father and an older brother. Since she had been able to apply to the Federal Academy, her family must have been well off, at least better off than Nanchin's. Hiding stone? Nanchin walked to the gate of District 65 and lined up, slipping the pendant back into her pocket. An exclamation came from behind her. She instinctively leaned aside to grab the hand that was about to reach out, twisting it back. The victim, quick to react, realized he was no match for her, and immediately stopped his forward movement. After being slapped across the face by Nanchin, he cried out in pain and said, "Sorry, sorry." Nanchin paused her attack, noticing the man's apology was polite, and looked up. The person before her was a girl not much different from her. She was tall, with a neat short ponytail, and her arms were muscular, perfectly fitting her dust jacket. She looked quite powerful. Meanwhile, she met Nanchin's cold gaze, momentarily stunned. Then, her eyes narrowed, and she smiled. "Sorry, it's the first time I've seen such a large piece of hiding stone. I was so excited. I apologize for any offense I might have caused." Hiding stone? Nanchin was slightly puzzled upon hearing this. She glanced down at the sapphire again, muttering to herself, "The name sounds familiar, but I can't recall the details." Noticing the black-robed figure remain silent, the girl took the initiative to speak. "You were really quick to react just now. Judging by your skills, you're also a military academy student? What a coincidence, I'm one too. Ha ha, can I ask where you bought this hiding stone?" The other person had clearly categorized her as a classmate from a certain school. After all, Nanchin's age and her skillful, quick movements made it easy to associate her with the Federation's new generation. Nanchin didn't answer, but instead asked, "You said this is hiding stone? What does it do?" The girl's eyes widened. "You don't know?" Nanchin saw her reaction and thought the pendant must be worth a fortune. She felt a little wary. With the world in such turmoil these days, she worried she might be trying to deceive him. The girl looked around, took a few steps forward, and lowered her voice. "Sister, hiding stone is rare on the market. It's a rarity." Nanchin remained silent, waiting for her next words. Hiding stone is said to be able to restore life to the body and turn bones into flesh. Scientifically speaking, it's a potent medicine for healing wounds and purifying pollution. Nanchin laughed. "Is it really that powerful? Have you seen it?" Nanchin didn't quite believe it. First, if the bluing stone had such potent effects, she would have remembered it vividly from her previous life. It's impossible for her to have no memory of it at all. Second, she believed no one in this world would pass up such a supposedly life-saving elixir, so how could she calmly argue with her? "Of course I haven't seen it. I've only heard about it." The tall girl seemed to see through Nanchin's thoughts and curled her lips. "Although this thing is rare, it requires processing to be effective. The processing is complicated, costly, and the success rate is low. Ordinary people simply don't have the resources to make it, and it naturally won't be circulated on the market because no one would buy it. The bluing stone, unrefined, is just broken stone. I won't go into details. Keep it to yourself so you don't get caught by those who know the value of it." The tall girl glanced at Nanchin's pocket again, suppressing the urge to pry. She had briefly clashed with Nanchin before, not getting any better than she thought. She figured the other person was no less powerful than she was, perhaps even possessing a similar ability, which was why he was so powerful. When dealing with people out there, one shouldn't easily offend someone whose strength is unknown. Her mother had always taught her to make friends whenever possible. More friends open up new avenues, but if she didn't, she shouldn't offend too many people. Making too many enemies could lead to death without knowing how. "Let me introduce myself, Gao Ming, a future student at the Federal Academy in the upper city." Nanchin glanced at Gao Ming's hunched face and thought he must be grinning beneath his dust mask. "Hey, I've already told you my name, so now you're not going to tell me yours?" Gao Ming was very approachable, and her warmth was hard to resist in the eyes of some. At the same time, in the eyes of others, she was just too chatty and annoying. That was how Nanchin felt. "Sister, are you planning on applying to the Federal College too? Which district are you planning on applying? Maybe we're in the same district? Which district are you from?" "I live in District 103. How about you?" "Hey, you've been waiting in line for so long. Why don't you say anything?" Gao Ming, perhaps observing that Nanchin, despite her slightly threatening glare, was quite stable, chatted with her, becoming increasingly animated. Nanchin frowned, listening to her chatter as they passed the pollution inspection in District 65. The further they got into the upper city, the stricter the screening became. Entry into the city required registering a series of documents proving their human genetics. Nanchin's data entry came from a completely different source than everyone else's. The documents she obtained were purchased on the black market. The genetic information she entered was simulated by a supernatural power, and her mental energy was wrapped inward during the contamination inspection. All of this information was fake. Only the name called by the mechanical system when the gate was released was real. Ding. "Welcome to the city, Nanchin. So your name is Nanchin." Gao Ming followed her into the city and happened to hear the name. Nanchin, Blue Star, it sounds like a very special name. Nanchin turned to see she was still following him, and was speechless. Why are you following me? Don't you have anything to do in the city? I really don't have anything to do. The requirement for entering the first 30 districts from the lower city is to stay in a specific transit area, such as District 65, for 2 months. Only after you've verified that there's no danger can you enter the passage. Gao Ming sighed, it's because I'm from the lower city. I can only hang out in the transit area first. Classmate, we're both going to the Federal College entrance exam. Why don't we find a companion? That way, we won't be alone for the next 2 months. Nanchin had rarely met someone so friendly and open-minded. The other person seemed completely unafraid that she was a bad guy, and she was already thinking about living together. Sorry, I think you guessed wrong. I'm not a military academy student, nor am I applying to the Federal Academy. If you're looking for a classmate to partner with, please find someone else. I have things to do, so don't follow me. Nanchin made her point clear all at once, then slipped away, while the other person was stunned. Gao Ming blinked, realizing the figure had suddenly vanished. He rubbed his chin and muttered, "How did you run faster than a rabbit?" "No, faster than pollutants." Nanchin turned a few corners to shake off Gao Ming, her hands free, and she got down to business. She now wanted to find Lan Yin's home. District 65 was 2 or 3 times larger than District 319, and its roads and towns were far more sophisticated. New skyscrapers stretched everywhere. Nanchin gazed at the vast city, feeling a momentary dilemma. Where should she begin? Lan Yin said her family still cared about her, so if she went missing, they would probably look for her, post a missing person notice, or contact the city's law enforcement center. Nanchin went to the District 65 Law Enforcement Center, but was disappointed to find no record of Lan Yin. Nanchin, undeterred, bought a map of District 65 and marked the more affluent neighborhoods. Those were where Lan Yin's family might be. To make the search more efficient, Nanchin used genetic simulation to alter her face to resemble Lan Yin's. Then, wearing this face, she wandered around crowded areas near the marked locations, hoping to run into someone who knew Lan Yin. Nanchin used this face to travel back and forth between these locations for 3 days. Just as she was about to lose her patience and give up, someone finally found her. Lan Yin? Lan Yin. Nanchin turned around and saw an older woman who looked her up and down in surprise. When she finally saw her face clearly, she excitedly exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's you! Lan Yin, your father and brother told us you were attacked by pollutants and died." Attacked by pollutants and died? Nanchin raised an eyebrow at this. This did align with what Lan Yin had said. She had indeed been captured by the Holy Light and used as a test subject for a hunting trip outside the city. But the specific details were less clear. It was surprising that Lan Yin's family knew she was already dead. "Hello, do you know where I live?" Nanchin held her forehead in feigned distress. "Something did happen to me out there. I only remember my own name, but I've forgotten where my home is, and some people's names." Nanchin's purpose this time was simply to fulfill Lan Yin's wish and return her pendant. She didn't consider how Lan Yin's family would feel after seeing the relic. Although the older woman was incredulous at Nanchin's story, she still kindly took her to Lan Yin's home. Lan Yin's residence was a small 2-story villa, and from the outside, it looked like she belonged to a moderately wealthy family. After dropping her off, the older woman stared at her face, hesitant to speak. Nanchin noticed this and asked her if she had anything to say. "Hey girl, this may sound a bit nosy, but I still want to remind you that you don't have to return to this home. If you have a better place to go, stay away." After saying this, the older woman didn't accompany Nanchin inside, but walked away with her hands behind her back. Nanchin was lost in thought. Judging from the comment just now, Lan Yin's family relationships were clearly not harmonious. While she was pondering this, a commotion erupted from the villa, so loud it sounded as if someone was tearing it down. Nanchin hesitated for a moment, then transformed into water form and infiltrated to investigate. Inside the villa, a middle-aged man and a young man with a grim expression sat. The middle-aged man, his belly exposed, lay on his back on the sofa. He looked at the young man and angrily shouted, "Lan Yang, is this how you talk to your father? You've made such a fuss over such a trivial matter. I think I've raised him for nothing, you bastard." "Ha ha, a trivial matter? Ha ha ha, you ran away with the funds, my tuition money, and that's a trivial matter? Does Lan Li really want our family to go bankrupt?" Lan Yang let out a mocking laugh. "Is that called running away? That's called investing." Lan Li was annoyed by his son's mocking attitude. Holy Light Medical Pharmaceuticals. This is a big deal. If this investment is successful, we be residents of Uptown for the rest of our lives. It's better than paying for the title of Lenovo Academy graduate. Besides, with your personality, you won't actually be able to join the federal military for life after graduation. If you buy a diploma and don't join the military, then isn't that a wasted investment? You dare to invest in something that's not even real? Don't you see that the Holy Light people even look down on us? You'd rather gamble on something illusory than let me go to military school? What do you know about the Federal Military Academy? Is the academy truly valuable? Lan Yang's face darkened even further. Once I get in, I'd be completely different from ordinary people now. I have connections there, enough for our business to flourish, and even higher up the ladder. No one dares to offend anyone from the Federal Military Academy. Don't you dare offend the academy? Don't you dare offend the military? Besides, we've been waiting for you for 3 or 4 years. Do you expect your dad to wait for you, a bastard, and eat and drink for free? Our family can't afford to wait any longer. If we wait any longer, we go bankrupt and move into the slums. Lan Yang, you won't even be able to afford to eat. Lan Li was unyielding, determined to degrade his son to nothing. Lan Yang trembled with anger. Didn't you buy Xiaoyin off? Just like you bought off her mother? How could you be so broke? How could our family be so broke? Where did you spend your money? On food, drink, and entertainment? On wine and women? Snap. A crisp sound as Lan Li slapped Lan Yang. Lan Li, you dare hit me? Lan Yang was incredulous. Lan Li's anger flared, nearing a rage. Why bring up those 2 bastards? I've been cuckolded for so many years, and raising a little bastard for someone else for a little money is nothing wrong with that. I didn't endure it all these years just for this moment. Lan Yang, if it weren't for the fact that you're still my biological son, I'd buy you out too. At this point, the conflict between father and son escalated completely, and they immediately engaged in a fierce fight, smashing everything in the villa to pieces. Nanchin, hiding in the shadows, watched the 2 men fight with bruises and blood, slowly tightening her grip on the blue pendant. Reality, she thought, was indeed more disgusting than she'd imagined. Chapter 48. The brawl between Lan Yang and Lan Li ultimately attracted the attention of the law enforcement team, who complained to them about the noise. After the law enforcement team arrived, the father and son finally quieted down, putting on a fake smile and restoring a superficially harmonious relationship. When the crowd dispersed, Lan Yang packed his bags and walked out of the house without a word. Get out and don't come back. Lan Li was the only one left in the villa. He opened a glass of red wine and sipped it, yelling, without me, there wouldn't be a brat like you. It's true that those whose mothers died young have no manners. Bang. A loud bang interrupted Lan Li's curses. He felt something hit his head, then felt dizzy. Why didn't it work? The cold voice sounded, neither hurried nor slow. Langley snapped awake the moment he heard the voice. He shouted, Who? Who? Come out! Just as he suspected a thief had broken into his house, and was about to pick up the communicator again to call back the law enforcers, something struck his hand, causing the communicator to fall and hit the ground, shattering into pieces with a tremendous force. Frightened, Langley looked up, as if sensing something. Seeing his daughter's familiar face, he was completely stunned. What the hell? Why, aren't you happy to see me? Nanchin smiled at the middle-aged man. She had used genetic simulation to mimic Lan Yin's face. She wore a black cloak, her aura cold and gloomy. To someone with hidden agendas, she looked like a demon. Lanley forced a gruesome smile. Xiaoyin, you're back. You should be asking why I'm still alive. Nanchin smiled, and invisible currents of water spread from the ground, entangling Lan Li's legs as he desperately tried to escape. Lan Li suddenly felt as if he were possessed by a ghost, unable to break free. You. Xiaoyin, what are you doing? Let me go! The villa was in disarray. Nanchin cleared the bottles, and found a clean spot to sit down. She rested her chin on one hand, and looked at the hypocritical man before her, examining him as if he were a dead object. Lan Li had a bad feeling. Xiaoyin, calm down. Don't make such a fuss right after you get back. I heard everything you said to Lan Yang. Nanchin said, stop doing this nonsense. How could Lan Li not realize he had made a mistake? He didn't know why his once timid daughter had become so utterly awful, possessing unspeakable abilities, but he knew he might not be able to escape. Xiaoyin, Daddy has his reasons too. I just said I was angry. Ah! Guilty? He wanted to say something more, but the piercing pain made him scream like a butchered pig. Looking down, He saw his fingers had been broken by the invisible stream of water. Nanchin, fearing to disturb the neighbors next door, had Shui Xing stuff a stinky sock into his mouth. Shoo, keep your voice down. Now, let me tell you the rules. No screaming, no unusual noises. I asked a question, you answer it. If you lie or answer incorrectly, you lose a body part. Do you understand? Lonley whimpered and nodded, but he wasn't very honest. He tried to call for help several times, but after being gagged and having his fingers and toes broken, he finally became numb. Lan Yin isn't your biological child? Then who is your biological father? Nanchin asked softly, pressing against Lan Yin's face. She didn't want to resort to such a cumbersome method to force him to reveal the reason, but Lonley seemed to be shielded from neurotoxins, making her powers ineffective against him. So, Nanchin took advantage of the situation and revealed herself to question him. So far, it seemed to be working well. The other party truly thought he'd seen a ghost. I am? Lonley moved her lips, felt her few remaining fingers rise slightly, then were pressed down by a force, and suddenly her emotions collapsed. I don't know. I have no relationship with your mother at all. I simply promised the higher-ups to take good care of her and raise you as my own daughter. This sentence contained so much information that Nanchin raised an eyebrow. And then, your mother died of illness. You know Xiaoyin, she fell suddenly and terribly ill. I actually suspected someone was trying to kill her, but the higher-ups didn't say anything, so I didn't dare ask. Nanchin's aura was truly terrifying. He was indeed guilty, and when his emotions began to unravel, Lonley unleashed all the truth. Thus, Nanchin learned a gruesome family secret. Lan Yin wasn't Lonley's daughter. She was brought to his house by her mother. Arranged by those above her, she became Lan Yang's stepmother, and Lonley profited greatly from this. At first, Lonley treated Lan Yin with care, as her mother was still alive, and he didn't want to offend her. Then Lan Yin's mother suddenly fell seriously ill and died, leaving Lonley without a source of income and contact with the powerful. Already a jerk and a fool, unwilling to become a commoner, Lonley sought another path. A pharmaceutical company called Xingguang approached him, and purchased Lan Yin's mother's body. Yes, Lan Yin's mother's body was recycled by the Holy Light for use as raw materials, and Langley received a fixed amount of money to begin training Lan Yin. This was a deal he made with the Holy Light, requiring Lan Yin to be handed over to the Holy Light intact at the age of 18. Lan Yin was a designated experimental subject by the Holy Light, and at 18, she was assigned to participate in a training program outside the city. Originally, Lan Yin was overjoyed, eager to see the outside world, but she had no idea this was the beginning of her own decline. She was abducted and taken to the Holy Light Laboratory, where she lost her life. Xiaoyin, I haven't treated you unfairly all these years. Look, I didn't do anything to you except hand you over to those people, and you've returned safe and sound. Lonley pleaded, and you've gained such powerful power. This is a good thing. I promise I continue to treat you well, as if you were my own child. I give you all the money I earn, and I spend the rest of my life repenting for my sins. He was so focused on surviving that he didn't notice any change in his daughter. He simply believed Lan Yin had been provoked into this state. He felt confident that he hadn't gone too far. At least before selling Lan Yin, he had been a competent father. Lonley felt his crime didn't deserve death. Back safe and sound? Nanchin repeated, finding the irony incredibly palpable. How could she possibly have come back alive? Who do you think you're talking to now? Nanchin's water form uncontrollably extended upward, reaching the man's neck. Lan Li's eyes turned white as he strangled her, and he was nearly suffocating. Nanchin exhaled, controlling her violent emotions. One last question. What's your mother's name? A flicker of doubt crossed Lan Li's eyes, but he still replied haltingly, Louu Lan. I know her last name is Louu Lan. Louu Lan? Nanchin frowned. It was one of the great families in the upper-class district, and everyone in that family held high positions and possessed supernatural powers. However, as an ordinary person, Lonley had never heard of them. Without supernatural powers, ordinary people would have little access to these people who held the center of human power. Speaking of which, Nanchin had a grudge against the Louu Lan family. Her water-bending supernatural power was gained by killing the Louu Lan family. Holy Light, Louu Lan. The two names intertwined again, and she could smell a strange scent between them. There must be something between them. Nanchin had come this time to take Lan Yin's belongings home, but now it seemed that this dingy villa was not her home, nor even a blood relative. Nanchin naturally couldn't return the priceless Haiying stone pendant to the other party. It belonged to Lan Yin's mother, and it should at least be exchanged for her true relatives. After the interrogation, Langley had collapsed into a heap. Nanchin didn't kill him immediately. Instead, she began to research why her neurotoxin hadn't worked. If you use the toxin directly, the person will become dizzy, but not unconscious? That Dr. Louu had the same problem before, and he didn't even feel dizzy. After using the neurotoxin on Langley several times, Nanchin pondered the reason. Could it be related to some kind of holy light potion? Nanchin suspected there might be contaminants in the genetic potion. She questioned Langley again, and he replied that he had used the potion sent by holy light, but because the injection was too painful, he didn't insist on using it. Nanchin's suspicions were confirmed. After knocking the man unconscious, she let the tentacles out to make contact. "What did you feel?" Nanchin asked. The tentacles felt something edible near the man's heart, a small amount, but with a unique flavor. The edible the tentacles referred to generally refers to something that absorbs energy or pollutants. The thing the tentacles described as unique might actually be some strange pollutant. Nanchin speculated it might be related to the god-making potion and resistance developed by holy light. All those who used the potion were experimental subjects. No, don't absorb his energy. Nanchin stopped the tentacles from piercing Langley's body. She thought for a moment, since we can absorb polluted energy, we can also release it. She removed her gloves, revealing her hand covered in black scales. Sensing the energy fluctuations, she took a knife, pierced the middle-aged man's skin, and pierced the black scales. Black lines immediately appeared on the skin, where the pierced skin had been penetrated, indicating the contamination of the blood spreading throughout the body. Then, Langley's limbs began to mutate. Unlike Nanchin, they didn't appear to be covered in black scales, but rather patches of black spots. Slowly, they began to rot from the inside out, emitting a foul odor. It's quite toxic. It drove him crazy for a while. Nanchin gazed at her masterpiece with satisfaction. A moment later, the person who woke up let out a terrifying scream. He frantically crawled out of the villa, screaming for help. "Help me! I was just attacked! I was attacked!" Langley spoke without thinking, holding up his severed finger, trying to convince others to help him get out of the hospital. But the people around him stared at him, as if he were a monster, scattering in fear. Langley was bewildered. All he knew was that his entire body ached. He probably thought his beloved daughter, who had returned from the dead, had done something unspeakable to him. "Don't you have any compassion? Get me to the hospital!" Langley screamed frantically. The crowd was further frightened by his frenzied appearance. "Stay away from him. He's infected? He's severely infected. Call the law enforcement. Call the law enforcement. Don't let the infected touch him." Langley heard the screams erupt from the crowd and gradually realized something. He looked down at his limbs and saw a mass of rotting flesh. Black spots smeared around his blood vessels, pulsing and crawling like worms on the surface of his skin. Then he felt something strange. Langley's eyes turned red. He felt his body unraveling, a new self emerging from the inside out. Greed, bloodlust, the deepest evil in human nature, a tangled mess of madness, enveloping him like a tumor. He stretched out his limbs within the hallucination, feeling the power of the abyss, which intoxicated him. He felt hunger, watching the blood-red figure before him sway. He wanted to eat flesh. He wanted to eat human flesh. As soon as this thought formed, Langley's mind completely overran him, infected and transformed into a contaminant, lunging at people without hesitation. He wanted to eat flesh, fresh flesh, to gnaw it, to tear it apart. He wanted to fuse it. Bang, bang, bang. The mutated Langley's body was shattered by the light energy bomb. His upper body squirmed on the ground, his blood-red eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. He dragged his flesh and blood everywhere. Pieces formed into a fan-shaped pattern. The scene was disgusting. Those who witnessed this scene paled as if under a mental attack, and some of the weaker ones vomited. The law enforcement team arrived at the scene and were met with a foul odor, the smell of swollen, decaying food. Seeing Langley, battered but still alive, they hissed. "He's still alive. This contamination is powerful. Don't just stand there. Get rid of him quickly. We need to take the body back to the technical department for a research report." Another law enforcement member urged his teammate. The teammate curled his lips. Got it. This disgusting thing really ruins the mood." He aimed again and fired at Langley's head. Bang! Langley's head exploded in blood, leaving only a swollen, resentful eye. His body was tossed into a sack by the law enforcement team and thrown into a car like garbage. Then, amidst the crowd's gazes of disgust and relief, it vanished forever. Vanished. Chapter 49. Nanchin felt tired, a rare drowsiness. She pondered the familiar source of this feeling. It seemed like a side effect of overdrawing her powers. She'd only released a little contaminated energy, infecting others, and she'd already experienced after effects. It seemed this ability to contaminate enemies wasn't suitable for mass use. Nanchin lamented that she hadn't slept in days, between searching for Lan Yin's house and dealing with Lang Li's affairs. It was time for a break. She tried to find a hotel in the city, but several inns told her they were full and had no available rooms. It's federal college entrance exam season now, and students from the lower city are flocking to District 65 for a 2-month layover. Housing is tight throughout the city, the innkeeper told her. Nanchin frowned. Is there any place to stay? Yes, under the bridges in the city, they provide shelter from the wind and rain. Many students who can't afford housing set up tents there. Nanchin glanced toward the bridge arch and saw that it was already densely packed with tents. Men and women alike were milling about, their socks, shoes, and underwear mingling together. You could almost smell the scent before you even got close. Though Nanchin was a hardy person, her conditions weren't that difficult. Besides, she had a special condition. If she stayed in a crowded place, she was afraid people would notice her. That would cause trouble, which would be terrible. Just as Nanchin was hesitating about what to do, a familiar figure descended from the hotel. What a coincidence! Nanchin. The man, upon seeing her face and confirming his correct name, smiled warmly. You live here too? Nanchin looked at the girl in front of her, who was half a head taller than her. From her high ponytail and muscular arms, she determined that this person was Gao Ming, who had told her about the hiding stone outside the city. Nanchin gave a simple nod and turned to walk outside to find a new place to stay. Just then, Gao Ming approached from behind. Hey, don't leave so quickly. I suggested a few days ago that we become partners. How about we study together, learn martial arts together, eat together, and then take the entrance exam for the Federal Academy together? Nanchin was puzzled. You haven't found anyone yet? Several days had passed since they separated at the city gate. Given Gao Ming's enthusiasm, it should have been easy for her to make new friends. Gao Ming's brows drooped instantly upon hearing this, like a lost dog. He sighed. Don't even mention it. As soon as they heard I was from District 103, and a regular joint school student at that, they ignored me. They all looked down on me as someone from the lower district, who came from a district in the hundreds. Nanchin raised an eyebrow and pondered for a moment. Is District 103's status really that low? She knew that the upper district discriminated against people from the lower district, but in her previous life, she had been in the mercenary group and rarely returned to the city. Then, during the pollution invasion, she struggled every day to make ends meet, leaving her with no time to understand the thoughts of students from these excellent colleges in the upper district. And to avoid being investigated, she avoided contact with people from the upper district whenever possible. Nanchin was reminded of Gao Ming's claim of discrimination between districts. How is District 103 lowly? It's just 3 digits off. Why look down on me? Gao Ming had clearly misunderstood, shaking his fist in indignation. We're all born with parents, we're all human. Why discriminate based on region? Her voice was a bit loud, attracting the attention of the others in the hotel. Nanchin, not wanting to be noticed, pulled Gao Ming to a deserted spot. This is District 65, full of hidden talents. Keep your voice down so no one notices you. Nanchin reminded him out of kindness. She was repaying him for explaining the hiding stone to her outside the city gate. Gao Ming, aware that she was being overly emotional, scratched her ponytail sheepishly. Looking down, she noticed a faint dusting of gray on Nanchin's black robe, and then realized something. Haven't you found a place to stay yet? Gao Ming asked. Nanchin nodded. Gao Ming's smile returned. Come stay with me. I booked a king-size room, just enough for 2 of us. She saw Nanchin didn't respond, as if hesitating. Gao Ming put her arm around his shoulders and half pushed her. Don't think about it. Look at you, you look exhausted. You've obviously not rested in ages. Come up and get some sleep. If you feel bad, give me half the rent. There are no rooms anywhere right now. You won't be able to find a place to stay. Besides, the bridge tunnel stinks. If you stay there for a few days, you probably get mold poisoning. How unpleasant. Nanchin was truly exhausted. After thinking for a moment, she felt that what the other person said made sense. She wasn't one to push herself too hard, so she nodded and agreed. Gao Ming's room was clean, and the quilt and clothes were neatly folded into squares, looking very fresh. Nanchin decided to stay and didn't hesitate. She went straight into the bathroom to change her clothes, but when she came out, she had covered her hands, feet, and the scales on her neck tightly. This left her with no excess skin exposed. Gao Ming couldn't understand how someone could wrap themselves up so tightly. Don't you find it uncomfortable to sleep with gloves on? Nanchin was already in bed. She lied without blinking. It's a skin disease. I can't stand the sun or the wind. It's very troublesome. That's too bad. Gao Ming felt pity. Is there a cure? Wearing gloves all my life is too much trouble. Nanchin hummed, maybe. Gao Ming wanted to continue chatting to improve their relationship, but when she turned around, she saw that the man had closed his eyes and was breathing evenly, obviously in a deep sleep. She had no choice but to stop the conversation and not disturb him. Perhaps because she had been expending too much energy recently, Nanchin slept for a long time. When she woke up, it was already noon the next day. Oh, you woke up just after I got back. What a coincidence. Nanchin sat up and saw Gao Ming smiling brightly at her. Nanchin rubbed her eyes and glanced down, noticing Gao Ming's leg, exposed from his trouser leg, bandaged. She asked, are you injured? Not really. Gao Ming, noticing her gaze, explained, I'm going to an underground boxing ring tonight, and I'm bandaging my leg to prevent muscle strain. A boxing ring? Nanchin frowned. From what she knew, underground boxing rings were violent venues where a bunch of crazy, wealthy gamblers and some desperate, fearless boxers would fight for money. Nanchin looked at Gao Ming's honest, innocent appearance and couldn't imagine him fighting in an underground boxing ring. Gao Ming sighed, there's no other way. The cost of living in District 65 is too high. I have to find a way to make some extra money. I'm going to be living here for 2 months. What can I do if I don't have money? You can go out of town to hunt for pollutants. There's no need to get involved with those desperate men underground, Nanchin suggested. The price of pollutant recycling in the city is quite good. Hundreds of thousands per head, enough to live here for a while. Gao Ming's face suddenly turned helpless. Do you think I don't want to? Traveling in and out of town requires a permit. A permit for a city normally takes a week to process, and it's a hefty fee. I don't have enough. Another option is to join a temporary team organized by a licensed mercenary group. But if they see that my ID is from a city like District 103, they won't accept me. Gao Ming sighed, I'm not sure what to do now. Now I understand what Mom meant when she said about being forced to leave the house. This damn world is incredibly discriminatory. It's as if the people in the cities outside of District 100 are even more contaminated. How ironic. I heard there was an infected person in the city yesterday. It was a resident of the villa area in District 65. They were severely infected, half their body was gone, and they were still crawling around, completely transformed into a monster. But they're actually spreading rumors that it was us, the outsiders from the lower city, who brought in the contamination and caused this accident. Gao Ming's anger grew. We all went through security at the city gate. Everything was fine, so how could we be the source of the contamination? The people in the upper city are just too vulnerable. Not necessarily. It's possible that contamination could have gotten in. Nanchin heard this whisper, and she thought of the heretics, who had infiltrated Area 319. The heretics had evolved to the point where they could block detection by contaminated energy. How many unidentified creatures could possibly have infiltrated the city-state? As she thought about this, she stared at her gloved fingertips and felt a sudden sense of irony. I have contaminated energy too, and I got in too. The person who was infected yesterday was her handiwork. What did you say? Gao Ming didn't quite catch what she was saying. Nanchin shook her head and changed the subject. Is there anything to eat here? I'm a little hungry. Gao Ming instantly perked up at this, happily recounting the delicious food they'd eaten the past few days, and generously offering to treat Nanchin to a meal to celebrate their becoming a good pair and roommates. Nanchin shook her head helplessly, saying, I didn't agree to accompany you to the college entrance exam. Why? You're so talented and the right age. Why don't you take the college entrance exam? Gao Ming couldn't understand. We haven't even fought each other before, so how can you be so sure of your skills? Nanchin asked, while eating a fresh human lunch. Gao Ming argued, first, we fought outside the city, and you're very skilled. Jingy looks very strong. Second, I bet there aren't more than a dozen people my age who can defeat me or are stronger than me. So confident? Nanchin was surprised that Gao Ming claimed his fighting skills were among the best of his peers. Gao Ming said proudly, of course, I can fight those geniuses in the upper city without losing. I'm very powerful. Those who refuse to befriend me and look down on me as someone from the lower city will regret it. They've missed the opportunity to be friends with a genius. So, I think you're very powerful too. It's just a hunch. If you're so powerful, why don't you apply to the Federal College? It's the highest institution in the Federation, the dream place for all those who aspire to reach the pinnacle of power. Gao Ming asked again. Nanchin was stunned for a moment, remembering that before her rebirth, at this age, she had also dreamed of attending a prestigious institution. She'd strive for a position, like Major General Qin, navigating the ruins and protecting the city. But the appearance of the holy light disrupted her plans. Her blood's unique resistance had always been coveted by forces like the holy light, and she didn't trust any other power. If she let her guard down, even one wrong step, she would be shattered. It was like this before her rebirth, and it would remain so after. She could only stay away from anything connected to the holy light, including the Federation. Nanchin thought for a moment, then, under Gao Ming's sharp gaze, offered her explanation. I'm not interested in this, and I don't seek fame and fortune. I just want to live a safe and happy life with my sister. I don't believe everyone needs to achieve great things. In this world, the greatest happiness is to have both my family and myself alive. Your sister? Yes, she's missing. I have to find her. Chapter 50. The two chatted briefly, and after lunch, Gao Ming headed to the underground boxing ring. Nanchin was invited to watch the fight. Those in the ring wore masks to conceal their faces, and the blows were swift and brutal. The more violent the knockout, the louder the cheers from the audience. Driven by this sensory stimulation, the more money they bet, and the more money the fighters earned. Nanchin crouched in the corner of the stands, watching Gao Ming take the stage. As Nanchin had expected, this young woman possessed exceptional fighting skills. However, Gao Ming's boxing style was too systematic, unlike the lesser fighters in the wild, and she was vulnerable in certain areas. Thankfully, Gao Ming's sturdy physique compensated for this, allowing her to easily triumph in the duel. She didn't, like the other fighters, beat her opponent to a bloody pulp. Seeing her opponent unable to fight back, she simply stopped. The audience at the underground arena wasn't thrilled, and the tips weren't that crazy. But Gao Ming was content. After her victory, she stepped down from the arena and said to Nanchin with a cheerful smile, I've got enough money for the next few days. Nanchin didn't dampen the mood and continued, It's worth celebrating. What are we having? A hotel package deal. The food there is plentiful and cheap, Gao Ming suggested. Nanchin nodded in agreement. She had recently noticed that her hunger had become more frequent after entering the city. The food provided in the city was too low in energy for Nanchin, far less than the energy she'd absorbed from consuming polluted food outside the city. She now needed to eat 4 or 5 times, not just 3 times, to feel fully satisfied. Nanchin looked at the large daily food bill and fell into deep thought. This couldn't go on. She didn't even have enough money to eat. If she stayed in the city, she would starve to death sooner or later. Nanchin's business in District 65 was done. Next, she should save some money and continue her journey to find the survivors in District 319. After clearing her mind, Nanchin arrived at the mercenary group gathering place in the city the next day. Like District 319, this gathering place housed various factions, with mercenary groups of varying sizes and complex relationships. It was mid-morning, and those leaving the city were gathering in small groups. Each group had put up signs recruiting temporary members. Search for rare metals outside the city for 7 days, with rewards split equally based on quantity. Escort supplies to Upper City, starting at 5,000 coins. Hunting low-level pollutants, 10, with rewards split equally, starting at 10,000 yuan. Nanchin took a quick look. The recruitment missions were broadly divided into 3 categories: retrieval, escort, and hunting. Hunting and combat missions offered the highest rewards, varying in duration, but also carried the highest risk, leading to a low willingness to form a team. After all, hunting and combat required full cooperation from teammates. Such a short-term hunting team, where everyone was unfamiliar with each other and risked their lives, was inherently high risk. But Nanchin urgently needed to absorb pollutants outside the city while also storing her coins. Naturally, she chose hunting, a highly efficient activity. She didn't need teammates. She simply needed a name to navigate the city. Who said the federal city required special permits to enter and exit? Nanchin arrived at a hunting team of 10 and asked if she could join. The team leader glanced at her, looked her up and down, and asked, "Aren't you from here?" Nanchin nodded. "Show me your ID." The tone of his voice was imperative. "Nanchin, going out of town hunting is about personal ability. Why do we need ID?" The ID referred to the identification she registered when entering the city, which usually showed where a person had lived and where they had lived. This facilitated the investigation of the pollution level in that area. Typically, those who could enter the city were considered to be of low risk and qualified. But the temporary teams here still required ID, clearly demonstrating the discrimination of the upper district against the lower district. The leader's face sank slightly at her question. Without ID, you can't join the team. This has always been the rule in District 65. Nanchin saw his attitude and showed him the ID she'd used to enter the city. The man glanced up, saw the nearly 200-digit district number, and immediately showed a look of disdain, throwing the document back. Sorry, you don't meet our team requirements. Nanchin knew this would happen, but she still asked, which one? If it doesn't, it doesn't. Why ask so many questions? The man was already impatient and didn't want to talk to her anymore. Get out of the way. We're still hiring. A teammate saw this and stood up to push Nanchin out of the way. He muttered, so many people from the downtown area come here at this time of year. It's such a mess. Can't the people from the downtown area have a little self-awareness? Stop being an eyesore. The city's so crowded, and those outsiders living under the bridge are so dirty and smelly. They're all from the lower city. The people around him were laughing. As usual, they looked down on the lower city residents, their words subtly asserting their superiority. Sometimes, flattering the powerful and bullying the weak is the most direct human pleasure. The team members were also following the conversation, laughing at each other, completely unaware that a serpentine stream of water had entangled their trouser legs. Ah! The man who had just pushed Nanchin aside was tripped by the water and fell to the ground, his butt bruised. What is this? The man was blinded by the pain. He was about to curse when he saw a gray stream of water snake in front of him, slowly constricting his neck like a water snake. A sudden chill ran down his neck, his life threatened, and he lost his voice. The people around him also heard the noise and looked over. It was a girl in a black robe, her hair draped over her. Gray streams of water swirled around her, like winding snakes, terrifying the beholder. She's a psychic. The people, who had been watching the bustle of the downtown area, suddenly fell silent, then retreated breathless. A psychic, who can manipulate water at will, is considered a high-ranking psychic. Why is she here? What the hell? Don't psychics apply for expedition teams? Why is she here, gathering in our mercenary group? Psychics are different from ordinary people. They possess extraordinary powers and physical fitness comparable to that of pollutants. Because of their rarity, the Federation grants psychics preferential treatment. In other words, ordinary people have no comparable priority compared to psychics. They violate different laws, let alone offend them. This was the case with most psychics, but those skilled and powerful in their use of this power were even more formidable. But in this situation, it seemed they had already offended the other party. The team member whose neck was entangled felt suffocated. He tried to break free, but couldn't. He could only open his mouth and say something to the girl surrounded by the water in front of him. From his lip movements, he seemed to be begging for mercy. Nanchin approached her slowly and said, "Sorry, it heard the noise and got a bit mad." As she spoke, the water shape had already swung around and wrapped around the team members, who had mocked him the most. They had no time to escape or resist, and were lifted into the air. At this moment, Nanchin looked like an octopus wielding a water shape, dressed in a black robe, staring at everyone expressionlessly. Like a monster. The team leader was also horrified by this scene, and immediately reacted, "This is in the city, don't mess around. Psychics, you can't kill people in the city, or you be arrested by the law enforcement team. I don't think you want to spend a few days in the detention room." He even changed the word "you" to "you," his attitude completely changing. "I'm a psychic. Killing one or two ordinary people won't be punishable." Nanchin looked at the people around her, who had previously mocked her, her eyes slowly turning fearful. She thought, this world truly still values strength. The upper city and the lower city are one class, while psychics and ordinary people are another. The team leader's heart sank at this, fearing that if the psychic were to go on a rampage and kill, he wouldn't even have a chance to defend himself. He was also a longtime mercenary, and he knew he had no backing. If he didn't know how to act and force his way through this situation, he might end up dead. He immediately made a decision. "I was blind to the truth. Please forgive the mistakes of a small person. Please don't take my subordinate's words seriously. If you're still angry, we have some currency here. Consider it an apology." As he spoke, he quickly pulled a bank card from his bag and handed it over. The team leader's hands were still shaking. He was well aware of the gap between him and the other team. He had no chance of winning. He also cursed inwardly. Why didn't this psychic go out with the expedition team and instead come to him, Messing around with ordinary people like them? Nanchin didn't take the deposit card. Instead, she stared at the person and asked, "Can I join your team now?" The team leader was stunned, confused for a moment, but he didn't dare refuse. He smiled and said, "Of course, of course. Not only do you want to join our team, you can also join any other team leaving the city in this area." Nanchin nodded, retracted her water form, and released the person who was entangled. "Including me, you're all complete?" "Huh?" The team leader didn't react. "When do we leave? Are you ready?" Nanchin didn't bother to explain. She just wanted to follow the other party's permit to enter and exit the city. She didn't care about their relationship. She had a lot on her plate right now, and didn't want to dwell on unnecessary matters. The team leader saw Nanchin approaching their camp and eyeing the truck preparing to leave the city. He hadn't anticipated this turn of events. He'd assumed the psychic would get angry and cause a few deaths before the matter was over. He was well aware of how awful their attitude had been just now. That kind of dragging down others was discrimination and insulting. Who could tolerate it? The team leader only dared to be so dismissive when meeting ordinary people from the lower city. If he had known they were psychics, he would never have spoken in that tone. Several members, thrown to the ground by Nanchin's water form, clutched their buttocks and cried out in pain. One even peed his pants from the overwhelming pressure from Nanchin's water form, drawing chuckles from the others. "Look at you, you bears! Why don't you get up and apologize to the master?" The team leader feigned anger. The master he was referring to was, of course, the South Star. The others, realizing they had just escaped a disaster, hesitated and lined up in shame to thank the psychic and apologize. Nanchin caught a whiff of a strange odor emanating from the group. She waved her hand irritably, saying, "Don't bother me. And we leave the city when we're ready." The dozen or so team members didn't dare say anything more, and could only look at the team leader. "Captain, what should we do?" one of them asked. A huge Buddha weighing down on one's head is unpleasant for anyone. The team leader could only smile wryly. "What can we do? Just keep it as a gift. We're lucky we didn't die here." "TSK, what bad luck. Why did she come here to form a temporary team?" The man was puzzled. Psychics have their own circles. When it comes to hunting outside the city, they usually gather together for more dangerous missions with more resources. They generally don't get involved with ordinary people to compete for such small-time business. Running into Nanchin today was truly a stroke of luck. "Keep your voice down. I guess this psychic is just borrowing our permit to leave the city." The onlookers, seeing the situation calm down, some dispersed. Some, however, were tempted to approach Nanchin, hoping to establish a relationship with this powerful figure. Or simply recruit her to join them on their journey out of the city, hoping for an extra layer of security. In an instant, the situation shifted. Nanchin went from being mocked by the crowd for her status as a lower-class citizen to being adored. Nanchin ignored everyone and urged the team to set off quickly.